The Perfect Supreme Chapter 2132 to Chapter 2214. Greed. The third stone sculpture was left behind by their master, and now it belonged to everyone. One had to know that the treasure left behind by the third stone sculpture was definitely obtained by their master when he was alive. Why didn't these guys stand out to help Li Xiaoyao at that time? A bunch of hypocrites. Humph. Thinking of this, the impulsive Dark Dragon Emperor directly scolded them. Don't talk nonsense. I'll ask you now, do you agree or not? The immortal Divine King said calmly, as if he was talking about the most normal thing. That kind of greed and hypocrisy made even Zhang Yingjun feel like he was a different person. That was not his uncle. The immortal Buddha Lord also shook his head. Treasures moved people's hearts. He had always respected his big brother, but he didn't expect him to be so hypocritical. He had clearly snatched other people's things, but he actually had the nerve to say it was his own. However, although everyone felt that the immortal Divine King was extremely ugly, Lin Ling didn't have many choices left. He nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." Hee, that's good. We can still be friends. Seeing Lin Ling agree, the immortal Divine King smiled and nodded. But before that, I have a condition. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. Just say it. Because you are Zhang Yingjun's brother, you are also half a relative of mine. So, if you have any problems, I will definitely help you. The immortal Divine King said word by word. Those who didn't know him would think that he had a deep friendship with Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was cold. He walked forward step by step and arrived in front of the immortal Divine King. Pa, a crisp slap landed on his face. You are not qualified to be my friend. This slap clearly stunned the immortal Divine King. He was the #1 Divine King of the immortal Divine Nation. When had he been slapped in the face? He was just about to get angry, but Lin Ling's voice sounded again. My condition is to be slapped 3 times by me. Hearing this, the immortal Divine King suppressed the anger in his heart. He endured it. Pa. Lin Ling was direct and efficient as he ruthlessly slapped his face. Not bad, the feeling of scratching the Divine King's face is pretty good. As soon as he said that, the immortal God King was so angry that his body trembled. Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others laughed. Even the Dark Dragon Emperor roared, Immortal God King, your skin is so thick. I wonder if 3 slaps will hurt. That was a good slap. Can we go now? The immortal God King gritted his teeth and said with a faint smile. This person knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He had the temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. This boldness made Lin Ling secretly shocked. He said coldly, lead the way, dog. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you 3 more slaps. That's what you get for being so arrogant. Once I find the statue, I'll pay you back tenfold. The immortal Divine King thought inwardly, enduring silently. Lin Ling strode forward. He believed that the Yellow Spring Emperor would open the array and let him leave. As for Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others, Lin Ling wasn't too worried because the 3 of them weren't weak. However, they couldn't break the array and could only be trapped here. This was also the reason why Lin Ling agreed, because if they didn't leave the array, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to break it. Lin Ling. Master. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others were a little worried. However, Lin Ling waved behind their back, telling them not to worry. After leaving the array, Lin Ling followed the immortal Divine King and the Yellow Spring Emperor into reincarnation. The Yellow Spring Emperor wore a large cloak and had a quiet personality. Lin Ling took a second look at him. However, he, Lin Ling, would remember today's grudge. Then, the 3 of them arrived at Reincarnation City. To Lin Ling's surprise, a large number of experts were already waiting there. The Sun God King from the Nation of God, the Ghost Emperor from the Ghost Tribe, the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master from the Devil Tribe, the Drunken Immortal and the Death Arrow Martial God from the Human Tribe. Many ancient giants were there. They clearly had a plan and were greedy for the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. Seeing this, the anger in Lin Ling's heart grew stronger. Lin Ling, how have you been? After seeing Lin Ling, the Sun God King let out a low cry. However, he seemed to be in a good mood because Lin Ling had also become his prisoner. As for the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master, he was also incomparably excited. Lin Ling still had some use. After that, he would slowly kill this junior. Apart from them, the other experts were laughing excitedly. In their opinion, anyone here could kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only kneel and beg for mercy in their hands. The laughter made Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. These people were so greedy. However, how could he let them off so easily? A bunch of trash. I've kept you waiting. His lips moved slightly and Lin Ling spat out a sentence coldly. Trash? Those ancient great heads were startled. Soon after, they became furious. They thought that Lin Ling would lower his voice since he had been captured. Who would have expected that Lin Ling would directly call them trash? Do you know the situation you're in now? Swallow your previous words. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. The Sun God King shouted coldly. Lin Ling didn't have any disciples by his side. He didn't have the right to be arrogant. If you want the treasure, then you have to be scolded. You've cultivated for so many years, but you don't understand this principle. Have you cultivated for dogs? However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he shouted again. His voice made the experts suppress their anger. Yes, they seemed to have a favor to ask of Lin Ling. Also, I'm tired from walking. Bring me some tea. Lin Ling said again. He was treating these ancient giants as slaves. Don't be too arrogant. Now, we can kill you at any time. The Sun God King's face turned even colder. Haha, are you threatening me? I'm so scared. However, I, Lin Ling, am standing here. My neck is exposed. Come and kill me. If you don't, then you're trash. Trash, come. Lin Ling wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. His aura was so strong that it made the surrounding experts tremble. Even if Lin Ling was a prisoner, he was still arrogant. Who will kill me? Lin Ling shouted again. Unfortunately, wherever his gaze passed, the experts didn't dare to act rashly. Crazy enough, but your strength is still a bit too weak. The Sun God King clenched his fists. He almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. Don't be angered by him. He wants you to kill him on purpose. If you kill him, our secret plan will fail. However, the immortal God King beside him immediately stopped him. Although he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, he still had to endure. Pour him some tea. An expert said. He was a big shot of the ghost race, but they endured it. One by one. Starting from the immortal God King, everyone will have a cup of tea. After it's over, I will lead the way. After someone took out a table and chairs, Lin Ling directly sat down and said unhurriedly. Everyone had to be respectful. They looked at Lin Ling, who was as calm as a sovereign. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices, but they still endured it. Then, they poured tea one by one. Lin Ling lazily received it. His heart finally felt a bit better. Pooh, after drinking a mouthful, he sprayed the tea on the Sun God King's face. The tea is too cold. What did you do, you dog slave? In the mysterious desert. The tea is too hot. Are you tired of living? Kneel down. All the ancient giants were being made difficult by Lin Ling. They were so angry that their bodies continued to tremble. Slap. What was even more exaggerated was that Lin Ling directly slapped the immortal God King in front of everyone, causing the immortal God King to lose face. Obviously, Lin Ling was extremely angry towards the immortal God King. As for the Yellow Spring Emperor, the moment the other party poured tea, Lin Ling kicked him out, causing him to roll out like a gourd. His face was as angry as an eggplant. This guy is ruthless enough. The surrounding experts were all dumbfounded at this moment. The ancient giants represented the top experts of each race. They could summon the wind and rain, command the wind and rain, and summon the power of an entire race. But now, they were all humiliated by Lin Ling one by one, and they couldn't even talk back. This kind of thing was undoubtedly extremely rare. However, if they wanted to gain something, they had to pay a price. Right now, what they had to pay was their face. Let's go. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and said. He knew that what he did before was just a temporary measure. What he had to do next still had to be done. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Ling. This trip is for a fair battle. After finding the statue, we can divide the treasures fairly, and then we won't interfere with each other until the battle of creation begins." The Sun God King walked over and said, his palm landing on Lin Ling's shoulder. His words were pleasant to hear, but his actions were extremely insidious. A wisp of mysterious flame entered Lin Ling's body, entangling Lin Ling's real power source. With just a thought, Lin Ling's real power source would explode. This method was undoubtedly extremely ruthless. Sensing the mysterious power in his body, Lin Ling smiled and nodded, as if he didn't know that the Sun God King was scheming against him. He took a step and headed towards the depths of the ghost domain. What reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? In my opinion, he's just a piece of trash. What's there to be proud of when you're just a prisoner? And, if it weren't for the third stone statue, I would have killed him. Without Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others, Lin Ling could be killed at any time in the hearts of the powerhouses. Their auras gradually became more and more arrogant. Lead the way quickly. There was even a rank 4 Martial Emperor realm expert who kept yelling at Lin Ling. His attitude was condescending, but soon, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor heavily injured him with a palm strike. Don't forget our promise to Lin Ling. He's responsible for leading the way. After that, we'll still be friends. Being arrogant to my friend is the same as being arrogant to me. It was as if he wanted to protect Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was extremely wary of him and did not fall for it. Along the way, they passed by a vast sea of ghosts and ghost mountains filled with vengeful spirits. However, this group of people had gathered the strongest fighting strength of the 4 clans, so they were safe and sound along the way. Gradually, an ancient desert appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that they were getting closer to the stone statue. The desert was quiet, but there was a mysterious aura permeating the air. The cold wind was like the crying of ghosts, making one's heart feel heavy. There's something wrong with this desert. Yellow Spring Great Emperor, are you familiar with it? The human drunken immortal asked. I'm afraid that no one from the ghost clan has come to this desert before. Yes. Although the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was not familiar with him and could be considered as his enemy, they were currently in a cooperative relationship, so he spoke. No one has come here before? Yes. All the powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Lin Ling. If it wasn't for him leading the way, no one would have been able to find this place. However, from another point of view, there might be a third stone statue hidden here. Immediately, the powerhouses revealed greedy smiles as if they had already obtained all the treasures. However, there's something wrong with this desert. Yes. Suddenly, a powerhouse from the ghost clan said and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you enter the desert first. Yes. Eh? Yes. Lin Ling frowned. He wanted him to lead the way? He turned to look at the person who spoke and found that it was ghost ancestor Tong Tian, whom he had met once before. This person was the water ghost ancestor. Back then, when he went to the saint's grand domain, this guy came with the pink second prince to kill him. Who would have thought that he would also come for a share this time? You're ordering me? Coldly snorting in his heart, Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense, you're the one who has cultivated for the shortest time here. You're a junior. If you don't lead the way, do you expect us seniors to go? Go quickly. Ghost ancestor Tong Tian shouted coldly. His words were filled with majesty. He did not expect that a prisoner like Lin Ling would dare to refute him. The other powerhouses fell silent. They were indeed afraid of this mysterious desert. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything, walking step by step towards ghost ancestor Tong Tian. What do you want? Exclamation point. Ghost ancestor Tong Tian also walked out, his aura becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Ling was the human race's #1 genius, but in front of an ancient giant like him, Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. Although ghost ancestor Tong Tian was not one of the ghost domain's 4 great ghost emperors and was weaker, it would not be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. Don't forget that you were able to escape from me last time because of the ancient snake on your body. Ghost ancestor Tong Tian wanted Lin Ling to know the gap between them. Moreover, he also wanted to prove that he was an ancient giant, so he was not afraid of Lin Ling. You seem to be only a 4th level martial emperor. Yes. Lin Ling finally spoke. Yes, although I'm not a peak martial emperor, I'm not an ordinary martial emperor. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian said coldly. Lin Ling nodded again, his face as calm as an ancient well. However, a white flame appeared in his left hand, dancing like a spirit. You want to attack me? I advise you not to look for trouble. Yes. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Behind him, a large number of water ghosts appeared, roaring continuously. It was a terrifying sight. You're not qualified. Sigh. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at the water ghosts. Instead, the flame in his hand increased. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious reincarnation circle appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful pressure. Azure path, this guy. Sigh. The Yellow Spring Emperor was first stunned, but he quickly warned, be careful. Sigh. Although Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian's cultivation was higher and his laws were not weak, his talent was not as good as Lin Ling's. Moreover, Lin Ling had reached the third-level Martial Emperor realm, and his body had more than 500,000 laws. This was undoubtedly terrifying, 500,000 laws. Sensing the laws in the sky, the other ancient giants gasped. Lin Ling was indeed the #1 genius of the human race. The heavenly reaching ghost tribesman's expression changed drastically. Previously, he had been very confident because he had a trump card. However, he had not expected Lin Ling to possess so many laws that he was comparable to a rank 4 Martial Emperor. Coupled with the mysterious Yellow Springs flame, he seemed to be no match for Lin Ling. Wait, this can be discussed. Immediately, Tong Tiangue Zhu shouted anxiously, but all he got in return was a sneer from Lin Ling, rumble. At the same time, the mysterious reincarnation circle in the sky produced a terrifying suction force. The white flame seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, pop. Pop, pop. The water ghosts behind Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. The most terrifying thing was that they were all burned. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios left mutation discuss? Lin Ling sneered, didn't you order me around before? Didn't you prove that you are an ancient giant of the ghost clan? Why do you want to discuss now? His voice was like thunder, causing Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian's face to turn pale. He seemed to have overestimated himself. He did not know that apart from a few ancient giants, everyone else was actually ants to Lin Ling. He, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian, was not qualified to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. Heavenly Coffin Emperor, save me. Suddenly, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian looked at one of the Ghost Emperors and said. This person was one of the 4 Ghost Emperors of the Ghost Clan and his strength was unfathomable. However, what disappointed him was that the Ghost Emperor carrying the giant coffin didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. To him, it was no big deal to die in front of him. However, Lin Ling's strength made him feel pressured. After all, an ordinary rank 3 Martial Emperor only had 50,000 laws, while geniuses had between 100,000 and 200,000 laws. This was already very terrifying. However, Lin Ling was a monster above all geniuses. He had 500,000 laws, such a monster could not be allowed to live. The other ancient giants also had the same thought, so no one responded to Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian's request for help. How sad. You want to prove yourself in front of all the giants, but no one cares even if you die. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently. No. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian was brought into the reincarnation circle. He was extremely regretful. If he had known that Lin Ling had grown to such strength, he would not have arrogantly ordered Lin Ling. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was not until Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian disappeared that everyone reacted. Other than the true ancient giants, everyone else stared at Lin Ling with deep fear in their eyes. Lin Ling, stay here. The rest of you, go into the desert to explore. Among the 4 Ghost Emperors of the Ghost Realm, a thin middle-aged man said lightly. This person was the Great Zhou Heavenly Emperor of the Soul Luo Great Zhou, a true ancient giant of the Ghost Clan. Your clans also need to send people to explore. Then, he continued. The experts in the surroundings smiled bitterly as they entered to explore the path. Only the true ancient giants were left behind. Ah, what is this? In the silent desert, murderous intent was hidden everywhere. A level 5 Martial Emperor realm expert was quickly killed. This was because a pair of gigantic pincers had suddenly stretched out from beneath the desert, and they had directly clamped the powerhouse to death. Laws and blood splattered in all directions, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying. What was that thing? Even the expressions of the Sun God King and the others changed drastically as they looked at Lin Ling. The black demon scorpion is from the martial god realm. Its entire body is made up of laws. Moreover, it is vicious and overbearing. Even a rank 6 martial emperor would die here, let alone a rank 5 martial emperor. Lin Ling said indifferently. In fact, these terrifying things were left behind by Li Xiaoyao to protect the stone sculpture. From the martial god world? Hearing this, the faces of the experts turned pale. As long as it was related to the martial god realm, they had to look up to anything. After all, that mysterious world was a place that all martial artists dreamed of. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling chose a safe direction and led the group forward. Along the way, although there were many dangers, they could still manage. This was because Lin Ling had chosen the right direction. If others had barged in recklessly, they would definitely have died. Gradually, a tall figure began to appear on the horizon. After the sandstorm, they could vaguely see a huge stone sculpture. We're here, we're finally here. The crowd was excited. Even Lin Ling was the same. In fact, if it were not for these guys beside him, it would have taken him a lot of effort to find the third stone sculpture. However, Lin Ling did not trust these guys. Moreover, the stone sculpture was left behind by him. How could he let these greedy guys get their hands on it? I'm sorry, I'll be leaving first. After moving forward for a while, Lin Ling suddenly sneered. He took a step forward and dashed forward. This action was so sudden that the experts could not react in time. You're courting death. The Sun God King was the first to roar. A divine flame shone out and his speed followed the light as he chased after Lin Ling. This was a terrifying speed of the laws. However, Lin Ling had a sneer on his face as he continued to run. Rumble. Almost at the same time, on the ground, dust exploded as a giant scorpion the size of a small mountain rushed out. Endless laws were also blooming. What is this? Some of the weaker martial artists were actually corroded alive by the giant scorpion's ferocity. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the giant scorpion was. Black Demon Scorpion King. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. The reason why he quickened his pace was because he knew that there were many Scorpion Kings here. They were enough to stop those greedy guys. Little bastard. Sensing that the giant scorpion was blocking their path, all the ancient giants were furious. Lin Ling was indeed unwilling to cooperate. Chase, we must get the third stone sculpture before he does. Those ancient giants exposed their killing intent. If they caught Lin Ling, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that things were urgent. He erupted with all his laws and shot into the distance at a speed faster than light. The stone sculpture was gradually getting closer. That man was indomitable and had been silently waiting here for millions of years. Looking at the stone sculpture once again, Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. The stone sculpture had finally appeared. If he could obtain it, he would be able to know what had happened to Li Xiaoyao in the martial god world. He would also be able to obtain the most precious cultivation technique that Li Xiaoyao had left behind. I'm back. Lin Ling muttered to himself, the flames of battle burning in his eyes. Rumble. Although he was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture, it was not peaceful. Ghost scorpions rushed out from under the desert, their ferocious auras and ghostly auras forming terrifying laws. Great creation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not weak either. He killed that ghost scorpion with a sword. Moreover, he directly threw out the reincarnation ring, creating a powerful suction force that pulled all the ghost scorpions that crawled out from nearby into the reincarnation ring. With this, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture. When Lin Ling landed in front of the sculpture, his heart finally relaxed. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling's hand touched the sculpture, because the enemy behind him would not give him much time. Rumble. With a light touch of his palm, the sculpture immediately swayed and cracks appeared. First, the sand under the sculpture enveloped Lin Ling like a wave, turning into a huge vortex that constantly shrank and shot towards Lin Ling's eyes. What is this? Lin Ling's expression changed. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye, causing him to madly scream. If someone could see Lin Ling's eyes, they would definitely see that his left eye had mutated. His eyeball was formed by countless runes, and those runes were constantly wriggling. It was a shocking sight. Moreover, with Lin Ling as the center, rings of demonic aura gushed out from all directions. Rumble. Along the way, the ghost scorpions in the desert all exploded. The power of one eye was so terrifying. Martial God's path. Ah! Lin Ling roared towards the sky. He still didn't know what had happened. Only by obtaining the statue could he regain all his memories and know what had happened. Unfortunately, he had only absorbed the most inconspicuous sand under the statue. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's left eye lost its light. Blood even began to drip from his cheek onto the ground. It was a shocking sight. The cracks on the statue became bigger and bigger, as if it was going to turn into dust and envelop Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would obtain everything of Li Xiaoyao. Wait. However, at this moment, a cold shout rang out. In front of the statue, those ancient giants had all arrived. Their faces were filled with excitement. However, when they saw Lin Ling's blind left eye, their hearts trembled. Although Lin Ling's strength was very weak to them, however, they didn't know why. Looking at the face that was a combination of evil and demonic energy, they actually felt a sense of fear. Lin Ling, what had happened? However, fortunately, the statue was still there. Lin Ling didn't obtain any benefits. That blind eye should have been injured by the ghost scorpion on the way. That statue doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all the experts in this world. It's impossible for you to take it for yourself. The Yellow Spring Emperor was the first to speak. Lin Ling's face was cold. He didn't say a word and stood there like an arrogant evil god. He only had one eye left, but he could see through these hypocrites. I knew you would refuse, but we were already prepared, Immortal God King. The Sun God King sneered and then shouted. Hee, I'm sorry, Lin Ling. I brought Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others here. The Immortal God King walked out with a smile. Previously, he had an agreement with Lin Ling. He released Xianxia and Xianxia, and Lin Ling brought them here. However, the Immortal God King obviously didn't keep his word. In order to guard against Lin Ling, he had already prepared a backup plan, and as he looked at the two people in the Immortal God King's hands, the killing intent in Lin Ling's right eye became even thicker. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone would shiver. How cold! You will all die. Lin Ling finally spat out these words coldly. He didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. I'm so scared. But, hand over the statue. The Immortal Divine King shrugged his shoulders. Even though he was afraid of Lin Ling's killing intent, the sculpture was right in front of his eyes, causing him to forget all of his apprehension. It was to the extent where his mind was filled with thoughts of the treasures of the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras. This treasure trove must be incomparably rich. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded. Without saying anything, he punched the statue in front of him. He knew that those people were shameless, but if he did not hand over the statue, they would not hand over the person. Therefore, the most important thing now was to hand over the statue. Don't worry, after I get the statue, I'll definitely let him go. Seeing the statue gradually shattering, all of the ancient giants became nervous. The statue exploded, scattering in all directions like rocks, causing all of the experts' breathing to become hurried, the excitement on their faces becoming a bit stronger. I got it. This rock actually has the 9 heavens divine devil technique. I got a natural talent. Divine crystal, heavens, what a huge piece of divine crystal. The statue was left behind by Li Xiaoyao for Lin Ling to use in his new cultivation, so it contained endless treasures. At this moment, it was scattered, and was obtained by everyone, Weng. However, the moment the statue shattered, something unbelievable happened. A terrifying vortex appeared where the statue had been, and a multicolored light quietly appeared. Moreover, it continued to expand, forming a vortex that looked like a void enchantment. At this moment, a thought emerged in everyone's mind. This vortex led to the martial god realm. Of course, even though it could lead to the martial god realm, no one dared to rashly enter, because in many historical records, without meeting the requirements, even if one had the path to the martial god realm, it was still a path of death. Therefore, only those who met the requirements could enter the martial god realm, and they could even open up the void to enter. Hee, your woman, I'll return it to you. The immortal divine king's expression was extremely ferocious, and evil thoughts arose in his heart. He threw Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao into the mysterious vortex, and let Lin Ling accompany his woman into the martial god realm. You're courting death. Lin Ling couldn't bear it anymore, and his expression was extremely ferocious. These people were too much. Previously, in order to save Xianxia, he had handed over the statue, but he didn't expect the immortal divine king and the others to go back on their words again. Thank you for the statue. The immortal divine king and the other ancient giants all laughed, and then rushed towards the broken statue, and began to collect the treasures. At this moment, Lin Ling clearly didn't have any other choice, and could only chase after Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao. However, the suction force of the multicolored vortex was too terrifying. After getting close, not to mention Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao, even Lin Ling couldn't control his body, and was sucked into the vortex. Goodbye. Watching Lin Ling disappear into the void passage of the martial god realm, the sun god king waved his hand, as if the great enemy in his heart was already dead, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the treasures you left behind. I will be back, and when that day comes, the time of your death will come." Lin Ling looked deeply at those hypocritical people, and resolutely rushed into the vortex. Today's matter, he had implicated Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao, so how could he give up on Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao? Therefore, even if it was a path of death, he would step in without hesitation. Rumble. After entering the multicolored vortex, this place was like a starry sky, and there were large amounts of multicolored light balls in the distance, and they were emitting a mysterious pressure. The path of the martial god, without a realm origin, those who step in will die. In the vast starry sky, an old voice drifted out, realm origin. This was obviously the only qualification to enter the martial god realm. There were two ways to create it. First, kill 30 million peak martial emperors. The second option was self-comprehension. Of these two options, the first was obviously easier. However, in Lin Ling's world, this option was very difficult because there were not enough martial emperors at the peak of the martial emperor realm to kill him. Pop. Pop. Almost at the same time, there was a mysterious power swimming in the world, as if it wanted to erase everything, and this was the most primitive power in the universe. When the laws met this power, they were like tofu. If the laws were the rules of a world, then realm origin was the power of a world. Controlling realm origin was the world king. After rushing into this mysterious world, Lin Ling did not care about anything else, and directly rushed towards Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao floating in the void. His eyes were filled with madness. However, at this moment, the terrifying mysterious power attacked, as if it could destroy the world, enveloping his entire body. This power was too strong. When Lin Ling grabbed Xianxuange's hand, he lost consciousness. Moreover, that mysterious power was invading him, destroying him. The trial of boundary elements. After that voice, a gentle blue and white light floated out and enveloped Lin Ling and Xianxuange. It helped them resist the mysterious power around them and made them feel as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. "Master, let's help Lord Lin Ling leave this place." At this moment, another excited voice sounded. Not everyone has such an opportunity. Only those who can grasp it are true geniuses of the martial god realm. If he manages to comprehend his own world origin, this path won't be able to stop him anymore. Also, he will have the qualifications to enter the martial god world. Hence, I will protect him for 3 days. I hope he can find his own world origin within these 3 days. Another voice rang out. What was surprising was that this voice was extremely young. Jia Yuan? He will succeed. The old voice said excitedly. Yes, world essence is the power of a world. When he can break through the void and return here, he will have comprehended world essence. In the future, he will soar into the sky. So, let's wait slowly. Right now, he has already returned to where he came from. Another voice said with a laugh. Moreover, he brought out a wine gourd and began drinking. Comprehending world essence was also a type of experience. If Lin Ling was still awake at this moment, and saw those two people, he would definitely be shocked like a celestial being. because those two people were familiar to him. Unfortunately, at this moment, he seemed to have traveled through the void and arrived at the very beginning. That was his hometown, Xianxia. Within 3 days, he had to return from Xianxia, break through the void, and comprehend the realm essence. The train happily crossed the tracks, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Some people were looking at the scenery outside the window, some were playing cards, and some were sleeping. On one of the seats, the young man narrowed his eyes and seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, his eyes moved slightly as if he was dreaming. Yu and Yuer, ancestor Taiyan, many familiar and unfamiliar faces floated through the young man's mind. In another place, he seemed to be an existence that looked down on the world, and he was sitting on the dreams of many men. He had several celestial fairy-like wives, and he also had a large number of subordinates. Jia Yuan. In the end, a voice appeared in his mind. The voice was telling him that he had to comprehend the origin of the world. At that time, he could return, and if he failed, he would stay here forever. Die. Suddenly, the young man shouted in a low voice, and the carriage instantly quieted down. Lin Ling, did you have a nightmare? At this time, a short fatty beside the young man nudged him, causing him to finally wake up. He looked to his side, and beside him was his best friend Huang Wei. At this moment, that wretched guy was looking at Lin Ling with a face of surprise. Of course, the people in the carriage were also looking at Lin Ling. After all, in an era of law, this young man actually said to die. It seemed like he was a ruthless character. However, judging from his appearance, that young man had delicate features and was not even 20 years old. He did not seem to be ruthless at all. Did you dream? Lin Ling was stunned for a long time. Then, he looked at his own clothes, white shirt, and washed-out jeans. He gradually came to his senses. Damn, what kind of dream were you having? You actually fought and killed. You're really ruthless. Huang Wei, his best friend beside him, said in surprise. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. In the dream, I had several beautiful wives. Moreover, I was the #1 emperor. There were countless strong people under me, and everyone worshipped me. Then, I met a group of hypocritical ancient giants, so I wanted to kill them all. Alright, stop daydreaming. Wake up, it's time for us to move bricks. Huang Wei waved his hand and interrupted. Beautiful women and dominating the world? He often had this beautiful dream because it was something that every man dreamed of. Lin Ling shook his head and touched his chin. He felt that the dream was very realistic. However, the reality was that Lin Ling was a very ordinary person. He had no parents and was self-reliant after graduating from high school. For example, this time if he had not been greedy and went to the town to buy some food, he would not have taken this train. As for the little fatty beside him, he was the representative of a loser. Although he was not lazy, he was not diligent either. He grew up with Lin Ling, and his only joy was to stay on the street and look at beautiful women. Sometimes, Lin Ling would not even bother to associate with him. Why do I feel like there are many people on the other side waiting for me to go back? After shaking his head, Lin Ling threw away the boring thoughts in his mind. Grandpa, wake up. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the carriage. The voice was very pleasant to the ear. The carriage suddenly surged. Many people stood up, including Lin Ling and Huang Wei. In the front row, an old man in his 60s was lying on his seat. He had a pained expression on his face and his breathing seemed to slow down. In front of him was a girl about 16 or 17 years old. She was lying on the old man's chest and listening carefully. However, her expression was becoming more and more anxious. The crowd also understood what happened. It was obvious that the old man suddenly had a seizure during the ride. Grandpa, I shouldn't have brought you here. Grandpa, wake up. The young girl said anxiously. However, many male perverts in the carriage stared at the young girl. It had to be said that the young girl was the best. Not only was she tall, but she was also curvy in all the right places. Most importantly, she was young and attractive. She wore a pink floral dress and a pair of sports shoes. Paired with black stockings, she made people unable to take their eyes off her. Move aside, move aside. At this time, a young man with glasses shouted. He pushed the crowd aside and came to the old man's side. I'm a doctor. the man with glasses said first. He stared greedily at the beautiful young girl, but on the surface, he pretended to be indifferent. The young girl immediately grabbed the man's hand. "Doctor, you must save my grandpa. I'll agree to any condition you have." As soon as she said that, the man's eyes lit up. However, he still maintained his indifference. However, his heart was already stirring. "Agree to anything?" Lin Ling shook his head. The young girl was too naive. Such words could not be said casually. "Okay, I'll take a look at your grandpa first." The man with glasses looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. He could see that the young girl came from a good family. Based on the new Nikes, he had a feeling, if he could get such a beautiful young girl with money, it would be great. Next, he took out a medical instrument. First, he checked the old man's temperature. Then, he checked the old man's heartbeat. However, he found that the old man had no heartbeat. He quickly tried to wake the old man up using first aid methods. Of course, this method was obviously not very useful. Although he was indeed a doctor, he was only good at injecting needles. He had no way to treat those difficult and complicated diseases. "Doctor, how is it?" the young girl asked anxiously. "He's fine for now. To treat the symptoms or the root, that's good." "Thank you." The beautiful girl grabbed the bespectacled man's hand excitedly, causing the bespectacled man's heart to flutter. Even from his angle, he could vaguely see the deep cleavage of the beautiful girl's chest, causing him to become addicted to it. The old man on the seat was naturally thrown beyond the 9 heavens by him. The surrounding crowd was also full of praise. This bespectacled man was really amazing. "Hee, did you see that? If you have a skill, you'll be popular everywhere." Although that bespectacled guy didn't manage to get that girl, he was already halfway there. Sigh, us losers can only look up to him. However, that girl is really not bad. Next to Lin Ling, Huang Wei was drooling. Then, he wanted to pull Lin Ling back to his seat, but he realized that Lin Ling was indifferent. "You brat, don't tell me you're addicted to looking at her. Listen to me, carry the bricks properly, and you'll get a girl." Huang Wei couldn't help but be speechless. Although the beautiful girl was indeed beautiful, he didn't have to stare at her for so long. However, what happened next made Huang Wei's jaw drop. This was because Lin Ling had already stepped forward. "Bespectacled man, this old man is getting more and more dangerous. If we wait any longer, he will die." "How can you say that he's fine?" Lin Ling said as he walked. He didn't want to be in the limelight, but he couldn't bear to see a life disappear before his eyes. "Huh?" The crowd looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Although Lin Ling's appearance was somewhat handsome, his clothes were very ordinary. Presumably, he was also a person at the bottom of society. She didn't know where he got his confidence from. "Are you questioning me?" "I'm a doctor." The bespectacled man frowned and looked at Lin Ling. "If you want to pick up girls, I don't object. But at least you have to save her. After she wakes up, it's none of my business how you pick her up. Also, don't use your glasses as a cover to stare at her breasts." Lin Ling came to his seat and squatted down. These words undoubtedly angered the bespectacled man so much that his face turned red. This was because Lin Ling's words had torn apart his mask and exposed his inner thoughts to the world. This guy, using his glasses as a cover to stare at her breasts? The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. The bespectacled man wished he could find a hole to hide in. As for the beautiful girl, she quickly let go of the bespectacled man's hand. "You, what nonsense." The bespectacled man couldn't hold it in anymore because he was being treated as a pervert. His heart. And his heart was originally already heart. "If you don't save him now," Lin Ling said without even looking at him. The man with glasses was secretly shocked because he also knew that the old man's heart had a problem, but who would have thought that this ordinary-looking young man could also see it? Since. Try you. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses. Even if you. He came out because he wanted to save the old man. He didn't want to be in the limelight. But his words made everyone surprised again. Even the doctors couldn't save him. How can this kid? Even Huang Wei's mouth was wide open. Lin Ling grew up with him. That kid knows medical things? How come I don't know? God, that guy must be picking up girls. But, picking up girls also requires skill. Lin Ling doesn't seem to have that skill. In fact, Lin Ling really doesn't know medical knowledge. But he subconsciously thought that the heart disease was not difficult to treat. If it was before, he would never have this kind of confidence. But after the dream, he has. Can you really cure my grandfather? The beautiful girl looked at Lin Ling expectantly. But after the incident with the bespectacled man, she was on guard against Lin Ling. Is this kid here to take advantage of me? But unfortunately, she was disappointed. Most people who saw her would more or less be absent-minded. But Lin Ling looked at her with clear eyes. There was no change in his expression. Only a real doctor would have this kind of look. At some point, the girl even thought that she had lost her charm. In fact, every man would take a few more glances at a beautiful girl, especially a pure and beautiful girl with a good figure. However, after Lin Ling glanced at her, he subconsciously responded with a calm expression. It was as if in another world, he had seen too many beautiful girls like her. There were even some who were better than her. Do you want to treat the symptoms or the root? Lin Ling calmly said. Treat the root? Hearing that, the crowd went silent again. Because the old man had a heart problem, it was an old and stubborn disease. It was obviously impossible to treat the root. Subconsciously, everyone thought that Lin Ling was a liar. Sigh, the skill is too low. Even Huang Wei shook his head. But what surprised everyone was that the beautiful girl stared at Lin Ling's eyes and then asked, what about treating the symptoms? The root? She did not know why she believed this young man, but she felt that this young man was not joking. Treating the symptoms, 100% success rate, but the root only has a 50% chance. Lin Ling said. This choice suddenly made the beautiful girl hesitate. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. Then let's treat the symptoms first. When your grandfather wakes up, let him make the final choice. Okay. The beautiful girl was indeed in a difficult position. After all, if the 50% chance failed, her grandfather would die. Hee, good at pretending. I admit, compared to my skill in picking up girls, you are twice as good as me. Unfortunately, picking up girls requires skill. The glasses man sneered at the side. He did not believe that Lin Ling could wake the old man up. Because just based on equipment, Lin Ling could not compare to the glasses man. At least the glasses man had a medical box. Even Huang Wei was curious. How would Lin Ling wake the old man up? Could it be that he would wake him up with a slap? But in fact, Lin Ling did wake up with a slap. Because there was a mysterious force swimming in his mind, Lin Ling seemed to be able to see through everything, so he slapped the old man's chest. Puff, then, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot straight to the roof of the car. Everyone's eyes widened. Was that guy killing someone? But what happened next made everyone's eyeballs fall to the ground. Cough cough, the old man slowly woke up, and his heart, which had stopped beating, began to beat again. In fact, Lin Ling's previous slap directly opened up the blocked heart muscle, causing blood to flow in the heart and gradually recover. Of course, this was easy to say. In fact, without the mysterious force in his mind, Lin Ling could not have done it. God, what kind of method is this? Waking someone up with a slap? The glasses man was so surprised that his glasses fell to the ground. He secretly said, what a powerful method of picking up girls, the skill is very high. Grandfather, you woke up. The beautiful girl suddenly cried tears of joy, and the old man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Through his granddaughter's words, he roughly knew the whole story. Can you cure me? The old man quickly asked. 50% chance, do you dare to bet? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios' mysterious power. The old man could not help but ponder. Currently, he could live for another 5 years or so. However, if his illness was cured, he might be able to live for another 10 years. Of course, he was hesitant. He had visited all the major hospitals and found that his illness could not be cured. Now that an ordinary-looking kid said that he could cure it, it would be strange if he did not hesitate. However, when he thought of the kid's mysterious methods, he nodded and said, then I'll take the bet. Lin Ling was a little surprised. This old man did not seem like an ordinary person. He had great courage and he had the aura of a superior. All right. Lin Ling nodded and let the old man sit up. The warm power in his mind seemed to be growing continuously. At first, it was like a seed, but it gradually began to germinate. Lin Ling realized that in the process of helping the old man, the seed grew faster and faster. Moreover, Lin Ling felt that his eyes could see through the old man's body. Suddenly, two of his fingers shot out and landed on the old man's body, causing the old man to spit out blood. This scene undoubtedly caused the carriages to be filled with shock. Some of the more timid ones even let out screams. Was Lin Ling treating him? This was murder, all right? The beautiful girl was also extremely worried. However, when she saw the determination in her grandfather's eyes, she endured it. Moreover, when her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling, she could not help but be attracted to him. Since young, she had seen countless rich young masters and had come into contact with many talented people. However, this was the first time she had seen a youth like Lin Ling. That feeling made the young man seem as ethereal as an immortal. Done. With Lin Ling's final finger, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face actually turned rosy. In fact, he did not know that Lin Ling had used his finger to infuse the mysterious power in his mind into the old man's body and repair his heart. Previously, when Lin Ling said that there was a 50% chance, it was because it was the first time he had used such a method. He was not confident. Next, let's recuperate. Lin Ling stood up. His face was a little pale. Then, he walked towards Huang Wei. Right now, his mind was occupied by the mysterious power in his mind. What was it? Furthermore, why did something that didn't exist before appear after a dream? After Lin Ling left, the crowd stared at the old man. Seeing that he seemed to be fine, they were all shocked. As for the bespectacled man, he had already run away with his tail between his legs. He was even secretly shocked. Young people these days, in order to pick up girls, there was nothing they couldn't do. At the very least, he had never seen such a crude method in any of the major hospitals. Lin Ling, you really succeeded. I'm impressed. After curing the old man, you calmly left and hid your achievements and fame. I give you full marks for acting tough. Huang Wei, who was following behind Lin Ling, was also surprised. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He didn't do it to pick up girls. First, it was to save people. Secondly, the mysterious power in his mind made him more and more curious, which was why he used those methods. Brother Lin Ling, where did you learn the 6-pulse divine swords finger technique? Teach me, I, Huang Wei, kneel before you. Huang Wei kept saying. Unfortunately, before the two of them could sit down, the broadcast sounded, Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Shaoguan Station. Passengers alighting at Shaoguan Station, please prepare your luggage and get off. Goodbye. Let's talk when we get back. Lin Ling picked up his luggage and left with Huang Wei. At that moment, the old man's face was still full of disbelief. At first, he thought that it was a dream, but now, he felt that it was not a dream. He could only say that an expert was in the human world. Grandpa, how is it? The beautiful girl asked worriedly. I feel like I can beat a cow to death now. The old man gradually smiled. At that moment, a large number of people rushed into the carriage and looked at the old man worriedly. Director Liu, are you all right? These people were dressed decently. It seemed that they came from a powerful background. I'm fine. The old man changed his attitude and said calmly. The aura of a superior person quietly spread out. Oh right, where's that kid? The train arrived at the station and he seemed to have left. Bastard, I wanted to thank him properly. Schwerer, do you know where he came from? That kid isn't simple. Grandpa, I don't know, but I'll find him. The beautiful girl looked out of the carriage. Unfortunately, there was a sea of people outside. The ethereal young man had disappeared into the sea of people. However, the clear gaze of the young man from before was imprinted in her heart and could not be erased. Wow, you really left just like that? You don't want the money or the beautiful girl? In the station, Huang Wei followed Lin Ling and said in surprise. The scene that shocked the crowd was everyone's dream, but Lin Ling was so low-key? He's just an ant. Lin Ling said subconsciously. An ant? Huang Wei's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling also reacted. The reason why he called him an ant was because he felt that the admiration and surprise of these mortals was not a big deal. However, this was just his subconscious reaction. "Brother, I'll kneel to you." Seeing that Lin Ling was not pretending to be calm, Huang Wei almost kneeled. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He really was not pretending, both of them were losers among losers. They were very ordinary, so after getting off the train, they rushed to work. The work they did was also very ordinary. They did not know that the city's #1 evil group, the Snow Knight group, was looking for them with all their might. After a busy day, Lin Ling began to prepare for the evening business. He seemed to be doing ordinary work, but deep in his heart, there was a fighting spirit. He had always wanted to work hard to build his own business. Unfortunately, he had no background and no family background. Everything depended on himself. The thing in my mind is getting stronger and stronger. What is it? Why do I have a feeling that when it awakens, I'll leave this place? In his free time, Lin Ling looked at the sky and the nostalgia in his heart grew stronger. He had a feeling that his home wasn't here. What? Thinking of Lu Miaodong again? Noticing that Lin Ling was deep in thought, Huang Wei laughed. At this point, Lin Ling subconsciously took out a handkerchief from his chest. This handkerchief belonged to Lu Miaodong. Lin Ling knew Lu Miaodong when he was very young. At that time, he was bullied by street thugs and his head was broken. Lu Miaodong saw that Lin Ling was a little pitiful and used this handkerchief to bandage Lin Ling's head. It was also because of that favor that Lin Ling remembered it to this day. Later in middle school, he and Lu Miaodong were in the same class. The two of them also had an indescribable feeling. Unfortunately, as time passed, the former simple Lu Miaodong became more and more powerful. Gradually, she and Lin Ling walked further and further apart. To put it bluntly, this was because Lin Ling was a poor loser. Lu Miaodong's family background was a business family. She could be said to be the daughter of a rich family. "Goodbye, classmate." Lin Ling smiled. "I know, I just feel like I owe her a favor. This handkerchief, if there's a chance, I want to return it to her." First love is beautiful, but unfortunately, reality is also cruel, so Lin Ling slowly accepted the reality, and the peaceful days passed just like that. What surprised Lin Ling was that the energy in his mind was getting stronger and stronger, as if it would explode at any time. This made him want to go to the hospital, but in the end, he didn't want to be a lab rat, so he suppressed that thought. On this day, the two of them opened a stall in the night market as usual. The so-called stall was actually a barbecue stall, and this barbecue stall was also the beginning of their dreams. As time passed, the streets gradually became lively, so Lin Ling and Huang Wei's business was extremely good. "Please give me a string of chives." At this moment, a clear voice came from the stall, making Lin Ling smile and nod. When he looked up, he was stunned. There were 3 people in front of him, all of them were about 18 or 19 years old, and they were dressed fashionably, holding the latest iPhone 7 in their hands. These 3 were clearly the representatives of fair, rich, and beautiful women. However, Lin Ling stared at one of the women. That woman looked very gentle, her skin was very white, and at this moment, she was also looking at Lin Ling in astonishment. "It's you." Lin Ling smiled and finally said, "Don't worry. I also didn't expect it to be you." That woman also smiled and said, looking at Lin Ling's stall, and said, "My sister suddenly wanted to eat these things. In fact, I don't think it's clean, but I didn't expect to see you when I followed them." It was unknown whether it was a matter of luck or Lin Ling's bad luck, because this woman was actually Lu Miaodong. Huang Wei smiled bitterly at the side. Lin Ling's current appearance was seen by Lu Miaodong. Lin Ling must be very embarrassed. "Miaodong, who is this? He looks very handsome, but a little down." The 2 women beside Lu Miaodong also asked curiously. "My former classmate." Lu Miaodong smiled. "Oh, so you're classmates. But you both graduated from the same school. How come after graduation, one is the sky and the other is the earth?" The 2 beauties shrugged their shoulders, but their words were filled with disdain. They simply looked down on Lin Ling. Hearing this, Huang Wei secretly shook his head. Lin Ling had lost a lot of face this time. No matter what, Lin Ling and Lu Miaodong could be considered childhood sweethearts. In the end, one was still the daughter of a rich family, while the other was running a stall on the street. If the 2 of them did not meet, it would have been fine. But if they did, hee, this silent slap in the face was very satisfying. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he found that Lin Ling's reaction was very calm, without any awkwardness, and when Lu Miaotong saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Ling actually didn't feel inferior. In fact, she quite liked this boy when she was young because he was very hardworking. With his perseverance and diligence, he didn't lose to anyone in his studies. Unfortunately, as she grew up, she gradually realized that this society was all about money, and Lin Ling was obviously a poor ghost. That was also why she gradually distanced herself from Lin Ling. Today, when she saw Lin Ling again, she thought that Lin Ling would show a humble smile and treat her as a white swan. However, Lin Ling did not. Actually, are you interested in joining our company? After all, compared to doing this, our company is indeed much better. Suppressing the thoughts in her heart, Lu Miaotong's Hongyan's small mouth moved. Hee, then there's no need. This profession is actually quite free. Lin Ling replied with a smile and handed over the roasted chives. The whole process was free and easy. In fact, if it was the previous Lin Ling, right now, he would certainly be very embarrassed and feel very ashamed. But for some reason, after experiencing that dream, he didn't seem to care about these gazes at all. Instead, he seemed to be doing things his own way. This profession, although free, but there's no future. Lu Miaotong frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't like Lin Ling's attitude very much, because, in the past, she also liked this boy, so she wanted to see Lin Ling's admiring gaze more than this indifference. Freedom is good. Lin Ling shook his head and said. This made Lu Miaotong's anger more and more, but she still smiled and said, next month is my birthday. We've known each other for a long time, so I hope you can come. As for the gift, it's good that you have the heart. Miaotong, you actually invited him? You should know that young Master Li was prepared to give you a Maserati, but you rejected him. If this kid comes, he won't give you a bunch of chives. Hearing Lu Miaotong's words, the FRB next to her was surprised. Her words were direct and did not consider Lin Ling and Huang Wei's self-esteem at all. And the fact was indeed so. Huang Wei somewhat couldn't bear it. Inviting them, was this to embarrass them? However, Lin Ling's reaction was still calm. Okay, some things, it's time to return to you. In his hand, the handkerchief quietly appeared. He felt that it was time to end things, leaving in his heart, after all, was just an inner demon. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Miaotong obviously did not care about the things in Lin Ling's mouth. After laughing, she left with her best friend. On the way, Lu Miaotong received a phone call, and slightly raised her voice to reply, Dad, did the Snow Yi Group agree to cooperate with our company? That's great, that's an order of 80 million. Come back quickly, Snow Yi Group CEO Lu, he seems to have recovered from his illness. Now, Shaoguan City's famous people are congratulating him. Okay. The sound of high heels, with pride, disappeared in the street, and the street was silent. Snow Yi Group, this is the city's #1 group, it can be said that the whole city is controlled by this group. If this group wants to close a company, it's just a matter of moving their eyebrows, moreover, not only in business, but also in other areas of the city. What a proud swan, talking about the Snow Yi Group, as if knowing the Snow Yi Group is something. And an order of 80 million, shouting so loudly, are you afraid that the whole street can't hear you? After Lu Miaotong and the others disappeared, Huang Wei unwillingly said. Of course, he was just saying. In fact, if he was given 80 million, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep for a year. Haha, everyone has their own circle of life, don't worry about it. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. You are too calm. If it were me, I would have already scolded. So what if you have money, why do you look down on people? Huang Wei was still chattering, if it were up to me, don't go to her birthday, you will only be laughed at. What they think is none of my business, I just want to settle the matter in my heart. Lin Ling said unhurriedly, and then continued to busy himself. However, what happened before seemed to be just the beginning. After only an hour, a few familiar figures slowly walked in the street, and what they talked about was nothing more than cars, houses, and so on. He's your father, this voice was naturally noticed by Huang Wei. When he looked over, his expression immediately turned ugly. Xiao Wenda, Luo Laizhu, Luo Hua, what bad luck. The three of them were dressed rather brightly. They were Lin Ling's classmates. After graduation, Lin Ling did not have much contact with his classmates. Occasionally, he would hear news about how a certain classmate was doing, or that a certain classmate had become a manager, etc. The innocence she had when she was studying in the past had disappeared. What was left behind was competition. "Hey, Lin Ling, Huang Wei." At this time, a surprised voice sounded. Among the three people, a plump man stared at Lin Ling. This person was called Luo Laizhu. If Lin Ling remembered correctly, he seemed to be the manager of a mobile phone brand. "Hee, old classmate." The other two also walked over with a smile, but their gazes were strange. In the past, Lin Ling was an extremely low-key existence in the class. Over time, no one looked up to him. After graduation, Lin Ling was still the same. Moreover, he was an extremely poor existence. Therefore, they did not inform Lin Ling of the several class gatherings. Instead, during the gatherings, Lin Ling became the laughing stock. Perhaps Lin Ling was at the bottom of the list, and those students who were just average could find a sense of superiority in him. "You're still doing this? Hee, how much money can you find in a day?" The fatty Luo Laizhu said with a faint smile. He had the demeanor of an expert. The other two also had similar appearances. "Barely making ends meet." "You can say that I have more freedom." Lin Ling looked at the three of them indifferently and replied with a smile. After he finished speaking, he took out a cigarette and handed it over. However, who would have thought that fatty Luo would refuse with a smile? He even took out his high-end cigarettes and handed them to Lin Ling as if he was bestowing a gift. He smiled and said, "Cigarettes that are too cheap are harmful to the body, so you should smoke mine." Seeing this, the anger in Huang Wei's heart boiled even more. Wasn't this fatty a manager? As a manager, he should be the best at flattering others. Why didn't he even know common courtesy? He didn't even accept the cigarette, right? Perhaps Lin Ling was not one of the people he wanted to flatter, because Lin Ling was not even qualified to be fatty Luo's customer. However, they were classmates, after all. Did he have to be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling was used to Huang Wei's excitement and took the cigarette with a smile. "Huang Wei, come, have one too." Seeing Lin Ling's calm reaction and not showing any humility, the fat man looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei snorted and took the cigarette. He said in a strange tone, "I heard that Luo Ling is doing well. Now he's a brand mobile phone manager. I wonder if you can give me a discount when I buy a phone from you." "Hee, I'll give it to you." Student Luo raised his chin and spat out the words unhurriedly. He was rich and imposing, as if he was rewarding Lin Ling and Lin Feng. These words were obviously polite, but how could they not be arrogant and disdainful? Hee, forthright. As expected of student Luo from class 3 to 5. Huang Wei clenched his fists in anger, but still smiled. "Oh right, Lu Miaodong's birthday is next month. Lin Ling, Huang Wei, you'll be attending, right?" "I received her invitation, and I plan to attend this time." "Good, see you then. We haven't seen each other in a few years, so this time we can catch up. We'll be leaving first." After a few conversations, the students seemed to enjoy a sense of superiority, so they left with smiles. On the way, the three of them enthusiastically talked about cars, as if deciding on a high-end joint venture car to buy. Hee, next month, Lin Ling and Huang Wei won't be riding bicycles, right? Faintly, Lin Ling and Huang Wei both heard fatty Luo's laughter. "You've gone too far." Huang Wei was furious. "Let's wrap up early today, I'm full from anger." Lin Ling was busy with the work at hand. He smiled faintly, "Why bother with them? You should know that in this world, no matter what you do, there will be people laughing at you, but there will also be people supporting you. Therefore, don't mind the voices of passers-by, just be firm." "Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to talk about life philosophy." "Lin Ling, why do I feel like you've changed after coming back? Could it be that you've seen through the world of mortals and are preparing to become a monk?" Huang Wei moved his chubby face closer to Lin Ling, sizing up Lin Ling with great curiosity. Lin Ling was too indifferent, giving him the feeling that he was as elegant as an immortal. "Scram." Lin Ling laughed and scolded, his heart heavy. In fact, he didn't know why he could say those words, but he felt that he really didn't care about the high and mighty attitude of the students before. It was as if he was watching a clown dance. Could it be that their views were different because of their different perspectives? Could it be that he was really an all-powerful sovereign, so he couldn't get angry at the mockery of these mortals? Since business is SOSO today, let's just treat it as a holiday and have a meal. Lin Ling and Huang Wei shook their heads and started to wrap up their files. Lin Ling didn't realize that his previous calm thinking had made the mysterious ball of light in his mind even more exuberant. That ball of light seemed to be constantly reminding Lin Ling that he, Lin Ling, didn't belong here. Another world was his, and this was just the world of ants. He mustn't indulge in it. Fatty Luo's 3 classmates were chatting cheerfully and wittily, talking about how Lin Ling was down and out. Suddenly, Fatty Luo's phone rang. "Are you there, Luo Laizhu? Is that Director Lu?" Yes, I'm here." When Fatty Luo saw the number, he hurriedly picked it up and flashed a flattering smile. This was because this person was his superior. "You often go to the market, so you must be familiar with this area. I need you to help me find someone. I'll send you a photo later. Find him as soon as possible. Whoever finds him will be heavily rewarded." A dignified voice came from the other side of the phone. "Yes, Director Lu. But who is this person? Why did Director Lu call you personally? This person is amazing. It's not just me, but the entire Shaoguan city is looking for him right now. It's the Snow Knight Group's order, so his background is just like your father's. He's also your boss. Master, you're his dog. Do you hear me?" Fatty Luo sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. The voice came from the phone again. "You'd better find him and treat him like your father. If you find him, you can take my position. If you can't find him, then pack up and get out of here." "Yes, Director Lu." Fatty Luo didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After he hung up, a photo was sent to his phone. Unfortunately, it was a photo of a sketch. This person looks like Lin Ling. Beside him, Luo Hua stared at the image on the phone and shouted in surprise. "It looks like him, but it's impossible. This person must have a big background if the Snow Knight Group is personally involved. Lin Ling is doing so poorly. How could it be him? Besides, this is just a sketch. It's just a drawing." Fatty Luo immediately shook his head. Birthday party at this moment, everyone in the city, be it black or white, as long as they had some background, they were all looking for that mysterious person. Unfortunately, that person was like a stone thrown into the sea. They still had no clue. Lin Ling once again returned to his peaceful days and quietly waited for the light in his mind. "Lin Ling, you're early. You're so hardworking. Going to work again? You came back late last night. Take a rest today." "Morning. Lin Ling, good morning." "Morning." The place where Lin Ling lived was an ordinary residential building. The people nearby all knew Lin Ling and knew that this young man treated people with sincerity and was very good. Lin Ling was also extremely courteous to the neighbors around him. However, these peaceful days only lasted for half a month before another sensational news spread throughout the city. This was because the daughter of Qian Mao Company, Lu Miaotong, was going to have a birthday party. Everyone in the city was going to attend. What was even more surprising was that Qian Mao Company had even invited the boss of the Snow Knight Group and the mysterious little princess. However, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. The news was broadcasted on TV and the whole city was shocked. Many people wanted to be qualified to attend the party. Unfortunately, the door was too high and many people were stopped. As time passed, it was Lu Miaotong's birthday party. "Lin Ling, how many points do you give me for this outfit? Today is a class reunion and there will be many famous people. Who knows, I might be able to hook up with a rich and beautiful girl." Morning. Huang Wei put on his suit early in the morning. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt that he was more handsome. As for Lin Ling, he was still wearing a white shirt and his washed-out jeans. Hearing Huang Wei's words, Lin Ling shook his head and said, "With your looks, you can't compare to others no matter what you wear. So why bother? Let nature take its course. Okay, I'll kneel to you again." Seeing Lin Ling's outfit, Huang Wei could not help but admire Lin Ling's indifference. The two of them quickly headed towards the birthday party. at this moment, in the tallest skyscraper in the city, which was also the center of the famous Snow Night group in the Pearl River Delta region, an old man was holding a glass of wine. Through the window, he seemed to be looking at the city. "Director Liu, your heart has just recovered. You must abstain from alcohol." Next to him, a middle-aged man in a suit said respectfully. "My heart is fine now." The old man turned around with a smile. "Although the power of technology is very strong, the mysterious power from the East is even more powerful. By the way, do you think that kid is from the Yin sect? Secret order?" Hearing those two words, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Huaxia had a long history, and there were many unsolved mysteries, such as the Qin Emperor's pursuit of immortality, Lao Zi's Tao Te Ching, and so on. A long, long time ago, there were people who pursued the path of immortality. These people were usually hidden in the deep mountains, but they had extraordinary abilities. They even called themselves immortals. But if he's from the Yin sect, he shouldn't be helping Director Liu. Last time, Mr. Long came to propose marriage many times, but he was rejected by Director Liu. Mr. Long seems to be from the Yin sect, so the Yin sect and Director Liu should not be on good terms. The middle-aged man said. Hee, Mr. Long only has a good family background. Although he has his eyes on Schwerer, he has his eyes on the Snow Night group. Hee, the Yin sect calls themselves immortals, and they don't eat the food of mortals. That's just a sign they put up. When the Yin sect was mentioned, the old man's expression turned cold. When he had met Mr. Long in the past, the other party was high and mighty. At that time, he knew that the Yin sect was very arrogant. Now that he had rejected Mr. Long, he did not know what kind of perverted things the Yin sect would do. After all, that kind of immortal sect would not allow mortals to invade. "Grandfather, are you done? Miaodong's birthday is about to begin." At that moment, the door was pushed open and a young girl in a pink evening dress walked in with a smile. Her curves were graceful and she wore a pair of exquisite high heels. Although her dress was not fussy, she gave off an extremely noble feeling. Moreover, amidst her nobility, there was a pure aura that a young girl should have. My Schwer is still the prettiest." The old man's eyes lit up and he could not help but praise her. "How annoying, grandfather is laughing at Schwer again." The young girl's pretty face blushed slightly. Then, she held the old man's hand and left happily. The old man shook his head. In reality, with Qian Mao Company's status, they had no right to invite them. However, after the incident on the train, he realized that his pampered granddaughter seemed to be looking for that young man all the time. So, in order to let his granddaughter relax, he brought her to the birthday party. After they left, on the other side of an extremely high-end building, a young man with neat long hair tied behind his head played with a glass of red wine in his hand. After shaking it, he gently drank it. "That old bastard Lu Fei is still alive?" A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face. He was Sir Long. Next to him was an old woman. On the surface, she looked very kind but her words were very vicious. "Young master, we thought that the old bastard didn't have much time left so we didn't attack him. Who would have thought that the old bastard would come back to life? It looks like the secret order will have to take action. Of course, I'm very interested in Schwerer. Furthermore, the secret order needs a springboard in the secular world to deal with complicated matters. The Snowy Night group is very suitable." The young man's lips curled into a cold smile. Dragon scales had appeared on his face. The secret order had clearly taken a liking to the rich and imposing Snowy Night group. At that moment, Lin Ling and Huang Wei continued to move forward. However, at that moment, Lin Ling frowned. The mysterious energy in his mind had reacted strangely and made him look in a certain direction. This was because he had sensed a powerful presence in that direction. Of course, that kind of power seemed very weak to him. It was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that only when the energy in his mind completely exploded would he be able to find out everything. Lu Miaodong's birthday party was undoubtedly very luxurious. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they were shocked by the sea of people. Furthermore, when they looked over, they saw that the birthday party was held on a large lawn. The people there were dressed very well and looked very rich. Seeing this, Huang Wei immediately felt guilty. His suit had been bought from a street stall for $100. It was the worst of the worst and did not have the right to mingle with the upper class. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was calm and collected as he slowly walked forward. This guy. Huang Wei was speechless. He suspected that Lin Ling's heart was like an iceberg. Why was he not moved at all? Screech, at that moment, a luxurious BMW 5 Series swung the rear of the car and made a drift in front of Lin Ling and Huang Wei. Hey, isn't this student Lin and student Huang? Long time no see. Then, a surprised voice came from the car. A young man who looked like a rich second generation smiled as he looked over. Li Guifa? Li Guifa? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Miss Schwer Hehe, did you walk here? I told you earlier that I would pick you up. However, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to park the car. Okay. The owner of the BMW left a sentence and drove away confidently, making Huang Wei narrow his eyes. Another pretentious guy. Damn. He didn't think that the other party would come to pick them up. To put it bluntly, he was just showing off in front of them. What a weak mount. I can cut it in half with a sword. Compared to my little saint, it's just a pile of scrap iron. Lin Ling shook his head and expressed his opinion subconsciously. However, after saying that, he smiled bitterly. How could he say such pretentious words? It seemed that the light in his mind was getting stronger and stronger. It was only a matter of time before the light broke. What's your little saint? How could he be so awesome? Huang Wei opened his mouth wide. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. An ancient snake whose end can't be seen with a single glance. Okay. You can act pretentious in front of me, but don't act pretentious in front of your classmates. Huang Wei sighed softly. The two of them entered the birthday party. The birthday party was packed with people. After Lin Ling and Huang Wei entered, some people stared at Lin Ling and snickered secretly. This was because the people who came here were all wearing branded suits. Each suit cost tens of thousands, and the more expensive ones cost hundreds of thousands. Lin Ling was wearing a white shirt and a pair of jeans that had been washed until they were white. Such an outfit would be very common anywhere, let alone here. Who called them here? What a disgrace. Disdainful. Someone whispered in disdain. Gradually, many strange gazes were directed at Huang Wei, causing him to wish that he could find a hole to crawl into. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. Lin Ling, Huang Wei, over here. Yes. Soon, a voice came from another direction. He looked over and found that the table over there was filled with his former classmates. No way, you're actually wearing jeans? I admire you. If you can't afford a suit, you should have said so earlier. I could have bought you one. Yes. Before Lin Ling and the other person even got close, Student Luo let out an exasperated voice. Hehe, Lin Ling seems to be selling barbecue now. Why are you doing so poorly? Sigh, in the past, he was just a nobody. I didn't expect him to be the same after graduation. Look at Li Guifa, he even drives a BMW. It's not easy for everyone, so let's talk less. The other students smiled politely, but their words were not polite. Moreover, no one greeted Lin Ling when he walked over. They all sat there and talked cheerfully. Fatty Luo, on the other hand, was extremely popular because he was the regional manager and knew many people. The other students naturally fawned over him. In the face of such a situation, Lin Ling still looked indifferent. He sat down at another table. That table was filled with ordinary students. In the past, when they were studying, they were also very ordinary and low-key existences. Xiaoyan, didn't you have a crush on Lin Ling before? When you see him again today, do you still feel that heartbeat? It's useless to talk about the past now. Although Lin Ling was indeed very handsome when he was studying, it's a pity that he looks so down and out now. In the group of female students, a woman in luxurious clothes shook her head and said. They looked at Lin Ling with a gaze of sympathy. I knew that coming to a class reunion was bound to be mocked. Huang Wei was too lazy to listen to the voices around him. He gorged himself on the food on the table. Then why are you here again? Lin Ling also picked up a glass of wine and drank. I'm here for the food. It's such a big lobster and shark fin. It's a waste not to eat. Huang Wei's mouth was stuffed. Being looked down upon and mocked is free anyway. It's not like I'll lose any meat. They can laugh if they want. Lin Ling was speechless. However, he knew that Huang Wei's words were simple on the surface. In reality, the flames of indignation were burning in his heart. Everyone had dignity, while the two of them were eating and drinking, more and more important people arrived. When the people from the Snowy Night group arrived, the birthday party quieted down. So beautiful. Is that Miss Cher from the Snowy Night group? TSK, she's both rich and beautiful. Whoever marries her will be the #1 person in the city. Stop dreaming. You can't even marry Lu Miaodong. That kind of beauty, you're only qualified to look at her from afar. Oh my god, that's a limited edition Hermes bag. There are only 50 models in the world. I can't believe the Snowy Night group bought it. And it's so compatible with Miss Cher. She's even prettier in real life than in the photos. Both male and female students were looking at the beautiful girl from afar with admiration. Without a doubt, although today was Lu Miaodong's birthday, the real goddess was Cher. Look, Xiao Yan went over. He wants to get to know Cher. He's just overestimating himself. A student stared at a young man. At this moment, the young man walked over confidently with a glass of red wine. He really did want to get to know Cher. Unfortunately, he was stopped. In fact, if it wasn't for the birthday party, he would have been chased away. His actions were like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Haha. The students laughed, but they didn't find it strange. Cher was flawless. How could a normal person get close to her? Sister Cher. The host, Lu Miaodong, also came to welcome them personally. She was wearing a white princess dress today, and the precious ocean's heart hung around her neck. Although she was also very dazzling, she was still very dim compared to Schwerer. Sister Miaodong. Schwerer said with a smile. Lu Miaodong personally held her hand and walked forward. There was a huge cake there, and she invited Cher to cut it together. Suddenly, the birthday song was played and everyone applauded. Moreover, the son of a nouveau riche wanted to shock everyone and was the first to present a birthday gift. He even invited Lu Miaodong for a dance. Of course, the dance was just the beginning. His real goal was to woo Lu Miaodong, and that birthday gift was a Mercedes-Benz of the latest model. Therefore, the crowd was in an uproar. Alright, I'll dance with you later. Lu Miaodong smiled. She acted very ladylike, but the vanity in her heart was greatly satisfied. Cher didn't like to fight for the attention because the host today was Lu Miaodong. She left with a smile and slowly walked towards her grandfather. One by one, the famous people presented birthday gifts. The lowest value of those gifts was 100,000 yuan. The crowd was in an uproar, especially some of the young masters. They also elegantly invited Lu Miaodong for a dance. In response, Lu Miaodong smiled slightly. She didn't reject or accept. Gradually, it was her classmates' turn. Suddenly, those classmates walked over nervously. No matter what, when Lu Miaodong was studying, she had always been the proud daughter of heaven that they looked up to, and now they still had to look up to her. It's you? Hee, thank you classmate Luo. Thank you everyone. Although the gifts from her classmates couldn't be compared to others, it was still a decent gift. This made Lu Miaodong feel happy that her classmates didn't embarrass her. Lin Ling and Huang Wei were also among them. Huang Wei shamelessly gave a pirated Hermes bag. He hoped that no one would be able to tell that it was a fake. Of course, everyone knew Huang Wei's family background, so they couldn't help but secretly laugh. When it was Lin Ling's turn, Lin Ling gave an extremely delicate little box. This little box was personally wrapped by him last night. However, the material used wasn't luxurious, so it looked delicate but didn't seem expensive. Miaodong classmate, why don't you take a look at the gift? Among the classmates, someone suddenly shouted. No one knew if it was intentional or unintentional. On the other hand, the male students were all smiles. In their minds, what kind of gift could Lin Ling give? Perhaps it would be a bunch of roasted leeks. If that happened, Lin Ling would be so embarrassed that she would be unable to show her face. These guys. Huang Wei's face suddenly turned ugly. His classmates clearly had the intention to tease Lin Ling. Lin Ling, can you help me open it? Lu Miaodong naturally couldn't refuse her classmate's invitation. Lin Ling was silent for a moment, then calmly nodded. He slowly opened the little box and finally took out a white handkerchief. This handkerchief looked a bit old. Although it was very old, it was washed very clean. It could be seen that the owner cherished this handkerchief very much. However, after this handkerchief was taken out, the entire birthday party fell silent. Those people with status almost burst out laughing. Was that a rag? As for the classmates, they all covered their mouths and laughed. They thought that Lin Ling would give some cheap gift. Who knew that this kid was so thrifty that he actually gave a rag? This kind of rag, even if it was thrown on the ground, no one would pick it up. This. Lu Miaodong was also extremely surprised. This is your handkerchief. When I was 10 years old, you gave it to me. Today, I'm here to return it to you. Lin Ling did not seem to notice the mockery around him. He smiled, and his smile was extremely pure. Lu Miaodong was stunned. She finally had some recollection. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so persistent. He still remembered what happened when he was 10 years old because this handkerchief was the first time they met. However, a few years have passed. Everything is the people are the same. The innocence of the past was gone with the wind today. Thank you. Lu Miaodong smiled and took the handkerchief. Lin Ling also nodded. He did not know why, but after returning the handkerchief, he felt incomparably relaxed. It was as if the wish that had been suppressed in his heart had finally been fulfilled. It was as if Miaodong in his heart in this world, his Mialis is. Now that this matter had been settled, the mysterious power in his mind began to surge like waves, even emitting explosive sounds. This caused Lin Ling's face to turn somewhat pale. After giving a courteous smile, he wanted to return to his seat. As he left, Lu Miaodong didn't say anything. Instead, she courteously welcomed the others. Lin Ling could see that Lu Miaodong had quietly tossed the handkerchief to the ground, and even stepped on it a few times. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed. The young Lu Miaodong had already walked further and further away. Everyone has their own first love. As time passes, that first love is just a memory, it doesn't mean anything, but now, that first love was no longer important to Lin Ling. Bang, however, as Lin Ling was retreating, because of the pain in his head, he accidentally bumped into someone. Immediately, a sharp and clear scream sounded out, and because of Lin Ling's careless bump, wine spilled all over that person's body. This unforeseen event instantly caused the lively birthday party to fall into a deathly silence, because everyone saw that Lin Ling actually bumped into Miss Schwerer. That guy is really an idiot. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and they started to sympathize with Lin Ling. It's over. Miss Schwerer's dress alone is probably worth more than $1 million. Lin Ling can't afford it. This Lin Ling, he's been humiliated again and again today. As for Lin Ling's classmates, they were all smiling and shaking their heads, as if they were watching a good show. As for Lu Miaodong, she was complaining about Lin Ling. What a disgrace. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have invited that country bumpkin. Little sister Schwerer, I'm very sorry. He's my classmate. Without thinking too much, Lu Miaodong quickly walked towards Schwerer, hoping that she wouldn't be so angry. However, to everyone's surprise, Schwerer didn't say much. Instead, she looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. That was because she knew this young man, and also because this young man was her grandfather's savior. Although they had only met once, it was fated. That one glance was as if they had met for thousands of lifetimes. It was still the same clean white shirt, the same clear eyes, and the same ethereal handsome face. It's you. Schwerer suddenly became excited. As soon as she said that, the whole party fell silent. The young lady of the city's #1 group, she seemed to know Lin Ling? I must be dreaming. Those classmates' jaws dropped at this moment. Even classmate Xiao was tongue-tied. Previously, he wanted to get close to Miss Schwerer, but who knew that she would coldly reject him? And Lin Ling, this trash existence, Miss Schwerer actually knew him. This must be a dream. It's you. At this moment, Lin Ling was slightly awake, but the voices in his mind were increasing. It's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time. Grandpa is also looking for you. Hearing Lin Ling's voice, Schwerer became even more excited. Her voice was no doubt. It was no wonder that her voice was like a bolt from the blue. bombarding the whole place. Miss Schwer is looking for Lin Ling? Even the boss of the Snow Knight group is looking for him? What the hell is going on? However, what shocked everyone was that after facing the young lady, Lin Ling actually turned around and left after politely greeting her. In fact, at this moment, he was digesting the memories in his mind, so he wanted to find a quiet place. Wait, can I invite you for a dance? Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to disappear again, Schwer naturally refused. She bit her lips and subconsciously spoke, bang, bang, bang. Many of the wine glasses in their hands fell to the ground out of shock. Dance? Lin Ling can actually dance with Miss Schwer? Moreover, Miss Schwer personally invited him. Those people with status were all incomparably shocked at this moment. This was because when Miss Schwer arrived, everyone looked at her with admiration. No one dared to invite her to dance, because she was not worthy. However, that plainly dressed young man was personally invited. The students all sucked in a breath of cold air. Among them, student Luo's expression changed drastically. Could it be that he's the mysterious young man that the Snow Knight group has been looking for? As soon as these words fell, all the students felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone in the city knew that the Snow Knight group was looking for a mysterious young man. The Snow Knight group had even released news that this person could be treated as the boss of the Snow Knight group. Even that mysterious boss Lu had hinted that he already regarded this mysterious young man as his son-in-law. This also meant that Lin Ling was very likely to be the heir of the Snow Knight group, and even Miss Schwer's future husband. There was really no need to compete. Plop, Li Guifa, who was driving a BMW, was so scared that he fell to the ground. His BMW was a piece of scrap metal to the Snow Knight group. What scared him the most was that he had been so proud of himself in front of Lin Ling. Student Luo wasn't any better. He remembered what his boss had said. When you see that young man, you have to treat him like a father, a boss, and a master. His boss, master, and even his father had actually been by his side before, but he had missed it. This guy is really amazing. Just based on the fact that he knows the Snow Knight group, who else in our class can do better than him? One by one, the students smiled bitterly, especially the female students. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Ling with strange gazes. At this moment, Lin Ling's clean white shirt didn't seem to represent that he was down and out. Instead, it represented that he was different from others. It represented that he was as pure as the white clouds in the sky, while they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Huang Wei, does Miss Schwer really know Lin Ling? Come, smoke my cigarette. After recovering from his shock, student Luo hurriedly looked at Huang Wei Dao and offered him a cigarette with both hands. He looked extremely respectful. In fact, Huang Wei was also surprised, because he never thought that the beautiful girl Lin Ling helped at the train station was actually the city's #1 young lady. Of course, even I know him. Then, Huang Wei was elated. It was a feeling of exaltation. He swept his gaze across the students. All of them had a smile on their faces. The disdainful look from before had disappeared without a trace, because all of them knew that the Snow Knight group could easily kill them. Their glamorous jobs and endless future would disappear in an instant. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Ling was equivalent to the sky that they had to look up to. Student Luo, didn't you want to give me a phone? How about giving me a phone today? Huang Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Tongxue. Luo Tongxue smiled bitterly. Brother Huang Wei, I wouldn't dare. You know the Snow Knight group. You can easily get a mobile phone factory, let alone a mobile phone. As soon as his words fell, the other students didn't want to be outdone and started to flatter him. Li Guifa even patted his chest and said, Big brother Huang Wei, although my BMW doesn't enter your eyes, you can drive it away at any time. Hee, I'm not worthy. You guys should just treat me and Lin Ling as good-for-nothing classmates. Huang Wei laughed coldly. His words were direct, making the students feel extremely awkward. Then, Huang Wei looked at Lu Miaotong, who was in a daze. He smiled faintly and said, Lu Miaotong, didn't you cooperate with the Snow Knight group? Wasn't there an order of 80 million? I wonder what kind of order it is. Me. Lu Miaotong's delicate body trembled. The pride she had always had was blown away by the wind at this moment. She couldn't be proud anymore. 80 million was nothing to the Snow Knight group. If Lin Ling had a good relationship with Miss Schwer, canceling the order would be a piece of cake. She never thought that the thing she was most proud of would be nothing to Lin Ling. Then, her gaze looked into the distance and landed on the dirty handkerchief on the ground. The regret in her heart suddenly became stronger. The cooperation between the Snow Knight group and the Qianmao group is still in negotiation. Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded from the other side. Although it was said to be negotiation, it was actually a rejection, because Lin Ling had cured the president of the Snow Knight group. A mere Qianmao group couldn't compare to Lin Ling at all. Because President Lu's life was worth 100 Qianmao group. Negotiation? Lu Miaodong's beautiful eyes suddenly became blank. Today was her birthday, and also the day when Qianmao group would achieve great things. However, because she had underestimated Lin Ling, the cooperation was interrupted. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have looked down on you. We're classmates. Lu Miaodong hurriedly said to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. His eyes were like an ancient well as he looked indifferently. He even looked at everything in front of him as if he was a passerby. Haha, classmates? We did come with the idea of being classmates, but you didn't treat us as classmates. You mocked us when we were studying, and you still do it now. Huang Wei was not as calm as Lin Ling and directly mocked. Such words undoubtedly made all of the students feel ashamed and unable to show their faces. Classmates, those are the memories of youth. After graduation, we go our separate ways. When we meet again, just cherish those memories. There's really no need to compare. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His words were calm, but they were like a silent slap to the faces of all the students. Compare, they only had power to compare. However, Lin Ling had just told them that when it came to comparing, they were no match for him. In fact, Lin Ling really did not care about what his classmates thought. He planned to leave after saying that sentence. Can you dance with me? Miss Schwer whispered again. Lin Ling frowned and pondered for a moment. Finally, he nodded. Sure, but I don't know how to dance. It's fine. I don't know how to dance either. Miss Schwer immediately revealed a happy smile. At the same time, music started to play. Under countless gazes, the young man and woman started to dance. Although Lin Ling really did not know how to dance, for some reason, after just one dance, he learned it easily. This caused all eyes to fall on the handsome man and woman. They were secretly shocked. It was really beautiful. It could be said that it was a peerless dance. Without a doubt, the real hosts of today's birthday party were Miss Schwer and Lin Ling. They would definitely cause a sensation in the city tomorrow. The faces of the students were filled with admiration. To them, Lin Ling was as elegant as an immortal. Moreover, they realized that Lin Ling was extremely calm throughout the entire process. There was no trace of a petty person getting his way. It was as if Lin Ling really did not care about these things. This realm of calmness showed the gap between them and Lin Ling. At the same time, some of the students looked at Lu Miaodong and could not help but laugh. They could not understand where Lu Miaodong got her confidence from. She actually rejected Lin Ling so arrogantly. Now, Lin Ling was personally invited by Miss Schwer. Compared to Lu Miaodong, Miss Schwer was a real princess and Lu Miaodong was just a servant. That kid is really not simple. On the other side, the old man smiled as he watched the two dance. Seeing Lin Ling's calm performance, he was even more certain that Lin Ling had a secret. This also proved that his judgment was not wrong. That's right. If an ordinary person was invited to dance by Miss Schwer, they would have been excited by now. But that young man is as calm as a breeze. If not for his young age, I would really think that he has experienced many ups and downs and walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Beside him, a middle-aged man also said solemnly. As people of high status, they had seen countless people, so they could sense that Lin Ling was different from the rest. Hee, I can see that my granddaughter likes him very much. The old man said with a smile. I, Lin Ling, am back. On the other side of the birthday party, a young man with long hair tied behind his head said coldly, Who is that country bumpkin? How dare he touch my woman? Young master. Young master, I've investigated him. His background is very ordinary. To the secret order, he's an ant among ants. At the side, an old woman who was adorned with jewels said coldly. Kill him as an example to the others. Young master. The young man took a sip of red wine and said, "An ant should have the awareness of an ant. Not just anyone can touch my woman. After killing that ant, I'll prepare to kill Director Liu. Then, everything will belong to me. Young master." It was as if he had the entire situation under control. Of course, with his backing from the secret order, he could do all this. Unfortunately, the high and mighty him did not know that the ant in his eyes was an existence beyond his imagination. In reality, no matter what his background was, even if he was from the secret order, to the youngest ancient giant, Lin Ling, destroying him was as easy as flipping his hand. When the birthday party ended, Lin Ling hurriedly left with Huang Wei. He really wanted to know what had happened to that mysterious object. "Lin Ling, take my car. Your domestic car, get lost. Lin Ling, take my BMW. We've been classmates for a few years. Let me send you back." When they reached the main road outside, the classmates courteously approached them. "Hee, thank you. But I'm used to walking, so maybe next time." Lin Ling smiled as he rejected them. His calmness made the classmates feel inferior, because, up until now, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of being high and mighty. He was still as calm as ever. On the other side of the main road, Shuer watched Lin Ling leave with disappointment in her eyes. "Hee, as long as we know who that person is, we'll have our chance." Next to her, her grandfather smiled and comforted her. Shuer's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded. In reality, she was also quite shocked because Lin Ling's attitude towards her was neither cold nor warm. "Director Liu, long time no see. Were you talking about that country bumpkin? Unfortunately, he's about to die." However, at this moment, two figures walked over from afar. The indifferent young man in the lead was young Master Long. These two people undoubtedly caused the old man's expression to change drastically. "The young master wants to work with you, but unfortunately, you've rejected him. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll have to force you. Let me tell you, you're nothing but ants if you want to fight against the secret order." The old woman next to Sir Long exuded a mysterious power. Plop, the bodyguards around Shuer and the old man immediately collapsed. Even the chauffeur who came to pick them up suddenly fainted, causing the luxury car to crash into the roadside wall. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that these two people could be said to be open and aboveboard, causing the surrounding people to be shocked again and again. "Obediently accept your death. Against me, you don't have any power to resist." The old woman coldly snorted and looked down at Shuer. At this moment, Shuer's expression changed slightly. Naturally, she knew what the secret order was. Most importantly, she had overheard that Lin Ling had been implicated as well. She instinctively turned to look at the back of the road and saw that Lin Ling and Huang Wei were walking along the main road. However, behind them, a large truck was heading straight towards them. Furthermore, she was not the only one who had seen it. Everyone else had seen it as well. At this moment, Lin Ling's head began to hurt even more. The mysterious power felt as if it was about to explode. However, at this critical moment, his intuition told him that danger was about to descend upon him. Subconsciously, he pushed Huang Wei away and threw himself to the other side. Almost as soon as he finished his action, the huge truck brushed past him. The truck's driver did not expect Lin Ling to react so quickly. His car rushed to the other side of the road. However, he was considered an experienced driver. He braked forcefully, turned the car around and charged towards Lin Ling again. He had received orders to kill Lin Ling, so he must succeed. However, the truck was quite far away. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to avoid it. However, a child happened to pass by in the middle of the road. The child was about 5 or 6 years old and was completely unaware of the approaching danger. His mother was chatting with someone else. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Furthermore, even if she had reacted, she would not have been able to help much with the truck's rampage. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Lin Ling's clear eyes quietly changed. The aura of a venerable emperor filled the air. Boom, his mind suddenly exploded, and countless voices finally rang out. Those bits and pieces drifted like fleeting clouds. Those familiar faces also appeared in his mind. Grandfather, Yu, mother, Yu, and so on. Furthermore, he knew that in this world, he, Lin Ling, was already dead. That was why he had transmigrated. However, someone had borrowed the powerful energy of the realm to reverse time and allow him to appear before he had died. It turned out that everything was like this. As for why Lin Ling was so sure, it was because of that child. Before Lin Ling had transmigrated, he had been killed by a car in order to save that child. That was why he had transmigrated. Therefore, what was happening in front of him had already happened. That was history repeating itself. Is this the energy of the realm? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forward and rushed toward the child. Whether history was repeating itself or not, he, Lin Ling, would still choose to save him. That's right. This is the energy of the realm. It can control the power of a realm and can reverse time. It seems that you have some understanding of what the realm is. And this realm is very weak. That's why I can reverse time and send you here. However, in the Wuxian realm, in your world, I can't do this with my realm unless I'm the master of a realm. Moreover, everyone's way of comprehending their realm is different. The only place that suits you, Lin Ling, is the place where you first came from. A voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling to be startled. Who are you? The person who helped you comprehend your realm, Lin Ling. You have already comprehended your realm. Come back, you will know who I am. All right. Lin Ling did not slow down. He had already arrived in front of the child and picked him up. However, the truck had already rushed over. Lin Ling. At this moment, Huang Wei anxiously shouted. Lin Ling's classmates were also shouting. Unfortunately, their shouts were not of much use. They could even imagine that what they would see next would be a tragedy. Ancient giants, I, Lin Ling, am back. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear the shouts around him. His expression was incomparably calm. That powerful strength of the past began to spread throughout his body. Various types of power of law sprouted like seeds, and there was even a trace of mysterious power of boundary essence. Through this experience, Lin Ling finally had a deep understanding of power of boundary essence. He stretched out one hand as if he wanted to use his thin arm to stop the truck. This action undoubtedly shocked the surrounding people once again. The next moment. Boom. Boundary element silence. The entire road was silent as countless gazes stared at the handsome young man with long hair fluttering in the wind. They seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Lu Miaodong's mouth was wide open. The figure that Lin Ling had left in her heart was now infinitely higher. Was this still the Lin Ling that she looked down on? Damn, is this Superman? Huang Wei was so scared that he knelt down. He never thought that his best friend who had been with him day and night would be so powerful. Could he be a legendary ancient warrior? The other students were not any better. Their gazes towards Lin Ling had already turned into worship. On the entire road, everyone was looking at Lin Ling, including young Master Long and the others. So there are millions of worlds in this world. My world is one world, and this is another world. And their destination is the martial god realm. Only by comprehending the boundary element can one enter the martial god realm. At this moment, Lin Ling was still hugging the child as he spoke. He stretched out his right hand, and on his finger, a wisp of white energy coiled around it. It seemed weak, but it suppressed an extremely terrifying power. This was the power of the universe, and also the boundary element. The boundary element was also a seed. After awakening, its power was even stronger than the laws. After all, the laws represented the rules of the world, but the boundary element represented the power of the universe. After awakening, all the laws could be transformed into boundary element, and one's strength would greatly increase. It could be said that a strand of boundary element was comparable to millions of laws. Everyone's path of martial arts, willpower, martial arts comprehension, and mental state are all different, so the path to comprehending boundary element is also different. The knot in my heart is obviously this world. I can't let go of the things in this world, so I can't comprehend boundary element. Lin Ling suddenly understood the mysterious man's intention, because this world also had many of Lin Ling's memories, such as his childhood studies, his first love, his experiences in junior high school, and so on. Even the child in his arms was an obsession in his heart. Therefore, the mysterious man sent Lin Ling to this world and used those memories and obsessions to let Lin Ling comprehend boundary element. Of course, if Lin Ling failed, he would stay here forever and become an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, the scene of the truck hitting the child woke Lin Ling up. Thank you. Lin Ling looked at the child in his arms and smiled. His smile was incomparably carefree. At this moment, he was filled with great confidence. Big brother, why are you thanking me? The child opened his clear eyes and asked curiously. Because my comprehension this time all relied on luck and fortune, and you are the one who brought me luck. Lin Ling said with a smile. At this time, the child's mother ran over and bowed to Lin Ling, thanking him profusely. Lin Ling also put the child down. Big brother, thank you. The child smiled at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling returned the smile. He looked into the distance and strode over. His pace was not fast, but in everyone's eyes, those steps carried a mysterious rhythm. So handsome. The hearts of Lin Ling's classmates jumped. In the past, he was the most low-key existence in the class, but today, he was the most dazzling existence. This guy is simply amazing. Huang Wei was also shocked. The feeling Lin Ling gave him was very unfamiliar, yet also very familiar. Shuer and the old man also looked at Lin Ling. They were sure that Lin Ling was definitely an ancient martial artist. Young Master Long also thought so. He did not expect that there would be such a strong person in the secular world. However, no matter how strong one was, could they compare to the Yin sect? Lin Ling had already stopped in front of Shuer and smiled, "Thank you." He knew very well that these people had more or less helped him in comprehending the boundary essence. Now that he was about to leave, he thanked them one by one. "Ah, there's no need for that." Shuer's heart immediately jumped when she saw Lin Ling's clear gaze. She did not know why, but she felt inferior when facing this elegant young man. Ancient martial artist? You're quite strong. At this moment, young Master Long said indifferently. His tone was very calm and carried a hint of disdain. The old woman next to him also narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin Ling. This young man's strength was not bad. He was qualified to be the young master's follower. It was no wonder that they were not afraid of Lin Ling. In Xianxia, the Yin sect was the strongest and had the longest history. Therefore, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was like an ant in front of the Yin sect. You can be the young master's follower. Furthermore, we're from the Yin sect. The old woman finally spoke and revealed her background. She wanted to surprise Lin Ling. In Xianxia, as long as one was a true expert, they would have more or less heard of the Yin sect. Those who heard these two words would all turn pale at the mention of it. Yin sect? What's that? I've never heard of it either. Could it be? The crowd was puzzled. However, the people here were all reputable and some of them had heard of the Yin sect. Could it be an ancient sect that has been passed down since the Qin dynasty? It's said that the members of this sect are all immortals. An old man cried out in surprise because he was also a practitioner of the Tao. Immortals? The crowd burst into an uproar. Every one of them doubted the old man's words. However, when they turned to look at the old man, they were shocked to find that the old man was a renowned Qigong master in the country. As for his words, it was obvious that he couldn't be lying. This meant that the mysterious old woman's background was very terrifying. However, when they thought about it, the old woman had not moved at all, but young Lady Shuer's bodyguards had fallen to the ground. This proved that the old woman was very powerful. I'm going to leave now. It's fate that brought us together. I'll give you a chance. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice the crowd's shock. Instead, he smiled at Shuer and pointed at her with his right hand. Several laws flowed into Shuer's body and helped her to be reborn. And your grandfather? Then, Lin Ling pointed at Director Liu, causing Director Liu's body to tremble. A mysterious power was awakening in his aged body. This is... The old man was pleasantly surprised. Their actions could be said to have ignored the old woman and young Master Long. This caused them to be stunned on the spot. Then, their faces turned ashen. This young man was too arrogant. Do you know what the Yin sect is? Don't think that just because you know some ancient martial arts, you can look down on everyone. The old woman said word by word, I gave you a chance to become the young master's follower and you dared to pass it up. You should know that if you become the young master's follower, you'll be considered half a member of the Yin sect. If you're lucky, you'll be able to obtain the art of immortal cultivation. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. The art of immortal cultivation? Could it be that it was one of those legendary immortal cultivation methods? This was something that generations of emperors dreamed of. At this moment, after Lin Ling had reborn Shuai and Director Liu, he looked at young Master Long and the others. The experts of the hidden sects who asked you to be so close to Shuai. Shuai is mine, so I killed the chicken to warn the monkey. However, you still have some strength, so I'll spare your dog life. In the future, be obedient and be my follower. Young Master Long laughed. You killed me just because I was close to Shuai? Lin Ling's expression remained calm. I really don't understand. You're so weak. I don't know where you get the confidence to say this. Forget it. We know each other after all, so I'll give you a chance to kill yourselves. Of course, you can also join forces. Shaking his head, Lin Ling was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. However, these words made young Master Long and young Master Long stunned. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Let them commit suicide? Let them join forces. This guy thinks too highly of me. It seems that if I don't show you some power, you won't know what the secret order is. The old woman's body emitted a terrifying aura, and all the stones on the ground floated up. This kind of magical power undoubtedly shocked everyone. Huang Wei anxiously shouted at Lin Ling because he didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for the ancient immortal sects. Too weak. However, Lin Ling's expression was still as calm as ever. His right hand lightly tapped the air. Puff, under countless gazes, the old woman's right arm was severed. It fell to the ground and blood gushed out. The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? She had used her immortal energy. Moreover, that young man didn't seem to have any immortal energy at all, so how could he easily cut off her arm? You think you're qualified to call me a follower? Lin Ling shook his head and lightly waved his right hand. The entire process was as light as a breeze, but it carried with it an all-powerful aura. Puff, the old woman's other arm flew out and fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling had crippled that powerful cultivator from the secret order in just 2 moves. That powerful cultivator actually had the nerve to make Lin Ling his follower? Actually, I'm not interested in your lives at all. However, I have a principle, and that is, I will kill anyone who wants to kill me. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The murderous intent on his body thickened. The crowd could even see that Lin Ling seemed to have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Is this still the low-key Lin Ling in our eyes? Lin Ling's classmates were all shocked when they sensed his murderous aura. They had a feeling that Lin Ling had experienced tens of thousands of battles, rising step by step amidst blood and slaughter. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling raised his right hand again. How dare you? That young master dragon guessed Lin Ling's intention, and he shouted angrily. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the old woman's head flew off as soon as he shouted. Lin Ling was also telling young Master Dragon that there was nothing he did not dare to do. In reality, Lin Ling felt that this young Master Dragon was a little too foolish. The old woman's power was so different from his own, yet young Master Dragon could not tell. That aside, he actually had the audacity to shout at Lin Ling. Do you think that based on your power, you have the right to question me? Lin Ling stared indifferently at young Master Dragon after he had easily killed the old woman. You've got guts. Young Master Dragon had calmed down after his initial rage because the young man in front of him was really powerful. This caused him to fall silent for a moment. When they saw that the arrogant young Master Dragon no longer dared to speak, Director Liu and Shuai were extremely excited because they knew how powerful the secret order was. Today's matter ends here. However, the secret order will not let this matter rest. Kid, you're on your own now. Young Master Dragon sighed and turned to leave. He knew that based on his power, he was clearly no match for Lin Ling. Hold it. However, just as he started to move, Lin Ling spoke in an eerie voice. What else do you want? You've killed my people for no reason and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Are you still not going to let this matter rest? Young Master Dragon suppressed the rage in his heart as he spoke slowly. For no reason? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. Young Master Dragon had killed him for no reason and he was merely returning the favor. However, when young Master Dragon had spoken of it, he was now the one who had caused trouble. Most importantly, young Master Dragon was so weak. Where did he get the courage to speak? I'm not going to let this matter rest. So what? Lin Ling laughed icily. Don't regret this. There are some people and places that you can't afford to offend. Young Master Dragon narrowed his eyes. That place represents the most ancient existence in the kingdom of Xianxia. Every single person who has come from that place is an extremely famous figure in history. You, on the other hand, only have a little bit of skill. Compared to that place, you're just an ant. Whoosh! Unfortunately, just as he had spoken, Lin Ling used his hand as a blade and gently slashed at him. Splurt! Fresh blood sprayed into the air as young Master Dragon's arm was cut off. Slash! The crowd gasped when they saw this. Even Director Liu was the same. If he had guessed correctly, young Master Dragon's status in the secret order was not low. However, Lin Ling had still dared to attack him. What kind of background does this mysterious young man have? You cut off my right arm? Slash! Young Master Dragon did not seem to be able to react. I didn't cut off your right arm, I cut off both of your arms. Slash! However, Lin Ling gave an even more accurate answer. With one slash, young Master Dragon's left arm was cleanly cut off as well. Ah! Slash! Young Master Dragon cried out in agony as he rolled on the ground. The crowd in the distance was completely shocked. Even Schwer and the others were shocked as well. Only now did they realize that this mysterious young man was not a pushover. Instead, there was a rich and domineering aura within his body. He seemed to be even more powerful than they had imagined. You've got guts. Slash! Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. More than 10 figures stepped through the clouds and appeared before the crowd's eyes like immortals. This scene undoubtedly caused the crowd to feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Legend has it that there were immortals in the kingdom of Xianxia, but that was only a legend. Now, they had finally witnessed it with their own eyes. The legend was true. However, there were very, very few people who were able to comprehend immortality. Fly, there really are people who can fly. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I'm afraid that today's events will cause a sensation throughout the country. Are those people from the Qin dynasty? Or are they immortals from the investiture of the gods era? Or are they from the journey to the west era? The crowd cried out in surprise. They still could not believe what was happening before their very eyes. More than 10 figures slowly descended from the sky. They were all dressed in long green robes and had an ancient air about them. They really did look like immortals. Grandmaster! Grandmaster! Young Master Dragon looked at the group of people and cried out excitedly. To him, the secret order's members had arrived and that young man was dead for sure. The secret order? Lin Ling also looked at the group of people in astonishment. He had grown up in this world in his previous life and had heard many legends. However, he had never thought that there would actually be powerful immortals here. Of course, to Lin Ling, these people were just slightly stronger cultivators. You, where are you from? Where's your sect? Speak. Speak. They had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. The secret order was the most powerful ancient sect in Xianxia. When had they ever been afraid of anyone? Furthermore, from their point of view, this young man might be a rogue cultivator who had gone into closed-door cultivation to comprehend the Great Tao and was a fellow cultivator who had made some achievements. I have no background and I don't have a master. Huh. Lin Ling replied calmly, looking as calm and composed as ever. How dare you offend the secret order and you still don't know etiquette? If you don't tell us your master today, don't blame us for not remembering our old friendship. The middle-aged man's expression grew colder and colder. He clearly did not expect that there would be someone in the secular world who would dare to provoke the secret order. Furthermore, they had personally come, but this young man was not afraid at all. This was courting death. Not remembering our old friendship? You're still far from it. You're not even a marshal supreme yet. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Lin Ling shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. The pressure of his realm essence swept out like thunder. Instantly, the dozen or so people's expressions changed drastically. What a terrifying aura! The eyes of the leader of the elders flickered as he exclaimed, "What kind of power is that? Why is it different from what we've learned? Could it be that you've obtained a cultivation technique left behind by a predecessor in some secret land in Xianxia? His voice was filled with anticipation and excitement. Legend has it that the first powerful cultivator in Xianxia, Pangu, had broken through the void and arrived at an even more mysterious realm. Therefore, the cultivation technique that Pangu had left behind was what all immortals yearned for the most. I can let bygones be bygones, but you must tell us the cultivation technique that you've used. If we study it together, we might be able to find the way to eternal life. The elder said excitedly. If it really was a cultivation technique left behind by Pangu, his strength would greatly increase. Cultivation technique? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he understood what the elder meant. He had taken a fancy to his power. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if I tell you my cultivation technique, you might not be able to cultivate it. Lin Ling shook his head and stepped forward. That's not up to you to decide. Little friend, the secret order has invited you as a guest today. The old man also walked out, and as he walked, his body seemed to grow taller. Moreover, the entire road shook continuously, an ancient immortal chi filled the air. Many people even saw countless flying swords floating in the sky, as if immortals were coming from afar. This was a very terrifying aura. As for the old man's invitation to Lin Ling as a guest, that was definitely not true. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to imprison Lin Ling and obtain Lin Ling's cultivation method. Great Grandmaster, kill him. When Sir Long saw that the Secret Order's #1 senior had made his move, he instantly became extremely excited. From his point of view, Lin Ling's audacity in going against the Grand Master was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. Lin Ling, be careful. He's the Secret Order's first Grand Elder and has a lifespan of over 500 years. General Manager Liu reminded him anxiously. In reality, he knew a thing or two about the Secret Order. 500 years of lifespan. Heavens, that's a long lifespan of 100 years. Many people's eyes trembled fiercely. To them, 500 years was an extremely terrifying number. They never thought that a person could live for so long. So what if he knows? Can he stop me? The old man spoke with the demeanor of a transcendent being. His long robes continued to flutter in the wind as his immortal chi filled the air. Stop me? Is 500 years of cultivation something to be proud of? Lin Ling laughed again. After all, the ancient giants who were going up against him had cultivated for over 10,000 years, or even tens of millions of years. 500 years of cultivation? They did not even have the right to be Lin Ling's opponent. Bang! Lin Ling took one step forward and a large number of powerful cultivators appeared behind him. These powerful cultivators began to kill each other, creating a scene that could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. You want my cultivation method? Do you think that you can swallow it? Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward. Dragons, cheelants, and various mystical beasts roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Bang, bang, bang. When the old man's aura was compared to Lin Ling's, it instantly crumbled. His face turned pale as well. How could this be? This young man did not look very old, but his battle experience and knowledge seemed to surpass his by a lot. It's only 500 years. At least 50% of the people under my wing have cultivated for longer than you. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward. A shocking scene appeared. An illusion appeared in the sky. It was a scene of countless people kneeling in worship. Most importantly, these people's powers were extremely terrifying. They were no weaker than the old man and could even destroy the old man with a single finger. These people seemed to regard Lin Ling as their king. Bang! Lin Ling did not stop in his tracks. At this moment, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. The crowd saw a young man in long black robes walking out from the land filled with demons and ghosts. He held a large sword in his hand as he walked out step by step. All of this was Lin Ling's experience in the other world. That experience was shocking. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. The members of the secret order behind him spat out blood as well. Only now did they realize how terrifying the young man in front of them was. He was an existence that looked down upon the world. Senior, please spare my life. The old man immediately knelt down and cowed out continuously. Even without making a move, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Besides, compared to Lin Ling, he was indeed a junior. If he could not sense this, he would not have the right to continue cultivating. What? Sir Long was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the members of the secret order kneel down. This must be fake. The Secret Order's #1 cultivator, the #1 immortal in Xianxia, is kneeling down and begging for mercy. Furthermore, the other party is a young man who looks about the same age as me. How could this be? Besides, if this young man was really that powerful, it was impossible for the Secret Order to not know about him. Unless he had come from another place. Sir Long's face turned even paler at the thought of this. In reality, the old man was thinking the same thing. His heart was shaking like thunder. Weren't you the one who wanted my cultivation technique? Lin Ling arrived in front of the old man and stared down at him from above. I wouldn't dare. Everyone in the Secret Order, kowtow and greet you, senior. Yes. The old man spoke anxiously and kowtowed continuously, silencing the crowd in the distance. Previously, when the Secret Order had arrived, everyone's horizons had been broadened. They had thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure because he had offended the most mysterious immortal in Xianxia. However, who would have thought that all the immortals would kneel and kowtow in front of Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling was a god? When I passed by this place, I had no intention of killing everyone. However, you were the ones who had provoked me. Lin Ling slowly replied. Senior, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Yes. The old man quickly looked at Lin Ling and slapped himself 3 times in a frenzy. He then glared at Sir Long resentfully. You had nearly caused the Secret Order's death. Yes. As soon as he had spoken, Sir Long's mouth fell open. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. As for Schwer and Director Liu, they were excited. They seemed to have latched onto a thick thigh. Leave actually, I'm also a citizen of Xianxia. Lin Ling sighed as he stared calmly at the old man. Finally, he said, get up. I won't pursue this matter any further. Thank you, senior. Hearing this, the members of the Secret Order grew excited. They also knew that Xianxia was not the most powerful member of the Secret Order. In reality, there was still a hidden young man who was like a dragon. Thank you for sparing my life, senior. As for him, I'll deal with him myself. After the old man rose to his feet, he stared coldly at Sir Dragon and struck him with his palm. Sir Dragon's eyes grew blank. He never thought that the Secret Order would take the initiative to kill him for the sake of that young man. Of course, he could understand the Secret Order's actions. After all, the Secret Order would be in danger if they did not kill him. Hence, the Secret Order would certainly sacrifice him. If there was anyone to blame, he could only blame himself for failing to recognize Mount Tai. Bang, with regret in his heart, Sir Dragon's head exploded. Dead, he's dead, just like that? The crowd sighed. They never thought that today's events would turn out this way. Lin Ling's classmates, in particular, still felt as if they were in a dream. Their former classmate has now become a powerful cultivator who has surpassed immortals. Even if they looked up to that height, they had no right to look up to him. No wonder he doesn't care about our mockery at all. It turns out that we're not from the same world. Perhaps he's the scariest existence in our class. The classmates secretly exclaimed. Huang Wei. At that moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned towards the side of the road. Huang Wei's body trembled and he instinctively walked out. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he did not dare to look at Lin Ling. You loser, you're finally going to make a comeback today. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made Huang Wei laugh. He was laughing very happily. This was because Lin Ling had spoken to him in the same tone as before. Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. When did you become so powerful? Huang Wei excitedly thumped Lin Ling's chest. His actions undoubtedly caused the members of the Secret Order to gasp. This little fatty was simply digging his own grave. However, they clearly wanted to hide. Haha, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. However, this isn't important because I'm about to go back. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about Huang Wei's actions. Where are you going? Hearing this, Huang Wei was shocked. Go home. My wife, my grandfather, my mother, and my friends are there. So I'm going home. Lin Ling looked up at the sky. Although he was somewhat reluctant to leave this place, he had met too many enemies and too many friends since he started learning martial arts. Sometimes, those people were just passing by, therefore, it was impossible for him to stop because no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was not as important as his family. Life was like this as well. Some people, some things, in the end, were just strangers meeting by chance and passing by each other. However, China is also half my home. Then, Lin Ling shrugged. He pointed with his right hand and a large amount of precepts entered Huang Wei's body, helping him to be reborn. Seeing this, the members of the secret order were envious. They had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of years to obtain their current strength. However, Lin Ling seemed to have cultivated a peerless expert in the blink of an eye. From now on, you, Huang Wei, are the #1 person in China. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Ling withdrew his right hand and nodded in satisfaction. When Huang Wei sensed the surging power in his body, he couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he became ecstatic. Haha, the loser has turned the tables. I'm going to become an expert at picking up girls. Seeing this, all the students were envious because they could also see that Huang Wei seemed to have obtained a mysterious power. This was a great opportunity that they had almost obtained. Unfortunately, they had missed it, especially Lu Miaodong. At this moment, she was holding the white handkerchief and her eyes were slightly moist. Once upon a time, she also had the opportunity to become a true elite. However, she had missed it because she only had money in her eyes. Therefore, she had missed out on everything. Now, she regretted it. However, Lin Ling and her were like passers-by. Schwer, thank you. Lin Ling was unaware of everyone's complicated emotions. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked at Schwer and Director Liu. Their strength was not any weaker than Huang Wei's. They just needed some time to get used to it. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Schwer bit her lip. Her heart was extremely pained. However, she also knew that Lin Ling had his own family and friends in another world. Lin Ling nodded. Naturally, he was aware of Schwer's feelings for him. Unfortunately, he could only smile bitterly at this. Then, he took a step into the sky and looked deeply at the ground. He engraved everything in his heart. To him, this was a very good memory. Goodbye. Then, Lin Ling exhaled lightly. In his right hand, the mysterious boundary essence bloomed. Then, he punched the sky. Rumble, the turbulent energy blasted the sky, causing ripples to bloom in the blue sky. A huge void boundary passage appeared. Only by comprehending the boundary essence could one travel through the void boundary. Lin Ling, will you still come back? Will you still set up shop with me on the streets? Will you still pick up girls with me? Huang Wei looked at his best friend who was about to leave. He couldn't help but shout. In his eyes, tears flowed down. The word brother was for a lifetime. Of course. Lin Ling looked down and nodded lightly. On the day I rule the world, I will come back. After saying that, he stepped into the void boundary passage and disappeared without a trace. I will find you. Looking at the handsome young man who disappeared into the sky, Schwer clenched her small fists and secretly swore. Huang Wei's expression turned serious. He was suddenly very curious about the outside world. Lin Ling had left a large number of cultivation techniques in his mind. In time, he would definitely be able to learn from Lin Ling and leave this place. He would be able to roam the world freely. Heavens, breaking the void with a punch. This is the technique of the strongest person in Xianxia, Pangu. Compared to the thoughts in their minds, the people from the secret sect were extremely excited. They all knelt down. Now, they finally knew the difference between Lin Ling and them. That night, the news in the city caused a sensation. In the report, the city's military exercise caused a huge commotion. Moreover, someone invented a pair of wings and tried to fly in the sky. Obviously, this sensational news was suppressed. It was impossible for everyone to know about it. However, the people who were present at that time remembered a name, Lin Ling. This person was a legend in Xianxia. Rumble, the void boundary energy spread throughout his body. Lin Ling seemed to see countless realms. He even saw the martial god realm at the top of the pyramid. Pop. Pop. 10,000 demonic eyes, congratulations on your return. At the same time, a smiling voice drifted out. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Everyone has their own path, as well as their own heart's knot and obsession. Therefore, the best way to comprehend the boundary essence is through those hearts not and obsession. Originally, I wanted to protect you for 3 days, but I didn't expect you to return safely on the 3rd day. It seems like the 10,000 devil eyes has brought you some benefits. Moreover, your martial heart is very firm. You know that some temptations won't last long. If you enjoy the feeling of being high and mighty in that world, you will never be able to return. A voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because there were 2 familiar faces on this mysterious path to becoming a martial god. Lin Ling was very familiar with one of them. It was Venerable Si Kongming. In the past, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, Empyrean Void Star had slaughtered him. It had been Venerable Si Kongming who had protected him, giving him enough time to grow. After that, Lin Ling had also protected Venerable Si Kongming. Unfortunately, Venerable Si Kongming had been killed by a powerhouse and his soul scattered. Lin Ling had been unable to save him. Unexpectedly, Venerable Si Kongming was still alive and had appeared here. Lord Lin Ling. Venerable Si Kongming said excitedly. He hurriedly bowed to Lin Ling. I should be the one calling you Lord. Lin Ling was also very excited. Venerable Si Kongming was his benefactor. Venerable Si Kongming was Lin Ling's savior. I was the one who saved him. Ding Hai is a man who values friendship and righteousness. I didn't want him to die, so I reconstructed his soul and accepted him as my disciple. Another young man in a blue and white robe smiled faintly. Lin Ling had met this person once before. He was one of the only 2 people that Lin Ling couldn't see through in the martial pavilion. One had to know that there were not many people that Lin Ling could not see through. Grandma Wendao was the only one, and the next was the person in front of him. This person looked extremely ordinary, and his name was Gan Liangping. This was the only thing Lin Ling knew about him. Did you help me? Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Hee, I know you're curious about why I'm helping you, and you're also curious about my origins. However, you'll know when the time comes. You only need to know that I'm from the martial god world, and I'm also an old friend of Li Xiaoyao's. The blue-robed young man laughed. Li Xiaoyao's way of comprehending the boundary essence is different from yours, Lin Ling. Therefore, I guess that you would definitely encounter setbacks when comprehending the boundary essence. Therefore, I helped you. However, I never thought that your comprehension ability would surpass my imagination. TSK, a rank 3 martial emperor, and you managed to create the boundary essence. Even in the martial god world, this is unique because the martial god geniuses there are even rank 5 martial emperors who managed to comprehend the boundary essence. That's monstrous. However, your own fortuitous encounter is one of the reasons. More importantly, it was the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes that helped you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. Could the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes be his left eye? You know that above the immortal body is the Shan body. Above the Shan body is the awakened divine body and even the desolate body. Your left eye is an existence that surpasses the Shan body. As for what it is, you'll know in the future. If you want to inherit the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes, you must cultivate essence, qi, and spirit. Fortunately, you didn't miss out on anything. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The blue-robed young man explained slowly. Lin Ling was astonished. His left eye seemed to be extraordinary. However, what surprised him was that the blue-robed young man didn't try to take it for himself. Lin Ling looked at the blue-robed young man in shock. What's wrong with your eyes? Don't worry, I won't take it for myself because I'm also one of the 6 great god eyes. Therefore, I won't snatch your demonic eye. The blue-robed young man shrugged helplessly when he saw Lin Ling's wary gaze. I'm sorry. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. However, he understood that his left eye seemed to be one of the 6 great god eyes. The most powerful part of the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes is that it can see through everything. It can see through any martial arts, laws, and world energy. It doesn't seem to be very offensive, but it's extremely supportive. It can be said that with this eye, your martial path will be smooth sailing and you will no longer have any bottlenecks. Of course, Li Xiaoyao obtained a right eye that isn't any weaker than the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes in the martial god world. However, I don't know where it is now. That right eye is called the space-time divine steel. It's something that once shook the martial god world. The blue-robed young man said. Space-time divine steel? Why don't I feel it now? Lin Ling immediately became curious. Because Li Xiaoyao's statue was broken and was obtained by someone else. Perhaps the memories of the space-time divine steel are in that statue. You need to retrieve them one by one. Of course, there's no rush. It's useless for others to obtain what belongs to you. Moreover, you can't use its power even if you obtain it now. Alright. Hearing this, Lin Ling relaxed. He had obtained the most precious left eye from the third statue, but Li Xiaoyao hadn't obtained anything else. Fortunately, those shameless ancient giants couldn't obtain anything else even if they obtained it, therefore, it was time to collect the interest. Go back. However, you'd better go to the martial god world as soon as possible because the two women are starting to become illusory. This martial god path isn't something that anyone can walk. Alright. Sensing that Lin Ling wanted to leave, the blue-robed young man immediately reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Xian Yuange and his expression changed. At this moment, Xian Yuange and Yuanche were becoming illusory. Their bodies were like gas and they showed signs of disappearing at any time. The world energy of the martial god path is affecting them because they haven't comprehended it yet. The blue-robed young man explained. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood. Right now, he was here but his life wasn't in any danger. That was because he had the world energy, but Xian Yuange and Yuanche didn't have it. If you want to save them, you must go through this path to the martial god world and find the martial god camp in Qingzhou. Then, you'll have a chance to cure them if you join them. After all, there's really no power in your world that can cure them. The blue-robed young man said. Lin Ling frowned and quickly remembered this name. However, the most important thing now was to leave this place and retrieve the things left behind by the third statue. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling looked at the blue-robed young man and said. No need. You'll understand in the future. Thank you. The blue-robed young man smiled meaningfully and then left with venerable Si calming. Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He took Xian Yuange and Yuanche and left the martial god path. At this moment, the outside world was still in chaos. After the third statue exploded, a large number of treasures sputtered in all directions. The ancient giants all rushed toward the huge rocks because there were more treasures inside. As for the smaller rocks, they were fought over by the experts of the 4 clans. Get lost. Those are the treasures I want. Those are divine crystals. Go. On a sand dune in the desert, a giant from the Ghost clan and a giant from the Demon clan were fighting. That's the 9 heavens 10 earths devil monarch. Go. The other one is also the Ghost Emperor Du Tian. Both of them are half a step into the ranks of ancient giants. Go. It seems like we're not qualified to touch the treasures they want. Go. Translator, Transin editor, Transin that's how arrogant I am. The pitiful one is Lin Ling, he's helping others. Humph. Humph, this Lin Ling is young, but he's so arrogant. I'm afraid he'll die without a complete corpse. Humph. Even if he doesn't die, he'll definitely die if he encounters an ancient giant. Humph. The crowd began to discuss animatedly again, and their gazes were fixed on the great battle on the hill. Rumble, the 2 experts from the Ghost and Demon clans clashed violently. In the end, the expert from the Ghost clan was stronger and killed his opponent, obtaining all of the Demon clan's treasures. Haha, who else but me? Who dares to touch the treasures that I want? Humph. An earth-shaking voice came from the Ghost clan expert's mouth, forming a ghostly wind that roared in the desert. In the distance, the experts were silent. They did not dare to touch those treasures. Leave the treasures behind. Humph. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from afar, causing everyone to look over. They saw a slender figure slowly walking over from the desert. This person looked extremely young and handsome. He carried a huge ancient sword on his back and his blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. Another one who wants to die? Not bad at all. However, if I hand over the treasures, how will you treat me? Humph. The Ghost clan expert looked into the distance with his cold eyes. He looked very calm and confident. he was a top expert below the Ghost Emperor. In addition to his good harvest this time, he was already half a step into the ranks of ancient giants. His strength was also at the 6th level of the martial emperor realm. Therefore, who was he afraid of? Leave the treasures behind and obediently give up your life. Humph. However, what was surprising was that this person was also very arrogant. Not only did he want the treasures, he wanted to kill the Ghost Clan expert. Hearing this, the Ghost Clan expert was stunned. According to the rules, those who handed over the treasures would be able to keep their lives. However, this person wanted to kill him. He wanted the treasures and wanted to kill him. This was more brutal than he had imagined. Do you think you're an ancient giant? Humph. Thinking of this, the killing intent on the Ghost Clan expert's face became thicker. The cold ghost chi caused the desert to freeze into black ice. The black ice condensed and turned into huge sand zombies. This Ghost Clan expert was obviously very good at zombies. He could even be called Zombie King. I am indeed an ancient giant. However, the sand zombies that crawled out of the desert didn't cause the newcomers any fear. A voice filled with murderous intent finally floated out. Ancient giant. The moment his voice sounded, the entire desert was shaken. The person who dared to call himself an ancient giant was quite bold. However, when they looked over, their pupils shrunk. The person who came seemed to be Lin Ling. Why didn't he die? At this moment, the hearts of all the experts rumbled. As for the expert from the ghost race, his expression changed drastically. However, he soon burst into laughter. Lin Ling's strength was the strongest under the ancient overlords. However, he was now half a step into the ranks of the ancient overlords. Why would Lin Ling be afraid of him? You didn't die? Looks like your luck is pretty good. However, even if you didn't die, aren't you being too arrogant? You want the treasure, but you also want the person. Do you think you can do it? The ghost expert floated up, and the mysterious ghost energy was so cold, forming a surging law that enveloped Lin Ling. That's right, I am that arrogant. However, on the ground, white flames burned. After rushing out of the ground, they turned into a mysterious reincarnation circle. 6 paths of reincarnation, Azure path. At this moment, the underworld flame also bloomed. Lin Ling is rumored to be the strongest under the ancient overlords. It looks like he is indeed powerful. He seems to be only a rank 3 martial emperor, but his law has reached 200,000. I wonder who will be more powerful if he and the Heaven Ghost Emperor collide. The surrounding demons and ghosts started to discuss spiritedly. As for the Heaven Ghost Emperor, he squinted his eyes. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. However, such strength was still not enough to shake him. Pitiful, Lin Ling, do you know how pitiful you are? A cold voice floated out from his mouth. I know you don't dare to answer, so I will answer for you. You are the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, and you should have a bright future. Unfortunately, your 3rd stone sculpture was taken by us. That is why you are pitiful. Secondly, 200,000 law is indeed powerful, but I am a rank 6 martial emperor. The Heaven Ghost Emperor opened his hands, and more sand zombies crawled out from the ground. They were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. Those were ferocious zombies, and they could probably fight against a rank 1 martial emperor. When there were so many of them, no one below the rank 6 martial emperor realm would be able to stop them. The Heaven Ghost Emperor's law is increasing rapidly. Gosh, it has reached 800,000. As the terrifying aura exploded, everyone was shocked. 800,000 law. Who could compete with it? Although Lin Ling's talent was stronger, and one of his laws of nature was comparable to 2 of others, he could only withstand 400,000 laws of nature at most. Therefore, Lin Ling could not win. Do you know how pitiful you are? The Heaven Ghost Emperor roared again. If he could kill Lin Ling, he would be famous in the 4 tribes. When he thought of the glory of being famous in the future, he was extremely excited. In fact, with the law that he had just unleashed, it would not be difficult to kill Lin Ling. However, in the face of those terrifying laws, Lin Ling was extremely calm. He was sure that after the 3rd stone sculpture, the strength of the leaders of the various tribes had increased. However, their strength had increased because they had snatched Lin Ling's treasures. Now, they had snatched Lin Ling's treasures, and they were so proud of themselves and wanted to kill Lin Ling. They were too naive. I am indeed pitiful, but you are more pitiful than me. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. The reincarnation circle in the sky started to spin, like a white flaming sun. Shameless boasting. Watch me break your 6 paths of reincarnation. The Ghost Emperor shouted coldly. Endless ghostly aura filled the air, like clouds that shrouded the sky, and wanted to devour the reincarnation circle. Seeing this, the crowd became even more excited. However, the next scene caused their laughter to instantly disappear. In the sky, the reincarnation circle grew larger and larger, crazily increasing from 200,000. Chi-chi, the ghostly fog near the reincarnation circle was all burned. What? Seeing this, the Heaven Ghost Emperor's expression changed drastically. How did Lin Ling's law martial arts suddenly increase crazily? 400,000 law power. Heavens, he can't be using this battle to comprehend law martial arts, right? An expert exclaimed because he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be comprehending law martial arts in an instant, and this was very terrifying. One had to know that the comprehension of law martial arts was calculated in hundreds of years, and Lin Ling could instantly comprehend it. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Crazy rise. However, Lin Ling was also surprised by the might of the 10,000 devil eyes. This was because he had seen through the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation with a single glance. The 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes were heaven-defying. Du Tian Ghost Emperor, you are very pitiful. You stole my things. You should run away as soon as possible because those who are familiar with me, Lin Ling, know that I will definitely take revenge. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. Rumble, following Lin Ling's voice, the samsara circle in the sky grew larger and larger. The Ghost Emperor's face suddenly turned pale. He saw that the sand zombies on the ground were all burning. You are only at the 6th stage of the martial emperor realm, but you only have 800,000 laws. I don't understand where you get the confidence to say that I am pitiful. 700,000. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. His laws had actually reached 700,000. Rumble, all the demons and ghosts in the desert began to tremble with fear. Lin Ling seemed to have no limits. Impossible. How could you suddenly increase your power of laws? You must have cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation long ago. A moment ago, he could still kill Lin Ling, but now, his confidence was getting weaker and weaker. He was even worried about his own life. I'm sorry, but I've only just started. 800,000. Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from the ground, bang bang bang. In the desert, all the sand zombies exploded. Lin Ling and Du Tian Ghost Emperor had the same number of nomological laws, but Lin Ling's talent was higher. How could Du Tian Ghost Emperor compare to him? 900,000. However, the terrifying thing was not over yet. It actually reached 900,000 nomological laws. Is this still the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm? The top powers in the desert had cultivated for thousands of years. However, this was the first time they had seen a rank 3 martial emperor who possessed 900,000 rules. 6 paths of reincarnation: Azura path, human path, beast path, hungry ghost path, hell path, million laws. However, something even more terrifying happened. The Azura path descended from the sky and everything on the ground entered reincarnation. This also meant that Lin Ling had successfully cultivated the first 5 paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation and reached the completion realm. Who could stop him? You are even more pitiful. Lin Ling said sarcastically. The reincarnation law had trapped the Du Tian Ghost Emperor. No. A terrifying suction force was born, sucking all of the sand zombies into the sky. The heavenly ghost monarch couldn't control his body anymore and was elongated. His face twisted, but he couldn't resist the godly aura in the sky and was sucked into the 6 paths reincarnation. Lin Ling was telling him who was more pitiful: reincarnation of reincarnation. Was reincarnation of heaven, reincarnation realm, reincarnated, reincarnation. Among the 4 clans, he was the only one who had the ability to instantly raise the power of laws. Du Tian Ghost Emperor didn't even have the chance to resist before he died. It wasn't until all the ghost chi was brought into the 6 paths of reincarnation that the surrounding demons and ghosts finally reacted. They could sense that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. Unless it was an ancient giant, no one could shake him. Anyone who dared to stop Lin Ling would die. Let's go. Lin Ling can't be messed with. Everyone was planning to leave. Lin Ling was too scary. Did I say you can leave? Stay here. However, as soon as they started to move, a cold voice entered everyone's ears. Lin Ling was not letting them go. What are you trying to do? A demon giant frowned. They had the advantage in numbers. Why should they be afraid of Lin Ling? Leave all the things you've obtained. Lin Ling's expression was cold as he spat out this sentence. His stone sculptures were not that easy to take. What if we refuse? The godly kingdom's elites also spoke. Was it possible for them to hand over the treasures? Then all of you will die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's next sentence directly announced the date of their death. How dare you? We have the giants of the 4 races gathered here. Do you dare to kill all of us? You should know that doing so is equivalent to offending the 4 races. He definitely wouldn't dare. Although he's the strongest person below the ancient giants, he's not a true ancient giant. Those elites were furious. Did Lin Ling think of them as ants? However, in their anger, they did not realize that Lin Ling did not provoke them in the beginning. They were the ones who snatched Lin Ling's stone sculptures out of greed. At that time, they had already offended Lin Ling, so, to Lin Ling, offending the 4 races was not a big deal. Those who did not comply would be killed, because in this world, strength was everything. You are indeed ants, Azura realm. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. To these greedy and shameless people, the only way was to kill them all. He knew very well that although he was the youngest ancient giant, the elites of the other races did not take him seriously. They were only afraid of the people around him, such as Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others. But now, Lin Ling was telling them that he could also call himself an ancient giant by himself. Destroy. Rumble, the cold roar seemed to summon the gates of hell to take away all the greedy lives. Pa. In the sky, white flames exploded, burning the bodies of the demons and ghosts on the ground. Moreover, they realized that these flames could not be extinguished. Moreover, their bodies were also flying towards the 6 realms in the sky, entering the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Ling, you really dare to kill us? Those demons and ghosts were shocked. Lin Ling really dared to kill them. One should know that there were hundreds of giants here, and they came from different races. But Lin Ling killed them all. How daring was that? If I want to kill you, do I need to give a heads up? Unfortunately, they were met with a cold and decisive reply. Do I need to give a heads up to kill them? Lin Ling was an ancient giant. If these elites were greedy for his treasures, he would kill them without mercy. Ants. Then, Lin Ling did not even look at those angry elites. He took a step forward. At the same time, a large number of treasures fell from the sky and landed around him. These were the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoya's stone statue. Those treasures turned into golden dust and floated around Lin Ling. Then, they were slowly absorbed by Lin Ling. Suddenly, a large number of memories rushed into Lin Ling's mind. Rumble. In just a moment, Lin Ling's body exploded with a terrifying aura. He had reached the level 4 Martial Emperor realm. After the level 3 Martial Emperor realm, there was a watershed. When one reached the level 4 Martial Emperor realm, an ordinary elite would have 100,000 laws. As for geniuses, they would have 200,000. However, Lin Ling was even more demonic. He had increased his laws to 500,000. If he used the 6 realms of reincarnation, his laws would reach 1,500,000. Breakthrough in an instant. In the sky, those elites who had not been sucked into the cycle of reincarnation trembled violently. When Lin Ling was at the level 3 Martial Emperor realm, he could kill those at the level 6 Martial Emperor realm. Now, he was probably invincible among those at the level 6 Martial Emperor realm. He is finally rising. Everyone was shocked. The elites seemed to be watching Lin Ling rise like a comet among the 4 races. Debt collection. I'll collect all the debts they owe me. Sensing the crazy power of laws in his body, Lin Ling's sneer deepened. How others treat me, I'll treat them accordingly. The experts of the 4 clans coveted his treasures, so he'll kill them all. With a thought, Lin Ling disappeared without a trace, searching for the giants of the 4 clans in the desert. Die. Die. The ancient desert welcomed a grim reaper. When the giants of the various clans met Lin Ling, only death awaited them. Only when they were about to die did they realize how serious the consequences of threatening Lin Ling were. Along the way, Lin Ling continued to collect the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao, which made his realm more stable. Next, Lin Ling cast his gaze on the ancient giants because the treasures on them were the most important. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound erupted from Yellow Spring Mountain. The two forces collided, and their auras were extremely terrifying. A large number of spectators surrounded Yellow Spring Mountain, including the giants of the various clans and even those who weren't giants. There were also many people from the human clan who came from the ghost realm. Martial God Tianyu, the mortal world's guardian, Daoist came, and the spirit clan's crown prince. So many experts are here. Wow, those two seem to be Yu and an Yuer from the 4-clan competition. They're here too. Wow. Someone exclaimed. Those people were the top existences of the human race. Don't you know? The experts of the 4 clans threatened Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to take them to find treasures. They took the treasures, but Lin Ling is dead. Wow. What? The number 1 genius of the human race has fallen? How is that possible? Didn't Lin Ling have a large number of experts by his side? Wow. Did you see that mysterious ancient array in Yellow Spring Mountain? I heard that the ancient giants of the Ghost Clan cheated and trapped all of Lin Ling's disciples. Without those disciples, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to resist them. How shameless! How shameless! Lin Ling, the number 1 genius of the human race, who would have thought that he would fall here? Everyone said regretfully. Lin Ling was too dazzling, representing the pride of the human race, so the other races joined forces to suppress him. Yellow Spring Great Emperor, Immortal Drunken Wine, Death Arrow Martial God, you are all shameless. In the silence, Daoist Kame's angry voice finally floated out. The war in the ghost domain had shaken the entire domain. Unfortunately, by the time they received the news, it was already too late. They never expected that these hypocritical ancient giants would join forces to kill Lin Ling. Treasures belong to those who are capable. You can only blame Lin Ling for being too greedy and wanting to take everything for himself. Serves him right. On the other side, a cold voice rang out. The one who spoke was the ancient giant of the human race, drunk and immortal, staring at the carefree immortal drunken wine. Many people cursed in their hearts. What a shameless ancient hegemon. He actually colluded with experts from other races. Apart from him, the Death Arrow Martial God from the ancient era was also present. There was also the Yellow Spring Emperor and the Fire Cloud Godly King from the Fire Cloud Empire of the Godly Nation. There were 4 ancient giants on their side, and there were only 3 on Daoist Kame's side. Looks like it's impossible for Daoist Kame and the rest to seek justice. Sigh, if Ancient Charm Martial God and the rest were also here, how would the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest dare to be so arrogant? Everyone could see why the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest were so unrestrained. It turned out that they had more people on their side, and Sword Immortal Tsun Tian and the other experts were said to be trapped in the formation. Obviously, they could not help much. In this world, a dead genius is not considered a genius. A dead ancient giant is also not considered an ancient giant. It can only be said that Lin Ling was too weak, so he was eliminated by the world. At this time, a proud voice floated out, causing everyone to look over. The one who spoke was a young man with long red hair. There was a mysterious fire cloud mark on his forehead. His aura was wise and mighty. It's fire cloud unification. Many people recognized that young man, because that young man also participated in the 4 races competition. The one who represented the godly nation was the Fire Cloud Empire. However, the most dazzling person in the godly nation was Heavenly God Jiuyang, so Fire Cloud unification seemed to be a lot dimmer. Nonsense, if you didn't join forces, how could Lin Ling die? You only dare to be proud when Lin Ling is not here. Hearing that, Yu and An Yuer said angrily. Fire Cloud unification is just a trash. During the 4 races competition, did he dare to face Lin Ling? That's right, he only knows how to speak ill of others behind their backs. This Fire Cloud unification is just SOSO. Many experts on the side of the human race also mocked. Nonsense, Lin Ling is already dead. Now it's our world. We are the youngest ancient giant. However, everyone's mocking words were exchanged with a roar. There were two young men beside Fire Cloud Unification, a man and a woman. Their auras were also extremely terrifying. The strength of these three people seemed to have reached the level of ancient giants. Lin Ling, what qualifications do you have to be proud? Fire Cloud Unification's long hair fluttered as he coldly spat out, Lin Ling, where are you? Get out here. Get out here. His cold voice floated throughout the entire Yellow Springs Mountain. He seemed to want to fight Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Yellow Springs Mountain was silent. Clearly, Lin Ling's voice could not be heard. Do you see? This is the youngest genius of the human race? He doesn't even dare to face me. What a coward. His qualification for the Genesis battle has been taken away, and I will take it. Fire Cloud Unification laughed mockingly. He wanted to prove himself in front of the world's experts. In truth, he wanted to take everything from Lin Ling, including the glory. Shameless. Martial God Tianyue and the others had ugly expressions. Fire Cloud Unification clearly knew that Lin Ling was dead, but he still shouted. Clearly, he was doing it on purpose. The two of you also have the qualification for the Genesis battle. Then let's fight. The loser will hand over the qualification. The two people next to Fire Cloud Unification looked indifferently at Yu and Anuer. They obviously wanted to take away Anuer's qualification. What qualifications do you have? Seeing this, Kame Daoist immediately shouted angrily. The other party thought too highly of him. However, the two people ignored Kame Daoist. Instead, they looked at Yu and the others and said, don't dare to fight? You should know that Lin Ling died in our hands. At that time, his death was very tragic. He was killed by millions of experts. As his wives, don't you dare to take revenge? Yu and Yuer, don't be fooled. They want to take your spot. Martial God Tianyue immediately said. Haha, they are the top 5 in the 4 clans competition. Their strength is so great that their name shakes the world. Could it be that they don't even dare to challenge us? The man and woman smiled faintly. Their words were filled with confidence. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes flickered. Yu and Anuer's strength was obvious to all. However, the two people still dared to fight. They were too confident. Why should we be afraid of you? Yu and Anuer's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. They definitely wouldn't refuse this battle. Otherwise, they would feel ashamed to face Lin Ling. In fact, they had a feeling that Lin Ling wasn't dead because Lin Ling wouldn't die so easily. Looks like the top 5 has changed again. Fire Cloud Unification smiled faintly. He seemed to be extremely confident. The shock of returning, I forgot to tell you that. The two of us and Fire Cloud returned to one's strength has greatly increased. As for why we improved, it's all thanks to the stone sculpture left behind by Lin Ling. The man and woman walked out and stated the reason for their confidence. So that's how it is. The crowd was in an uproar. Soon after, they felt that Lin Ling was truly pitiful. His treasure had been obtained by the enemy, and he had actually used it to defeat his wife. Haha. The man and woman laughed heartily. Then, a terrifying power of law erupted from their bodies. I know that all of you are very talented, but for martial artists, talent doesn't mean everything. Both of them were at the 6th rank of the Martial Emperor realm and they had unleashed 800,000 laws. Rumble, the entire Yellow Springs Mountain shook, and countless people found it difficult to breathe. As for Yu and the others, their expressions changed drastically. In their eyes, it was as if a barrier had appeared in front of them. Tens of thousands of laws were slicing at them, and the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had appeared. As for the other man, he had sunrise and sunset. This was also an extremely terrifying law of the world, and there were over 900,000 of them. What a powerful power of law. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The two of them were considered half a step into the ranks of ancient giants. There were still 2 years before the Battle of Creation. 2 years later, the two of them would definitely become ancient giants. Fight. Yu and Anuer looked at each other. Their eyes were extremely resolute, and they also erupted with the power of laws. The divine body was multicolored. Although it did not have many laws, Its natural talent was still extremely powerful. As for Anuer, she released her soul force and the laws of ice and snow. Like an invisible arrow, she shot forwards. Weak. This is the top 5 of the competition? Trash. You're weak, but so is Lin Ling. However, the man and woman coldly spat out. They frowned and the nomological laws surged even more violently, bang bang bang, pop. Pop, the laws collided crazily, crushing Yu and the other girl with sheer numbers, causing the two of them to be in a sorry state for a while. Lin Ling is a disqualified piece of trash, and so are you. As he watched Yu and the others gradually fall into a disadvantageous position, Huiyun Guiyi's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He was very excited in his heart. He never would have thought that among the 4 races where geniuses were as common as clouds, the 3 of them would be the ones to reach the end. Geniuses like Heavenly God 9 sons had died pitifully. Of course, Lin Ling was even more pitiful. Not only did he eliminate all the geniuses for them, he even left behind a large amount of treasures for them. Defeat. The man and woman's aura rose greatly. After obtaining Lin Ling's stone sculpture, they had also obtained a large number of long martial arts memories. Looks like I'm no match for him. The crowd couldn't help but sigh as they watched the earth-shattering battle. As for Daoist Kame and the others, their expressions were extremely solemn. Yu, go to the Kuan position. Use fire to meet fire, and earth to drown water. Use all your laws to attack that position. However, at that moment, a cold voice drifted over Yellow Springs Mountain. The voice was ethereal, hoarse, and cold. It made it impossible to tell if the person was far away or nearby. Yu frowned. The person seemed to be far away, causing the voice to change color. She didn't know who it was. However, she had no other choice. She immediately attacked according to the method that person had pointed out. Bang bang bang. What was surprising was that the terrifying spring, summer, autumn, and winter laws in front of her began to fluctuate. They were affected by her attacks. As for the woman who used the laws, her expression changed drastically. She had obtained the great 4 seasons magic power that Li Xiaoyao had left behind. This was a cultivation technique from the martial god realm. However, there was actually someone in this realm who could break it. This was too strange. Spring, summer, sun, moon, and stars are under my control. The woman coldly spat out a voice. She controlled the changes in the laws. Use water to nourish wood, use metal to break fire, go to the Qian position. Almost at the same time, the ethereal voice sounded again. Boom. Yu followed the direction of the voice and attacked in a direction. Instantly, the world in front of her that was filled with laws shattered like glass. Seeing this, the crowd opened their eyes wide. This was too strange. Anuer, give up your defense. Go straight to the Yellow Springs from the middle. Break through the intersection of the sun and moon. The voice sounded again, causing Anuer's body to tremble. Her soul power and ice energy shot toward the sun and moon laws. Puff, the man immediately spat out blood. His law martial art was also broken. This caused him to be shocked. Who was this person? Why was he more familiar with the law martial art than him? Good. Seeing Yu and the others turn the tables, martial god Tianyu and the others immediately became happy. The guardian of the mortal realm even laughed mockingly. You want to get into the top 5 with your strength? The voice was like a silent slap that landed on Huiyun Guiyi and the others' faces, causing them to feel a burning pain on their faces. Don't think that you can soar into the sky just because you got Lin Ling's benefits. The trash of the past is still trash today. The humans also cheered. The 3 of them were so proud before, but now they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were asking for their own humiliation. Huiyun Guiyi's face instantly turned ugly. He shouted coldly, "Shut up, all of you." He looked coldly at Yu and Anuer, then the corners of his mouth curled up. The 2 of you, come at me together. Are we afraid of you? After Yu and the others defeated the man and woman, their beautiful eyes stared at Huiyun Guiyi and nodded at the same time. Haha, Lin Ling's women will die in my hands. The killing intent in Huiyun Guiyi's eyes became even more intense, with a hint of madness. Although the 2 women were quite talented, it was impossible for them to defeat him with just that. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. However, just as he was about to move, an ethereal voice slowly drifted over from afar. White flames burned the sky, and a young man in a blue and white robe stepped out and quietly appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the majestic figure, the entire Yellow Springs mountain fell into a dead silence, because Lin Ling had returned. What? The Yellow Springs Emperor and the others' eyes trembled violently. They had seen Lin Ling being sucked into the void passage with their own eyes. How could Lin Ling not be dead? Spiritual Master came, Yu, and the others were overjoyed. Lin Ling was not dead yet. Indeed, Lin Ling could rely on his perseverance to overcome every great calamity, and today, he had returned once again. After Lin Ling's appearance, Yellow Springs Mountain was undoubtedly in turmoil. Many experts and ancient great heads were silent. Even the weaker ones felt a chill in their hearts. This was because the shadow that the legendary Lin Ling had left in their hearts was far too strong. Lin Ling must have returned to collect his debt. You're not dead? That's good. Then hand over your creation battle slot. The man and woman were shocked for a full incense stick's worth of time before they finally accepted the truth. They sneered because they had lost to Yu and the others. However, they still had a chance, and that was to obtain Lin Ling's slot. Dylan's get their way. Although Lin Ling had been terrifying in the past, their current strength had greatly increased. They should be able to fight Lin Ling. Of course, even if they were not a match for Lin Ling, it should not be difficult for them to escape unscathed. As for the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the others, they narrowed their eyes and looked deeply at Lin Ling. No one knew what they were thinking. Lose. Attack. The man and woman attacked at the same time. What was infuriating was that they had joined forces and attacked without warning. Lin Ling, be careful. Attack. The sudden change happened too quickly, causing Yu and the others to cry out in worry. This was because the strength of the man and woman was indeed very strong. If it wasn't for the mysterious person's warning, they wouldn't have been able to win. However, they did not know that the mysterious person was Lin Ling. Using my cultivation method to kill me? Attack. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling smiled. His footsteps seemed to pass through the void. He did not use any laws and directly used the godly demon body. Suddenly, something strange happened. Lin Ling seemed to be in danger, but the man and woman's laws brushed past him. Looking at the degree of danger, Lin Ling would have been hit by the laws if he had been just a millimeter away. However, that millimeter never arrived. On the contrary, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the man, causing the man's expression to change drastically. How was this possible? Die. Attack. The answer was a punch. Boom. The man was killed by a punch. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He crossed the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter and instantly arrived in front of the woman. You too. Attack. Could it be that you were the one who warned Yu and the others? Attack. The woman's face was extremely pale, and a guess suddenly arose in her heart. With Lin Ling's strength, it was impossible for him to block their laws. The only explanation was that Lin Ling could easily break their laws. Do you think it's possible to use the laws of martial arts I left behind to kill me? Attack. Lin Ling replied coldly. His fists were like meteors as they blasted out. Bang. The void exploded, and that genius died again. Furthermore, a large amount of golden light enveloped Lin Ling. All the treasures they obtained from the stone sculptures were now returned to Lin Ling. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain was even quieter than before when they saw that Lin Ling had easily killed the two of them. That was because the battle had ended too quickly. Everyone could faintly see that although Lin Ling had missed the treasure they had left behind, his strength was still unfathomable. So it was Brother Ling who warned us earlier. Yu and the others were overjoyed, and many people were also enlightened. 4th level Martial Emperor. At this moment, Fire Cloud Unification finally spoke. He was also paying attention to Lin Ling's battle and was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. As soon as his voice fell, the expressions of the experts of Yellow Springs Mountain changed drastically. Then, they all looked forward to it. Lin Ling, the champion of the 4-race tournament, the #1 genius of the human race, Fire Cloud Unification, the genius of the 4-race tournament, seemed to have obtained the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. Now, his strength had increased greatly, and he considered himself the number one genius of the four races. The two of them seemed to be clashing. This was also a crazy clash between a veteran genius and a new rising genius. Of course, Firecloud Unification's strength had increased greatly, and he would definitely not let Lin Ling go. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the sky, looking at his opponent indifferently. So what if I am? Yes. It's not strange if you are. Lin Ling's talent is stronger, and you seem to have seen through their laws of martial arts. Therefore, defeating them is not worth mentioning. Huiyun Guai said indifferently. His words made many people nod their heads. The man and woman's strength had increased, but Lin Ling's strength had also increased. With Lin Ling's monstrous talent, it was indeed possible for him to defeat them. However, you are no match for me. Firecloud Unification continued. I am already at the 7th stage of the Martial Emperor realm, the last stage of the Martial Emperor realm. You should know the 3 stages of the Martial Emperor realm, so you should know the gap between us. Yes. The Martial Emperor realm was divided into 3 stages, 4 stages, 6 stages, and 7 stages. These were the 3 stages, and the laws of each stage were extremely terrifying. It was a dividing line. Right now, Firecloud Unification was at the 3rd stage, so his strength was definitely not simple. Just a petty person intoxicated by success. In the past, when Heavenly God Nine Suns was here, you didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and you didn't even dare to face me. Today, your strength has increased greatly, and you are proud in front of me. Looking at the confident Firecloud Unification, Lin Ling smiled. Heavenly God Nine Suns? It's good that he's dead, but if he's not, I'll kill him because the number one genius of the God race is mine. Yes. Firecloud Unification felt a little uncomfortable, but he still shook his head. He was very clear about Heavenly God Nine Suns' strength, so he was very confident. As for a petty person intoxicated by success? Haha, it's better to say that you're behind, and this is an advantage that geniuses have. It can only be said that you, Lin Ling, were too pedantic, so you were eliminated by heaven and earth. Firecloud Unification looked at Lin Ling with disdain, as if he was already high above Lin Ling. Shameless. Hearing those words, Yu and the others narrowed their eyes. How could there be such a shameless person? If not for the statue left behind by Lin Ling, would Firecloud Unification dare to say those words now? This was simply a petty person intoxicated by success. However, I won't kill you, because in reality, everyone knows the gap between you and me. Most importantly, the people who want to kill you are them. Firecloud Unification looked at the ancient giants behind him. They were the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the others. At this moment, their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. They indeed wanted to kill Lin Ling, because the enmity had already been formed. It was either you die or I die. Most importantly, Lin Ling had no disciples by his side, so Lin Ling could no longer make them fear him. Didn't you want to defeat Lin Ling? Why are you giving it to us? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor looked at Firecloud Unification and said. It's the same no matter who kills me. I don't need to prove myself in front of the world, because everyone can see that Lin Ling will die anyway, so it's the same. Firecloud Unification smiled. His words seemed to be saying that Lin Ling was dead for sure, and it didn't matter who killed him. If you kill him, you can take his spot, but if we attack, the spot might not belong to you. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said indifferently. That's true. Huiyun Guai slowly nodded. Although the ancient overlords knew of his strength, the experts of the 4 clans didn't. Therefore, he indeed had to prove himself. Otherwise, others would question his qualifications to participate in the creation battle. You're really giving it to me? However, Firecloud Unification still asked. After all, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the other ancient giants weren't simple, and he didn't want to offend them easily. Indeed. Immortal Drunken Wine, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor, and the others nodded. Bastard. Seeing those experts treating Lin Ling as prey and condescendingly discussing with no regard for anyone else, Daoist came and the others were furious. If Sword Immortal Tsang and the other experts were here, would the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the others dare to be arrogant? On the other hand, Lin Ling looked extremely calm, as if he knew that these people who used to be afraid of him were now proud of themselves. In that case, I'll attack. Lin Ling, rank 4 Martial Emperor, your laws should have reached 500,000. You're so pitiful because your woman is stronger than you. You're a loser. Unfortunately, my laws have reached 2 million. Moreover, this is because I just broke through. If I was given a little more time, 10 million laws wouldn't be a problem. Step by step, he walked out, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be on fire. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. Rumble, Yellow Springs Mountain immediately exploded like a volcano. My flame is called the Heavenly Punishment Burning Mountain Flame. Although it's not one of the 10 great divine flames of the world, I have more laws. Rumble, the sky was filled with flames. The clouds were burning. There were tigers and dragons roaring, some weaker martial artists directly spat out blood. 2 million laws were terrifying. It could be said that even if Heavenly God Nine Sons and Pink Crown Prince were still alive, they would still be defeated by Fire Cloud Unification. This was also the reason why Huiyun Guei was so confident. It was because he had the right to be arrogant. In this world, miracles always happen to geniuses. The elites of the various clans were all shocked. From the most ordinary genius to first place, this kind of matter was not often seen, but Huiyun Guei had done it. Die. After the laws exploded to their limits, Fire Cloud Unification finally spat out a cold sentence. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His body was also covered in dazzling white flames. It was so gloomy that it seemed to freeze the world. Every step he took was accompanied by the howls of ghosts. At this moment, he seemed more like the Yellow Spring Lord than the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. He stretched out his right hand, and the Yellow Spring flame turned into a huge reincarnation ring. Ring after ring, it surged into the sky. Almost at the same time, the surging power of the laws completely erupted. In an instant, 1,500,000 laws. Although his laws were weaker than Fire Cloud Unification, Lin Ling's talent was stronger than Fire Cloud Unification. What? When the ancient giants saw that, their faces changed drastically. Lin Ling was only at rank 4 Martial Emperor realm, but he possessed 1.5 million precepts. This must be fake. As for Fire Cloud Unification, the arrogance on his face had vanished. In fact, he had already paid enough attention to Lin Ling, but he was certain that Lin Ling was definitely not his match. However, the result was that he had still underestimated Lin Ling. At this moment, he only wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, he was too confident earlier, so it was too late for him to retreat. In the sky, the white 6 paths of reincarnation roared like the hand of the Grim Reaper, causing all the flames in the mountain to shoot up into the sky. Fire Cloud Unification also couldn't control itself and shot up into the sky. You talk so much nonsense, but that's all you have? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's calm voice exploded in Yellow Springs Mountain like thunder. Lin Ling didn't make a move, but once he did, the heavens and earth changed color. Rumble, the white reincarnation circle in the sky was erupting. On the ground, Fire Cloud Unification's laws and flames were all burned away. Fire Cloud Unification's face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he was able to withstand the powerful force of the sky. What did you say your fire was called? Compared to his wretched state, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He walked out, and with a wave of his sleeves, Fire Cloud Unification's flames were extinguished. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even the Yellow Springs Emperor and the others were shocked. Where did Lin Ling go during this period of time? How did his strength increase so quickly? You treated me as prey before. Lin Ling's voice floated over again. The sarcasm was extremely thick. Thump, thump. Thump, Fire Cloud Unification took 3 steps back. His face was green and red. He had been humiliated by Lin Ling in their first encounter. Did he have the qualifications to treat Lin Ling as prey? Good, good, good. Very good. If you, Lin Ling, were too weak, I, Fire Cloud Unification, would not be interested. Now, I'm very satisfied with your strength. Fire Cloud Unification said coldly as he suppressed the shock in his heart. His words aroused the interest of many. Fire Cloud Unification didn't seem to have reached his limit. Moreover, the stronger Lin Ling was, the stronger his fighting spirit was. Could it be that Fire Cloud Unification was hiding a trump card? However, thinking about it, he was a rank 7 Martial Emperor. How could he be defeated so quickly? Interested? Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. With Fire Cloud Unification's personality, he wanted nothing more than to defeat Lin Ling in one move and win beautifully. It was just that he couldn't do it. That was why he said such hypocritical words. In reality, he wanted to cover up his previous embarrassment. You will know. Watch carefully. Heaven's punishment, burning mountain flame. With a low shout, a mysterious power bloomed. Fire Cloud Unification disappeared. Rumble, the flames that had disappeared began to burn once again. They covered the entire mountain. This was the heavenly punishment mountain burning flame. Boom, almost at the same time, the lightning formed by the flames struck Lin Ling with the might of the heavens. It exploded in front of Lin Ling, causing the ground to crack open. Heaven's punishment formed by flames. Could this be Fire Cloud Unification's final trump card? The previous Heaven's punishment was just a reminder to let you know the power of Heaven's punishment. Fire Cloud Unification's arrogant voice floated out from the raging flames. It was so ethereal that no one could find a trace of it, and the previous attack was just a reminder. Fire Cloud Unification was very confident. Seeing this, the Emperor of Netherworld and the others laughed. Fire Cloud Unification's law martial technique was not simple, however, Lin Ling also smiled. His left eye blossomed with a demonic light, causing his entire being to become demonic. 1,000 elephant demonic eyes, see through everything. With a single step, Lin Ling walked towards one of the flames. He reached out with one hand, and with a snap, his left hand grabbed a neck and forcefully pulled a figure out of the flames. You are more useless than I thought. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling casually grabbed Fire Cloud Unification and lifted it up. Boom. This change caused an uproar in Netherworld Mountain. That was too easy. A level 4 martial emperor fighting against a level 7 martial emperor could capture someone so easily? How is this possible? At that moment, Fire Cloud Unification's mind was blown. Lin Ling had seen through him. One should know that his law of heaven and earth represented heaven's punishment and heaven's punishment. However, Lin Ling could even capture heaven. He wanted to resist, but the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky sucked him in, making it impossible for him to resist. Compared to 9 Suns God, you are too weak. Even if you have my treasure, you are still useless. Lin Ling said disdainfully. You said I am useless? You actually said I am useless? Fire Cloud Unification's face was extremely ugly. His strength had increased greatly and he should be the most powerful person after the ancient giants. How could Lin Ling call him useless? He was not satisfied, because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, he, Fire Cloud Unification, would rule the world. Haha. Lin Ling nodded slightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he shouted, "You are useless." Boom, his voice was like endless thunder, causing countless echoes. Lin Ling was telling Fire Cloud Unification that he was useless. Moreover, he said it in front of everyone, letting his voice spread throughout Netherworld Mountain. Poof. Yellow Spring's great emperor Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the 4 clans in the past. From the looks of it, he is still the same. No matter how much Fire Cloud Unification's strength has increased, he is still a loser to Lin Ling. The crowd looked at Lin Ling solemnly. They realized that no matter what kind of genius rose from the 4 clans, as long as Lin Ling was the #1 genius, no one could ever challenge that position. Fire Cloud Unification wanting to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling was just a joke. Let him go. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. It was the Fire Cloud Divine King. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to see Fire Cloud Unification shine, but in the end, all he saw was a loss of face. At this moment, even the Fire Cloud Empire had lost all its face, therefore, he naturally had to stop such a thing. Do you think you have the right to order me? Lin Ling raised his head and looked over indifferently. Don't forget that we have 4 ancient giants on our side. The Fire Cloud Divine King said coldly, reminding Lin Ling of the difference between the 2 sides, and the truth was indeed so. They had 4 ancient giants on their side, while Lin Ling's side only had 3. If a battle broke out, Lin Ling's side would definitely be defeated. Therefore, you don't dare to fight us head-on. The Fire Cloud Divine King said again. He seemed to know that Lin Ling did not dare to fight them head-on. Then, he saw Lin Ling release Fire Cloud Unification and throw him to the other side. Seeing this, not only him, but the others also thought that Lin Ling did not dare to fight them head-on and had completely compromised. However, the crowd was not surprised by Lin Ling's actions. This was because Lin Ling was indeed at a disadvantage when two ancient giants clashed. Count yourself lucky. Fire Cloud Unification was lucky not to die, so he immediately said coldly. However, such words were undoubtedly mocked by others. Who was the lucky one before? If not for the Fire Cloud Divine King saving him, he, Fire Cloud Return, would have long been slaughtered by Lin Ling. The crowd could see that Fire Cloud Unification Sword's arrogance was only on the surface. There was no arrogance in his body. On the contrary, Lin Ling's arrogance was the true arrogance. It was an arrogance that did not fear the heavens and earth. Alright, today's matter ends here. Fire Cloud Divine King knew this as well. He took a deep look at Lin Ling before saying indifferently. He wanted to leave with his people. Wait. However, just as he moved, a sneer was heard. When everyone looked over, they were shocked to find that the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. Did you think that I released that trash because I was afraid of you all? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His words were confusing. Lin Ling had let them go because he was wary of the four ancient giants. Wasn't that the case? Is it not because of fear? The Yellow Spring Emperor also spoke. He squinted his eyes, not understanding what Lin Ling was trying to do. I let him go because I don't care about him. He's just an ant. If I want to kill him, I can do it as I wish. As for why I didn't kill him, it's because I want him to stay and see how insignificant he is. Lin Ling walked out step by step, his voice filled with dominance. Such words undoubtedly caused everyone's expression to change drastically. A terrifying thought rose in their minds. Could it be that Lin Ling had really decided to fight to the death? Could it be that he was not afraid of the Fire Cloud Divine King and the other three ancient giants? How was that possible? Lin Ling only had three ancient giants on his side. Furthermore, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the rest were not around. How could they win? Haha, don't tell me you've really decided to fight. The Yellow Spring Emperor could not help but laugh. Although Lin Ling was monstrous, he had not reached the point where they were afraid of him. I'm sorry, I really wanted to say that. However, Lin Ling's next sentence caused the smiles of the Underworld Emperor and the others to vanish immediately. Lin Ling had indeed decided to fight. This guy. Spiritual Master came and the rest were shocked. The three ancient giants seemed unable to stop the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest. However, the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest turned solemn. The Yellow Spring Emperor said coldly, "Don't tell me you're going to fight too." I'm sorry, that's true. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as if he was not joking. Everyone was shocked when they heard his words. Lin Ling was only a rank 4 martial emperor. However, the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest were experts in the later stage of the martial emperor realm. The two were not the same concept at all. Lin Ling had more than 1,000,000 laws, but the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the others had 100,000,000 laws. How was he going to fight them? Lin Ling was practically throwing his life away. In fact, I've just learned a technique, so I want to use you ancient giants to practice. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling did not seem to know how to write the word death. He slowly pulled out the sword on his back and pointed it at the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest. His aura became magnificent at that moment, as if he was a fearless, peerless sword god. His words carried the arrogance of a swordsman. Practice, using ancient giants to practice? Only Lin Ling could say that. The crowd was silent and could only look at Lin Ling speechlessly. Where did this guy go? He seems to be even more arrogant than before. Martial God Tianyu and the rest smiled bitterly. If it had not been someone else who had said that, they would have turned around and left. However, since it was Lin Ling who had said that, everything was possible. Brother Ling can definitely do it. Compared to the crowd's surprise, Yu and the rest were extremely confident. It was a kind of blind confidence. Even though there was a huge gap between their realms and laws, they had absolute faith in Lin Ling. You're ambitious. Alright, I'll fight you. The Yellow Spring Emperor took a deep look at Lin Ling and walked out. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. However, he knew that he could not kill Lin Ling with Spiritual Master came and a few other experts around him. But now, he had a chance. I've been waiting for you too. Lin Ling took a step and appeared in the sky, staring coldly at the Yellow Spring Emperor. He had no grudges with the latter, but the latter had framed him for treasures. Lin Ling wanted to take revenge personally. Your Yellow Spring flame is very powerful. You've cultivated to the Azure realm. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced when facing the real Yellow Spring Emperor. The Yellow Spring Emperor was also floating in the sky. The Yellow Spring flame was burning on his body, and his scorching pupils seemed to be burning with flames. Yellow Spring flame, sensing the cold flames, the faces of spiritual master came and the rest turned even more solemn. Lin Ling's strongest technique is the Yellow Spring flame, and his law is the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, the Yellow Spring Emperor has all of these. Even Lin Ling's Yellow Spring flame was obtained from the Yellow Spring Emperor. So is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Is this a battle between the new master and the old master? Unfortunately, Lin Ling won't be able to win. From a certain point of view, the Yellow Spring Emperor is Lin Ling's half-master. The crowd was in a heated discussion. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. The Yellow Spring Emperor had this thought the most. This was also the reason why he dared to fight. It was because he could kill Lin Ling in all aspects. The two of them floated in the sky in silence. An oppressive aura was emitted. The battle between these two ancient giants would undoubtedly shake the 4 clans. Clash of reincarnation flames trap me? You will die. Finally, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword was pointed at the Yellow Spring Sovereign. He had not spoken before, but this short sentence represented Lin Ling's determination. Of course, this sentence once again shook the Yellow Spring Mountain because everyone was curious where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Hee, in that case, I'll send you into reincarnation. The Yellow Spring Sovereign was not a talkative person. At this moment, he laughed. Boom, surging white flames swept out like a wave. A large number of lonely souls were crying, and ghost songs were majestic. Rumble, reincarnation rings began to appear in the sky. Compared to Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation, it was clearly more than twice as strong. Is that your 6 paths of reincarnation? Then let me show you how weak your reincarnation is. The Yellow Spring Sovereign pointed at the sky and allowed his reincarnation to devour. Then, with a boom, the reincarnation rings left behind by Lin Ling were swallowed up like tofu. He's no match at all. Seeing the scene of him easily suppressing his opponent, even more people thought that Lin Ling had a chance to win. Playing with reincarnation? I'm your ancestor. In the sky, the Yellow Spring Sovereign spread his arms. His 6 paths of reincarnation emitted the majesty of heaven and earth, causing all things to enter reincarnation. Hell path, hungry ghost path, beast path, human path, azure path, heavenly path. The voice of the Yellow Spring Sovereign was like the master of heaven and earth. As long as it was anything in heaven and earth, he could control it after death. Even ancient giants could not escape this law, and these terrifying law forces were all suppressing Lin Ling, trying to bring Lin Ling into reincarnation. This feeling of reincarnation made Lin Ling's eyes flicker. This was because he had been using the 6 paths of reincarnation to bring his enemies into reincarnation. And now, for the first time, he experienced being brought into reincarnation. This feeling was quite strange, but at this moment, his left eye emitted a mysterious brilliance. The symbol in his eye also began to squirm. He gradually realized the gap between him and Yi Shiwen. So this is what the heavenly Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation looks like. The heavenly Tao is mine, and I am the heavenly Tao. The laws are created by me, and all things are controlled by me. This was also a type of boundary energy. However, it was still a little bit away from the true boundary energy. Boom, stretching out his left hand, Lin Ling's white flames also blossomed from his palm, forming a mysterious cycle. No one doubted the power of the wheel of reincarnation, but what shocked them was that Lin Ling actually used the 6 paths of reincarnation to clash with the Yellow Spring's great emperor. Hee, you overestimate yourself. Staring at the white flame in Lin Ling's hand, the Yellow Spring Emperor smiled disdainfully. Really? Lin Ling said noncommittally. Then, he raised his left hand, and it was as if endless heavenly fire was sprinkling down. Rumble, in the sky, the rings of reincarnation collided. It was as if 2 ghostly realms and 2 Yellow Springs mountains had appeared in the world. However, one reincarnation circle was huge and turbulent, while the other was like a newly risen sapling. How could a sapling be a match for the older generation of reincarnation circles? Bang! 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 As expected, Lin Ling's rings of reincarnation kept exploding. He was no match for the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. Hee, using my methods to deal with me? Seeing this, the Yellow Springs Great Emperor's face was full of disdain. He was not surprised by the result. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear it. Instead, he entered a mysterious state. His left eye saw the martial god world's reincarnation circles, and that was the true reincarnation. Hell path, hungry ghost path, beast path, human path, Azura path. Lin Ling's rings of reincarnation continued to blossom, but each of them was a failure. However, in the next moment, the most terrifying reincarnation circle was born. A total of 10 million laws of power descended, boom, in the entire Yellow Springs Mountain, except for the ancient giants. All the experts almost knelt down. That was the most terrifying heavenly path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only the ancient giants could face it. 10 million laws of power? Huiyun Guiyi's face turned even paler. He finally understood why Lin Ling did not care about him. It was because he was indeed an ant. Terrifying. He is only a rank 4 martial emperor, but he has 10 million laws of power. How terrifying. Martial god Tianyu and the others were shocked. Looking at the Yellow Springs Great Emperor, he was even more shocked than martial god Tianyu and the others. Only he knew how difficult it was to comprehend the heavenly path. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. Although he had not reached the peak, how long had Lin Ling cultivated? Most importantly, the Yellow Springs Great Emperor knew that Lin Ling had not comprehended the heavenly path before. He had only learned it after seeing the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could that guy comprehend the laws of martial arts without any bottlenecks? It was as simple as eating. I'm surprised. However, you still have to die. The Yellow Springs Great Emperor's heart sank. He activated the 6 paths of reincarnation and devoured Lin Ling's reincarnation circle again. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling was still too weak. What a pity. He had just comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation, but he still had to die. Reincarnation. The Yellow Springs Great Emperor also knew that Lin Ling was a huge threat. If he did not kill him today, the Yellow Springs Mountain would definitely have a new master in the future. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation emitted a terrifying pressure that caused the sky to change color. Then, it enveloped Lin Ling and finally brought Lin Ling into the reincarnation circle. Once he entered the reincarnation circle, the only outcome was death. Seeing Lin Ling unable to resist at all and disappearing into the reincarnation circle, many people forgot to breathe. He was dead. This time, he was truly dead. However, many people still felt that it was a dream. They believed that Lin Ling was not dead. Perhaps, Lin Ling had created too many miracles, causing them to have such an illusion. This was especially true for Yu and the others. They were extremely nervous right now, but they suppressed their worries. They believed that their man would not die so easily. Dead, he's finally dead. Ha ha ha. Fire Cloud Divine King and the others believed that Lin Ling was truly dead. This was because they believed in the Yellow Springs Great Emperor's strength. The Yellow Springs Great Emperor also smiled. His smile was incomparably relaxed. His greatest threat was finally eliminated. However, his smile quickly froze. In the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. It was a sword light that the Yellow Springs Great Emperor could not see through in his lifetime. The sword ruthlessly slashed out. Reincarnation break, rumble. A slender figure slowly walked out of the reincarnation circle, causing the flames around the reincarnation circle to dim significantly. The sword in his hand looked ordinary, but there was a white light lingering around the huge sword. It was extremely mysterious. That sword undoubtedly shocked the world, a sword that could break the reincarnation circle. In this world, that person was the first to do so. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend the heavenly Tao. In the sky, that person revealed a smile, but it was a cold smile. He was Lin Ling. Comprehension? Everyone trembled. Could it be that when Lin Ling used the 6 paths of reincarnation previously, he was comprehending? Heavens! Lin Ling actually dared to comprehend while clashing with an ancient giant. This was dancing on a steel wire of death. Comprehension. Translator Transin Editor, Transing Yellow Spring Mountain Changing Masters. I don't know how you came out of my reincarnation, but you are too arrogant, Heavenly Tao. The Yellow Spring Emperor roared as the Yellow Spring flames surged and turned into a reincarnation circle, enveloping Lin Ling once again. Too weak. In the sky, a peerless sword slashed down like a sword god. Rumble, the 6 paths of reincarnation with 100 million laws was cut apart by the sword once again. This sword was very clear, telling everyone that he was Lin Ling, breaking all laws with a single sword. At this moment, Fire Cloud Deity King and the others' faces changed drastically. Spiritual Master came and the others were also terrified. What kind of sword was that? Why was it so sharp, cutting through laws like cutting vegetables and melons? Impossible. The Yellow Spring Emperor seemed to be a little flustered because the situation in front of him had exceeded his logic. A level 4 martial emperor could actually break through 100 million laws? This must be a joke. Reincarnation. Another reincarnation circle enveloped Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling still used a sword, a clean sword, and fiercely split the reincarnation circle into 2. Lin Ling walked down just like that. Pathetic Yellow Spring Emperor, you and I have no enmity, but in order to deal with me, you actually framed me. At that time, you should have known that as long as I, Lin Ling, didn't die, Yellow Spring Mountain would definitely have a new master. This voice was like a cold wind, causing the Yellow Spring Emperor and other ancient giants to feel a chill in their hearts. With their status and strength, they actually felt panic, especially the Yellow Spring Emperor. He had been dominating the reincarnation of others all his life, but this time, he felt as if his reincarnation was being dominated by someone else. At this moment, he suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling, because, with Lin Ling's vengeful nature, those who provoked him had already entered reincarnation. What other tricks do you have? Show them. Lin Ling walked towards the Yellow Spring Emperor. The whole process was mighty and domineering, suppressing the ancient giants. Lin Ling. After the human race's side recovered from their shock, they cheered wildly. The current Lin Ling wasn't considered an ancient giant. Through this battle, Lin Ling was telling the world that he, Lin Ling, was a true ancient giant. Reincarnation. The Yellow Spring Emperor didn't believe in Lin Ling's words, so useless. Lin Ling directly with his sword. Lin Ling's sword. Many people finally realized that Lin Ling's sword was strange, the mysterious power force sword. That power was extremely shocking. It didn't seem huge, but it seemed to be able to destroy all laws. It was impossible not to be shocked by this mysterious power. Your reincarnation 6 reincarnation is. But Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. This caused the Yellow Spring Great Emperor to be stunned. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Even his strongest heavenly Tao was useless against Lin Ling. He could only watch as Lin Ling killed him like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You should know that as long as I don't die, everyone who harmed me will die. A voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. This voice not only frightened the Yellow Spring's Great Emperor, but even the Fire Cloud God King, Immortal Drunken Wine, and the others were afraid. This was because Lin Ling had come to collect his debt. This was the Grim Reaper's revenge. Never had they imagined that after experiencing the 4-clan competition, Lin Ling would actually grow to such an extent, and it hadn't even been a year. Why? Why? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's body trembled as he glared at the cold young man in front of him. He roared continuously. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Do you think that if you get my sculpture, I will get nothing? Let me tell you, I have already obtained the most important thing in the stone sculpture. Moreover, my sword is boundary essence. At this time, Lin Ling's voice drifted into the Yellow Spring Monarch's ears, causing him to look over. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling's left eye was very evil. He only took a glance and immediately didn't dare to look again. It was a power that terrified him. However, he was still shocked by boundary essence. Lin Ling had comprehended boundary essence. If he knew that without their cooperation, Lin Ling wouldn't have had this opportunity and wouldn't have been able to comprehend boundary essence, he would definitely vomit blood and die from anger. You can die now. Lin Ling finally emitted a strong killing intent. Wait, I was only forced by them because all the ancient giants wanted to harm you. It's impossible for me to not take action. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor knelt down without any hesitation. He controlled the cycle of life and death, so he was more afraid of death than anyone else. And this straightforward begging for mercy undoubtedly made everyone feel like they were in a dream. A dignified ancient giant was kneeling down and begging for mercy? This was too fake. Lin Ling revealed a disdainful smile. Although I don't want to kill you, have you thought about how many lives were sacrificed because you set up a formation to trap me? At that time, you said that the weak were ants. Now, aren't you an ant? Hearing this, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor's eyes became blank. He had never cared about the weak lives, but now that his life and death were controlled by someone else, he finally understood how sad it was. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor wanted to say something, but in fact, he couldn't say anything. You don't have to explain because I'm interested. Lin Ling slashed out, and the Yellow Spring Great Emperor's head fell off. Endless laws gushed out and began to disappear. Moreover, a large amount of yellow spring flame also spread out, as if ashes to ashes, earth to earth. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor had fallen. For many people, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was a god, but now, Lin Ling had killed a god. Rumble, a powerful suction force gushed out from Lin Ling's body. The stone sculpture seized by the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was absorbed by Lin Ling. Moreover, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor's yellow spring flame was also absorbed by Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's talent to rise by another grade. Moreover, Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation instantly reached 50 million. Such progress could be said to be skyrocketing. From now on, the reincarnation of this world is under my control. However, Lin Ling did not reveal any pride. With a wave of his sleeve, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the sky, deciding the reincarnation of the 4 races. Boom. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. This was because a new Yellow Spring Great Emperor was born, and the youngest ancient giant was also born. How terrifying. Fire Cloud Divine King and the others were pale. They never expected that they would witness Lin Ling's crazy rise with their own eyes, and they could do nothing. Fire Cloud Divine King, I wonder who has more people now. Lin Ling's gaze wandered as he stared indifferently at Fire Cloud Divine King. Plop, Fire Cloud Divine King and the other ancient giants' hearts trembled violently. For some reason, Lin Ling's gaze made them afraid, and now, Lin Ling had 4 people on his side, while they only had 3. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was too brutal. He only needed 1 sword to kill an ancient giant. This made them not dare to fight anymore. Next, let's fight. However, if they did not fight, would Lin Ling not fight? Because today, he came to collect a debt. Fight? Fire Cloud Divine King, Immortal Drunken Wine, and the others' faces turned solemn. Let's fight, why should I be afraid of you? Immortal Drunken Wine suddenly shouted coldly. His body erupted with surging laws, making Fire Cloud Divine King and the others feel that this battle was unavoidable, because the Grim Reaper had come to collect the debt. Since that was the case, then let's fight. One by one, because Immortal Drunken Wine had already turned into a cloud and fled. His previous words were just a backup plan. The crowd was stunned. Immortal Drunken Wine was so afraid of Lin Ling? Damn it! Fire Cloud Divine King and the rest shouted angrily. There were only 2 of them left. Lin Ling, we'll meet again. How could the 2 of them fight? That would be suicide. Therefore, Fire Cloud Divine King and Immortal Drunken Wine left and fled in 2 different directions. They did not care about their faces anymore. This turn of events made Yellow Springs Mountain even more silent. All the ancient giants were afraid of Lin Ling? No one expected this result. The only one left was Fire Cloud Unification. He stood there in a daze, looking at Lin Ling with a gaze of admiration, as though he was looking at an ancient powerhouse. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Lin Ling did not chase after Immortal Drunken Wine and the rest. Too many people owed him a debt, so he could collect it slowly. There was no hurry. I know. Fire Cloud Unification smiled bitterly. He was not a fool, how could he not know? Then do you know what will happen to you? Lin Ling asked again. These words made Fire Cloud Unification tremble. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Actually, you still have a chance. For example, did you take my things? If you didn't, you can leave now. I, Lin Ling, will not kill you. Lin Ling looked at the depths of Yellow Springs Mountain, checking the ancient array. Fire Cloud Unification could not answer. He must have taken a part of Lin Ling's stone sculpture. Otherwise, he would not have such strength. Since you took it, then die. Moreover, I'm here to collect a debt. You better return my things obediently. Otherwise, when I come knocking on your door, you'll lose your life. Lin Ling did not even look at him. With a slash of his sword, a fatal sword wound appeared on Fire Cloud Unification's neck. That was the Grim Reaper's sword. The #1 expert below the ancient giants was instantly killed like an ant. So powerful. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Some of them had taken the stone sculptures, so they were afraid at this moment. However, there were many people who took Lin Ling's treasures. Could Lin Ling get them back one by one? Many of them were hoping that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to find them. Of course, there were also people who were completely afraid of Lin Ling, so they walked out and handed over the items they had seized. However, Lin Ling took them back one by one. After those stone sculpture fragments returned, he knew even more things in his heart. Moreover, his cultivation base was slowly increasing. 6 Tao Reincarnation. Then, Lin Ling shouted, and the reincarnation circle in the sky emitted a powerful suction force, sucking all the lonely souls in the Yellow Springs Mountain into the reincarnation circle. Rumble rumble. Instantly, the array hidden in Yellow Springs Mountain began to tremble. In the end, the array shattered because it required an endless stream of lonely souls to support it. Without the lonely souls, the array would cease to exist. They're out. Not long after, several powerful auras burst out. It was Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others. After they rushed out of the reincarnation formation, they saw Lin Ling and the others, and they were overjoyed. Master! Martial God Yun Gu, the Dark Dragon Emperor, and the others rushed over. They were not surprised because they knew that Lin Ling would come to save them sooner or later. Seeing those experts break free, the crowd was even more worried. Lin Ling was already very strong, and now there were several ancient giants around him. Who among the 4 clans could stop him? They're finally out. Spiritual Master came and the others were relieved. Lin Ling could now do whatever he wanted in the 4 clans. Lin Ling smiled and walked over to Yu and the others. He told them about his experience. Although he described it simply, Yu and the others were still worried. If Lin Ling failed in the other world, he would never be able to return. Spiritual Master came and the others secretly admired Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's growth was fast, who knew about the setbacks and life-threatening dangers he had to bear? Lin Ling has completely risen. Let's go. The crowd watched as Lin Ling and the others talked, and then they left one after another. Did I say you can leave? However, just as they turned around, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over. Lord Lin Ling, what do you want? The lips of the crowd trembled when they heard that emotionless voice. They hurriedly spoke in a respectful manner. Currently, they had already treated Lin Ling as an ancient great head. If such an expert moved his brows, he could take their lives at any time. I'm going to kill you. Lin Ling smiled and coldly spat out a sentence. The experts of the 4 clans were shocked. Lin Ling wanted to kill them? Lord, please spare our lives. We didn't offend you. Please spare our lives. Many people were scared pale and directly knelt down. Spare our lives? When you stole my treasures, you didn't spare my life. This world is very fair. If there's a cause, there's an effect. Lin Ling, don't kill innocent people. This is the heavenly Tao. The sneer on Lin Ling's face became thicker. He had almost died on the path of the martial god. At that time, who would have helped him? No one. These greedy people only wanted to share his treasures, therefore, he would kill without mercy. Rumble, the merciless reincarnation bloomed in the sky and brought many people into the 6 paths of reincarnation. These experts were sad, and some even cursed Lin Ling for being too cold-blooded and heartless. In their hearts, Lin Ling had become an ancient giant. Would he casually kill ants like them just because he was unhappy? Actually, you don't have to die because I gave you a chance before. Unfortunately, you were lucky and took me for a fool? However, Lin Ling sneered and made those who were about to die look at the ground. Only then did they realize that not everyone had to die. Those who didn't take Lin Ling's treasures didn't have to die, and those who took the treasures but handed them over didn't have to die either. At this moment, those who were about to die regretted it. They shouldn't have taken Lin Ling for a fool. They shouldn't have thought that they were lucky, and they shouldn't have shared Lin Ling's treasures. One wrong step, and they lost everything. Their strength was placed in the 4 clans, and each of them was an existence that could be called a king. Unfortunately, after taking a wrong step, they entered the cycle of reincarnation. All of this was just as Lin Ling said. There was a cause, and there was an effect. When they were greedy for Lin Ling's treasures, Lin Ling would definitely kill them if he didn't die. This was the effect. Fortunately, I handed it over before, or else I would be dead now. Lin Ling didn't kill us all. He gave us a chance. The battle of creation hasn't even begun, but he seems to be ruling the world. Those who were lucky enough to escape the calamity on the ground were all excited. Moreover, they kowtowed to Lin Ling as if Lin Ling was the ruler of the world. Lin Ling didn't even look at those experts on the ground. After taking back the stone statue fragments, he left with Yu and the others. Next, I'll collect the debts one by one. However, everyone still heard Lin Ling's words. He wanted to collect the debts one by one. Without a doubt, this news was like a bolt from the blue, and they couldn't react at all. Debt collection following Lin Ling, martial god Tianyu and the others were also shocked. They stared at the leading figure in front of them. They never thought that the little guy they met in the past would have grown to such an extent. It could be said that in terms of power, no one could threaten Lin Ling. In terms of personal strength, Lin Ling was also a monstrous existence, dominating the world. This did not seem to be difficult. Lin Ling, what kind of power did you use to defeat the Yellow Spring Emperor? Interesting. At this time, Daoist came suddenly asked curiously because he also could not understand that sword. Lin Ling smiled and said without hiding anything, Boundary Origin. Boundary Origin. What? Boundary Origin? Boundary Origin. Hearing this, the faces of the ancient giants changed. Lin Ling actually comprehended Boundary Origin? This was an existence that surpassed the power of law. As expected of Li Xiaoya's reincarnation. Boundary Origin. Daoist came smiled bitterly. In the past, Li Xiaoya was the first to comprehend Boundary Origin. Today, Lin Ling was also the first to comprehend Boundary Origin. Everything was like a dream. Comprehending Boundary Origin depends on luck. If I did not encounter someone's help, I would not have succeeded. Lin Ling was not greedy and said modestly. Breaking the reincarnation cycle with a sword, was that the power of Boundary Origin? So powerful. Boundary Origin. The guardian of the human world said with great yearning. He was very clear that with the 2 words Boundary Origin, these ancient giants would have to follow Lin Ling's lead. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he was not very familiar with Boundary Origin. However, he was sure that with Boundary Origin, he could destroy all laws. Of course, compared to Boundary Origin, Lin Ling was more surprised by the power of his left eye. Because previously, he had only used a short time to upgrade the 6 paths of reincarnation, the power of the 10,000 elephant demon eyes was indeed heaven-defying. After everyone returned to the rainforest sacred land, they rested for a short while. At this moment, among the 4 clans, a sensational news spread. Because Lin Ling had returned, under the joint attack of the ancient giants of the 4 clans, Lin Ling did not die. Instead, he returned like a king. This undoubtedly made everyone feel that it was unreal, and rumor had it that Lin Ling was going to collect the debt from the ancient giants one by one. Lin Ling was treating the ancient era's giants as trash and ants. Although the news was shocking, the experts of the human race, god, demon, and ghost race, they were all looking forward to seeing if Lin Ling could sweep all the ancient giants. As for the ancient giants of the various clans, they were not origin. First, Lin Ling. Second, Lin was Lin Ling of the mean origin. I don't believe that he would dare to come to our door and demand payment. In the nation of God, the Sun God King coldly yelled. Beside him was the immortal God King. He was also surprised that Lin Ling didn't die, but he wasn't too afraid of Lin Ling. Origin. Origin. Of the demon devil of the devils was of the domain of the demon realm. Them. Fire Cloud Divine King hasn't returned yet? Origin to origin. Origin to origin, origin to origin. 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 What a disgrace. Origin to origin. Origin to origin. Origin to origin. Origin to Linling. Let's see if he has the strength. The same thing happened in the demon realm. Origin to origin, origin to origin. Origin to origin. Origin to origin. They didn't believe that Linling would be so arrogant. To put it bluntly, it was because they were too strong. They represented the kings of their clans. When had they ever been threatened like this? Night. Linling sat cross-legged in the sacred rainforest. Beside him were Yuyu and Yuer, Yumanyan, Fire Spirit Princess, and the others. These women had followed Linling for a long time. In Linling's heart, they were all his women. Linling also told them about Xian Yuangur and Yuanshi Guer. Everyone approved of Xian Yuangur. As for Yuanshi Guer, although she liked Linling, Linling did not admit it. However, Linling had implicated her in this matter. Therefore, Linling would definitely save the two of them. Linling, are you going to the martial god realm? The girls were all worried. Linling was strong enough to dominate this realm. However, it might not be the case if he went to the martial god realm. Linling smiled at the girls. Life is full of challenges. An overly stable environment will make people slack off. Moreover, Li Xiaoyao has been to the martial god realm. However, I will only know what happened there when I go. Currently, although Linling had obtained the majority of the stone sculptures, Li Xiaoyao's experience in the martial god realm had not allowed him to obtain those stone sculpture fragments. Thinking about it, those stone sculpture fragments should be with the ancient giants. Moreover, if I don't go to the martial god realm, Xian Yuangur and the others won't be able to be saved. Alright, we will support you. The girl said with a smile. This made Linling feel extremely gratified. His wives were all very beautiful and kind. To have such close friends in life, what regrets did he have? That night, Linling accompanied them and chatted. Before leaving, he planned to let Yuyu and Yuer enter another realm to comprehend their own realm. The next day, Linling woke up early and carried Lin Yi to the rainforest sacred land. There were already a large number of experts gathered there. His 3 disciples, Daoist came and other ancient giants. They all looked at Linling and sighed in their hearts. The current Linling had already been titled as the sovereign of the human race. Linling also felt that he was dreaming. In the past, he had always wanted to rule the world and dominate the mountains and rivers. Now, he had done it. However, thinking about the next debt collection, Linling had a headache, because there were many ancient giants who had robbed him of his treasures, and they were scattered. If he went to collect the debt one by one, it would take a lot of time. The main reason was that Xian Yuangur and the others couldn't wait that long. Let's go. After shaking his head, Linling shouted coldly. Everyone followed him and left the rainforest sacred land. Father, where are we going? Lin Yi blinked his big eyes and asked curiously. He was extremely proud because he knew that his father had become the strongest expert of the human race. Therefore, in his heart, his father had become even more majestic and could withstand all storms. Drunken Immortal Inn. Linling replied with a smile. Drunken Immortal, this guy, is unlucky to be the first to be chosen by Linling. Hearing that, many people laughed and shook their heads. At present, Linling was so domineering. Whoever he took a fancy to would be unlucky. The Immortal Indulgence Inn was an existence that was like a paradise in the ocean, and it was a place that many experts yearned to head to. Because they knew that a top expert that was isolated from the rest of the world resided on the island in the paradise. Moreover, the wine of the Immortal Indulgence Inn was a rare treasure that was capable of improving one's cultivation, yet it wasn't something that everyone could purchase. However, on this day, a large number of experts were welcomed on that fairyland island. So many people are here to drink? How ostentatious. Are you crazy? Those people don't look like. They are here to drink. Could it be Linling? The crowd suddenly thought of the sensational news that had happened not long ago. In fact, they all thought that the news was just a rumor. After all, Drunken Immortal was an ancient giant. He was not someone that Linling could step on as he wished. Kill. Is the blue-robed young man holding the child Linling? He's so young. He's actually carrying a child, he's really calm. Many people stared at the sky and saw the legendary figure. Some of the women's hearts even jumped. They had heard of Linling's name long ago. Today, when they saw him, they found that Linling was even more elegant than the rumors said. On the island, there was a huge ancient building. It was the Drunken Immortal Inn. According to legend, those who came here to drink, even immortals would get drunk. Who are you? Come. Several fairy-like women wearing white dresses flew out from the ancient building. They were obviously from the Drunken Immortal Inn. Scram. Those who come to this island must follow the rules of the Drunken Immortal Inn. One of the good-looking women shouted. For so many years, the Drunken Immortal Inn must have encountered people who came to provoke them. The result was that each and every one of them left with a loss. Over time, these women's hearts were higher than the sky. Scram? Linling couldn't help but laugh, and the people behind him also laughed. Although Immortal Drunken Wine was an ancient giant, it depended on who he was facing. In front of Linling, he didn't have the qualifications to put on airs. Sisters, we're here to collect debts, not to cause trouble. Linny blinked his big eyes and said. He wanted to tell these women that they were here to look for Immortal Drunken Wine. Child, don't talk nonsense, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Now, tell your father and the others to scram. The fairy-like women coldly shouted. Although they knew that the person opposite them was Linling, they didn't believe that Linling had the qualifications to look for Immortal Drunken Wine. My patience is limited, so all of you, scram. Scram. Linling was still smiling, but his smile was a little cold. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. He naturally wouldn't make things difficult for these women, but they couldn't see the reality. Tell your master, Immortal Drunken Wine, to get out here. He dared to take my things, but he doesn't have the guts to face me? Scram. Linling waved his sleeve, and the women in the sky were forcibly pressed to the ground, while Linling walked forward step by step. Who asked you to fly so high in front of me? Scram. Everyone heard Linling's domineering words. This was a true ancient giant. You. Scram. These women had never been humiliated like this, because anyone who came here would treat them like a madam. Unfortunately, no matter how angry they were not as strong as him, so they could only sulk in secret. Young Immortal Drunken Wine. The others looked at them and shook their heads one after another. Even they thought that those women idolized him so much that they couldn't see reality clearly. Immortal Drunken Wine. At this moment, Linling faintly spoke. However, the ancient tower in front of them remained silent. Immortal Drunken Wine was nowhere to be seen, but Linling could see with his left eye that Immortal Drunken Wine was there. Ever since his left eye merged with the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes, it could see through more things. It was like an upgraded version of the Eye of Time. Boom, with a wave of his sleeve, the law surged out, and the Immortal Drunken Wine collapsed. The rumbling sound was shocking. You're courting death. Bastard. Seeing this, the women angrily shouted. Linling destroyed an ancient wine shop with millions of years of history? Linling was too arrogant. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Linling dared to destroy the Immortal Drunken Wine shop. Our master is not here, or you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The leader of the women said disdainfully. She thought that Linling was taking advantage of the absence of their master to be so arrogant. However, Linling didn't care about them. Instead, he mocked, Immortal Drunken Wine, do you think you can hide? Debt must be repaid. This is the law of heaven and earth. Whitey, Blackie, flatten the Immortal Drunken Wine shop. I want to see if that turtle will come out. Yes, master. The Firmament Sword Immortal and the Dark Dragon Emperor flew out and attacked the island, flattening it. How crazy! The crowd trembled with fear when they saw Linling sweep through the crowd without saying a word. Hide? Linling, you think too highly of yourself. Our master is not here. Do you really think he's hiding from you? As for the women, they were all gnashing their teeth. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a figure flew out from the ground. That person was wearing a long white robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably handsome. However, he was in a sorry state, and his face was extremely ugly. He was a mortal drunk in wine. Seeing this, the crowd fell silent, especially the few arrogant women. Their mouths were wide open at this moment. Their master was really here, but why didn't he dare to come out? Was he really afraid of Lin Ling? Instantly, the women began to feel guilty. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Immortal Drunken Wine was furious. He looked at the destroyed island and was furious. Lin Ling wanted to embarrass him on purpose. If he didn't come out, he would bombard him until he came out. He wanted to make him, an ancient magnate, lose face. Return the money. However, compared to Immortal Drunken Wine's anger, Lin Ling said lazily. His attitude made Immortal Drunken Wine even angrier. He was an ancient magnate. Among the countless experts of the human race, he was one of the top 10. Amir Jr. dared to ask him to return the money? Don't be too arrogant. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Immortal Drunken Wine's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. His subordinates were looking forward to it because their master was finally going to make a move. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Kill. However, that aura did not affect Lin Ling at all. Instead, he coldly spat out a sentence. Kill. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, Dark Dragon Emperor, Ancient Martial God Yun and the others immediately flew over and unleashed the same terrifying power of law. In just one exchange, Immortal Drunken Wine's face turned pale. In fact, he couldn't even defeat Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, let alone the three of them together. I'll return the money. Under the countless gazes, Immortal Drunken Wine directly begged for mercy. Their shameful appearance had undoubtedly caused those women to become dispirited. Immortal Drunken Wine, a hidden expert of the human race, one of the ancient magnate. No matter where he was placed, he was an existence that looked down on the world. But today, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Kill. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He directly turned and left. No. Immortal Drunken Wine's face was filled with fear. He had already begged for mercy, but Lin Ling still wanted to kill him? I'm an ancient magnate of the human race. Lin Ling, spare my life. On account of the fact that we're both humans, spare my life. I was blinded by greed, but everyone makes mistakes. You should give me a chance to change. Immortal Drunken Wine's begging voice resounded throughout the sky. His life was now in the hands of Lin Ling. All of this made the crowd feel like they were in a dream. Searching for the death arrow Martial Godin fact, if Lin Ling had apologized sincerely and returned the treasures to Immortal Drunken Wine, Lin Ling might not have killed him. However, Immortal Drunken Wine had put on airs and refused to come out. What was the point of Lin Ling keeping him alive? Rumble, a deafening sound came from the island. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the other two joined forces and killed Immortal Drunken Wine without any suspense. After Immortal Drunken Wine fell, a large amount of mysterious light burst out from his body. Those were the treasures that Immortal Drunken Wine had collected. Lin Ling waved his right hand and took back the treasures that belonged to the stone sculptures. They were all divine crystals. This made him a little disappointed. He still wanted the memories. Without stopping, Lin Ling led the group and left. On the ground, everyone was at a loss. An ancient giant, an indomitable existence, had died in front of them. Moreover, he had died without being able to fight back. The gap between them was too big. Let's go to the Great Saint Realm. There's an old acquaintance I want to meet. After leaving the island, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There was also an ancient giant in the Great Saint Realm. It was the Death Arrow Martial God. Moreover, he also wanted to pay a visit to Grandma Wendao. After a long time, a vast continent finally appeared in front of them. It was the Great Saint Realm. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, they did not hide anything. This caused the faces of the martial artists in the Great Saint Realm to change drastically. This was because they could feel that the aura of this group of strangers was extremely powerful. Moreover, some of them recognized Lin Ling and could not help but be surprised. In the past, Lin Ling alone had stirred up the Great Saint Realm and made the four great immortal sovereign families move for him. No one expected Lin Ling to appear again today. Moreover, compared to the low profile in the past, the current Lin Ling was as dazzling as an emperor of the human race. I heard that Lin Ling is going to settle scores with the ancient giants. He really came. some people secretly said. After Lin Ling and the others landed on the ground, a look of reverence immediately appeared on their faces. Lin Ling and the others naturally didn't care about this kind of reverence. Lin Ling carried Lin Yi and headed towards Wendao restaurant. However, there was no need for Lin Ling to visit Grandma Wendao personally. Grandma Wendao was already waiting for him with a smile on her face. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Grandma Wen was still unfathomable. Haha, little Li, congratulations on increasing your strength. When Grandma Wendao saw Lin Ling from afar, she laughed out loud. Lin Ling also smiled and introduced the old man to Yu Yu and the others. When everyone knew that the old man was older than the Grand Saint region, they were all shocked. Lin Ling's purpose in coming here was to ask Grandma Wendao to take care of the sacred rainforest. After all, he, Lin Ling, would have to leave for a while. Grandma Wendao agreed with a smile. Moreover, she seemed to like Lin Yi very much. Lin Ling also left Lin Yi, Yu Yu, and the others behind. He brought the Firmament Sword Immortal and the other 2 disciples to look for the Death Arrow Martial God. The rumor is true. Lin Ling is here for the Death Arrow Martial God. In the streets, many people looked at Lin Ling and the other experts leaving. They could only look up. Moreover, the Drunken Immortal restaurant was not far from the Grand Saint region. When the martial artists returned and told the news of Drunken Immortal's death, it undoubtedly shocked the Grand Saint region again. Lin Ling naturally didn't have the time to care about their opinions. He floated in the sky and his gaze swept across the entire Grand Saint region. Then, he shook his head. The Death Arrow Martial God had disappeared. Li Xiaoyao knew the Death Arrow Martial God. He was defeated by Li Xiaoyao in the past. Because of this, the Death Arrow Martial God had always wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Follow me. However, although the Death Arrow Martial God had disappeared, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ling to find him. It takes a lot of time to collect debts from the ancient giants. Although he had found the Death Arrow Martial God, Lin Ling felt a little helpless. This was because Xianyuan and the others couldn't wait for so long. He brought the Firmament Sword Immortal and the other 2 and flew across the sky. In a remote village in the Grand Saint region, a man was teaching his son archery. This man looked to be in his 40s. He had a square face and gave people a sense of calmness. His son was about 10 years old. He looked at his father with admiration. This was because his father was the most famous hunter in the area. The arrow is born from the heart. Where the heart is, the eyes will be there. The arrow will also be there. The man's serious voice was heard. I understand, father. Father. The child quickly nodded. In the distance, there was an ordinary-looking but gentle woman. She was drying meat and often looked at the father and son with a happy smile on her face. Her husband wasn't from this village. She had accidentally met him in the mountains. As the man gave people a sense of calmness, she married him after a while. In fact, she had a feeling that the man didn't belong here. She was afraid that the man would leave one day. However, the truth was that the man didn't leave. He seemed to like these peaceful days. At this moment, on a mountain peak far away, Lin Ling and the others stood there quietly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He was extremely surprised by the scene in front of him. Of course, his disciple was also extremely surprised. The Death Arrow Martial God was an extremely mysterious existence among the ancient giants. He often wore a large cloak which made people unable to see his face clearly. He was like a hunter in the dark, able to assassinate all powerful existences. However, the king of hunters had turned into an ordinary hunter in the village. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled meaningfully. He led Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others into the village and walked towards the Death Arrow Martial God. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, the man was obviously shocked. As for his wife, she was also slightly terrified. This was because outsiders rarely came to the village. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others' auras were extraordinary. His wife could also sense how powerful these people were. Father. The child quickly hid behind the man. His eyes were filled with caution. The man frowned and didn't say a word. Death Arrow Martial God, you used to be my opponent. After you lost to me, I chased you to the Saint's realm. I know that your life's goal is to defeat me. Who would have thought that you would hide here? Lin Ling glanced at the 3 of them and finally looked at the Death Arrow Martial God calmly. In fact, He didn't expect this death god to hide so well. If the people in the village knew that this man had once killed more than 1 billion people with his arrows and that he was a formidable existence, wouldn't the village be in an uproar? Sir, have you got the wrong person? He is Audiobook, my husband. He is not the death arrow martial god. The woman quickly said. As she spoke, she pulled her child and knelt down in front of Lin Ling. Sir, you must have got the wrong person. Please spare our lives. Sir, spare our lives. The child followed his mother and said. His little face was filled with fear. Li Xiaoyao's old enemy, I'm sorry, I'm indeed the death arrow martial god. Moreover, I'm also the #1 king of the Great Saint region. I'm truly sorry for hiding it from you all for so many years. Finally, the man spoke. The reason I didn't say anything was because I didn't want to disturb these peaceful days. Because all of you would leave me if I did. Hearing this, the child and his mother both looked at the man in shock. They never thought that the family member they lived with day and night would be such a terrifying powerhouse. At that moment, the man seemed to have become a stranger to them. But soon, the child gritted his teeth and continued to hold his father's hand. No matter what kind of existence his father was, or how many people he had killed, he was still his father. The mother was the same. She didn't say much and used her actions to express everything. She also touched the man's hand, causing him to feel moved. Sir, Audiobook may have done something wrong in the past, but he has changed. He just wants to live a peaceful life with us. Please let us live. The woman looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Hearing this, Lin Ling coldly shook his head. Your husband and I, that was a fated battle. It had already happened in my previous life. His lifelong wish was to kill me, so today, I'm here to fulfill his wish. However, he seemed to have realized that he was no longer a match for me, thus he decided to hide. Am I right, Death Arrow Martial God? Once those words were spoken, the Death Arrow Martial God's expression became extremely gloomy. That was because that was indeed the case. He was already afraid of Lin Ling and did not dare to provoke Lin Ling anymore. He even regretted teaming up with the other ancient giants to frame Lin Ling. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Since he had done such a thing, then he had to bear the consequences. He couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. If you have any problems, come at me. Suppressing the regret in his heart, the Death Arrow Martial God walked out and shielded his wife and child behind him. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered, a hero of a generation has fallen to such a state. However, I want to ask you, if I die, will you let my family go? Hearing this, the Death Arrow Martial God couldn't answer, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Based on his previous personality, he would definitely not let Lin Ling's family off. After all, he represented the Grim Reaper. But now, he would, unfortunately, even if he explained, would Lin Ling believe him? In fact, even he didn't believe in himself. Can we let them go? They don't know anything about me. However, the Death Arrow Martial God still asked. Perhaps he was hoping for a fluke. Lin Ling smiled without saying anything. He pulled out the sword in his hand and pointed it at the Death Arrow Martial God. This world is very fair. If you are strong, I will die. If I am strong, you will die. Under the cruel rules, it depends on who is stronger. Who can walk through the wind and waves? Today, I have walked through it. Therefore, let our fated battle begin. Sir, Audiobook admits defeat, please spare his life. The woman hurriedly said anxiously. She also noticed that her husband was afraid of the handsome young man. Obviously, he was not the young man's opponent. Lon, you're too kind, so you've infected me. All these years, I've been very happy living here. I've never thought that living with ants would be so comfortable. Perhaps, I've killed countless people in my life in pursuit of the supreme martial arts, but I've lost myself in the process. The Death Arrow Martial God smiled, but his smile was extremely sincere. Moreover, he gently kissed the woman's forehead. However, the world has karma. The cause left behind in the past, the effect left behind today. This battle is unavoidable. However, for all of you, I will fight to the death. If I lose, our family will enter the cycle of reincarnation. After he finished speaking, a pitch-black bow and arrow appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring. This speed of drawing the arrow was indeed worthy of the title of the #1 archer of the human race. Rumble, the surging power of the law also roared. Although the archers were killing gods who hid in the dark, they were not weak in a face-to-face confrontation. This was because their attack power had always been known for its sharpness. One arrow to decide victory or defeat. The death arrow martial god shouted coldly. He firmly believed that he could win. Swoosh, the arrow was shot out, but what was terrifying was that the arrow was extremely ordinary. It was only when it got closer and closer to Lin Ling that the terrifying power of the law erupted. It had actually reached 150 million laws. Moreover, all the laws were directed at Lin Ling. The others could not feel any sense of power. This was the terror of the archers. The firmament soared immortal and the others' faces turned serious. To be honest, the death arrow martial god could be called their senior because the latter was their master Li Xiaoyao's nemesis. Let's end this. However, in the face of the arrow, Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. With the ancient sword in his hand, one sword could break 10,000 laws. On the huge sword, there was a mysterious power lingering around it. The sword slashed down fiercely. Crack, a thunderous sound was heard. Under several gazes, the terrifying arrow was cut in half by Lin Ling. Lin Ling held the sword and moved forward, like a peerless sword god. Master's boundary origin is so powerful. Seeing this, the firmament soared immortal and the others gasped. Lin Ling was already stronger than them. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was only a rank 4 martial emperor. So powerful. The death arrow martial god was shocked. If he remembered correctly, Li Xiaoyao had only comprehended the boundary origin when he was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Lin Ling was even more terrifying. He finally knew why he could not defeat Lin Ling. Swoosh, at that moment, a sword slashed down and a mysterious power bloomed. Bang, the arrow in the death arrow martial god's hand was cut in half by the sword. Furthermore, his right arm was also cut off. Moreover, there was a mysterious power that seemed to dominate everything. It tore apart the source of the physical force in his elixir field. This is the power of the boundary origin. I have been chasing after it my entire life, but I have never been able to obtain it. The death arrow martial god sensed the loss of the laws in his elixir field. He immediately smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had used the boundary origin to cripple him. However, he was convinced of this and he had no choice but to hand over the stone sculpture fragment. The winner dies and the loser is in the wrong. At his age, he naturally knew this principle. Then, he stood together with his wife and son, hoping that the family could die together. They looked at each other and there was only the kind of love in their eyes. In reality, love was something that no one could control. Even if one was an ambitious and ruthless character, the death arrow martial god found it hard to control. He didn't know that he, the #1 archer god, would eventually fall in love with an ordinary girl. However, if he was given another choice, he would still choose to continue loving her. However, when they were ready to die, they looked up and realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. It was as if he had never been there. Only the wind blew gently and the surroundings were extremely quiet. Shocking the 4 races almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice resounded in his ears. The death arrow martial god is dead. From now on, you are only a hunter. This voice caused his body to tremble even more. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. As for the child and the woman, they quickly knelt down and kowtowed towards the sky. This was because those godlike experts had actually spared them. Arrow, who is he? After the woman kowtowed, she looked at the death arrow martial god with joy. The opponent that I have looked up to my entire life and worshipped. Unfortunately, I have failed on the path of martial arts, and he is still moving forward. The death arrow martial god said word by word. His words came from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood why he couldn't compare to Lin Ling. However, this is no longer important. The important thing is that the death arrow martial god is dead. Relax. The death arrow martial god felt incomparably relaxed. This was because he had obtained a new life and could spend the rest of his life with his family. In just a short 2 hours, the news of the death arrow martial god's death swept across the entire Grand Saint realm like a storm. The news also spread to the 3 profound realms, the ghost race, and the devil race. This caused the 4 races to explode. Lin Ling had finally made his move. Each of the ancient giants was about to face his crusade. At this moment, the four races were in turmoil. The ancient giants were completely terrified. The Yellow Spring Emperor was dead, Immortal Drunken Wine was the same, and even the Death Arrow Martial God was dead. Who could stop Lin Ling? What? In the godly kingdom, the Sun God King's expression finally became serious. The Sun God King was not afraid of Lin Ling killing one ancient giant. However, what if Lin Ling killed 3 in a row? This meant that Lin Ling had completely become a force to be reckoned with. The same thing happened in the Immortal Divine Kingdom. At this moment, the entire nation was in an uproar because they knew that Lin Ling would come to the Immortal Divine Kingdom, and this was indeed the case. After killing the Death Arrow Martial God, Lin Ling went to the Godly Kingdom. Lin Ling really wanted to kill the Immortal Divine King, because the latter was too hypocritical, actually deceiving him. When Lin Ling appeared in the Immortal Divine Nation, the entire ancient Divine Nation was looking at the elegant man walking in the sky. For a moment, the entire nation was silent. The nation of God could only look up to the number one genius of the human race. They're finally here. His vengeance is like a storm. Is he the little prince's friend? It wasn't the first time Lin Ling had come to the Immortal Divine Nations, so many people recognized him. However, no one expected that the youth who seemed to be low-key in the past would actually be able to threaten their strongest Immortal Divine King today, and at this moment, in the palace of the Immortal Divine Nation, the Immortal Divine King's face was also a bit panicked. Big brother, I've already told you not to provoke Lin Ling. Now, you regret it. The Immortal Buddha Lord looked at the Immortal Divine King with disappointment. His big brother was usually calm, but at the critical moment, he actually went to provoke Lin Ling. The Immortal Divine King frowned, and his face was extremely ugly. How could he know that Lin Ling was so powerful that he could still come back alive from the barrier passage? Moreover, he didn't know that Lin Ling's strength had increased crazily in such a short period of time. If he knew this, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Lin Ling. Then what should we do now? The Immortal Divine King looked at his brother and said. The Immortal Buddha Lord also frowned. Although his big brother was wrong, he definitely couldn't watch his big brother die. How about I lead the Immortal Divine Nation first? After all, I don't think the Sun God King will dare to help. He might have already escaped. The Immortal Divine King said bitterly. However, as soon as his voice fell, a cold voice spread throughout the Immortal Divine Nation. A dignified Divine King of a generation, do you only want to escape? As soon as this voice fell, the entire palace exploded. Lin Ling had come, many powerful warriors trembled in fear. When they heard Lin Ling's name, they were all afraid. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound spread throughout the palace. The roof of the palace was forcefully lifted by someone, and several slender figures floated in the sky. The one in the lead was a man in a blue and white robe. He was as elegant as the clouds. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Looking at that fiendish figure, the Immortal Divine King's heart trembled fiercely. Lin Ling had come, and he had come in a domineering manner. Their Immortal Divine Nation had been established in the Nation of Gods for so many years, but this was the first time they had encountered such a domineering character. He had directly killed his way into the palace. Do you want to fight to the death? Or commit suicide? Lin Ling looked at the ground indifferently and spat out a sentence. This sentence carried the power of looking down on the world. 2 choices, fight, or commit suicide. Hearing this, the Immortal Divine King was so angry that his body trembled. Was Lin Ling humiliating him in front of his people? However, he really didn't have much confidence in fighting, because he had also heard that Lin Ling seemed to be able to kill ancient giants as easily as flipping his hand. Lin Ling, the Immortal Divine King, is our Divine King in the end. For you to humiliate him like this, isn't it too overbearing? At this time, there were people from the Immortal Divine Nation who couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up. Rumble, surging white flames bloomed, forming a majestic 6 paths of reincarnation. It actually trapped the entire Immortal Divine Nation. You all know that he is the Immortal Divine King. A Grand Divine King actually dares to frame me. Isn't he too shameful? Moreover, since he dares to frame me, then he will have to suffer my wrath. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire Immortal Divine Nation and coldly said, of course, if you all want to support the Divine King, that's fine too. However, the outcome will be death. Boom, as soon as this voice fell, the entire nation was silent. in a world where the strong were respected, strength represented everything. If there was dissatisfaction, then let strength speak for itself. Unfortunately, who could compare to Lin Ling in strength? Get the hell up here. Then, Lin Ling looked at the immortal divine monarch and said. The immortal divine monarch stood there with a gloomy expression. He didn't dare to go up for a while. Lin Ling, this matter is my big brother's fault. I apologize to you here. Seeing Lin Ling's domineering aura, the immortal Buddha Lord quickly spoke. He didn't expect that he would have to look up to the youth of the past today. Lin Ling's gaze softened after hearing this. The immortal Buddha Lord didn't betray him and could still be considered his friend. He lightly said, Immortal Buddha Lord, I consider you a friend, so we can talk about anything. However, this matter is not negotiable. The immortal Buddha Lord immediately smiled wryly. Lin Ling didn't even give him face. In the past, he would have thought that this young man was too arrogant. However, he didn't think so now because Lin Ling had the qualifications to do so. Moreover, it was his big brother who was in the wrong first. Lin Ling, spare my uncle's life. I, Zhang Yingjun, will agree to be your slave. Right at this moment, another voice resounded. Zhang Yingjun knelt before Lin Ling under the gazes of countless people, and he cowed out incessantly. Sigh. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed softly. Zhang Yingjun was a friend he had met during his adventures. They had a good relationship and Lin Ling considered him a brother. Send you to Samsara, get up. Out of respect for you, the immortal god monarch doesn't need to die. After pondering for a bit, Lin Ling finally spoke. His words caused Zhang Yingjun and the others to laugh in excitement. Even the immortal divine king's heart relaxed. He never would have thought that the one who saved him was actually that disappointing nephew of his. It had to be said that his nephew actually knew a benefactor. Come up. However, Lin Ling not killing the immortal god monarch didn't mean that he would let him go so easily. With his temperament, if Zhang Yingjun wasn't here, he would have already turned the other party into dust. Hearing this, the immortal god monarch's heart trembled. He didn't dare to face Lin Ling. Big brother, hurry up and go up. You have to be sincere when admitting your wrongs. Immortal Buddha Lord quickly reprimanded. The immortal god monarch clenched his teeth and flew into the sky, arriving in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked over step by step. His long hair and blue robe fluttered in the wind. All of this fell into the immortal god monarch's eyes, causing his heartbeat to accelerate. He didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling. Are you afraid of me? Suddenly, Lin Ling spoke softly. I'm not. The immortal god monarch was worried about his face and spoke with a bit of trepidation. However, everyone could see that he was indeed afraid of Lin Ling. However, the dignified god monarch of the godly kingdom was actually afraid of someone. This made the powerhouses of the immortal divine kingdom feel like they were dreaming. You should be glad that you have a good nephew. Lin Ling spoke again. Then, he shook his head and said, your life can be left behind. However, in order to trap me in the past, you used billions of lives to lay down a formation. At that time, I said that when the day comes that you will also be an ant, you will feel how lowly you are. So now, I will cripple you and send you into samsara to live the life of an ant. I am the dignified immortal god monarch. You want me to be an ant? The immortal god king's complexion changed and he said in disbelief. However, Lin Ling's following words caused him to fall silent. You can resist, but the price of resistance is death. Be crippled, or fight, it's your choice. Fight or be crippled, countless thoughts raced through the immortal divine king's mind. If he fought and couldn't defeat Lin Ling, then his soul would scatter. But if he didn't fight, then he wouldn't die, he would only be crippled. Both of these choices were very difficult. They were the most difficult choices he had ever made in his life. I won't fight. In the end, the immortal divine king raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. He clenched his teeth and said, but I want to know, how will you defeat me? You will know. Lin Ling's palm grabbed out. There was the power of realm essence swirling around it, grabbing the immortal divine king's dantian, directly shattering the source of his true force. What kind of power is this? You actually crippled me? The immortal divine king's pupils immediately widened. Although he didn't want to fight, he still didn't plan on becoming a cripple. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so straightforward? Moreover, Lin Ling's methods were too mysterious. He could actually shatter his power of laws. This was too terrifying. He suddenly felt lucky that he didn't fight Lin Ling, otherwise, the outcome would be death. The power you have pursued your entire life. As for crippling you? Compared to the billions of lives that died in your hands, crippling you is letting you off too easily. But now, enter the cycle of reincarnation for me. Come back after reincarnating. Lin Ling's lips curved into a cold smile. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky brought the immortal divine king into the cycle of reincarnation. The power I have pursued my entire life? Could it be? You actually comprehended it. The immortal divine king seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. With a bitter smile, he disappeared into the cycle of reincarnation. In the past, the sun god king found him and asked him to cooperate to deal with Lin Ling. That way, he would be able to obtain the 3rd statue left behind by Li Xiaoyao. He didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed. The reason was that he felt that although Lin Ling's talent wasn't weak, in the end, he still couldn't compare to these ancient giants. However, that decision was actually the biggest mistake of his life. Because he underestimated Lin Ling, seeing the immortal divine king disappear without a trace, everyone's expression became complicated. Lin Ling killed his way into the immortal divine nation just like that and crippled the immortal divine king in their eyes, yet they were helpless. They could only watch as Lin Ling left in a carefree manner. Don't worry, I promise not to kill him, so I won't kill him. I'm only letting him enter the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, you don't need to think about finding him and then helping him, because once he enters my cycle of reincarnation, you won't be able to find him. He will only appear in an ordinary place and become immortal, experiencing the life of an ant. After a lifetime, he will return. All right. After leaving behind this sentence, Lin Ling left with the firmament sword immortal and the others. Meanwhile, the immortal Buddhist Lord's wry smile became even thicker. Others would certainly be happy to become immortal, but for the immortal divine king, this was the same as entering hell. One moment, he was a god-king existence, and the next, he became a cripple. This huge contrast wasn't something anyone could accept. The news of the immortal divine king being crippled quickly spread throughout the godly kingdom because this was the 4th ancient giant to be destroyed. Moreover, according to the rumors, Lin Ling's revenge didn't encounter any setbacks at all. All of his opponents were directly destroyed in a domineering manner. This also proved Lin Ling's terrifying strength. At this moment, the entire godly kingdom seemed to be shrouded in thick dark clouds. The experts from the Fire Cloud Empire and the Sun God Kingdom acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They were afraid that Lin Ling would come at any time. They knew that Lin Ling's flames of vengeance would definitely affect this place. Moreover, the entire world knew Lin Ling's temperament. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, he would return the favor tenfold. In just a moment, the people from the Fire Cloud Empire and the Sun God Kingdom were in a state of panic. However, the more worried they were, the faster the nightmare would descend. Rumble. In the distant sky, thunderous sounds came. Under countless gazes, 3 figures walked in the sky, and between them was an ancient black snake whose end couldn't be seen. The ancient snake was ferocious, and its roar shook the heavens and earth. On top of the serpent was a handsome and otherworldly youth. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and his sword shocked the world. Lin Ling had come for revenge. Plop. Seeing this scene, the entire Sun God Kingdom became silent. No one doubted Lin Ling's determination, and no one doubted his strength. However, was Lin Ling going to kill their Sun God King just like that? The Sun God Monarch was their faith and the sky in their hearts. Pa. Footsteps came one after another. All of the experts from the Sun God Kingdom came out. They were densely packed and covered the earth. Lin Ling, please leave. Cold shouts drifted out in an orderly manner, shaking the heavens. Huh? On top of the giant serpent, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. However, he frowned slightly. Asking him to leave, his gaze immediately looked at the palace in the distance, but he was a little surprised. This was because his left eye saw that there was a mysterious aura in the palace that blocked his vision. This scene was very strange. After all, there were very few things that Lin Ling could see through in this day and age, especially after he obtained the 10,000 demonic eyes. When an expert raged, millions of corpses would fall. Obviously, the key memories should be with the remaining ancient giants, and now, he could only find out everything by killing his way into the palace. Lin Ling, please leave. On the ground, thousands of martial artists shouted in unison. They were chasing Lin Ling away, and they were also protecting the Sun God King. The grudges of the pugilistic world are long-lasting, and time is like a song. Since it's the karma between me and the Sun God King, then it should be settled by me and him. What do you mean by blocking me? Lin Ling said indifferently. We don't mean anything. Because the Sun God King is our faith, our parent, we won't allow anyone to violate his dignity. On the ground, an old man walked out as if he represented the world. So, you're blocking me? Lin Ling frowned. That's right, we can't let you disrupt the order of the world and violate our king. On the ground, loud and mighty voices rang out. Every martial artist was filled with righteous indignation. They were fearless and fearless, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. If this had happened in the rainforest's holy land, his subordinates would also be so loyal. I just want to say that I don't have any grudges with the Sun God King, but he joined forces with others to frame me and steal my treasures, causing me to almost die in the ghost realm. Anyone would take revenge for this. Lin Ling's expression eased. He didn't blame the people on the ground. He liked loyal people very much. Although they didn't follow him, their character was indeed not bad. Since your king, your faith, has drawn his sword against me, as a swordsman, I will definitely draw my sword. If he's really worthy of you following him for a lifetime, then he should come out and take responsibility. Lin Ling said again. Now that you're strong, you're high and mighty? Don't forget, when you met the Sun God King in the past, he was like a dog. You came to the Sun God Kingdom today to show your strength, right? Very well, we all know that you're very strong. You've pretended enough. Can you scram now? Scram. However, Lin Ling was reasoning with them, but the martial artists on the ground shouted tyrannically, rumble. The entire sky was filled with their majestic voices, telling Lin Ling to scram. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. The Sun God King came to kill me and failed, so I came to kill him. Could it be that this is not the truth of the world? Lin Ling's voice became cold as if winter had arrived. Anyway, you are not allowed to offend our king. If you want to feel superior, go somewhere else. However, the martial artists on the ground coldly shouted again. They were extremely unreasonable, as if their sun god monarch was their faith. Others couldn't be killed, and Lin Ling was an ant. If he died, then it was a matter of course. If he didn't die, then he should be lucky and live well. He shouldn't come for revenge. If you want to invade our king, then you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Look at how many people we have here. If you kill all of us, can you bear the blood debt? On the ground, that elder coldly shouted, actually reprimanding Lin Ling, and there were indeed many of them, over 100 million. This debt of blood was indeed heavy. Can you bear the burden? Under the elder's voice, tens of thousands of voices followed, forming a terrifying tornado that rolled towards Lin Ling. However, this force couldn't shake Lin Ling at all. Instead, it aroused Lin Ling's strong killing intent, his left hand stretched out. What are you trying to do? Seeing Lin Ling's action, many martial artists on the ground coldly shouted. Could it be that Lin Ling dared to kill them? There were hundreds of millions of people. Lin Ling could kill them all, however, Lin Ling remained silent. In his palm, the white flame jumped wildly. It was clearly fire, but it was extremely cold. Master, let me do it. Seeing this scene, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others coldly shouted. They knew that Lin Ling was going to kill them all. However, hundreds of millions of lives were indeed a heavy debt of blood. They didn't want Lin Ling to bear it alone. No need. Today is the cause I sowed. If there is a result in the future, it will be the result I bear. This debt of blood, I can bear it. Lin Ling said word by word. In his left hand, the 6 paths of reincarnation from the 9 serenities hell flew out, forming a terrifying cold-killing intent. You really dare to kill us? On the ground, those people's faces stiffened, and they were all shocked, hundreds of millions of lives. Lin Ling dared to kill them? There is nothing I don't dare to kill. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out. In the sky, the terrifying 6 paths of reincarnation erupted with a turbulent suction force, burning and reincarnating everything. We have the elderly and children here. The Sun God Nation panicked. The hundreds of millions of lives were all terrified, because Lin Ling really did it. In an instant, countless lives were burned. The fearlessness from before completely disappeared at this moment, and what replaced it was the sound of pain. As time passed, a large number of lives were brought into the cycle of reincarnation and wiped out alive. Lin Ling ignored those painful voices. His face was expressionless as he stepped forward like an emperor. Above the palace of the Sun God Nation, he slashed out with his sword. Rumble, the gorgeous palace was divided into 2. In the palace, a huge blazing sun lay there, emitting flames like the Sun God King. Seeing the blazing sun, Lin Ling frowned slightly and slashed out again. Rumble, the dazzling blazing sun was divided into 2, but in Lin Ling's eyes, the Sun God King was not there. He had obviously escaped. See, this is your faith. Your faith allows you to resist the enemy in front, but he himself escaped. You are pathetic. Lin Ling put away his sword and stood there, looking at the people of the world mockingly. As for the people on the ground who were burned, their faces were all stiff. Their king had escaped, and in order to protect the emperor, they had actually risked their lives in the front line. They were indeed stupid. If the sacred ground of the rainforest is attacked by experts one day, the one standing in front will always be me. Lin Ling said coldly, turned around, and slowly left. The sacred ground of the rainforest had gone through so many ups and downs, but every time a great calamity descended, who would appear at the front line if not Lin Ling? At least, such a leader was worth following. The Sun God King was just a joke. We've all become scapegoats? The people on the ground felt extremely complicated. They also felt that they were pathetic because the king was heartless. They had all become scapegoats. However, Lin Ling did not show mercy. Because they had chosen this path and were so arrogant, they had to pay the corresponding price. Moreover, Lin Ling had given them a chance because he had been reasonable from the beginning. Unfortunately, these people were too ignorant. No one could change what they had decided unless death came. In that case, let death wake them up. Billions of lives. With a clear conscience, killing 100,000 or 1,000,000 wasn't a big deal. Even 10 million was normal for experts, but hundreds of millions was terrifying. It could be said that if it was on the human side, it would be more than half of the people in Xianpeng province. I can afford it. Lin Ling continued to move forward and said indifferently. Looking at the lonely figure, Martial God Xianxia felt even more complicated. She knew that her master wasn't a cruel and ruthless person, but the two sides had different standpoints, so the only result was life and death, and this world was also extremely cruel. There was no eternal winner. If her master died in the ghost realm, then the one to be destroyed today would be the rainforest sacred land. Therefore, for his family, for his friends, for his hometown, Lin Ling chose to bear the blood debt and enter hell to be a villain, but he had a clear conscience. The Sun God Nation gradually calmed down. What was terrifying was that there was no blood, no corpses, because everyone had been burned to ashes. The only thing left was the merciless reincarnation in the sky, constantly bringing souls into the cycle of reincarnation. The entire Sun God Nation was destroyed. This was the anger of an expert. Millions of corpses, and from now on, the Sun God Nation had become an empty country, and the news spread throughout the world, causing a huge wave to rise in the 4 clans. Lin Ling's revenge was getting crazier and crazier. He was also proving to the world that if they dared to kill him, Lin Ling, as long as he, Lin Ling, didn't die, then this debt would be repaid. Master, are we going to the Fire Cloud Empire next? Following Lin Ling, Martial God Xianxia looked at the determined man and asked. No need. If the Sun God King can escape, then the Fire Cloud God King can naturally escape too. Lin Ling shook his head and said, what a pity. If I had enough time, even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, I could still find them. But I don't have enough time. Xianxia and the others' flames of life are getting dimmer and dimmer. But Master didn't take back the statues he left behind. Dark Dragon Emperor said with a frown. It doesn't matter. Their statues can only obtain a part of the cultivation method and weapons, but they won't be able to obtain the most important thing. So I guess they will surface in the battle of creation 2 years later. Now, let them live for another 2 years. Lin Ling led the disciples towards the rainforest sacred land. And in the distant demon realm, the sun god king's complexion was ferocious. His family, his people, they had all died. Lin Ling, I will definitely kill you. He faced the sky and roared. The sun god flame on his forehead showed signs of transforming into a demonic flame. On the other side, the devil nation's crystal master and the 400 million great demon kings had all disappeared without a trace. They were hiding in a remote corner to cultivate. They were extremely sullen in their hearts. A dignified great demon king actually had to run away. However, they firmly believed that 2 years later, they would definitely obliterate Lin Ling. This stone sculpture of mine contains a powerful divine weapon. If it is refined, it will definitely be able to crush Lin Ling. In this seclusion, I will reach 1 billion laws and become the strongest person in the world. The ancient giants who had not died could only live a life that was neither human nor ghost for the time being. They were looking forward to their revenge 2 years later. Unfortunately, they did not know that no matter how powerful their laws were, without the boundary essence, they would never be Lin Ling's opponent. When Lin Ling returned to the rainforest sacred land, he first released Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and the others. He also left the small saint behind. In this way, the human race's side could be said to be filled with experts. Yu, Mingyun, I will send you to comprehend the boundary essence. Whether you can succeed or not will depend on your luck. Among everyone, Yu and the others had the highest talent, so Lin Ling helped them first. Seeing this, all the ancient giants were filled with anticipation. They also wanted to see what the boundary essence was. If you want to enter the martial god realm, you must have the boundary essence seed. The boundary essence can also grow. An expert has to change all his laws into the boundary essence. Only then will he be a true boundary master. Lin Ling explained with a smile. Currently, he had obtained a large number of statue fragments, so he knew a lot more things. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, they saw Lin Ling stretch out his right hand. A white light lingered on his arm. It looked dim, but there was an indescribable power emanating from it. Lin Ling slashed out with his right hand. It was as if a power that surpassed heaven and earth erupted. Rumble, the void was opened, revealing the boundary essence channel. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that experts who were proficient in the laws of space could slash open the void. However, it was not a void channel. In order to open a void channel, one could only use a boundary essence channel, but now, Lin Ling had easily opened a void channel with a slash. The power of the boundary essence was really terrifying. There are thousands of worlds in this world. I have already found the most suitable one for you. Go on. Sensing that the void channel had stabilized, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and said, Lin Ling, we will go in. Yu and the rest looked at Lin Ling with reluctance. Then, they walked over and hugged Lin Ling and Lin Yi. Finally, they entered the void channel. This time, they hoped that they could successfully comprehend the boundary essence. Lin Ling looked at them with reluctance. However, he believed that Yu and the rest would succeed. I am so envious. Sword Immortal Song Tian and the rest licked their lips. The boundary essence was a power that every warrior yearned for. They were no exception. Don't be envious. When your laws reach 1 billion, I will send you to comprehend the boundary essence. After all, in terms of talent, you are still not as good as Yu and the rest. Lin Ling laughed and scolded. Thank you, Master. Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others nodded excitedly. Opening the path to the infinite realms was not something that anyone could do, but their master could. Lin Ling, we want to go too. Immortal came, martial god Tianyu, the guardian of immortal realm, and the other old seniors smiled. Following Lin Ling, these old fogies also benefited. When your laws reach a certain level, I will send you in. Lin Ling nodded and chatted with them for a while. Then, he entered the house. There were 2 women lying there. One was Xian Yuan Gu and the other was Yuancher Gu Looking at them, Lin Ling felt a little guilty. If it weren't for him, these 2 beauties would still be alive. Wait for me. I will find a way to save you. Lin Ling kissed Xian Yuan Gu's smooth forehead gently and then left resolutely. He and Xianxia had just been together, but they were separated again. This made Lin Ling feel extremely helpless. This time, his target was the martial god realm. Because he would be back soon, he did not inform anyone. "Father, you will definitely succeed." Linny, Ancestor Taiyan and the rest knew that Lin Ling had once again embarked on the Void Channel, so they all came to send Lin Ling off. "After I leave, you must cultivate diligently. Don't slack off. Do you understand?" "Qingzhou Martial God Camp, grandfather, mother, everyone, I'll leave for now." In the end, Lin Ling took a deep look at his family, carried the ancient sword on his back, and flew towards the sky. "Go. Ling you died in the martial god realm in your previous life. You'll find the answer when you reach there." Elder Taiyan and the others were also a little reluctant because Lin Ling had just arrived and he had to leave again. On the path of martial arts, one would fall behind if they didn't advance, unless they could surpass 10,000 worlds one day. However, they were proud of Lin Ling. "Run. If you can escape from this world, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, when I come back, you'll all die even if you run to the ends of the earth." After Lin Ling left the rainforest sacred land, he floated in the sky and swept his gaze across the entire sky. After a cold smile, he strode away. The Sun God King and the other ancient giants thought that Lin Ling couldn't find them, but in fact, Lin Ling had already seen them. However, due to the lack of time, Lin Ling decided to let them be proud for the time being. Once again arriving at the void passage of the ghost realm, Lin Ling walked in and passed through the mysterious path of the martial god realm. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. When Lin Ling approached it, he immediately felt an extremely wonderful feeling wrap around his body. By the time Lin Ling opened his eyes, the sky was even higher, the land was even more vast, and the spirit energy was even denser. The sky here seemed to be endless. Martial God realm. Lin Ling's lips curled into an excited smile. It was a smile of anticipation for breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a new world. "From the North Territory?" At this time an indifferent voice floated over. Under the lofty mountains in front of him, two slender figures stood on top of the mountain. A pair of indifferent eyes looked at Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. So strong. And Lin Ling was also looking at them. His left eye could sense that these two mysterious existences had extremely dense world essence energy on their bodies. Of course, to be cautious, Lin Ling quickly retracted his gaze. "It's been many years since anyone came to the North Realm. I didn't expect that someone would finally step into the martial god realm today. And he looks very young," one of the men said with a smile. This man was nearly 2 meters tall and wore a uniform. His hair was brown. Lin Ling had never seen anything like that in his life. The other was an old man with long golden hair. He seemed to be quite old, but he seemed to be quite cynical. He played with a mysterious flame in his right hand as he stared curiously at Lin Ling. "Greetings, seniors." After sizing him up, Lin Ling said in a neither arrogant nor servile manner, We are the guardians of the world seat, so you don't have to be too wary. However, you came from the North Realm, and no one has come to that place for a long time. This means that your talent is not bad." The brown-haired middle-aged man said with a smile, "It's more difficult to comprehend realm energy in a weak realm. You can comprehend realm energy at the peak martial emperor realm. That's not easy." His smile was very sincere. It seemed that he also came from the North Realm, so he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Lin Ling. However, just as he finished speaking, the old man beside him said in horror, "This young man seems to be only at level 4 martial emperor realm." "What?" Hearing this, the brown-haired middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. In Qingzhou, a peak martial emperor who could comprehend realm energy was an amazing existence. As for a level 5 martial emperor who could comprehend realm energy, they were geniuses from various realms. However, the young man with the big sword was only at level 4 martial emperor realm. Wasn't this too fierce? Moreover, his realm energy has reached 10%. The old man said again. World essence. In the beginning, it was the seed of world essence. Next, it was the conversion of laws. The more one converted, the stronger one would be. But generally speaking, most world essence seeds had just risen. Lin Ling had reached 10%. One must know that if he reached 100%, he would be the master of a world. This young man is not simple. Moreover, it seems that he hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. The brown-haired middle-aged man finally looked at Lin Ling seriously. To a martial artist, 1,000 years of cultivation was considered a junior. 10,000 years was the real standard. Haha, an amazing fellow has come to our North Realm. However, let me remind you, the martial god realm has gathered the most ferocious experts of various realms. If you are too dazzling, you will attract unnecessary trouble. The golden-haired old man said with a smile, I have a set of chi concealment divine art here. Cultivate it and it can roughly conceal your aura. Lin Ling quickly thanked him. He was not a newbie and he naturally knew that it was his first time in this place. It was always right to keep a low profile. After that, he received the jade slip the old man tossed over. After he checked it, the realm energy on him was concealed, and it seemed like he only possessed realm energy seeds. As they watched Lin Ling cultivate without any bottlenecks, the two seniors were secretly surprised. They never expected that Lin Ling's comprehension ability would be so strong. He had learned the chi concealment divine art with a single glance. Where do you intend to go next? The martial god barracks of Azure Prefecture. That place is quite cruel. The two seniors were slightly surprised when they heard this. Lin Ling blinked. Actually, he didn't know where the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks was, but the mysterious blue-robed young man definitely had his reasons for pointing him there, not to mention that he wanted to save someone, so the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks should have a way. That place is very cruel indeed. To be honest, it's just an army barracks. However, it has its own benefits. If you're able to enter it, then you'll be able to obtain everything you want. Of course, it's very difficult to become a member of it because failure is death. The brown-haired middle-aged man frowned as he spoke. Even though he'd only met Lin Ling once, Lin Ling was from his hometown. So, he didn't want to see Lin Ling head to the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks. Most importantly, Lin Ling's natural talent allowed him to choose a better place. Thank you, lords. I still intend to head to the Azure Prefecture martial god barracks. Lin Ling bowed. All right. The two of them exchanged glances and tossed a jade slip over. Lin Ling received it and immediately looked through it, and the jade slip provided him with directions. There was no time to lose, and Lin Ling hurriedly bid his farewells and left. Go on. I hope you'll be able to gain a firm foothold in Azure Prefecture. The two seniors said with a smile. Azure Prefecture had gathered a large number of experts from various worlds. Most of the experts who possessed boundary seeds in the vicinity had gathered in Azure Prefecture. As he walked along the main road, Lin Ling felt extremely relaxed as he looked ahead. There were huge unicorns galloping in front of him. Lin Ling quietly looked with his left eye and was surprised to find that the unicorn's strength had actually reached level 5 Martial Emperor realm. The things in the Martial God realm were truly abnormal. As he walked along the main road, gradually, more people appeared. They were dressed in all sorts of clothes and seemed to be experts from various places. Of course, on the surface, those people looked very young, about 20 years old. However, in terms of strength, they definitely surpassed the Sun God Emperor and the others in Lin Ling's world. Iron Blood Ancient City. At this time, a voice came from the side. Two young men were looking at Lin Ling in surprise. One of them was extremely tall, with a small braid on his head, while the other was dressed in a black robe. He looked somewhat cold, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about that gaze. He smiled and said, "How do you know?" "Yes." The tall young man rolled his eyes. "Walking on this road, where else can we go if not to the Martial God Barracks? Moreover, the Martial God Barracks is opening this year, and everyone is rushing there." "Yes. That's my negligence." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. "Don't tell me you just came to the Martial God world." "Yes." "That seems to be the case." "Yes." "Just look at you, then let's go." "Yes." After chatting for a while, the three of them walked along the main road. Perhaps because they came from other places, they weren't familiar with each other, but they didn't hate each other either. Through the conversation, Lin Ling found out that the tall young man with the braid was called Pan Luyun. He came from somewhere in the southern border, and was one of the top geniuses there. His father had rushed him to the martial god world to raise his cultivation. As for the cool young man called Lu Chengfeng, he always had a look of disdain on his face, and didn't talk much with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had seen countless people, and knew that this guy was just pretending. Lu Chengfeng also came from another world, and his strength was above average in his family. He came to the martial god world to see a wider world. Compared to them, Lin Ling was a bit speechless. Because in his own world, he was the strongest, but these two were not the masters of their own worlds and their own homeworlds. As the three of them walked forward, more and more people appeared in front of them, and their strength was unfathomable. There are more and more people. Yes. Pan Luyun was somewhat excited. Lin Ling's eyes also lit up. The first thing they saw was a huge city made of steel. This city was blood red in color, as though it was a military city made of iron and blood. Outside the city walls, there were many young people walking on the streets. Their faces were filled with excitement. Compared to Lin Ling, who knew nothing about the martial god realm, the others were clearly more familiar with it. Qingzhou Martial God Barracks. If he couldn't fly, then it would be a land of death. However, although it was cruel, the people who came here were all the strongest powerhouses of their respective worlds, so what was there to fear? I've finally arrived. I've been walking on the spiritual road for 3 months. This long journey has finally come to an end. If I can become a member of the Martial Gods Battalion, I'll be able to go home proudly. With so many people competing, do you think it's easy? You're not the only genius from the various worlds. Along the way, there were voices everywhere. When Lin Ling and the others entered the city, they found that the city was full of people. Moreover, from time to time, they would see some youths wearing armor, smiling as they looked at the newcomers entering the city. They were all pointing at them as if they were experienced people. Moreover, when they entered the city, Lin Ling sensed that there were people on the city gate checking the people entering the city. It seemed that those who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years were all not allowed to enter the city. This might be a rigid standard, which meant that those who entered the city were all from the true younger generation. So cool, these buildings are all made of steel, which is rare in our world. Pan Luyun was extremely excited. A frog at the bottom of a well. Beside him, Lu Chengfeng was acting as usual. Lin Ling ignored them. He was thinking about how to find a way to cure Xianxia and the others. Let's go and have a meal first. The food in the Martial Gods Battalion is said to be very good, and the most important thing is that it's free. TSK, then let's hurry up and occupy the seats. Pan Luyun pulled Lin Ling forward, which surprised Lin Ling free. This was too good. Lin Ling, don't think too much. After all, this is a military camp, and it might be the last meal of your life, so it's definitely free. Lu Chengfeng said disdainfully. This guy was slowly becoming more talkative. Lin Ling was speechless. This was the same as going on the road after eating a full meal. Wouldn't they become hungry ghosts after going to hell? The three of them randomly found a restaurant and walked in. Inside the restaurant, there was a sea of people, and the sound of laughter could be heard continuously. There's a seat over there, hurry up. Pan Luyun's eyes were sharp, and he quickly pulled Lin Ling and Lu Chengfeng over. After all, if they were late, the seat would be snatched up. The three of them quickly sat down and looked at the menu, licking their lips. After all, this was the first time they had eaten the food of the martial god realm. You guys, move aside. However, just as Lin Ling and the others sat down, 3 figures appeared in front of them. They seemed to be a little late, so they had their eyes on Lin Ling's table. Seeing this, Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear anything, and so did Lu Chengfeng. Instead, it was Pan Luyun who said, "We saw the seat first, so what right do you have to ask us to leave?" "Oh, you're talking to us in such a tone?" Among the 3 of them, a young man in a blue uniform frowned and said, "We're from the city county, and you're from the countryside. However, I don't think you understand, so I'll tell you directly. We're warriors from the martial god realm, and you're from the lower realm, so you have to give up your table and chairs to us." Another young man in a gray robe said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the restaurant became silent. Most of the people present were from the lower realm, but those people were from the martial god realm. This was indeed the difference between the countryside and the city. Pan Luyun's expression changed slightly. Lin Ling could see that although Pan Luyun's strength was not weak, he was not as experienced as Lin Ling had imagined. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling's realm was relatively weak, so the weak were prey to the strong. It was extremely cruel. Pan Luyun was a young master of a family, so naturally, he did not have much experience. "Shopkeeper, give me a martial god cow, preferably spicy." Without thinking much, Lin Ling looked at the menu and said lightly, "Good, and a few bottles of good wine." Lu Chunfeng, who was next to him, also said and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. "Okay, right away." "Yes." Immediately, a voice came from the depths of the restaurant became even quieter. Many people stared at Lu Chunfeng and Lin Ling. These two guys were really bold. As for the three young men from the martial god realm, their expressions were ugly. "Do you know what the Sudi County is?" The young man in a grey robe said coldly. In fact, Lin Ling was new here, so he really did not know what a county was. "Brother Chunfeng, is the martial god realm always so lively? Eating a meal, and people come to watch. Is there no food to eat?" Lin Ling said with a smile. His expression was calm. Lu Chunfeng, who was next to him, was stunned. Then, he said, "Maybe these people are born to be cheap." "Yes." You're right." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded seriously and looked at Pan Luyun. "Brother Pan, what do you think?" "Yes." Pan Luyun was surprised by Lin Ling's courage because he saw that Lin Ling was only a rank 4 martial emperor. However, since Lin Ling and Lu Chunfeng had spoken, he gradually became less afraid. If they bark a few times like a dog, give them a few bones, it's not a big problem. "Yes." "Psycat Commander, you're courting death." The young men were enraged, and the grey-robed young man directly attacked. At the 5th level of the martial emperor realm, his laws had reached 10 million. From this perspective, they were much more talented than Heavenly God 9 Suns and Fire Cloud Unification. After all, in Lin Ling's place, one would need to be at least a 7th-layer martial monarch in order to possess 10 million rules of order. Can't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, a gust of wind drifted out and turned into a palm that slapped towards the grey-robed youth. His laws had reached 20 million. It was Lu Chunfeng. He was also a rank 5 martial emperor, but the number of laws he possessed was terrifying. Although the martial god realm comprehended the world essence, the laws were also very important. After all, the world essence was converted from the laws. Bang bang bang, the grey-robed young man was struck by the law, spat out a mouthful of blood, and retreated. "Qingfen, you actually have 20 million precepts?" Pan Luyun cried out in alarm. He sensed that Lu Chunfeng had not unleashed his full strength. Furthermore, he had not used his boundary origin seed. The people in the restaurant were also extremely surprised. The grey-robed youth felt a wind whistling through his body, causing him to feel numb. It was difficult for him to even move a finger. "Kill them!" He roared angrily, and the two people beside him pounced over. They burst out with more than 1,000 laws. If the two of them joined forces, they should be able to suppress Lu Chunfeng. "Go back!" And at this time, white flames filled the air, forming a mysterious circle of samsara. Law surged out in a mighty manner. Lin Ling also made his move. 50 million nomological laws? A sky full of flames appeared in front of the two people's eyes, causing their expressions to change drastically. Then, the gloomy and cold flames surged towards them, causing them to fly backwards and smash into the wall, causing them to spit out blood. Fire attribute martial artist? Heavens, he was only a level 4 martial emperor. Yet, he possessed 50 million nomological laws? Is this guy the genius martial god of the commandery? Impossible, these people seem to be from the lower realm. I didn't expect that there would be so many fierce people in the lower realm this year. It was as if the restaurant had exploded. Everyone was shocked. After all, a rank 4 martial emperor possessed 50 million precepts. If he were to convert his boundary essence, the power of his boundary essence would not be weak. Most importantly, Lin Ling had a lot of room for growth and great potential. After that, many people stared at the three young men mockingly. The three of them had come on behalf of their commandery, but they had lost to warriors from the lower world. How shameful, 50 million nomological laws? The three young men's faces were ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling frowned. He realized that the 6 paths of reincarnation in the martial god realm was much weaker, but this was to be expected. The 6 paths reincarnation represented the laws of his world, and in this world, the power of the laws would definitely be weakened. Still not getting lost? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? After that, Lin Ling sat back down and muttered to himself. Kid, you've got guts. The 3 young men glared at Lin Ling angrily. In the end, they left behind some threatening words and strode away. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't care about such threats. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, with his many years of combat experience, he naturally wouldn't be afraid if others came knocking on his door. How are you so powerful? Lu Chengfeng and the other young man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They had not expected Lin Ling to possess so many precepts. Moreover, along the way, Lin Ling had left a good impression on them. He was low-key and calm. They had not expected this guy to be so fierce when he was angry. You're really something. Lu Chengfeng laughed, and the disdainful look in his eyes finally disappeared. Lin Ling had gained his approval because Lin Ling should be an arrogant warrior. Moreover, Lin Ling should have killed many people. In fact, if the Qi concealment divine art had not concealed Lin Ling's aura, they would have discovered that Lin Ling's murderous aura was several times stronger than theirs. Although they were also geniuses from their respective hometowns, there were people stronger than them in their hometowns. Therefore, when they encountered great storms, most of them were blocked by their seniors. As for Lin Ling, he was the #1 Emperor Realm Master in his hometowns. When he encountered great storms, he could only rely on himself, therefore, his murderous aura was naturally stronger, and his style of doing things and experience were stronger. You haven't used the boundary seed yet. Otherwise, your strength would be even more abnormal. Pan Luyun said again. Isn't it the same for Lu Chengfeng? Lin Ling replied with a smile. Pan Luyun shook his head helplessly and said, both of you are abnormal. Although the 3 of them had met by chance, they were like-minded. After a very happy meal, they all left. The young man in the restaurant looked deeply at Lin Ling and Lu Chengfeng. He knew that the difficulty of entering the martial gods' camp had increased because of these 2 guys. The inns in the city were also free of charge. Lin Ling and the other 2 casually found an inn to stay in. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged and waited for the martial gods' camp to open the next day. With the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his current nomological laws could reach 50 million. However, this was not his limit. His left eye kept flickering as he recalled the time when the Netherworld Emperor had used the 6 paths of reincarnation. Gradually, his 6 paths of reincarnation increased again. It had reached 55 million, and this was extremely terrifying. This was because he had only comprehended it for a short period of time, but his progress was monstrous. This was how terrifying the 10,000 demonic eyes were. Even when he wanted to comprehend it again, due to the limitation of his cultivation level, it was difficult for him to increase his nomological laws. After all, Lin Ling was only a rank 4 martial emperor and his own nomological laws were only 350,000. Now that he had 50 million nomological laws, it was naturally beyond his limit. Lin Ling stopped cultivating. He thought of his home, his grandfather, and Yu Yu and the others. Even the scene of him having sex with Yu Yu and the others appeared in his mind. In that hazy state, Lin Yi also had many younger brothers and sisters. After a quiet night, when Lin Ling woke up, he smiled bitterly. He did not expect to have such a dream. After washing up, he went downstairs. Pan Luyun and the others had been waiting for him for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they could not help but smile. After a simple greeting, the 3 of them immediately headed toward the martial gods' camp. As they walked forward, an iron-blooded military camp began to appear in front of them. A thick murderous aura soared into the sky as if a god of war was sitting on the ground. The aura was so strong that even Lin Ling gasped. His left eye could see that it was a kind of universal power. Clearly, the universe was more mysterious than the heavens and the earth. The person behind the martial gods' camp has a strong background. Lin Ling thought to himself. Indeed, there was always someone stronger in the martial gods' world. Looking around, the surrounding youths were also very powerful. Most of them were rank 5 martial emperors, and a few were rank 6 martial emperors. However, their bodies had powerful nomological laws, and the power of realm essence was faintly discernible. The others could not see through this, but Lin Ling's left eye could. He compared them and found that some of them were people that even he had to be wary of. Such people would definitely be the #1 emperor in Lin Ling's world. Fortunately, there were not many of such experts. Following Pan Luyun and the others, Lin Ling and the others stood in line under the scorching sun. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Punishment. However, although the queue was long, it was extremely orderly. There were iron blood soldiers at the front, and their gazes were like lightning. No one dared to act rashly. Get out of the way. At this moment, there was a small movement at the back of the queue. 3 figures were cutting the queue. Moreover, wherever they passed, the young experts who had come to sign up changed their expressions. They endured the humiliation and let them cut the queue. This was because they were from Cutie Commandery. The process of cutting the queue was extremely smooth. Gradually, they arrived behind Lin Ling and the others. Get out of the way. It was still the same cold sentence. However, when the 3 people raised their heads, they realized that the people in front of them were Lin Ling and the other 2, who had embarrassed them yesterday. You want us to get out of the way? Lu Chengfeng suddenly laughed. His laughter was very evil. The 3 people trembled. The leader, the gray-robed young man, looked terrible. How could they be so unlucky? What happened? The 3 young geniuses from Cutie Commandery didn't cut the queue? It seems like they kicked an iron plate? Haha, it's great that someone can deal with them. At the back of the queue, many people were secretly excited. Okay, it's none of your business. We won't cut your queue. Hearing the voices behind them, the 3 people could not put down their pride, so they braced themselves and said. At present, it was impossible for them to continue cutting the queue because they were no match for the 3 guys in front of them. However, Lin Ling and the other 2 were stunned when they heard his words. They wanted to cut their queue, but seeing that they were weaker than them, they gave up. Did they think they were fools? Brother, do you think your cultivation will be affected if you bask in the sun for a few hours? Lin Ling asked kindly, as if he was looking at a friend. The gray-robed young man was stunned and shook his head. The power of the sun won't affect us. He did not understand why Lin Ling asked this question, but soon, he had an ominous feeling. Since it won't affect you, go and bask in the sun. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was very friendly. However, with a wave of his right hand, the gray-robed youth was thrown out and smashed into the ground in the distance. Lu Chengfeng and the rest naturally followed suit and tossed the remaining 2 people out of the room. You're courting death. After the 3 of them crashed to the ground, they all roared loudly. Not convinced? Then let's fight. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling replied indifferently. He had already seen those 3 domineering people cutting the queue. Who knew that they would cut the queue in front of him? Then he would definitely throw them out. After all, these years of experience had taught him that after some grudges were formed, blindly tolerating them would not change anything. Therefore, it was better to make a clean move and consider the other party's background later. Fight? The 3 of them didn't dare to speak anymore. Their faces were ashen. Seeing this scene, the crowd was secretly delighted. Finally, there was someone who could deal with those 3 fellows. What are you doing? This is the military camp, not your home. Are you basking in the sun? At this time, an angry shout came from the front. The aura was extremely terrifying, as if it were a world king. The 3 youths immediately panicked. The gray-robed youth hurriedly said, Sir, this has nothing to do with me. We were thrown out. The military camp is not a place for you to play. Also, you are a dignified man and yet you were thrown out. This is simply a disgrace to all martial artists. Since you like to bask in the sun so much, then bask in the sun for a day. A man in black armor solemnly said. Me. Me. The 3 youths were even more unwilling. They were unlucky. After encountering Lin Ling and the others, they had been unlucky again and again. Unfortunately, the military camp was the most dignified place. Iron orders were like mountains. What they hated the most was making excuses. Fuck off. Fuck off. The man shouted once more. The 3 youths didn't dare to speak again. They could only slowly bask in the sun. Of course, they hated Lin Ling and the others to death in their hearts, but Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Instead, he stared at the armored man with surprise. This was because he could feel that this man's strength was truly at the World King realm. Then, he looked away and a voice sounded out from beside him. It seems that we all misjudged you. This fellow must be an extraordinary existence in his hometown. Lu Qingfeng began to speak more and more to Lin Ling. I also think so. That is because your arrogance has far surpassed our imaginations. Pan Luyun also nodded. A person's temperament could be seen from their small movements. Lin Ling was very low-key in front of them, making them think that Lin Ling was an ordinary powerhouse. But, Lin Ling was ruthless towards his enemies. This sort of person had clearly experienced many trials and tribulations. Do I look like an extraordinary existence to you? In truth, I am just a very ordinary person. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. He was only doing things according to his usual temperament. As for Lu Qingfeng and Pan Luyun, they carefully stared at Lin Ling and nodded in unison, yes. Lin Ling was speechless. After that, the registration process went extremely smoothly. The Martial God Battalion sent out a message to everyone, quietly await the military camp mission at night. Those who completed the mission would not only become a member of the Martial God Battalion, but they would also receive a promise from the Martial God Battalion, and this was what Lin Ling valued the most. There were so many powerhouses in the Martial God Battalion. They would definitely have a way to cure Xianxia and the others. The afternoon passed quietly. When dusk arrived, all the youths were filled with anticipation. Lin Ling and the other two were the same. However, before the mission of the Martial God Battalion arrived, 4 figures appeared in front of them. 3 of them were the 3 people who had been punished during the day. The other person was somewhat unfamiliar, but his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Brother Su, it's the 3 of them. The grey-robed youth pointed at Lin Ling and the other 2. His words caused the person beside him to narrow his eyes. His small eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Without a doubt, they were here to settle scores. Lin Ling was used to this. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Lu Qingfeng was obviously experienced. On the other hand, Pan Luyun was somewhat nervous. Although he was not weak, in terms of experience, he was not as experienced as Lin Ling and Lu Qingfeng. They are from Cutie Commandery. Are you bullying them? The youth with squinted eyes walked over with his hands behind his back. He spoke in a low voice. He could see that the 3 people in front of him were not strong. One of them was even at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Although his law was not weak, he thought that was all there was to it. After all, no matter how strong a martial artist from the lower plane was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than a native martial artist. Why don't you ask what happened? When we were eating in the restaurant, they came to snatch our seats in a domineering manner. When we were queuing up, they cut the queue in a domineering manner. No matter what, they were in the wrong first. Lin Ling said calmly. So, you bullied them? The youth still squinted his eyes. Even if the people from Cutie Commandery are in the wrong, we will punish them ourselves. It is not up to you to lecture them. Is that so? Why do I think that even if they are in the wrong, you will not punish them? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Grand Commander. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Since this is a military camp, I'll give you a chance. Slap yourselves 3 times and I'll let this matter rest. The young man said without looking at Lu Qingfeng. His eyes were like torches, ready to devour them. Lu Qingfeng's face turned ugly when he heard that. Did he think that the warriors from the lower realm were all trash? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke first. I'll also give you a chance. I'll also give you a chance. Slap yourselves 10 times and I'll let this matter rest. Bullying the weak was common everywhere, so Lin Ling also gave tit for tat. Haha, what a big tone. Let's see if you have the strength. The young man frowned and took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out. He also had 50 million laws, and his boundary origin seed was extremely powerful. In addition, his talent was extremely mysterious. When he released his aura, countless ghost heads bared their fangs and brandished their claws, covering the sky and the sun. That's Lord Su. He's the one with the most hope of becoming a member of the martial god barracks. He's from the Su Tai Commandery. He's really amazing. Why did he attack those juniors? I heard that those juniors taught the people from the Su Tai Commandery a lesson, so he'll definitely attack them. Those people are in for a hard time. If they weren't in the martial god barracks, they might have been killed. The young men in the surroundings started to discuss. Lu Chengfeng and Pan Luyun's faces changed slightly. They sensed that the young man's boundary origin seed was stronger than theirs. However, at that moment, a figure stood in front of them. Endless killing intent spread out, forming a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood that collided with the countless ghost heads. What? The killing intent was so strong that Lord Su's face changed drastically. Even Lu Chengfeng and the others turned pale. It was as if they had seen the god of death descend. That was because the killing intent on Lin Ling's body had reached hundreds of millions. Everyone present had killed many people before. However, even if they were murderers, they would only kill in the tens of millions. It was extremely rare for them to kill in the hundreds of millions. Normally, it would only appear on experts who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. In fact, they didn't know that Lin Ling's killing intent came from the Sun God Nation. If it weren't for the expert guarding the world, who had taught him the concealment divine art to conceal his killing intent, Lin Ling's killing intent alone was enough to deter others from approaching him. At the same time, the eyes of some soldiers from the martial gods battalion flickered. That young man had such a strong killing intent. Men, kill him for me. Suppressed by Lin Ling's killing intent, Su Jun immediately roared because he couldn't hold on any longer. However, he actually ordered the soldiers of the martial gods battalion in the distance. By the way, Su Jun's brother seems to be Su Tianxing. This lord entered the martial god camp 10 years ago. It's him? He seems to be a commander. This is going to be troublesome. There are hundreds of commanders in the martial god battalion. However, to be able to become a commander, every single one of them is extremely powerful and authoritative. The expressions of many young men changed drastically. Hearing those words, Lin Ling frowned, and so did Lu Chengfeng. Can't you hear me? My brother is a commander of Tianxing. If they find out that you don't listen to my orders, then all of you will definitely be kicked out of the martial gods battalion. Su Jun roared once more, causing the soldiers in the distance to frown, but they remained indifferent. However, right at this moment, a smiling voice drifted over. If we don't listen to your orders, then will your brother kick everyone out of the martial gods battalion? After that voice, a man in white armor with long hair that casually fell to his shoulders walked over. Grand Commander. All the soldiers bowed respectfully when they saw the man. A Grand Commander was a true world king. Lord Commander. All the young men bowed respectfully as well. On the other hand, Su Jun's expression changed drastically. Grand Commander? That's a position even higher than my brother's. He hurriedly bowed as well. Don't bow to me. I'm afraid you'll kick me out of the martial gods battalion. However, the man in white armor spoke indifferently. His words caused Su Jun's heart to tremble, and he almost knelt down. The martial gods battalion is a military camp. No matter what position your brother holds, it's your brother's ability. You're only a cultivator who's here to take the test. You don't have the qualifications to order my soldiers. The man in white armor's aura changed. For your brother's sake, slap yourself 3 times. Also, your brother is a commander, right? If he wants to advance to a grand commander, then I'll have to consider it carefully. The man in white armor continued, remember, this is a military camp, not your home. Everything depends on the results. As soon as he finished speaking, the young men in the surroundings shouted in admiration. On the other hand, Lin Ling looked at him and nodded inwardly. The martial gods battalion was worthy of being a military camp. Iron orders were like mountains, and the rules were extremely strict. Su Jun was dumbfounded and even fell to the ground in fright. Slapping himself 3 times was nothing to him, but he seemed to have affected his brother's future. If that was the case, then it was possible for his brother to kill him. My lord, it's not like that. Su Jun wished he could slap himself a few hundred times. Why had he been so stupid to order those soldiers? When faced with a commander who treated his soldiers like his own children, such orders were equivalent to courting death. Oh? Then tell me what happened. I'll listen carefully. If things go wrong, your brother might even be stripped of his position as a commander. The man in white armor smiled. Plop, Su-jun didn't dare to say anything else. The crowd was secretly laughing. In the military camp, iron orders were like mountains. Whatever the Lord said was law. Su-jun dared to quibble, which was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. Su-jun didn't dare to say anything else, but his eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Lin Ling. All of this was because of Lin Ling. It wasn't a big deal to hurt him, but more importantly, his brother was hurt. My lord, this person is filled with killing intent. He's not suitable for the martial gods battalion. Su-jun suddenly said. He was unlucky, so he naturally wanted to drag Lin Ling down with him. Killing intent? The man in white armor looked at Lin Ling and narrowed his eyes. Su-jun immediately became excited when he saw this. Lin Ling seemed to be unlucky. That's right. The military camp needs killing intent. Is a man without killing intent? That's just an embroidered pillow. Unfortunately, the man in white armor's next words almost made Su-jun vomit blood. Dense killing intent. Not only was he not eliminated, but he was also admired. What kind of logic was that? At this moment, the man in white armor was still looking at Lin Ling. He suddenly said, "They all bowed to me. Why don't you bow?" As soon as he said this, everyone realized that everyone had bowed. Only Lin Ling was still standing there in a neither arrogant nor servile manner. It was no wonder that the Lord would ask this because it was disrespectful. Perhaps the Lord was already angry. Lu Chunfeng and Su-jun started to worry for Lin Ling. I don't owe you any favors, nor am I your soldier. I don't know you, so why should I bow to you? Lin Ling said indifferently under everyone's gazes. Begging others is better than begging yourself. You dare to be disrespectful to the Lord? You are seeking death. Die. The surrounding soldiers were enraged. A terrifying aura enveloped Lin Ling like an avalanche. Although the strength of these soldiers hadn't reached the World King realm, they were still extremely terrifying. However, they hadn't received any orders to kill Lin Ling, thus they didn't dare to attack. They could only use their auras to suppress Lin Ling. Unfortunately, what hadn't Lin Ling seen in his life? Perhaps his strength couldn't compare to these soldiers, but in terms of the trials and tribulations he had experienced, in terms of the number of people he had killed, he wasn't any less than these soldiers. Thus, Lin Ling still stood like a mountain, like an immovable king. Not bad, you have some pride in your bones. The white-armored man suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding soldiers withdrew their auras. He lightly said, "Then why did they salute but you didn't?" Yes. They saluted for two reasons. First, they had something to ask of the Lord. Second, they respected the Lord. Thirdly, it should be following the crowd. Lin Ling lightly said. Interesting. So you don't have anything to ask of me, you don't respect me, and you don't want to follow the crowd? You really are a junior who does things your own way. The white-armored man's eyes became increasingly curious. Because this is a military camp. Begging others is better than begging yourself. Yes. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. As these words fell, the hearts of the surrounding youths exploded. Yes, this was a military camp, not a sect, nor a dynasty. You couldn't do well just by flattering others. Everything depended on yourself. So, you don't place me in your eyes? The white-armored man spat out. His face turned icy cold. A terrifying aura swept out, suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's complexion changed, but he clenched his teeth and held on, steadying his position. Begging others was better than begging himself. He had been like this his entire life. However, the Grand Commander's aura was truly terrifying. He was like the king of a world, making it harder and harder for Lin Ling to hold on. If he hadn't experienced so much, if he didn't have a part of Li Xiaoyao's memories, he would have definitely failed. However, as a person of 2 lifetimes, Lin Ling had always relied on his strength to walk through the wind and rain. This perseverance and strength were his strongest backing. Good, good. Right at this moment, that frightening aura disappeared. The man in white armor laughed out loud, which was a rare sight. His laughter was heroic. What a good if you ask others, it's better to ask for help yourself. Little guy, I think more and more highly of you. You have cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but your murderous aura is stronger than some experts who have cultivated for 10,000 years. Most importantly, your willpower and backbone are not weak. I hope that you can pass this test smoothly and join my team. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding youths immediately revealed envious gazes. Su Jun felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Lin Ling had actually gained the recognition of that lord. Do your best. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't say any hot-blooded empty words. He reckoned that in the military camp, everything was based on strength. Everything else was avoided as much as possible. Sure enough, the man in white armor nodded again. He liked this kind of stable and unyielding junior. I will also announce this mission. The name of the mission is Blood and Kill. The goal is to exterminate 13 lower commanderies and more than 1 billion experts. These lower commanderies came from the lower realm, but they violated the rules of the martial god realm. Therefore, the martial god battalion intends to use this mission to exterminate the bandits to let the geniuses from the lower realm gain experience. The duration is 1 year. Those who survive will become a member of the martial god battalion. Of course, the more bandits you exterminate, the more rewards you will receive. However, the prerequisite is that you can survive. The man in white armor said indifferently. Hearing this, many people gasped. They had to face more than 1 billion experts. This was too terrifying. Moreover, their strength varies. The strongest one has reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. At least 30% of their realm essence has been converted. Therefore, don't think that this mission is easy. This mission is very cruel. You can die at any time. As for those righteous young geniuses, you don't have to worry too much. Since the martial god battalion attacked them, they must have done something that angered the heavens and the people. Get ready. We will set off in 3 days. After the man in white armor finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling and said, My name is Huang Qi. I hope that you can survive this mission. That will be a victory. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned serious. Surviving was a victory? This showed how difficult this mission was. Sir Huang, I have a friend who has been burned by the realm essence on the martial god path. I wonder if there is a way to save him. Lin Ling looked at the man and asked. Realm essence on the martial god path? This is troublesome. The man in white armor frowned. The realm essence on the martial god path was not like the realm essence of a martial artist. It was more overbearing. Only treasures could save him. Warm Sun Vitality Jade. If you have it, your friend can be saved. Then where can I get it? If you can enter the top 10, the battalion will reward you. At that time, you can ask for it. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling finally relaxed. That mysterious blue-robed young man had not lied to him. He could indeed save Xianxia. Thank you? The man in white armor's eyes narrowed. He had just thought that Lin Ling was steady, but now, Lin Ling had become so exaggerated? He said solemnly, Don't thank me yet. You have to know that to enter the top 10, you have to stand out among 100,000 geniuses from all over the world. No matter what kind of problem it is, I will succeed. Lin Ling's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. For the sake of Xianxia, how could he fail? The man in white armor looked at Lin Ling with surprise. In the end, he laughed. He was more and more optimistic about Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, the man in white armor left. The other young men looked at Lin Ling with envy. To be able to gain the appreciation of the man in white armor was extremely rare. Although the white-armored man, Huang Qi, was only one of the great commanders, his words carried a lot of weight. Su Jun glared at Lin Ling with hatred. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. That Su Jun is probably going to do us harm. Lu Chengfeng said with a frown as Lin Ling led Pan Luyun and the others away. With his strength, he won't be able to do anything. Besides, we have to face more than 1 billion warriors. It'll be chaos then. It'll be good if he can take care of himself. Lin Ling said with a smile. That's true. But to be chased by more than 1 billion warriors, it's scary just thinking about it. Pan Luyun's face turned serious. You've never been chased before? Lin Ling asked curiously. Although he felt that the mission this time would not be easy, it was impossible for him to be afraid. Pan Luyun shook his head. In my hometown, who dares to chase after me? Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This guy was like a flower in a greenhouse. As expected, warriors who had not cultivated for more than 1,000 years were like juniors to the martial god realm. The mission began. 100,000? Amazing? Pan Luyun sucked in a breath of cold air. So little? Lin Ling was speechless. He envied these rich young masters. After all, his path of growth was not so smooth. Little? Lin Ling, don't tell me you were hunted down by millions of people. The two of them looked at Lin Ling in shock. I've tried hundreds of millions. Lin Ling shook his head and strode forward. Lu Chungfeng and the others were stunned. Lin Ling's cultivation time was the same as theirs, but he had experienced so much. Suddenly, they were curious about what Lin Ling's hometown was like. Was it extremely cruel? If they knew that Lin Ling had defeated all his enemies on the path of martial arts with his own perseverance and finally became an emperor, they would not find it strange. 3 days later, it would be the bandit extermination. During this time, Lin Ling hurriedly cultivated. This time, he used all the divine crystals he had to cultivate. These divine crystals were obtained by Lin Ling from the third statue. He had been saving them for future use. However, he knew that the strongest people in the 13 commanderies were not ordinary people. Lin Ling had no choice but to treat it seriously. Furthermore, he searched through his memories for a suitable nomological martial art. 9 Steps of the Divine Demon. Soon, Lin Ling found a suitable nomological martial art. This was a nomological martial art suitable for the divine demon body. When cultivated to the peak, one could reach 80 million laws and have the speed of a divine demon. To put it bluntly, this was a martial art that combined the laws and the physical body. With boundary essence, one could open a void passage. However, it did not mean that one's speed was fast. For example, during a battle, it was difficult to hide in a void passage for a short period of time. The opponent would not let you do as you wish. However, the 9 steps of the divine demon had a speed comparable to that of a void passage. It was even more convenient. If only I could use boundary essence to execute it. Lin Ling was secretly regretful. Currently, his boundary essence relied on simple execution. There was no technique to speak of. The reason was that he did not have the corresponding martial art, so he could only use law martial techniques for a short period of time. However, with his strength, it wouldn't be long before law martial techniques were no longer suitable for him. After a night, Lin Ling had successfully cultivated the 9 divine demon steps. He reckoned that unless he encountered an expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm, he would be invincible with this martial art. Of course, the peak of the martial emperor realm possessed boundary essence, unlike the sun god king who only specialized in the law. The next day, Lin Ling comprehended his soul force and strengthened his evasion domain. After all, the mission was to survive, so there would definitely be more life-saving means. As for the 3rd day, Lin Ling was comprehending his boundary essence. Currently, his boundary essence had been converted to 10%. Hence, unless he encountered those top geniuses from various worlds, he wasn't afraid of others. As for his cultivation, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to LV5 Martial Emperor realm. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Ling walked down from the inn in high spirits. At that moment, in the city, all the geniuses from various worlds were on the streets, preparing to participate in the blood and kill mission. Some of them were brimming with killing intent. Clearly, they were the same as Lin Ling. They had grown up in the midst of setbacks and difficulties. Some of them were like flowers in a greenhouse. Clearly, their family backgrounds were extraordinary. They were strong, but they lacked experience. However, in general, everyone's blood was boiling. It was as if they had already gained a firm foothold in the martial god realm. As for the martial god battalion, 10 experts with unfathomable strength were chatting. These people were all commanders. Many geniuses from various worlds had signed up to join them. On my side, Yan Beishan from the south will definitely enter the top 10. That's because his boundary essence seed has almost reached 10%. So powerful? However, my side is not weak either. The young princess of the Square Commandery is under my command. No way, the young princess is a native martial artist. She's definitely more powerful than the martial artists from the lower world. It seems like she's going to occupy a spot. The geniuses from the East world aren't weak either. It seems like this year's martial god battalion is blooming. Let's wait for them to survive. I'm afraid that less than half of the 100,000 people will be left. These experts were all wearing armor. They were serious in front of outsiders but relaxed in front of their own people. They were used to the upcoming task of suppressing bandits. There were countless people in the myriad worlds. If one wanted to gain a firm foothold in the martial god realm, there were obviously conditions. The weak were not qualified to come to the martial god realm. Hee, I also have a good genius on my side. At this time, another voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Commander Huang Qi who had spoken. Sir Huang, in the past 100 years, most of the geniuses on your side were ordinary. Why are you so confident this year? Someone teased. Hee, 3 days ago, I saw a good seedling. He's not afraid of the killing intent of the battalion. TSK, he's definitely this year's dark horse. Huang Qi said confidently. Haha. Hearing this, the others laughed. Most of the soldiers that Huang Qi had brought were ordinary. This time, he must have suffered a setback, so he boasted. May I ask what the talent of your genius is? What's the grade of his Shan body? Someone asked. Huang Qi opened his mouth wide and found it hard to answer. In fact, the genius that he was talking about was Lin Ling. However, he had forgotten to check what kind of talent Lin Ling had. May I ask how many laws that genius of yours has? Let's ask again. Has the boundary seed grown? Has it reached 10%? The other commanders laughed and Huang Qi's face became gloomy. Hee, Sir Huang, you don't know anything. How can you be sure that he's a dark horse? You should know that there are 100,000 geniuses from various worlds this year. It's not easy to stand out among them. Moreover, he's not afraid of killing intent. This doesn't mean anything. Someone said. Bullshit, I have high hopes for him. Huang Qi said. Old Huang, we've worked together for thousands of years. This time, it's not that I don't have high hopes for you. With your careless character, I'm afraid that you don't even know the cultivation of that genius. An old man who had a good relationship with Huang Qi said with a smile. I do know that. He's a rank 4 martial emperor. Huang Qi said bluntly. He was still able to detect Lin Ling's cultivation base. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The laughter became even crazier. A rank 4 martial emperor was at the bottom among the 100,000 geniuses from various worlds. How about a bet? 10,000 divine gems and a drink. Do you dare? You're ruthless. However, let's bet. Anyway, I have high hopes for him to enter the top 10. I'll bet too. Voices rang out one after another. The 10 great commanders had all participated in the bet, causing cold sweat to appear on Huang Qi's forehead. You guys are really greedy wolves. Haha, we'll definitely drink your wine. The commander smiled. Although they seemed to be betting, they had a good relationship with each other. Moreover, the friendship was built through battles. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations War Drums beat Lin Ling naturally didn't know about the bet between these great characters. He followed the crowd to a vast and boundless prairie. The prairie was quiet and a mysterious aura emanated from it, causing one to tremble in fear. It was as if the depths of the prairie were the mouth of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling's face turned solemn. As far as he knew, even the most ordinary experts of the 13 commanderies were stronger than the Sun God Emperor. This cruel mission was not easy. However, it was also a good experience for Lin Ling. The first step to gain a foothold in the martial god realm is to survive. Remember, in this mission, you are also scouts. Yes. Of course, if you have confidence in yourself, you can assassinate the Emperor of the 13 commanderies. If you succeed, you will be rewarded handsomely. Yes. Go. Yes. A dignified voice rang out, dong. Dong, dong. At the same time, the war drums beat. At the edge of the prairie, a large number of armored soldiers stood orderly. The war horses neighed, forming a terrifying battle cry that soared into the sky. It was as if an army was going to war. Kill! Kill! Under the angry shouts of the soldiers, 100,000 geniuses rushed into the prairie. The mission of blood and kill had begun. However, after the geniuses from various commanderies rushed into the prairie, they slowed down because there was an oppressive aura in front of them. The warriors of the 13 commanderies seemed to know that the soldiers of the martial god battalion had entered the prairie. Therefore, they would not wait to be captured. In order to survive, they would not show mercy. In order to become stronger, they would not show mercy. The aura of more than 1 billion experts was hidden in the prairie, and they were not weak. Without a doubt, the murderous aura made the 100,000 geniuses stop in their tracks. My sword, where is it? However, a young man in a green robe strode out, ignoring the terrifying murderous aura of the prairie. His hands were behind his back, and his steps were steady. After walking for a distance, he suddenly stopped, as if he was comprehending something. Then, he smiled and walked forward again. Seeing this, many people's faces turned solemn. Even the solemn commanders in the distance squinted their eyes. That is the disciple of the 10-sword immortals of Qingzhou, the falling flower flowing water sword. Finally, someone said solemnly. No one had expected that the martial god battalion would welcome such a terrifying expert this year. His sword can smile. Those who can see his sword smile are all dead. Someone said. Seeing the young man disappear into the prairie, they felt that the warriors of the 13 commanderies. Amazing. His talent is definitely a dark body. And his boundary origin energy. That was because there was always someone better than him. In his world, he was one of the best, but after coming to the martial god realm, he had seen even more powerful existences. When I first came to the martial god realm, I heard about him. His strength is indeed terrifying. Although he is only a rank 7 martial emperor, he can defeat all the martial emperors. His strength is comparable to a sector lord. Especially the sword in his right hand, it can make the dead die with a smile. Lu Qingfeng said in a low voice. One could hear the unwillingness in his voice. His left sword is the most powerful one. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke as well. He was shocked by how ferocious those experts were. How do you know? Pan Luyun and the others looked at Lin Ling in surprise. When he put his hands behind his back, I saw that the nails on his left hand were neatly trimmed. They were stable and clean, much better than the nails on his right hand. Lin Ling said. You saw it from so far away? How do you prove that his left sword is powerful? Pan Luyun and the others were even more surprised. A person who often uses his left hand will be very strict with his left hand. For a swordsman, the calluses, fingernails, and even the pores are all very important. This is because the details determine the success or failure of a swordsman. Swordsmen strive for perfection. They will not miss this small detail. Lin Ling said calmly. Based on your analysis, it is possible. Lu Qingfeng and the others nodded. Details determined success or failure. A swordsman would not allow any factors that could affect the outcome of the battle to occur. Lin Ling, are you from the North Territory? That place seems to be very ordinary. Why is it that although your cultivation level is not high, you know more than us? Lu Qingfeng suddenly exclaimed. He no longer had any disdain for Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and did not say much. Although he did not find Li Xiaoya's memories in the martial god realm, he had obtained most of them. His vision was not weak. That person is not simple. Lin Ling said suddenly. Someone walked out of the prairie and went straight into the depths. His appearance was not dazzling, but he had the aura of the Emperor of the 9 states. It was a kind of universal power. Voices came from all around. Damn, even Di Baimo is here. Why is the martial god barracks so attractive? It is said that the martial god barracks is his springboard. If you want to go to that place, you have to go through the martial god barracks. The son of the great ancestor, Di Baimo. It seems that he will definitely enter the top 10. From the voices around, Lin Ling knew that the young man seemed to have a terrifying background. Then, a few more people that Lin Ling could not underestimate appeared. For example, a boy, who was said to be the disciple of the chess deity, called Chess Boy. There was also a white-haired young man, who seemed to be called Wu Qingzi. There was also a fairy-like girl, who came from the Square Commandery, one of the 4 commanderies in Qingzhou, called Tang Yue. These people were the focus of Lin Ling. Of course, some of them were not weak, but Lin Ling estimated that they were not a threat to him. Let's go. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling led Pan Luyun and the rest into the prairie. Previously, they had discussed that if they entered the prairie, they would try their best to form small teams in order to survive. As more than 100,000 people entered the prairie, a bloodthirsty light bloomed in the depths of the prairie. In just one day, some lone warriors met with misfortune. More than 1 billion bandits were hiding in the prairie. Once they found a lone warrior, they killed him immediately. Blood dyed the prairie red. Many of the inexperienced strong men were afraid at this moment. Of course, there were also many geniuses like Lin Ling, who had rich strength and experience. Therefore, they sneered at the arrival of the massacre. Time quietly passed. 3 days later, several thousand of the 100,000 geniuses had died. This made people sigh with regret, because those who died were all extremely terrifying existences in their own world. However, in this world, they had all turned into piles of yellow earth. Gradually, many people began to form teams because this would increase their chances of survival. Strong teammates were undoubtedly valued by many people. Encounter an empty city. Lin Ling did not care about this at all. In the past 3 days, he had gone through many bloody battles and he was getting closer to rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. Once he did, his 6 paths reincarnation would reach the peak. On this day, Lin Ling and the other 2 continued forward. A huge city appeared in front of them. However, it was empty, and there were many geniuses resting inside. After a few days of blood and slaughter, many of the geniuses were exhausted, so they naturally wouldn't miss a place to rest. After all, this was only the beginning of the mission. Wait, don't drive me away. Just as they entered the city, Lin Ling and the other 2 heard a weak voice. Looking over, he saw a woman in her 20s. Her face was covered in tears as she looked at a restaurant. She seemed to have been abandoned by her teammates. Upon closer inspection, she was severely injured. Not only was her right arm almost broken, even her dantian was in a state of near collapse. No wonder, a teammate like her would undoubtedly be a burden. No one would want her. How heartless. Forget it. It's better to take care of ourselves for now. Those 1 billion bandits aren't sheep. We're the sheep. Those bandits can't wait to kill us and devour our flesh and blood. No wonder the Martial God Battalion wants to exterminate them. Devouring flesh is indeed despicable. That woman won't live for more than 3 days. There were teams of all sizes on the streets. No one wanted to help her, because in this cruel mission, surviving was the most important thing. That's Southern Border's Fairy Danran. Her background isn't weak. Unfortunately, she's too pure. With her looks, as long as she offers her body, there will definitely be many people who will protect her. However, she rejected them. Coupled with her injuries, the others must have abandoned her. Someone else said. Fairy Danran, scram. In an empty restaurant, a cold voice rang out, causing the eyes of Lin Ling and the others to flicker. This voice was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Lord Su's voice. How pitiful. He joined Su Kuan's team only to be abandoned in the end. Sigh, let's take care of ourselves first. Pan Luyun shook his head and said. He wanted to help, but the experience of the past few days told them that even they were in danger, not to mention helping others. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered. He almost stepped forward, but he seemed to be hesitating. You're so noisy, bitch. Are you trying to lure those bandits here? When the city is besieged, we will all be killed by you. Hearing the woman's unreconciled voice, an angry roar came from the restaurant. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the geniuses on the street turned cold. That's right, none of them wanted to be implicated by that woman. Danran turned even paler and stopped crying. She clenched her teeth and left the city. However, she knew that being alone in the prairie meant certain death. How about joining us? However, just as she turned around, a smiling voice sounded. This voice was extremely calm, but when it entered everyone's ears, it was like a dream. Someone actually invited a cripple to join them. Countless gazes looked towards the street and discovered that it was an extremely unfamiliar trio. Furthermore, their strength did not seem to be very strong. Those 3 want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. But they don't seem to have seen clearly where she is. Those three idiots. Who wouldn't want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress in any other place? But in an iron-blooded mission, everyone cares about themselves. No matter how beautiful a woman is her life more important? Those three idiots, I said they won't live past 3 days. Many geniuses said disdainfully, as if watching a good show. You're inviting me? Donron's beautiful eyes narrowed. Though the three people in front of her were average in strength, it was good enough that someone invited her. After all, they could help her a little. Of course. The youth in front of her smiled innocently and shrugged. My teammates agreed too. Yeah, I'd been thinking about this for a long time, but the captain didn't agree, so I couldn't bring myself to ask. One of the teammates smiled. The other was somewhat helpless, but still nodded. The three of them were none other than Lin Ling and the other two. They all abandoned me because I'm injured and can't fight. Why are you inviting me? Danran found it hard to believe. Because the team that abandoned you has a conflict with us, so we'll take the person they don't want. That's all. Lin Ling said with a smile. He was frank and did not hide the purpose of his visit. I see, but thank you anyway. Danran hurriedly bowed. Though Lin Ling wasn't really saving her, at least he was helping her. Who's so bold? At this moment, a voice came from the restaurant. Then, a large number of figures appeared in the corridor. One of them was Su Jun. This was because the other party had invited the person their team didn't want. Wasn't this embarrassing for them? Haha, this genius from Cutie Commandery is so forgetful. How can he not recognize us in the blink of an eye? Lin Ling said indifferently when he saw the figures in the restaurant. It's you. Su Jun was slightly surprised. His teammates were extremely curious, but after Su Jun's explanation, they understood why the two sides hated each other. No way, those three dared to provoke Cutie Commandery? Those three must be from the lower world. Haha, they're no match for Su Jun's team. They're really three idiots. The crowd laughed. In their opinion, Su Jun's team was extremely powerful. Many geniuses wanted to join them, but no one had heard of Lin Ling's team. So, they're fighting with me. Not bad, not bad. Su Jun's expression was calm. He suddenly looked at Danran and extended 3 fingers. If you join their team, believe it or not, you won't live for more than 3 days. 3 days? Haha, if they hadn't entered the city, they wouldn't have survived even 1 day. 2 level 5 martial emperors and 1 level 4 martial emperor. If they were on the prairie, they wouldn't even survive 2 hours. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling's team. They all sneered. This was also why Su Jun didn't attack Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling's team was doomed, so there was no need to waste his energy. It's better to follow them than to be abandoned. Danran gritted her teeth and glared at Sojin's team, her eyes brimming with fury. Before joining the team, she had been the first to rush forward when they were in danger. In the end, she was seriously injured and abandoned. That team was shameless. Do you look down on us? How about a bet? If we survive for 3 days, you'll take off your clothes and walk around the city. How about it? At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. Haha, okay, I'll accompany you. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Great Army attacks. Alright, I'll wait for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Ling chuckled, then left with Pan Luyun and the others. They found an inn in the city to rest for the time being. Su Jun smiled disdainfully as he watched Lin Ling and the others leave. The teams on the streets were the same. Of course, they couldn't be bothered with Lin Ling and the others. Right now, their priority was to rest and prepare for the coming massacre. Thank you. Inside the inn, Goddess Danran bowed to Lin Ling. No need. When we're outside, we're friends. Besides, I think this place is relatively clean. Let's rest here tonight. I'm guessing that a large number of bandits will attack the city tomorrow. Lin Ling came to the window and looked into the distance with a smile. Lin Ling, really? Pan Luyun and Lu Qingfeng's expressions changed. Although Lin Ling's cultivation level was lower, they'd all witnessed his miraculous abilities. That was why Lin Ling was their leader. Indeed. Fortunately, there aren't many bandits. As long as we can stop their massacre, we'll be able to rest for a long time. Lin Ling said confidently. His left eye seemed to be able to see through the grassland. Although his eye of time had been greatly suppressed in the war god realm, he could still see very far. Moreover, the all-encompassing demonic eye was extremely powerful. It allowed him to see through his opponent's true strength. No concealment could escape his eyes. The all-encompassing demonic eye wasn't very offensive, but its support abilities were heaven-defying. If there's any danger, don't worry about me. Just try your best to escape the city. Danran bit her lip. She also walked to the window and looked out at the oppressive army. She'd never imagined that she'd die in the war god realm. However, death was inevitable in a battle between two armies. In fact, the 100,000 geniuses were more like scouts, or in other words, scouts. Of course we won't care about you, Lin Ling said. Lu Chengfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. They were really going to ignore her? If they were going to ignore Danran, why save her? However, Lin Ling's next sentence left them at a loss. Because when the enemy arrives, you can kill them yourself. How was she supposed to kill the enemy when she was gravely injured? Even Fairy Danran looked at Lin Ling in confusion. Lin Ling was still looking at the increasingly murderous world. His calm voice made Pan Luyun, Lu Chengfeng, and Fairy Danran's eyes shake violently. I can cure you. As soon as he said that, the entire inn fell silent. Fairy Danran's right arm was severely injured. Most importantly, her physical power source had been shattered and had almost collapsed. Could Lin Ling heal such an injury? For a moment, several people stared at Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was joking. Don't worry, if I can say it, then I'm naturally confident. Lin Ling smiled. He was lucky enough to have such memories. Unfortunately, healing Xianxia and the others required precious treasures. Otherwise, he could have done it himself. If that's the case, then I won't let you down. Fairy Danran grew excited. If she could recover her strength, then she wouldn't die so easily. Lin Ling didn't explain. He had. Fairy Danran sat down cross-legged while he set up a formation. When the dazzling formation appeared, Fairy Danran and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to be a boundary master, and at the level of a blue-robed boundary master. This was extremely frightening. A blue-robed boundary master was definitely not a low-level boundary master. Night fell quietly. Slaughter continued on the prairie. The geniuses who hadn't found a place to settle down were constantly being slaughtered by bandits. The night passed quietly. In a distant place, an expert riding on a giant wolf stared coldly at the ground. The Martial Gods Battalion has sent out 100,000 scouts. We must keep those scouts in the prairie forever. When the Martial Gods Battalion's army moves out, the 13 commanderies will also move out and fight to the death. The expert riding on the giant wolf said coldly. With a wave of his right hand, the mighty cavalry rushed toward the prairie. At a closer look, there were wolves, tigers, dragons, and even tigers and cheilants. If these mounts were in Lin Ling's world, they would have been no weaker than little saints. At this moment, in Lin Ling's empty city, the people were still resting. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up and said indifferently, "The enemy has surrounded the city." As soon as his words fell, the faces of the people in the inn changed dramatically. Kill. Sure enough, a deafening sound came from outside the ancient city. All the scouts in the city were on guard. Kill. However, they were only a little surprised because this kind of crisis could happen at any time in the prairie. How many people are there? About 5,000 of them. They are all level 5 martial emperors. Fortunately, it's not a lot. We can take them down. After eliminating them, we will continue to rest in the city. A powerful genius in Lord Su's team said indifferently. Shall we go out and kill the bandits? Another genius was eager to move, his face full of murderous intent. No need. There are many trash teams in the city. Let them die. When the trash is eliminated, we will take action. Lord Su said with a cold smile. He was referring to Lin Ling's team. The powerful teams in the city also had the same idea. Hee, wasn't there a very arrogant team yesterday? They bet with Lord Su's team that they could live for 3 days. Haha, I think they won't live past today. There are only 3 of them. Their numbers are already small to begin with. With the addition of a burden, how could they not die? Let's go take a look. The teams did not leave their respective residences. Instead, they used a secret technique similar to the sky eye to observe everything that was happening in the city. At this moment, the city was in chaos. 5,000 bandits had charged in and killed everyone they saw. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The small and weak teams were in danger. They fought with their lives on the line. However, there were still geniuses who died. As for Lin Ling's team, they encountered more than 100 bandits surrounding the inn and were fighting. This scene attracted some people's attention. They realized that Lin Ling, who was extremely arrogant yesterday, was actually very weak. This was because Lin Ling was actually using the law to kill the bandits and did not use the boundary seed. There were two reasons for this situation. First, Lin Ling was training himself and did not want to rely on the boundary seed to sweep through everything. Second, Lin Ling's boundary seed was still very weak. It was at the stage where it had just sprouted. Therefore, he was using the law to fight against the bandits. Of these two situations, everyone naturally thought that the second was more likely. Indeed, they won't live past a day. Many people no longer paid attention to Lin Ling's team of 3. In their opinion, those 3 idiots were dead for sure. At this moment, in the vicinity of the inn, a terrifying impact seemed to overturn the ancient city. A large number of bandits surged over like a tide. Lin Ling's team of 3 had solemn expressions as they fought against the incoming enemies. Lin Ling did not use the boundary seed. Instead, he used this opportunity to train himself. He relied on the power of the law to resist. A miracle. If I use my boundary essence, with the power of my boundary essence, I will definitely be able to kill them in a short period of time. However, I am about to break through, so I should focus on tempering myself. Lin Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror. In the end, after he killed more than 70 bandits, a large number of bandits came surging from the front. Lin Ling also chose to retreat. Go, Fairy Danran. Alright. Finally, Danran flew out of the inn and unleashed her spatial energy. It wasn't as dense as Lin Ling's, but it was stronger than the others. What a great helper. Hehe, I wonder if Sukuan will cry if he finds out that he gave up on such a powerful teammate. He's definitely going to cry. This battle took 3 full days. The bandits around the Lin Ling Inn were all wiped out. On the night of the 3rd day, all the bandits were finally eradicated. The city was also covered in blood. What was surprising was that there were actually more than 10,000 bandits who had killed their way into the city. The next morning, there was a brief moment of tranquility in the empty city. Those powerful teams finally came out with smiles on their faces. Although they had suffered some losses, they had finally overcome a calamity. Now, they could rest for a few days. Yo, you only have 5 people left in your team? There were originally 50 people. Those bandits are too ruthless. They are also very strong, and all of them are fighting with their lives on the line. On the streets, voices kept ringing out. At this moment, they saw Lord Su's team walk out. All of them looked high-spirited. Let's go and collect the corpses of those 3 from last time, Sujun said with a smile. Although their team had been hiding from the bandits this time, they had also suffered considerable losses. However, compared to the complete annihilation of Lin Ling's army, he felt that those losses were nothing. Oh, by the way, Sukuan made a bet with that person from last time. What a pity. I'm afraid those people are all dead. Otherwise, it could be seen as them stripping naked and running around the city. Let's go and take a look. Just treat it as collecting a corpse. The crowd followed Sujun, but when they arrived at the inn where Lin Ling and the others were staying, all of them fell silent, and their pupils violently trembled. Over there, human heads were piled up into a tower. Upon closer inspection, there were probably no less than 2,000 human heads. Most importantly, the 4 figures standing there were actually counting heads. More importantly, those 4 people were none other than Lin Ling and the other 3. Not only was Lin Ling not dead, even Fairy Danran, that burden, was still alive. If not for the fact that they could hear Lin Ling and the others talking, they would have thought that they had seen a ghost. You really came at the right time. It's been exactly 3 days. At this moment, Lin Ling's faint laughter was suddenly heard. The bet was to survive for 3 days, and Lin Ling and the others had succeeded. Moreover, they seemed to be living very comfortably. Impossible. I saw with my own eyes that you were about to be wiped out at any moment. Su Jun glared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but roar angrily. Yeah, the bandits killed their way into the city. It was extremely difficult for these guys to resist. How could they have survived? Did someone help them? This is simply a miracle. The other teams exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Are you willing to accept the bet or not? Lin Ling ignored the voices around him and looked coldly at Su Jun. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Su Jun. After all, most of the teams were from different realms, and Su Jun was a native of Martial God realm. From a certain point of view, they were definitely on Lin Ling's side. The reason they didn't think highly of Lin Ling and ostracized Lin Ling from the beginning was that they thought Lin Ling and the others were bound to die. That bet was obvious to all. Su Jun also agreed very readily, so he can't go back on his word. That's right, but what we're curious about is how you guys stopped the massacre. As long as you have an explanation, we'll support you. Many people spoke up, causing Su Jun's teammates' expressions to turn ugly. However, they still stared at Su Jun, implying that they couldn't help Su Jun with this matter. Su Jun's heart was boiling with anger. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, I represent Cutie Commandery. I won't go back on my word if I lose, but there's a prerequisite. You guys have to rely on yourselves to get through this difficult situation. Otherwise, it would be against the rules of the bet if others helped you." He didn't believe for a second that Lin Ling and the others could stop that wave of bandits. You have a pair of good dog eyes. Indeed, most of these bandits weren't killed by the three of us. Lin Ling smiled. Did you hear that? This bet doesn't count. Su Jun burst into laughter. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stupid as to admit it. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling shouldn't have admitted it. Wouldn't it be fine if he just said that the three of them killed the bandits? But I'd like to ask, is Goddess Danran one of us? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Of course, when you invited her, everyone saw it. She belongs to your team. Su Jun was still laughing at Lin Ling's stupidity. He was about to wave his hand and leave when Lin Ling stopped him. Hold on. I said someone helped us, but I didn't say who it was. I'll tell you now. That person is Goddess Danran. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all stared at Danran. If they remembered correctly, this beauty was heavily injured. That was why Su Jun's team had abandoned her, but now, Goddess Danran had stopped the bandits' massacre? You're joking, right? Goddess Danran was in our team before. Do you think we don't know how strong she is? Beside Su Jun, a young man immediately shouted coldly, his face full of contempt. Lin Ling glanced at Goddess Danran. She nodded coldly and stepped forward. She gently thrust her hand forward, releasing a mysterious power, realm essence. Moreover, it wasn't in the form of a realm essence seed. It had already matured. Although it hadn't reached 10%, it was stronger than most people's realm essence. Bang, the talkative young man's expression changed. He also released his realm essence, but when their palms collided, he was swept away by a gust of wind and flew hundreds of meters back. He crashed into a restaurant in the distance and couldn't get up again. Do you know how strong I am? After defeating her opponent in one move, Goddess Danran looked at the crowd mockingly like an icy fairy. Hiss hiss, gasps could be heard one after another. Some of them were even rubbing their eyes to see if it was real. When Goddess Danran wasn't injured, she wasn't weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been recruited by Su Jun's team. But now, she seemed to have recovered her strength. Goddess Danran, what happened to your injuries? A burly young man asked with a frown. He still couldn't believe it. I've recovered and my cultivation has increased slightly. My realm essence and talent have fused better. Danran said calmly. Most geniuses used their realm essence but didn't fuse it with their talent. The reason was that their realm essence wasn't strong enough. Destruction followed by re-establishment. Hearing this, the burly young man's face turned ugly. He suddenly said, how about joining us? In this cruel mission, having a strong teammate would undoubtedly increase the chances of survival. Hee hee, do you think that's possible? Danran's mocking expression deepened. The burly youth immediately felt a little embarrassed. When the others were injured, they abandoned them. Now that the others had become stronger, they would definitely not care about them anymore. It's all your fault, Sukuan. If you hadn't called her a cripple, how could we have abandoned her? The burly youth vented his anger on Lord Su. After all, Lord Su was not the strongest in their team. Su Jun was also tongue-tied at this moment, unable to say anything. Now, have you fulfilled your promise? Lin Ling said with a calm expression. This matter is obvious to all, so he can't go back on his word. If he reneges on his debt, then his cutie commandery will lose face. Sukuan and I are teammates. But in this matter, I'll side with reason, not kinship. Murmurs erupted from the crowd. Even Su Jun's teammates didn't speak up for him, because they too were angry at Su Jun for abandoning an expert like Danran. Do I really have to run? Su Jun's pupils trembled. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Let's fulfill our promise first. As for other matters, we can deal with them later. Even if he wanted to help Lord Su, it seemed very difficult now. Most importantly, the others were supporting Lin Ling. He definitely did not want to incur the wrath of the crowd. After all, he might need the help of the other teams in the upcoming bandit massacre. As for the grudge between Su Jun and Lin Ling, he naturally couldn't be bothered with it. He would deal with it after the bet was completed. Alright, I'll take it off. The surrounding voices made Su Jun feel helpless. He glared at Lin Ling with resentment and slowly took off his clothes. Doo-doo? I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. The crowd's eyes narrowed. That was because Lord Su, a genius expert, was actually wearing a doo-doo underneath his clothes. This hobby left them speechless. And it's red. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but say. Haha. The crowd finally burst into laughter. After Su Jun took off his clothes, he quickly ran along the empty city. This could also be called streaking. Your skin is quite white, you must be a gigolo. But it's so small. Laughter came from behind, making Lord Su wish he could dig a hole and hide in it. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. If it wasn't for the fact that the Martial Gods Battalion was backing him up, he would have killed Lin Ling a long time ago. However, he would never let Lin Ling off. As for Lin Ling, there was a cold glint in his eyes. It was impossible to resolve the grudge between him and Su Jun. Therefore, if there was a chance, he would not let the latter off. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Lin Ling shook his head and entered the inn. Right now, he needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. Because of the wave of bandits 3 days ago, he also felt some pressure. They had only killed a few thousand bandits, but they were a little powerless. What if it was more than 1 billion? Moreover, his left eye saw that even more cavalry had appeared on the prairie, and they were crazily slaughtering the geniuses from all over the world. It wouldn't be long before this city was definitely not safe. However, the battle 3 days ago had made Lin Ling about to break through. After entering the inn, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. The divine crystal energy left in his body last time was being continuously absorbed. The source of corporeal energy in his dantian was also becoming larger and larger. Outside the spherical energy, there was a faint layer of light lingering around it. That was the boundary essence. Bang. Bang. Bang, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the sound continued to ring out. The source of corporeal energy seemed to be breaking through the laws of heaven and earth and stepping into a new world. Outside the city, after watching the good show, the geniuses from all over the world went back to rest. They only treated the previous matter as a joke. What they cared more about was the upcoming massacre. This was because they had also sensed that something was wrong. It was as if even more experts had descended, and the city seemed to be in danger. This was also the reason why they had helped Lin Ling before. It was because they didn't want to see Lin Ling being suppressed. With one more person, their survival would be guaranteed. As for Lord Su, he gritted his teeth and ran through the entire city. When he returned to the inn, his teammates looked at him strangely. Red doo-doo, Lord Su, your taste is really unique. His skin is quite white, but it's a little small there. His teammates laughed as they spoke. Although Lord Su's background wasn't small, since they were able to join this team, their background couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, they didn't have much fear towards Lord Su. Shut up. Lord Su roared angrily, and his resentment towards Lin Ling grew. Then, he said word by word, although the mission this time is to face 13 commanderies, the martial gods battalion didn't explicitly state that we can't kill our own people. Hearing this, the others narrowed their eyes, and at this moment, they fell silent. When it came to such matters, they would naturally watch with folded arms. After watching the show, Lu Chunfeng and the others all returned to the inn. When they saw Lin Ling breaking through, they were speechless. Danger could come at any time in this place, and they could all be wiped out at any time, yet, Lin Ling was in the mood to break through? This guy is really brave. If a strong enemy comes and stops his breakthrough, he'll be in trouble. At that time, he won't be able to fight back. Pan Luyun shook his head helplessly. That's because you're too inexperienced. For some geniuses who often train, the more dangerous the place, the more they need to break through. How can they grow without breaking? Luyun, I've realized that you're the least experienced among us, like a flower in a greenhouse. Goddess Danran said lightly, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Ling with curiosity. She sensed that Lin Ling was different from the geniuses of other worlds. He seemed to have experienced many things and could be compared to the strongest geniuses. It could be said that if Pan Luyun and the others had not followed Lin Ling, they would have been dead. I'll guard him. You two can walk around, in case something happens. Goddess Danran said. Alright, I've rested enough anyway. My bones are itching. Pan Luyun and the others nodded. Lin Ling was at a critical moment. Around him, surging nomological laws roared and white flames spread out. What a rich nomological power. Seeing this, Goddess Danran's expression changed. She sensed that Lin Ling's nomological laws were rising rapidly and had reached 80 million. Lin Ling was only a level 4 martial emperor. Would his nomological laws reach 100 million after breaking through? That was too terrifying. After all, one could only reach 100 million nomological laws after reaching level 7 martial emperor. Where did he come from? He's so powerful. Goddess Danran was surprised. She was even more curious about Lin Ling. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Realm Breakthrough 100,000 geniuses from all over the world. None of them are weak. If they fight, the 13th commandery will have more casualties, but the 13th commandery has more people. If this goes on, many geniuses from all over the world will die. Since we're here for the mission, we're prepared for life and death. Don't think too much. Hey, there's a deer. While the two of them were chatting, they suddenly saw a white deer sweeping across the prairie. Although the deer looked like an ordinary species, it made them excited. Both of them reached out and caught the deer. After skinning it, they brought it back to the inn and roasted it. They might die in the next moment, so they cherished the time before them. Since that was the case, they had to eat their fill first. They didn't want to starve to death in hell. In front of the inn, the aroma of meat wafted out. On the second floor, Goddess Danran shook her head helplessly. However, after smelling the aroma, she licked her lips. However, just as the deer was about to be cooked, several figures suddenly appeared. You're in a good mood. You're still thinking about roasting meat. Be careful, you'll die quickly if you eat too much. The newcomers were Lord Su. They looked down at Pan Luyun and the others from above. This guy is here. Danran was the first to react when she saw Lord Su and the others. However, when she saw Lin Ling, who was about to break through, she stood still. Below the inn, Pan Luyun and the others looked unsightly. Lu Chengfeng said, It's none of your business. How dare a person from the lower world speak so arrogantly? Lord Su's face was extremely gloomy. The anger in his heart was like a bomb that had been set on fire. Now, it was finally ignited. This was because if the news of him running naked was spread out, the Iron Suit Commandery would lose all its face. His family would also punish him. How could a native warrior of the martial god realm be toyed with by ants from the lower world? This couldn't be justified. Therefore, he had to kill these lowly ants. Your arrogance has come to an end. Realm essence appeared in Lord Su's hand, and he threw out a mighty punch. Boom, the entire street shook. With just one punch, Pan Luyun was severely injured. Instantly, a large number of geniuses walked out of the street, frowning as they watched the scene. They never expected that Lord Su would actually make a move. Although the martial god camp didn't stipulate that geniuses couldn't attack each other, It also didn't explicitly state that it was allowed. So, this sort of attack might be a violation of the rules. If the martial god camp investigated and wanted to pursue these mistakes, then Lord Su might be eliminated. Sukuan, you're clearly going all out. If it were me, I'd probably do the same. After all, it's not a good thing to run around naked. Those fellows are in for some bad luck. Many people shook their heads. Bang, another explosion was heard. Although Lu Chengfeng was not weak, he was unable to fend off Lord Su and the others. Moreover, Lord Su was a rank 6 martial emperor realm genius. If he was in Lin Ling's world, he alone could defeat all the ancient giants. Go F** King Dai. Lu Chengfeng suppressed his injuries, roared angrily, and pounced again. Not bad. You actually have 4,000 laws. However, your boundary essence is still unstable. The boundary essence seed must have just awakened. Lord Su let out a long breath and said disdainfully. At the same time, he released his own laws. This was the power of 6,000 laws. Puff, Lu Chengfeng was instantly sent flying and smashed onto the ground. If Lord Su hadn't wanted to slowly humiliate him, he would have killed him in one move. The 3 people beside him were all smiling as they picked up the roasted venison and ate it. You bastard! Pan Luyun was furious. It wasn't easy for them to find the venison, but these guys snatched it away. Trash doesn't have the right to speak. King Cloud step. One of the young men sneered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Pan Luyun. His big hand grabbed out, and the power of the universe was released. Bang, Pan Luyun was grabbed by the neck and smashed into the ground. The young man stepped on him and ate the venison. He smiled and said, martial artists from the lower realm shouldn't be too arrogant in front of us native martial artists. As soon as he said that, the geniuses from all over the world narrowed their eyes. They were unconvinced, but when they thought of Lord Su's background and strength, they endured it. You want to eat venison? Eat the bones. Lord Su also smashed Lu Chengfeng to the ground and stepped on him. You've gone too far. Lu Chengfeng and Pan Luyun's eyes were red. On the second floor, Fairy Danxia clenched her fists. She hadn't made a move because Lin Ling was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so she had to protect him. But now, she couldn't hold back anymore. But at that moment, the void suddenly fluctuated behind her, and the white flames began to retreat like the tide. Success! She felt the surging aura. Fairy Danxia couldn't help but be delighted. At that moment, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a bright light shot out from his left eye, shattering the void. It was extremely sharp. Now, he had successfully reached the level 5 martial emperor realm. His 6 paths of reincarnation had also reached the peak. He had reached the complete realm of the heavens and had 100 million laws of power. If he were in Lin Ling's realm, he could easily bring someone into the reincarnation cycle. Moreover, with the breakthrough in his realm, his divine demon body and soul power had also increased slightly. His own laws had also reached 500,000, however, Lin Ling converted all of the laws in his body into the boundary essence, increasing the power of the boundary essence slightly. With 100 million laws of power and 10% of his realm essence, even if Lin Ling's talent wasn't strong, he could defeat any level 7 martial emperor. As expected of the martial god realm. It feels like the time spent cultivating here is much shorter. Lin Ling smiled. With my current strength, the Sun God King and the others won't be a match for me. Even if they join forces, I won't be afraid of them. He finally relaxed. In the past, he could defeat all of the ancient giants with his realm essence. However, if they joined forces, he would have a headache. But now, he wasn't afraid. Moreover, after coming to the martial god realm, he had seen a lot of experts and felt pressured. But now, he felt that he wasn't at the bottom anymore. Lin Ling, you've broken through. At that moment, Fairy Danxia's surprised voice was heard. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Fairy Danxia was shocked. Previously, she couldn't see through Lin Ling. Now, she couldn't see through Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling's strength could be ranked in the upper middle among the 100,000 geniuses. Oh no, Lord Su is here. After the surprise, Fairy Danxia suddenly said and pointed outside the inn. Hasn't that stray dog been taught a lesson enough? Lin Ling was a little surprised. In his opinion, Lord Su had suffered many losses in front of him. He should have restrained himself. Then, he quickly walked to the window and looked outside the inn. Suddenly, a strong murderous aura spread out from his body. Waste in truth, Lin Ling had been using the Qi concealment divine art to hide his aura, so others couldn't sense his killing intent. But when he saw what was happening outside the window, he subconsciously released his killing intent. That killing intent was accumulated from killing hundreds of millions of people. Naturally, Fairy Xianxia found it difficult to resist. Outside the window, a large number of youths gathered in the distance, frowning as they watched everything unfold before them. Below the inn, Lu Chungfeng and Pan Luyun were being stepped on. Su Jun and his friends were eating venison and throwing the bones in front of Lu Chungfeng and the others. This meat is not bad. You two really have the fate of slaves. We finished all the roasted meat. I'll leave the bones for you. The youths who were eating the venison laughed. You've gone too far. Lu Chungfeng and the others were roaring, but Su Jun enjoyed their angry voices. He threw a bone on the ground and stepped on it a few times. Then, he kicked it at Lu Chungfeng and the others. Eat these bones. When the other youths saw this, they immediately followed suit and stepped on the bones on the ground a few times. Eat it right away. Haha. They were so arrogant that the geniuses from all over the world couldn't stand it anymore. But when they thought of Su Jun and the others' identities, they swallowed their anger. Do you want me to feed you? Su Jun narrowed his eyes when he saw that Lu Chungfeng and the others were unwilling to submit. I'll feed them. If they don't eat, I'll break their teeth. One of the youths understood Su Jun's intentions very well and walked over. Don't let them waste food. Su Jun immediately smiled and nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, an explosive shout rang out like a bolt from the blue. Waste your mother. In the sky, a sword slashed down fiercely. The sword light was like a crescent blade, and the roar of a demon god could be heard. Boom, the violent sword slashed down, and the youth who wanted to feed the bones was smashed into a meat patty. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this sword was. Suddenly, countless gazes turned to the figure that suddenly appeared. They were surprised to find that the youth was Lin Ling. Of course, what surprised them was that Lin Ling was actually so strong. You've come. Lord Su was also surprised by Lin Ling's crazy methods. After all, his friend was a level 5 martial emperor and had 3,000 laws. How could he have been smashed to death by a single sword strike? Why are you in such a hurry? You have a share of those bones too. Su Jun said coldly. Among so many people, he wanted Lin Ling dead the most. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly turned around, and his icy cold eyes stared at Su Jun. Terrifying killing intent suffused the air, and it actually caused Su Junto feel a chill in his heart. Last time, he'd been affected by Lin Ling's killing intent, and this time, he noticed that Lin Ling's killing intent was even denser than before. Kill him. However, killing intent did not represent strength, so Su Jun was still confident. Lin Ling, let me help you. On the second floor, Fairy Xianxia immediately said. No need. I'll deal with these pieces of trash by myself. Lin Ling said in a cold voice. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so much since he came to the martial god realm. It was also the first time he had killed someone. Bang, with the sword in his hand, his god-demon body was even more domineering and majestic. Die. Lin Ling slashed out fiercely with his sword. His physical strength was strong enough to move mountains and rivers. Under that sword, the eyes of the young man who wanted to attack trembled violently. The power of the laws that he had unleashed was instantly destroyed. He did not even have the chance to activate his boundary essence seed before he was smashed into pieces by the sword. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. That sword strike was so terrifying, the crowd widened their eyes. In their impression, Lin Ling was not so strong. Could it be that he did not use his full strength when he was suppressing the bandits? Someone exclaimed, causing many people to nod their heads. This was the only explanation. Shaman Luo Vine. Another young man suddenly gritted his teeth and activated 4,000 laws. Moreover, he pointed out with his finger and the light of boundary essence bloomed. He took advantage of the moment when Lin Ling was killing his companions to attack Lin Ling viciously. Azura Dao. Lin Ling did not even look at him. He stretched out his left hand. In his palm, white flames surged out like ripples, easily blocking the young man's power of laws. His right hand did not stop. He slashed out with his sword, Rumble. Although the young man had a boundary essence seed, it was clearly only at the awakening stage. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation and the tyrannical Song sword, his body was cut in half. As he stared at Lin Ling, his upper body began to slide down. He never imagined that while Lu Chunfeng and the others were not strong, this Lin Ling was actually so strong. He's broken through. Previously, his laws of fire had already reached over 5,000. The surrounding geniuses all sucked in a breath of cold air. They gradually noticed the changes in Lin Ling. Of course, even Lord Su was the same. To him, Lin Ling was clearly a formidable opponent. It looks like I've underestimated you. But don't think that with 5,000 laws you can look down on everyone. All over Lord Su's body, the surging laws were roaring. Very good, Lin Ling was not as weak as he had imagined. This was what he wanted to see. However, while he regarded Lin Ling as a formidable opponent, Lin Ling did not regard him as a formidable opponent. Heavenly Tao. A low roar came out of Lin Ling's mouth, and 100 million laws erupted. The moment these laws appeared, the entire city shook. The white flames seemed to envelop the entire city, making it difficult for many people to breathe. Especially the geniuses present, they were dumbfounded. This was because Lin Ling was only at the rank 5 martial emperor realm, but he possessed 100 million Dharma laws. In the martial god world, one had to be at least at the rank 7 martial emperor realm to possess 100 million Dharma laws. Not every rank 7 martial emperor had one. As soon as the laws appeared, Lord Su's face turned pale. He never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. He suddenly realized that he had not figured out Lin Ling's exact strength. Next, was there a need to fight? Obviously, there was no need. All his laws and boundary essence would not be able to block Lin Ling's heavenly Tao laws. Moreover, Lin Ling had not used his boundary essence yet, therefore, he immediately knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. You've got guts, Lord Su said. He was already thinking of running away. However, could he escape? Rumble. In the sky, the surging heavenly Tao reincarnation erupted with a terrifying suction force, pulling Lord Su's body, making him unable to move. As for Lin Ling, he walked over step by step, as if the flame god was walking over. What are you trying to do? Looking at the expressionless Lin Ling, Lord Su began to panic. However, Lin Ling did not say a word, his expression extremely cold. On the contrary, the geniuses from the various worlds kept exclaiming in admiration, and some even became excited. So powerful. I wonder which world this guy is from. He's actually stronger than the native cultivators of the martial god realm. A level 5 martial emperor with 100 million laws. His strength can be considered above average. Moreover, he has not used his boundary essence yet. Eat the bones. Lu Chunfeng and the others stood up as well. They were shocked by Lin Ling's heaven-defying strength after his breakthrough. However, they soon burst into laughter. They had been humiliated before, and now it was their turn to fight back. Eat all the bones on the ground. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly. I'll eat. Su Jun gritted his teeth and replied. He had no other choice now, his strength was inferior, so he could only lose face. If you dare eat a piece less or spit out a grain of sand, I'll kill you immediately. Lin Ling said again, causing Su Jun's body to tremble. He never expected Lin Ling to be such a ruthless person. The mission hasn't been completed yet, but we scouts are already fighting among ourselves. If the martial god battalion finds out, I wonder how they will punish us. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. A large number of people walked over from the street. It was Su Jun's team. When he saw them, Su Jun's eyes lit up and he almost felt proud because his teammates had arrived. The crowd also narrowed their eyes. They wondered how Lin Ling would deal with this relationship. It's none of your business. However, Lin Ling shouted angrily. Huh? Su Jun's teammates narrowed their eyes. What did it have to do with them? This Lin Ling guy was too arrogant. Immediately, their faces darkened with anger. Su Jun's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so domineering. He dared to provoke his entire team alone. Hurry up and eat, or I'll break all your teeth. Lin Ling shouted again. The reason why he ignored those people was because he was not afraid of them. If they provoked him, he would just fight them. Moreover, he had just broken through to the next level. In fact, he really wanted to have a thorough battle to see how strong he was now. Su Jun did not dare to say anything else. He quickly ate the bones, his face full of anger. These bones were leftovers from their meal, and they had also stepped on them. Now, he had lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. As for Lord Su's team, those experts all had cold expressions on their faces, but they also fell silent. Because Lin Ling was too arrogant, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, they believed that Lin Ling, this lowly commoner of the lower realm, would be dealt with sooner or later. Perhaps it was because they were cursing in their hearts, or because someone just happened to be passing by, but at this moment, a figure was floating in the sky above Sky City, overlooking everything that was happening in the city. He held a jade bone fan in his hand, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. His hair casually fell to his shoulders, and he exuded a lazy and carefree aura. Lord Su, you're a local martial artist, yet you're being bullied by ants from the lower realm. How embarrassing. A calm voice drifted out from that person's mouth. With a swish, he opened the jade bone fan and gently waved it. Lord Su immediately raised his head, his face filled with joy. Young Master Thousand Bones, save me. Young Master Qiangu? Is he the strongest genius of the Bone King Commandery? White Bone Fan, it should be him. This guy is ranked in the top 20 among the 100,000 geniuses from different worlds. Many people stared at the sky, their faces changing dramatically. Young Master Thousand Bones was at the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm, and his Dharma was extremely powerful. It was said that even his boundary essence was about to be converted to 10%. 10% of boundary essence was undoubtedly more powerful than 90% of the geniuses. After all, boundary essence was harder to be born than Dharma. Why is this guy here? Shouldn't experts of his level be eliminating the masters of the 13 commanderies and fighting for a place in the top 10? Another person exclaimed, as if he had seen a divine dragon appear among a flock of sheep. Is there an expert from the 13 commanderies nearby? It shouldn't be. However, this mission is not in vain since we can see this famous genius. Many people spoke up, their words were filled with admiration. However, young Master Thousand Bones did not care about their admiration at all. Instead, he looked at Lord Su calmly and said, "Save you? You're a disgrace to us local martial artists. Who would save you?" Lord Su's face turned ashen when he heard this. He knew young Master Thousand Bones, but it did not mean that young Master Thousand Bones would give him any face. However, young Master Thousand Bones looked at Lin Ling and said, "And you, we're on a mission now. Do you think it's impressive to bully your own people instead of eliminating bandits? However, I have something important to do now. You guys better disappear from my sight immediately." Obviously, he did not have time to pay attention to Lin Ling and the others, so he did not bother to pay attention to them. Looking at young Master Thousand Bones, Lin Ling's expression did not change. Instead, he slowly walked forward and stopped in front of Lord Su. This action caused the crowd to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Even young Master Thousand Bones frowned and was a little unhappy. He had asked these weak trash to get lost, but the young man did not give him face. Was it not enough for him to humiliate Lord Su? However, Lin Ling's next action made young Master Thousand Bones' pupils dilate. Lin Ling did not say anything and slashed out with his sword. Slash! Lord Su's head fell off and rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open. He never thought that Lin Ling would kill him, and in front of young Master Thousand Bones, if he was still alive, he would definitely curse Lin Ling as a madman. Killing him in front of young Master Thousand Bones was equivalent to embarrassing young Master Thousand Bones. How could he know that Lin Ling's principle was to treat others the way they treated him? Lin Ling had never killed Lord Su, so Lord Su should hide far away and not come to court death. Otherwise, whether young Master Thousand Bones was here or not, Lin Ling would kill him all the same. After killing Lord Su, Lin Ling shook his sword, and the blood on the blade was sprinkled by him. The entire process was very calm and even calm. This guy. The crowd was not as calm as Lin Ling. Each and every one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they stared at the sky. Young Master Thousand Bones should be furious. Sure enough, young Master Thousand Bones stopped waving his fan, his face cold and indifferent. I didn't kill you before because I had important matters to attend to. This doesn't mean that I fear you. You're just an ant from the lower realms. Not only did you provoke us native martial artists, you even dared to kill Lord Su. He came to kill me, and I came to kill him. It's that simple. Moreover, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you. Lin Ling calmly said. Nothing to do with me? He's a native martial artist. No matter how much trash he is, it's not your turn to kill him, much less in front of me. Do you think us native martial artists are easy to provoke? Young Master Thousand Bones shook his head. Anyone could see that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. I've never thought that martial artists were easy to provoke. It's just that Lord Su was the one who provoked us first. There are witnesses and evidence in this matter. Could it be that local martial artists have a golden border on their heads that allows them to bully others as they please? Lin Ling remained calm. Hearing this, everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. It was Lord Su who provoked Lin Ling first. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't care what nonsense you have. Since you dare to kill in front of me, you only have two choices. 1. Die. 2. Fight me. Young Noble Thousand Bones coldly shook his head. His body began to emit a powerful aura. The bone fan in his hand turned into a mountain of bones. Behind him, layers upon layers appeared as if it was made up of countless bones. It seems like you have more nonsense than I do. Lin Ling looked at the sky and shook his head. He was unfazed, as if the sky was collapsing. Lin Ling had a grudge against him, so he would use strength to decide everything. Since Lin Ling was stronger, he would kill his opponent. This was very fair. What did this have to do with young Master Thousand Bones in the sky? Could it be that Lin Ling was in the way of young Master Thousand Bones killing an enemy? At this moment, many people were secretly on Lin Ling's side. However, they were also worried for Lin Ling. After all, young Master Thousand Bones was a stage 7 martial emperor. Incarnation of the Dead card. However, at this moment, a cold voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. 80 million laws burst out, and a mysterious black card appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient gate that smashed down. Moreover, the huge card was not smashing toward Lin Ling, but toward young Master Thousand Bones. This sudden change caused countless people's eyes to tremble violently. What was going on? Even young Master Thousand Bones was shocked. However, when he thought of his purpose for coming here, he suddenly understood. Thousand Bones Mountain Fan. He waved the fan, and layers of bones surged toward the sky like seawater. The number of laws had reached 90 million. However, Lin Ling could see that young Master Thousand Bones only had 70 million laws. The mysterious fan had increased the number of his laws. Crack. Crack, crack. The mysterious huge card in the sky suddenly became dazzling and turned into countless palm-sized black fragments. They flew around like locusts, avoiding the sea of laws. However, the huge ancient card soon appeared on the other side. Moreover, it was not just one ancient card that appeared, but 8. It was as if 8 huge divine gates were floating in the sky. The oppressive aura made it difficult for countless people to breathe. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Young Master Qiangu also spoke when he saw this, and an old man quietly appeared in the sky. This person had a lion's beard and long hair, and he gave off a mighty aura without being angry as he coldly looked at the ground. Kill. At the same time, outside Sky City, a large number of sounds of killing rose to the sky. Sky City had been unknowingly surrounded. It was the enemy. When they sensed the terrifying aura, the expressions of all the geniuses from various worlds changed drastically. The city was surrounded. They were dead for sure. An atmosphere of panic unknowingly spread out. Of course, there were only 2 people who could calmly face such a situation. One of them was young Master Qiangu. He did not come here because he had nothing better to do. In fact, he came here because of young Master Qiangu. The other person was Lin Ling. After Lin Ling had broken through to the next realm, his left eye could see that outside the Sky City, there was already a huge army. The wicked king of the 8 gates, the ruler of the 13 commanderies. I didn't expect him to go to battle in person. Young Master Qiangu's words caused all the geniuses in the city to turn ashen. Not only was there a huge army coming, but even the rulers of the commanderies were here. They were undoubtedly doomed. The rulers of the commanderies were all extremely powerful. Apart from the top geniuses from various worlds, who could stop them? Fortunately, young Master Qiangu is here. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance. Young Master Qiangu, you must kill him. Then, many people stared at young Master Qiangu. A glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Young Master Qiangu was one of the top geniuses from various worlds. He might be able to kill young Master Qiangu. Moreover, they could tell that young Master Qiangu seemed to have come for the ruler. Unfortunately, they did not see that young Master Qiangu's face was somewhat grave. He did not pay attention to the admiring voices of the crowd. Instead, he stared indifferently at the old man opposite him. Your strength is not bad. Among this batch of scouts, you should be able to rank in the top 20. The old man finally spoke. His voice was as deep as thunder, as if a lion was roaring angrily. Your dharma has reached 100 million. Moreover, your sector essence should have reached 10%. You are indeed a strong opponent. My strength is not the strongest in the 13 commanderies. However, I still have a little hope of killing you. The old man clearly did not underestimate young Master Qiangu. He knew that among these geniuses from various worlds, there were more than a dozen who were extremely terrifying. Moreover, these powerful geniuses had already arrived at the commanderies and were attempting to kill the ruler of the commanderies to obtain military merits. This time, the Martial Gods Battalion had recruited many monstrous geniuses. They had only sent out scouts, but it was already difficult for them to resist. Thank you for your compliment. However, I will not be so arrogant as to think that I can easily kill you. Young Master Qiangu said indifferently. From his attitude towards the enemy, it could be seen that his current strength was not an undeserved reputation. All of you, leave. This kind of battle is not something you can participate in. Then, young Master Qiangu looked at the crowd and sneered at Lin Ling. It was as if he was saying that Lin Ling was lucky. If it were not for the arrival of a strong enemy, Lin Ling would definitely know how lowly he was. Prepare to attack the city. If we don't charge out of Sky City, we will die. With young Master Qiangu blocking the ruler of the commanderies, we still have hope. Young Master Qiangu, go for it. The crowd's morale was immediately boosted. Although they were no match for young Master Qiangu, they would not allow themselves to be captured. You are the ruler of the commanderies? However, just as the crowd was about to move, Lin Ling's voice suddenly drifted out, startling the crowd. What was Lin Ling doing? Eh? Young Master Qiangu stared at Lin Ling in surprise. Can I obtain military merits by killing you? Lin Ling asked again, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Yes, so what? Young Master Qiangu smiled disdainfully. He also saw that the person who had spoken was only at rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. This strength was not enough for him to take seriously. Yes, that's right. I will kill you. However, Lin Ling's next words silenced the entire city. Everyone widened their eyes. Lin Ling was going to kill him, even young Master Qiangu's eyes narrowed. However, he soon sneered. In fact, he was very afraid of young Master Qiangu, so he had not attacked. Who would have thought that Lin Ling, a nobody from the lower plane, would overestimate himself and want to fight? Well, I can use Lin Ling to see young Master Qiangu's strength. The surprise in the Eight Gates' wicked king's heart surged like waves in the ocean. Furthermore, his expression became unsightly because his opponent was the Thousand-Bone Prince, not the ordinary geniuses from the various worlds. If you want to kill me, you have to be alive first. Turn into a death card. Young Master Qiangu did not bother to talk nonsense. He would kill him directly. Rumble, in the sky, the huge death card that seemed to be able to destroy a realm smashed down heavily. Eight Gates decipher, tyrannical singing sword. Lin Ling gave a low shout and raised his sword to block. However, that mysterious giant tablet seemed to be a powerful immortal weapon. Its laws were extremely turbulent, constantly suppressing Lin Ling. He's dead. At this moment, many shook their heads and even mocked Lin Ling for overestimating himself. Even the Eight Gates king was the same. His eyes fell on young noble Qiangu because the latter was the real enemy. 9 steps of the demonic god. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling suddenly vanished. He had actually managed to avoid being locked onto by the laws. You're quite capable. Seeing this, the evil king of the 8 gates became interested, but he quickly shouted, "Death Locust Incarnation." Boom, the huge ancient tablet exploded, turning into countless palm-sized black tablets, fluttering in the air, chasing after Lin Ling. This law is very difficult to deal with. Young Master Thousand Bones thought to himself as he stared at the laws in the sky. He began to analyze how to break the law tablet. He didn't even look at Lin Ling, as he believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure. 9 devil steps. However, Lin Ling's footsteps also became mysterious. He actually weaved in and out of the tens of thousands of black cards, safe and sound. Amazing. That's a law martial technique, and it's at the pinnacle. 9 steps of the celestial devil. I seem to have heard of this martial art before. It seems to be the strongest martial art in the celestial devil world. The surrounding crowd was astonished. Lin Ling was so hard to kill? Huh? 8 Gates evil king frowned. 2 moves had failed to kill Lin Ling. This was beyond his expectations. Looks like you're the #1 genius expert in this city, second only to young Master Thousand Bones. Unfortunately, you're still going to die. 8 Gates Bandit King's eyes flickered. Another mysterious giant tablet smashed down from the sky and chased after Lin Ling from above. Being chased from above and behind, Lin Ling was clearly in even more danger. Fairy Xianxia almost cried out. However, beneath her gaze, Lin Ling's complexion remained as calm as before. It was as if he had seen through these laws and was able to calmly advance through the army. This time, the entire city was shocked. This was because in everyone's opinion, only young Master Qiangu was a match for the 8-Gate Evil King. Who would have thought that Lin Ling and the latter would be evenly matched? Again, this king doesn't believe in heresy. Octagon Evil King's face turned ugly as he summoned even more tablets to attack Lin Ling. In the beginning, the 3 ancient tablets chased after Lin Ling, triggering terrifying laws. Gradually, there were 4, slowly, 5, young Master Thousand Bones' pupils hardened. Even he would be in an extremely miserable state if he encountered such a situation. However, Lin Ling was still safe and sound, as if he was walking among a field of flowers. Seeing this unexpected scene, the 8 Gates Evil King blew his beard. Was this ant really that difficult to kill? Hexagon Wicked King Realm. Rumble, an even more terrifying force erupted. The 6 mysterious ancient tablets were like giant shields that pressed down on Lin Ling. Some of them shattered, turning into endless locusts, while others were still as huge as before, smashing down like a divine gate. Facing these laws, Lin Ling's expression turned serious, but he still pushed the 9 celestial steps to the limit. This was because he was not afraid of the 8 Gates Evil King in terms of laws. 7 Gates Evil Light Demonic Shadows. The sky was filled with ancient tablets, and the number of laws had almost reached 150 million. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Heavenly Law. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling finally made his move. The flame in his left hand rose and formed a dazzling circle. In an instant, he also erupted with 100 million laws. This guy. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I underestimated him. Young Master Thousand Bone and Octagon Evil King shouted at the same time. 8th Gate. Octagon Evil King's heart was boiling with anger. He erupted with all the laws as if the 8 gates were to suppress the entire city. If they were suppressed, even if Lin Ling did not die, the others would not be able to escape. He was going to wipe out the city and kill everyone. At this moment, young Master Thousand Bones' heart trembled. If he were to deal with it, he would have to rely on his boundary essence. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Ling's strength was not much weaker than his. When he thought of how arrogant he was in front of Lin Ling, he immediately felt that it was extremely ironic. Of course, Octagon Evil King felt the same way. After watching for so long, your 8 gates can finally be broken. However, in the face of the calamitous laws, Lin Ling's voice floated in the sky. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was still sucking in the 8 gates, slowing down the suppression of the tablets. Lin Ling held his sword and charged forward. His blue robe made him look like a celestial. Whoosh, he slashed out with his sword, slashing at the void. However, the 8 gates did not change and were getting closer and closer to smashing the entire city. He slashed out again, as if he was slashing at the air. Countless people widened their eyes. They did not know what Lin Ling was doing. When the fourth, fifth, and sixth slashes came, the crowd finally panicked because the sky had become gloomy. The 8 ancient tablets were smashing down. They did not know how many people would die because they sensed that the mysterious tablets could probably kill Boundary Essence unless the Boundary Essence was strong enough. Young Master Thousand Bone, please make your move. Then, the crowd shouted. They could only rely on young Master Thousand Bone now. However, young Master Thousand Bone's face was pale because even if he did not die when facing the terrifying suppression of the 8 gates, he would definitely be seriously injured. The reason he did not die was because his boundary essence was stronger, so, how could he save people? This also showed that he was utterly unable to resist such a situation. 7th slash. However, Lin Ling was still swinging his sword as if he was dancing in the sky. 8th slash. Lin Ling's figure finally stopped after the last slash. His blue robe fluttered in the air as he looked indifferently at Octagon Evil King. You've given up? Octagon Evil King said indifferently. Your strength actually comes from the 8 celestial weapons, and these celestial weapons cannot be broken at all. Even if they are destroyed by powerful attacks, they can instantly reform and recover their previous strength. Lin Ling said calmly. So you've given up? Octagon Evil King asked again. No, it's because the more powerful an immortal weapon is, the stricter the control it needs. You're using the threads of law to control the 8 gates. The 8 gates are the gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of death, and gate of wonder. Lin Ling said. So what? Octagon Evil King frowned. He did not know why, but he felt uneasy because the young man in front of him was too calm. Nothing. You just need to follow the corresponding method to cut off the threads of law. Then, you won't be able to control the 8 gates. This is what I saw before. Now, break. Lin Ling grunted. As soon as he finished speaking, Octagon Evil King's eyes widened. Lin Ling had seen through his immortal weapons. How was that possible? Were his eyes the eyes of the celestial demon? He must be joking. As a matter of fact, even the geniuses on the ground thought Lin Ling was joking. Bang. However, the next moment, the 8 ancient tablets in the sky broke into pieces right before they were about to hit the ground. They no longer reformed and scattered in every corner of the city like building blocks. The hearts of the people in the city exploded upon seeing this. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The power of boundary essence. Come back, come back. Come back. 8 gates. Wicked King stared at the ground and roared. Unfortunately, it was useless. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. His 8-gate card was obtained in a secret land in the Yen state. It was said that it was left behind by an expert called the ancestor of the ancient sect. The ancestor of the ancient sect was extremely powerful and famous in the martial god 9 states. The 8-gate card was the weapon that made him famous. After obtaining the immortal weapon, he, the 8 gates bandit king, successfully became the lord of the commandery. Who would have thought that he would meet an evil junior who actually broke his 8 gates card? Most importantly, even he did not know the weakness of the 8 gates card. How could this junior know? I have cut off the threads of law between you and the 8 gates. Come back. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. In fact, the 8 gates seemed to be controlled by 8 threads. However, ordinary people could not see the threads. Even if they could see them, they could not cut them. If not for Lin Ling's left eye, he would not have been able to see through them. This was because there were rules to cutting off the threads of law. One could not cut them randomly. One had to follow the steps of open door, rest door, life door, pain door, stop door, view door, death door, and surprise door. What else do you have next? Come back. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling stepped into the sky and pointed his sword at the 8 gates bandit king. His expression was as calm as ever, as if breaking through the 8 gates was a normal thing and not something to be proud of. However, if young Master Thousand Bones had such a record, he would be extremely excited and proud. Therefore, young Master Thousand Bones opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Ling with a gaze full of fear. That guy is definitely more powerful than young Master Thousand Bones. I didn't expect there to be 2 top 20 geniuses in this city. Come back. Everyone in the city forgot to breathe at this moment. Earlier, Eight Gates' wicked king was about to fight young Master Thousand Bones. However, Lin Ling suddenly intervened. At that time, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was courting death and that he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but now, they realized that they were wrong. In the entire city, the truly terrifying one was not Sir Thousand Bones, but Lin Ling. Octagon King understood this point the most. However, his eyes became cold. In the beginning, he looked down on Lin Ling, but now, he didn't dare to do so. Your strength isn't the strongest, but your battle experience, insight, and calmness are all extraordinary. Fortunately, a genius like you hasn't matured yet, or else you would have become a huge problem. The Eight Gates Bandit King coldly spat out these words. His killing intent towards Lin Ling was extremely strong. He must kill Lin Ling. However, since your talent is so terrifying, you must have some kind of background in the Martial God Battalion. Suddenly, the Octagon Evil King asked. The Martial Gods Battalion was filled with experts. It was the Iron Blood Battalion. If that young man was a general's subordinate, then the Octagon Evil King would have to be cautious. He's a genius from the lower realm. He doesn't have any backing in the Martial God barracks. At this time, Sir Thousand Bones coldly said. He actually exposed Lin Ling's origin. In fact, he was very afraid of Lin Ling, but because of this, he couldn't wait for Lin Ling to be obliterated by the Octagon Evil King. Sir Thousand Bones' actions are a bit ugly. The crowd squinted their eyes and then looked at Sir Thousand Bones with disgust. Earlier, when the Octagon Evil King wanted to destroy the city, the geniuses from all over the world were in danger. At that time, they wanted Sir Thousand Bones to help, but the latter was scared out of his wits. Instead, the person who saved them was that unknown young man, but now, Sir Thousand Bones actually betrayed that young man? This was too shameless. Thank you for the reminder. The Octagon Evil King smiled with a relaxed expression. He didn't need to be afraid of a genius without a backer. Suddenly, he looked at Sir Thousand Bones and said, "Don't tell me you two are joining forces?" Lin Ling and Sir Thousand Bones were both scouts, so the Octagon Evil King was afraid that Sir Thousand Bones would also join forces. After all, the Octagon Evil King wouldn't be able to win if the two of them joined forces. Young Master Qian Gu opened his fan and proudly said, "He and I were originally opponents. It's just that this battle was interrupted because of your arrival. Therefore, I won't join hands with him, and I disdain joining hands with him. In any case, no matter who wins or loses, you'll have to fight me next." In fact, he couldn't wait for Lin Ling and the Octagon Evil King to fight to the death. That way, he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't have enough information to defeat both Lin Ling and the Octagon Evil King. Haha, your words are enough. I'll fight you after I kill him. The Octagon Evil King's smile became even colder and he finally let out a sigh of relief. You have a good eye. Unfortunately, real experts look at boundary essence because this is the martial god world, not the lower world. Little guy, let me teach you a lesson before you die. If you don't have absolute strength, don't force yourself. A black light appeared on the Octagon Evil King's right hand, and it was extremely oppressive. That was boundary essence. Moreover, that strand of world essence had already reached 10% completion. As soon as the boundary essence appeared, the entire city seemed to be suppressed by an invisible palm. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. Boundary essence was the power of the universe. It came from all the realms, and it was even more terrifying than the laws. Boundary essence was the trump card of every expert in the martial god world. Now that the Octagon Evil King had used boundary essence, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. Most importantly, they discovered that the Octagon Evil King's boundary essence was more powerful than they had imagined. 10% converted? Young Master Qian Gu's face turned solemn. He had guessed that he would not be able to kill the Octagon Evil King with his strength. Of course, he was not weak either, so the Octagon Evil King would not be able to kill him. This also meant that he could only protect himself in this mission. He could not kill any commandery lords. You are only a rank 5 martial emperor. Although your vision and laws are not weak, I am a rank 7 martial emperor. Everyone below my level is just an ant. Rumble, along with the Octagon Evil King's voice, the sky shook. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars had appeared in the sky. Go to hell. He threw out a palm strike, activating his boundary essence to kill Lin Ling. The black light ball was not big, but it suppressed a surging power. If it hit the ground, it would definitely cause great suffering. The Octagon Evil King's boundary essence broke out of his body. Yes. Many people cried out in surprise. The power of boundary essence was too heaven-defying. It could break through any power of laws, but it was also because of this that very few people could break out of their bodies with boundary essence. Most of them wrapped boundary essence in weapons, fists, and legs, using this to kill the enemy. The reason was that the boundary essence was the power of a realm. Only a world king could use this power to attack an enemy from 1,000 meters away. Now, the Octagon Evil King had done it. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised because he didn't have such a technique. However, when he looked at the black ball of light in the sky, Lin Ling was a little excited. As expected of the martial god realm, every expert here was his teacher. Translator, Transin editor, Transin first military merit. What is he doing? The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was still not going to make a move. Fairy Xianxia, Lu Chengfeng, and the others frowned. Could it be that Lin Ling had no power to resist boundary element? However, upon thinking about it, it was indeed possible. After all, they had never seen Lin Ling use his boundary origin power. His boundary element must still be in the boundary element seed state. Young Master Qiangu sneered. The geniuses from the lower realm were short-sighted and did not know the path of martial arts. Boundary element was the right path in the future. The power of a world is invisible and colorless. It is everywhere. Only when you know the rules of the universe can you control boundary element in your heart. Lin Ling closed his eyes and recalled everything he had seen. The wind, clouds, and any sound were blocked by him. He felt as if he had entered the universe and was surrounded by countless mysterious stars and a boundless world. At the same time, Lin Ling raised his sword. A mysterious power surrounded the sword. It was extremely dazzling and even emitted an explosive sound. However, the terrifying thing was that the sound could not be heard by the ears. Only the heart could hear it. What? Sensing the mysterious power of the boundary element, the wicked Eight Doors King frowned because the boundary element brought him great pressure. Could it be that it was a converted boundary element? Die. Die. Most importantly, he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be comprehending something. This unknown and mysterious young man was comprehending something in front of him. He was the lord of the 13 commanderies. In a weak world, he was already the lord of the sector. Infinite boundary element. Die. He pounced forward and touched the black ball of light that was shooting towards Lin Ling. He wanted to increase the speed of the boundary element. He knew that he had to kill the young man as soon as possible. Boom, instantly, Jia Yuan's speed increased. Under countless shocked gazes, Jia Yuan's destructive bombardment turned the entire city into ashes. Dust soared into the sky, and countless people were seriously injured. In the sky, the Eight Gates Evil King appeared once again. His face was somewhat pale, but he was also filled with excitement. It was because he had killed the mysterious young man. Dead. Young Master Qiangu said coldly. His jealousy made him want nothing more than to see Lin Ling die. Is he dead? Some of the geniuses on the ground expressed their doubts. Are you blind? He must be dead, said young Master Qiangu. Those geniuses nodded helplessly. Lin Ling should really be dead. After all, the lords of the 13 commanderies must be extremely powerful. The martial gods battalion didn't arrange for them to kill the lords of the 13 commanderies. Instead, they were sent as scouts to gather information. The real mission to kill the lords of the 13 commanderies would be when the army of the martial gods battalion set out. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Ling to survive the attack of the master of the 13th commandery. You guys are thinking too much. However, at this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly resounded. The black dimensional energy was still raging on the ground, but a dazzling ray of sword light slashed out. Rumble, the sword light was like thunder. It was incomparably fast and sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Pop. Pop, pop. Under everyone's gaze, the black dimensional energy was cut through and exploded. Although the people from the lower world are not as powerful as the martial artists from the martial god plane, it is only a matter of time. The experts from the martial god plane are naturally better than the martial artists from the lower world, and they know more things. However, this doesn't mean that the martial artists from the lower world are trash. The voice rang out once again. A slender figure slowly walked out from the boundary energy that swept out in all directions. It was Lin Ling. Seeing this, the entire ground and sky fell into a dead silence. The Eight Gates Evil King was a rank 7 martial emperor, and he had converted 10% of his dimensional energy. In this mission, he could kill 99% of the geniuses from the lower world. However, before his eyes, his powerful dimensional energy had been cut off by an ordinary-looking junior. Could it be that his dimensional energy has also been converted by 10%? The crowd's hearts exploded. They already thought that Lin Ling was powerful enough to break the Eight Gates Evil King's laws. However, they had underestimated Lin Ling because Lin Ling's dimensional energy was not weak either, 10% of his dimensional energy. The Eight Gates Evil King gasped. If there was such a monstrous genius in the martial god plane, he would not be surprised. However, this young man was from the lower world. Retreat. At this moment, he only wanted to retreat. This was because he knew that he had encountered one of the top 10 geniuses from the lower world. Too late. However, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He raised his sword high up and a mysterious energy bloomed on the sword. It was constantly pulsing, accompanied by gods, demons, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It even gave people the illusion that the sword was suppressing the power to split the heavens and earth. That's right, it was the power when a world was just born. One should know that the worlds of the lower world were said to have been opened by the ancient martial gods with their own strength. You can't kill me. The Eight Gates Evil King's expression turned solemn as he quickly retreated. If it was at the beginning, then indeed I wouldn't have been able to kill you. However, borrowing your method of using Jiayuan, I have gained a deeper understanding of Jiayuan. Lin Ling indifferently said. Moreover, he slashed out with his sword. That slash was clean and sharp like thunder. Most terrifyingly, the dimensional energy turned into a sword ray and pierced through the sky. Space shattering. The Eight Gates Evil King's eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, only a few geniuses from the lower world were able to make their dimensional energy break out of their bodies. Now, there was another one. Most importantly, he discovered that this genius was not born naturally, but someone who had matured later on. This was because this genius had only learned it after seeing the Eight Gates Evil King use his dimensional energy. What kind of terrifying comprehension ability was this? While he was still in shock, the dimensional energy sword slashed down, causing his eyes to widen. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. He was already too slow. When the sword slashed down, the Eight Gates Evil King was shocked to discover that the mysterious young man's dimensional energy had exceeded 10% and was about to reach 20%. It was no wonder that he had lost. Boom. Then, a deafening sound rang out, like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's hearts, causing many people's hearts to stop beating. The master of the 13 commanderies, the Eight Gates Evil King, had fallen. At this moment, the experts in the martial gods camp were looking at the sand table, estimating the strength of both sides and the distribution of experts. However, at this moment, one of the jade plates that represented the master of the 13 commanderies shattered completely. The army camp suddenly became silent. One of the masters of the 13 commanderies has fallen? This is the first military merit. Finally, someone exclaimed. A stray dog. None of the chiefs of the 13 commanderies were weak, and they would need an army to kill them. However, one of the scouts had completed the mission and was the first to die among the chiefs. This is a great military merit. I wonder which dazzling genius it is. Another person spoke. This was a white-haired elder. It must be my subordinate, Tang Yue. Bullshit, it's the falling flowers flowing water sword. How about a bet? Let's see who has the highest military merit in this mission. The Grand Commanders were all filled with fighting spirit. They were all optimistic about their own soldiers. You seem to have forgotten about me. That dead commandery king must have been from my batch of recruits. One of the first commanders was unwilling to be outdone when he saw the endless debate between his comrades. He was surprisingly first commander Huang Qi. Everyone was stunned and looked at Huang Qi. One of them said seriously, "Brother Huang, are you serious?" "Of course, my soldiers are not cowards." Huang Qi puffed out his chest and said. Hee hee, you must be joking. The person who spoke couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other commanders also laughed out loud. It wasn't that they were looking down on Commander Huang Qi. It was just that amongst the 100,000 geniuses from the various worlds, only a few were truly dazzling. The other geniuses might have some strength, but it was absolutely impossible for them to attain the most dazzling heights. Brother, you'd better not gamble. Otherwise, you might go bankrupt. What's more, you still owe us a drink. One of the old men patted Huang Qi's shoulder and comforted him. Huang Qi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't have enough confidence. Among the geniuses he had recruited, it seemed that only Lin Ling wasn't bad, but Lin Ling shouldn't have reached such heights. There are still 12 commandery lords left. I estimate that the rest of them are tough bones. At most, we can kill 3 more. Then, it's up to our army to move out. This batch of scouts can be considered pretty good unpolished jade since they were able to live for more than a year. If they are polished, they will definitely be able to shake the martial god battalion. Soon after, the other grand commanders spoke up as they stared at the sand table. Actually, all the geniuses from the various worlds had jade tokens that represented their identities, and they were able to clearly see the situation of their enemies by relying on those tokens. Moreover, those tokens recorded their military exploits. At this moment, Lin Ling's side of the city was still silent. Even the enemies of the commandery were silent. However, after a short while, the enemies retreated majestically. Their panicked expressions were as if they had seen the god of death. This scene made the geniuses in the city go wild with joy. After a long time, they looked at the blue-robed youth in the sky. As the young man walked down, he looked at Sir Thousand Bones and said, "It's your turn." Young Master Thousand Bones' expression froze on the spot. If he had treated Lin Ling as an ant in the beginning, then now he had to look up to Lin Ling. "You said that I killed a native warrior in front of you. That was a loss of face for you. Now, you have the chance to kill me." Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and said indifferently, "Let's fight." Previously, Sir Thousand Bones had wanted to challenge him, but he had been focused on obtaining military exploits, so he had ignored him. Now, he could fight. Does Sir Thousand Bones dare to fight? Countless geniuses looked at Sir Thousand Bones with anticipation in their eyes. This was a battle between a native genius of the martial god realm and a genius from the lower realm. This battle had obviously moved the hearts of countless geniuses. Sir Thousand Bones' breathing quickened. Should he fight? My current goal is to kill the ruler of the commandery. Let's postpone our battle. Sir Thousand Bones said indifferently after pondering for a moment. He put away the fan in his hand and strode away. However, although his words were pleasant to the ears, everyone knew that Sir Thousand Bones did not dare to fight. This was undoubtedly ironic. Sir Thousand Bones had been so arrogant at the beginning. He had told everyone to get lost because he wanted to accomplish great things. He wanted to obtain military exploits and kill the ruler of the commandery. However, after Lin Ling defeated the ruler of the commandery, he did not dare to fight and immediately ran away. "Aren't you angry that I took your military exploits?" Lin Ling looked disdainfully at young Master Thousand Bones and spat out a sentence. "You're fast, but next time, you won't be able to take my military exploits." Sir Thousand Bones was furious, but he still said indifferently. "However, what if I want to fight with you?" Lin Ling stepped forward and slowly followed Sir Thousand Bones. Sir Thousand Bones did not want to fight, but he wanted Sir Thousand Bones to fight. Sir Thousand Bones pretended to be carefree as he left. However, when he sensed Lin Ling walking behind him, his face turned ugly. Lin Ling was deliberately making things difficult for him. While he was angry, Lin Ling waved his left hand. A white flame shot out and landed on the ground in front of Sir Thousand Bones, causing the ground to explode. This was a naked provocation. "Let's fight." "Why run?" Lin Ling said again. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He wanted to see why Sir Thousand Bones was so arrogant. "Don't be too arrogant. I don't want to fight because the time isn't right." "I'm not afraid of you." Sir Thousand Bones' face was extremely gloomy. In fact, he did not dare to fight, but Lin Ling was too strong. He felt like he had lost all face. "You talk too much." Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. His boundary essence turned into a sharp crescent moon slash. Gotcha. The fan in Sir Thousand Bones' hand was split in two. He stood there in a daze, looking at the fan in his hand. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Let's fight. Lin Ling seemed to be waiting for his anger to erupt. Consider yourself lucky today. The next time we meet, I won't let you off. Sir Thousand Bones glared at Lin Ling. In the end, he swallowed his anger, stepped forward, and finally sped up into the distance. TCH, this is Sir Thousand Bones? How disappointing. If you don't dare to fight, then don't. Why pretend? Seeing Sir Thousand Bones flee quickly, many people could not help but laugh. Sir Thousand Bones was just a joke. Lin Ling also shook his head. His disdainful voice floated out from his mouth, "Stray dog, I have to fight even if I don't want to." Previously, in his battle with the Eight-Gate Evil King, Sir Thousand Bones had exposed his origin. This was a trap. Therefore, when facing such a person, Lin Ling would not be soft-hearted. Boundary Essence Sword. On the sword, terrifying boundary essence bloomed. It turned into a dazzling sword and fiercely slashed out. You dare to kill me? Sensing the killing intent behind him, Sir Thousand Bones immediately cursed. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. You want to kill me, so why don't I kill you? Stray dog. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's sword was still decisive and sharp. It slashed out. Stray dog? His voice was like thunder in Sir Thousand Bones' ears. He clenched his teeth. He was a genius of the martial god realm, but now he had become a stray dog. However, he quickly calmed down and erupted with powerful boundary essence energy. Because Lin Ling was here to kill him, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans in a fierce battle, however, young Master Thousand Bones was useless. The sword had taken his life and he knew that Lin Ling's boundary force was much stronger than his. Let's go. Go. Lin Ling could not be bothered to waste his breath. After killing Sir Thousand Bones, he sheathed his sword and left. After all, his goal was to enter the top 10. Now that he had finally killed the ruler of a commandery, there should be hope for him to enter the top 10. Moreover, when he was fighting with the commandery lord, his strength had increased again. This undoubtedly made Lin Ling's heart jump with joy. On the ground, Fairy Xianxia and the rest smiled and quickly followed him. This guy is crazy. Wow. Rank 5 Martial Emperor Realm and 10% of his boundary force. I don't know how he cultivated it. Wow. The most crazy thing is his comprehension ability. I heard the evil Eight Gates King say that he comprehended his boundary force on the spot. He is a genius. Wow, we can only look up to such a genius. I am looking forward to seeing him fight with other geniuses. Wow. Many people exclaimed in admiration as they stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of admiration. In fact, the Martial Emperor realm was a realm where one could convert their boundary force. Only when the boundary force was converted could it be combined with one's talent and realm. The amount of boundary force converted was related to one's future strength. So far, among the 100,000 geniuses, only a handful of them had converted 10% of their boundary force, and there was one of them. He is so strong. I should have joined his team. Yes, with such a strong teammate, it will not be difficult to survive for a year. When Lin Ling disappeared, the geniuses left the ancient city and were still talking. Lin Ling, you're really something. You actually have 10% of your boundary essence. You've really hidden it well. It was obvious that the ancient city was not suitable for them to stay. Lin Ling and the rest walked along the prairie. Along the way, Lu Chengfeng said in surprise. He had not expected that this guy, who he had met by chance, would be so powerful. Which world are you from? Pan Luyun asked curiously. After all, defeating a native martial artist wasn't something that just anyone could do. It seems to be from the North Territory. Lin Ling thought back. In reality, he did not know what his realm was called. The north boundary seems to be extremely weak. I have to say, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Sometimes, the weaker the boundary, the more powerful the monster. Lu Chengfeng sighed. Lin Ling must be an extremely monstrous existence among the 100,000 geniuses of the north boundary. The north? It is said that a powerful genius was born there. His name is Li Xiaoyao. Fairy Xianxia suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Li Xiaoyao was so famous in the martial god world? Of course, that's because I pay more attention to the experts of the martial god realm. In fact, although Li Xiaoyao is famous, he hasn't reached the peak of the martial god realm. However, I can be sure that Li Xiaoyao is the representative of the North Territory. Fairy Xianxia said with a smile. Apart from cultivation, she usually liked to pay attention to ancient geniuses. She had looked through many ancient books, so she knew many names. I see. No wonder we've never heard of Li Xiaoyao. Pan Luyun and the others nodded in realization. However, for a genius to be recorded in the martial god realm, Li Xiaoyao should be extremely powerful. Looks like I have to get the rest of the stone sculptures as soon as possible. Lin Ling, on the other hand, thought to himself. After this mission, he had to rush back immediately. Enemies are coming. Everyone, get ready. Then, Lin Ling looked forward with his left eye and said nonchalantly. Fairy Xianxia and the others' faces became serious. However, seeing that Lin Ling was here, they were not that nervous anymore. After a fierce battle, they appeared in the prairie. With Lin Ling around, they were obviously much safer. Lin Ling's boundary origin was extremely sharp. He had also mastered the attack method of breaking out of the body. Without a doubt, he was like a cold swordsman. His sword was also extremely famous among the enemy. It even made the enemy tremble in fear. Lin Ling and the others had also gained a lot from killing the bandits. There are so many divine crystals. Lin Ling, these are all yours. The bandits of the commanderies all had treasures on them. After they died, Lin Ling and the others naturally took advantage of them. Let's split it equally. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He had always been very forthright with his friends. Seeing that Lin Ling did not care, Pan Luyun and the others were secretly grateful. It was their fortune to meet a friend like Lin Ling during this mission. As for divine crystals, they were extremely rare in the myriad of worlds. No one would complain about having too many. However, Fairy Xianxia seemed to have a powerful background. She smiled and refused. She even said casually, I won't share these divine crystals. The three of you can share them equally. So little? Lin Ling and the others rolled their eyes. They knew that this girl's family was extremely wealthy. As time passed, more and more enemies appeared in the prairie. The deadline of 1 year was getting closer and closer. Gradually, 30 to 40,000 of the geniuses from various worlds had died. More than 10,000 had escaped from the prairie. The rest were the real elites. Time is almost up. Get ready to move out. As long as they can hold on until the end, those geniuses will become members of the Martial Gods Battalion. As for those who escaped, they can only roam freely in their own worlds. The Martial Gods realm, the world of the Martial God, is not suitable for them. Many of the enemy soldiers have died. These are all military exploits. I wonder who will become the most dazzling 10 commanders. The commanders from the Martial God Battalion spoke in an indifferent voice. Their eyes were also looking towards the outside. Thump. Thump, thump. Outside the battalion, the war drums were constantly beating. This meant that the scouts' mission was about to end. Currently, the experts of the 13 commanderies have suffered numerous casualties. Thousands of China's generals have died, and 3 commanderies have died. This is a good result. The commanders quickly retracted their gazes and looked at the sand table. The army had not yet moved out, but they had already eliminated 3 commanderies. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of the soldiers. At the same time, it also meant that there were extremely powerful geniuses in this batch of geniuses. Haha, one of the commandery lords must have been killed by the falling flowers flowing water sword from my camp. Really? I think Dbymo, the son of the great ancestor, must have killed one of the commanderies. What a joke. Falling flower flowing water is the successor of the 10 sword celestials of Qingzhou. Maybe he has already killed 2 commanderies. Don't forget about Wu Qing in my battalion. Tang Yue is not weak either. During the discussion, the commanders started arguing again. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Although they had a good relationship, in the army, military exploits were everything. They represented glory and glory, therefore, they all wanted the scout in their battalion to take the first place. Another commandery has fallen. It's the Sea Urchin King. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. On the sand table, the jade token representing the Sea Urchin King shattered. This meant that the Sea Urchin King had fallen. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Heroes emerged from chaotic battles on the battlefield, smoke billowed and blood flowed like a river. Shouts of killing filled the air, another commandery lord had died, which undoubtedly infuriated the 13th commandery. They wanted to kill all the scouts, however, the geniuses from various worlds were not weak. To be able to make it this far, every one of them had a strong murderous aura and a strong aura. Heroes emerge from chaotic battles. A true expert rises from killing. On a few hills in the prairie, a few figures stood calmly. They were like the kings of the army as they looked ahead. Someone was holding a sword. His green robe was fluttering in the wind. There was blood on the tip of his sword as he looked ahead with a deep gaze. It was the falling flowers flowing water sword. His sword could make people die with a smile. He was also the most dazzling existence among the 100,000 geniuses from various worlds. Time is almost up. Our mission as scouts is about to be completed. If we don't get more merits, we will have to leave the battlefield. He said calmly. Other people's goal was to survive for a year. They would be happy if they survived. However, the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword's ambition was not limited to that. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, his sword was bright and there were traces of flowing water on the blade. However, the tip of the sword was slightly red. That was his boundary essence. With that boundary essence, there were few martial emperors who could be his match. The Sea Urchin King has fallen. Unfortunately, he was not killed by us. In the distance, a child sat on the ground with a chessboard in front of him. He had split into two characters, one holding a black chess piece and the other holding a white chess piece. It was as if he controlled the entire situation. Even so, I have surpassed all of you. The Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword said calmly. You have only killed a commandery lord. You have killed many generals. If we are talking about the number one, you have a chance. However, be careful. Others may also surpass you. The child said with a smile. His name was Chess Boy. Although he looked young, he had obtained the inheritance of Chess Elder and was extremely powerful. On the other side, a white-haired young man was sitting cross-legged. He was like an ancient stone, without any emotions. He was like an ancient well that didn't ripple. He was quiet and motionless. It was Wu Qingzi. This person's realm essence was also extremely powerful, known for being ruthless and heartless. So far, 4 lords of commandery have died. They were killed by the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, Wu Qingzi, and me. I don't know who killed the last lord of commandery. The 3 of us will definitely make it to the top 10. However, I want the first place. Compared to the calmness of those few people, a domineering and indifferent voice was emitted. A large number of cheers were emitted from all around. That person was like the king of geniuses, causing all the geniuses of the various worlds to prostrate themselves in worship. There were even some young women who looked at that young man with adoration. This person was the son of the great ancestor, D/Mo. In the distance, there were many powerful geniuses from various worlds, but at this moment, they narrowed their eyes because in terms of strength, they were still slightly weaker than the top geniuses. However, the battle was not over yet. There was still a chance. I want first place. At this moment, a crisp voice was heard. It was the only female among the top 10 geniuses from various worlds. Upon closer inspection, the lady was dressed extremely gorgeously and was in her teens. Riding on a blue phoenix, she had a mischievous aura that made people want to get close to her. However, that was just a thought. That was because she was the princess of Qingzhou's upper commandery, Tang Yue. She was a young lady who had a strong family background, strength, and talent. The first place belongs to me. Everyone else, make way. After Tang Yue's voice, another cold voice was heard in the prairie. Wu Qingzi stood up, his white hair dancing wildly. That may not be the case. Clang. Clang, the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also raised his sword. A little rouge illuminated the world. Rumble. The other top geniuses did not want to be outdone. They exploded with their auras, forming a colorful world of geniuses. Kill! Kill! In the distant prairie, the enemy troops charged over. The entire sky was filled with enemy troops. There were definitely more than 100 million cultivators present, causing the prairie to tremble. Most importantly, those bandits were not weak. The weakest one was at rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. The first place belongs to me. Kill! Finally, a genius attacked, exploding with a strong power of law. A black line that was 1,000 miles long appeared, as if it had separated the heavens and the earth. Wherever the mysterious black line passed, there were corpses everywhere. Many of the enemy soldiers were even split into two before they could react. It's so powerful. That's the black and white power of law of life and death. Kill! The crowd was secretly surprised. Indeed, no one who could appear here was weak. The black line had probably killed 1,000 people in an instant. Kill! Kill! On the other side, the geniuses from various worlds were not weak either. Some of them waved their hands in the air, accompanied by a crisp voice. It started to rain in the prairie. The wind was strong and the storm was like a meteor crashing down. It's Tang Yue. Kill! Many geniuses' faces changed drastically. They looked forward and saw that under the storm, a large number of enemy soldiers were shot full of holes. The power of law had probably reached 200 million, but a heavy rain, a massacre, one move had killed nearly 3,000 enemy soldiers. Moreover, the number of deaths was still increasing. Swoosh, swoosh. Many people gasped when they saw this. One was more terrifying than the other. This was not the strength of the boundary essence. What if the boundary essence was used? This was obviously unimaginable. Killing 2,000 enemy soldiers in one move, you'll get 2,000 military merits. Princess Tang Yue, your ranking has risen quite a bit. However, I'll also embarrass myself. Roar! A young man in a red robe said with a smile. He opened his mouth and a fire dragon appeared. This was an extremely strong Xian body. Pop! Pop! The power of law suddenly erupted, reaching 200 million. The surging fire dragon wreaked havoc in the prairie. Wherever it passed, the enemy soldiers were not burned to death, but directly exploded. The fire dragon swept through the enemy soldiers, causing 5,000 enemy soldiers to die. Death continued to spread in the prairie. However, no one showed mercy. Firstly, this was a battle between two armies. If they showed mercy, they would not have appeared here. Secondly, according to the commander of the Martial Gods Battalion, the 13 commanderies were not good people. They had once slaughtered people from more than 10 worlds. Every one of them had a lot of blood on their hands. With these two factors added together, the geniuses from various worlds naturally slaughtered them mercilessly. Chess pieces should be on the chessboard. How can they jump out of the chessboard and go against the wishes of the chess player? Swoosh! At this moment, a mysterious power of law spread out and surged forward like a tide. Instantly, tens of thousands of enemy soldiers in front of them changed and attacked their own people. They were like chess pieces that were controlled by others. This was the chess boy's move. His move was even more terrifying because it had already killed tens of thousands of people. Moreover, the enemy soldiers under his control were also assisting him, causing his military merits to continuously increase. The invincible Mirror King Dai. However, compared to the chessboard, Wu Qingzi's attack was swift and decisive. Every word that came out of his mouth was like a heavenly order. Boom, 100,000 people fell in an instant, their souls shattered, and they were deader than dead. Chess boy, you are too weak. Wu Qingzi looked at the chess boy in disdain, as if he was above everyone's heads after killing 100,000 of the enemy troops. Wu Qingzi, that's all you got. Taizu's long fist. However, Wu Qingzi was not the most dazzling one among the hundreds of schools of thought. A fist technique appeared on the ground, transforming into a gigantic fist that could wipe out an entire army. Clang, 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 that fist seemed to be able to break the world with a single punch. Everywhere it passed, no one could stop it. It's Taizu's son. The geniuses from all over the world became excited, and they cheered continuously. That punch had already cleared out a part of the great grassland. This was a terrifying result. That punch had clearly caused the other top geniuses' expressions to change drastically. Their rankings had been suppressed once again, even the chess boy's expression turned ugly. At present, except for falling flowers and flowing water sword, no one else could stop Mo's pride. First place is mine. Staring at the result of his punch, Mo walked toward the great prairie as if he was the ruler of the world. It was as if he was already the leader of the emperors. Flowing water. However, at this moment, a sword told him that he, Mo, was still a step away from taking first place and surpassing everyone else. Crash, the flood swept across the grassland, causing the enemy soldiers' flesh and blood to explode and their bones to shatter. That sword had clearly cleared an area. It was the falling flowers flowing water sword. He also held his sword and walked forward, exuding the carefree, cold, and elegant aura of a sword immortal. His sword also told everyone that he was still number one. Unless someone killed the lords of the two commanderies, no one would be able to take his position as number one. Bastard! The geniuses below the falling flowers flowing water sword shouted one after another. They were unwilling to accept this. Kill. Although these monstrous geniuses attacked ferociously and instantly killed over 1 million enemies, there were over 100 million enemies. Therefore, they still charged over like ferocious beasts. According to the martial gods battalion's mission, they had to retreat in the face of so many enemies. However, no one retreated. No one wanted to throw away their pride. They still chose to fight. They wanted to obtain the number one military merit. Damned scout. At that moment, the prairie began to shake. A man riding a black dragon appeared. He was wearing white armor, which was a stark contrast to the black dragon. After he appeared, the enemy stopped and knelt before the man. My king! Their loud shouts reverberated throughout the world. The lord of the commandery has appeared. The expressions of all the geniuses changed drastically. Another commandery lord had appeared. 7th stage of the martial emperor realm. I wonder how much of my realm essence has been converted. The commandery lords that we killed previously had about 10% of their realm essence. However, the next commandery lord will be even more powerful. I'm afraid his realm essence has reached 20%. This is a strong opponent. However, if we kill him, we will obtain the number one military merit. The eyes of the top geniuses were filled with fighting spirit. Although the enemy was not to be underestimated, martial artists had to face difficulties head-on. The more difficult it was to cross the sea, the more the martial artists had to cross it. This person belongs to me. Are you daydreaming? This supremacy belongs to me. Kill him, and I will obtain the number one military merit. Mo and the other geniuses flew over. This time, they exploded with their realm essence. Apparently, the power of the rules was not of much help to the commandery lord. Only the realm essence could kill him. Boom. They were all fighting to obtain the military merit. It was a pity that the king was not weak. Mirror. The man let out a low roar and a mysterious eye appeared on his forehead. The eyeball looked left and right as if it was looking down on all living things. It was as if the eye didn't belong to the man but had its own intelligence. Clang, a huge crystal interface appeared and blocked in front of him. Almost at the same time, a sword slashed out. It was Luo Hualu's sword. However, the mirror-like crystal interface blocked that sword strike, and it even sent back a powerful energy of world essence. Puff, the power hit him instantly. Luo Hualu was unable to react in time and was injured. Haha, you have been eliminated. Haha. Seeing this, the chess boy and the others could not help but laugh. They took the opportunity to attack. They split into 4 different directions and charged at the man. Clang. What was frightening was that the man seemed to have eyes all around his body. Strangely, a mirror appeared and blocked all of the boundary energy. Moreover, the boundary energy was reflected back, injuring many geniuses, 20% of the realm essence. When the geniuses fell to the ground, their faces changed drastically. No wonder the martial god battalion did not approve of them killing the commandery lords. It turned out that the commandery lords were really powerful. I am the Dark Glasses King. Do you think you can kill me? The man stepped out and said in a deep voice. Kill. 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 Behind him, the morale of the army was greatly boosted. When they looked at the geniuses, they became silent. Kill him. Mo gritted his teeth and shouted. Kill. Instantly, hundreds of geniuses. rushed out and tried to kill the Mirror King with their numbers. Puff. Puff, unfortunately, they were going to die. Anyone who came would die, any attack that landed on the Mirror King's body would be reflected and the power would be doubled. Therefore, the geniuses who attacked were killed by the reflected power. In fact, they were killed by their own power. He is invincible. The chess boy and the others looked serious. However, it was useless to kill so many small fries. Only by killing the commandery lord could they obtain military merits, therefore, they did not want to give up. With our strength, we are no match for him one-on-one. However, we can join forces. Whoever kills him will get the military merits. What do you think? Luo Hualu suggested. Okay. However, the first military merit will still be mine. Let's wait and see. The others nodded. Everyone had this opportunity. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were not afraid of death and had not been killed by the Mirror King. Luo Hua, Rouge Point. Luo Hualu was the first to attack. With more than 10% of the realm essence, his attack broke out, the sword light turned into a rouge point and stabbed out, clang, however, the sword was blocked once again. Moreover, the rouge point shot toward Luo Hualulu. Luo Hualulu's face changed drastically. He raised his sword to block it. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and blocked the rouge point. So powerful. Lin Ling's move attack. The other geniuses didn't want to be outdone. They attacked the Mirror King from all angles, trying to tire him out by taking turns, but to their surprise, the Mirror Monarch was invincible. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, a mirror could appear at any angle, reflecting any power. Furthermore, the mirrors could also reflect the power of laws. It was too heaven-defying. There is absolutely no invincible person in the martial god world. The reason why we can't do anything to him is that we haven't found his weakness. Again. Dibayemo shouted angrily. Indeed, there are quite a few unrivaled ones. However, the prerequisite is that your world essence is stronger than mine. Unfortunately, you all only have 10% of your world essence. In fact, many of you don't even have 10%. The Mirror King let out a disdainful snort and stepped forward, wanting to crush him. Go kill him. The geniuses of various worlds immediately attacked again. The new wave of attacks was obviously ineffective, however, the second wave of attacks followed, and the result was the same. Instead, it caused many geniuses to suffer heavy injuries. Even the top geniuses like Wu Qingzi were injured. Now, they only had one choice, and that was to flee. However, they were unwilling to give up. Moreover, they didn't want to lose face like this. After all, they wanted to do a better job in this year's Martial God Battalion's mission and make the higher-ups feel proud of them. At this moment, the Grand Commanders of the Martial Gods Battalion looked at the sand table with solemn expressions on their faces. They'd noticed that many geniuses had gathered at a certain location on the prairie, and the lord of a commandery had appeared there. From the looks of it, it seems to be the Mirror Monarch. That guy is invincible against martial artists with lower realms than him. Do we need to mobilize the army? The time has come. Let's wait and see. Who knows, maybe we'll get the first military merit. That's right. So far, no one has killed the lords of two commanderies. How can there be no winner? In my opinion, that commandery lord was killed by the falling flowers flowing water sword in the end. In your dreams. How about a bet? Those senior commanders were still keeping an eye on the scouts in their camps. They had completely forgotten that it was time for them to move out. Kill. Kill him. All of you, go now. At this moment, countless geniuses on the prairie were staring at Mirror Emperor. They didn't dare to act rashly. Dibayemo roared again and ordered the other geniuses to attack. As for the top geniuses, they were all preparing for the next wave of attacks. Kill. After hesitating for a moment, many geniuses attacked again because Dibayemo's background was not small. From a certain point of view, they were all Dibayemo's men. What are you guys waiting for? Go. Dibayemo saw that there were a few people standing there motionless and immediately shouted angrily again. Lin Ling, are you going? Those people were Lin Ling and the others. Fairy Dansha immediately looked at Lin Ling and said. If it was a one-on-one battle, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight. However, if there were many of them, the danger wouldn't be too great. Go. Lin Ling looked ahead and pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. They followed the large number of geniuses and charged towards the Mirror Monarch. Don't fight head-on. If you can't kill the Mirror Monarch, retreat and buy us time to rest. Of course, if you can kill the Mirror Monarch, the battle merit will be yours. Almost at the same time, the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword's voice rang out, reminding the geniuses to attack. All right. Those geniuses nodded one after another. Then, a terrifying power of the law erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Seeing the geniuses flying towards him, the Mirror Monarch smiled disdainfully. He didn't order the army to attack and continued to block all the geniuses by himself. This wasn't him being arrogant, but he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Rumble, a large number of law and boundary essence attacks came. A terrifying thing happened. Mirrors appeared one after another. No matter what angle the attacks came from, the Mirror Monarch could block them all. Puff, the backlash caused those geniuses to spit out blood and their bodies to fly backwards. Some of them were even killed by their own power. This scene was exactly the same as before. Fairy Xianxia, Lu Chengfeng, remember, don't use your full strength. Lin Ling pounced forward and quickly reminded him at the same time. All right. Lu Chengfeng and the rest nodded immediately. Lin Ling saw that the more power they used, the more terrifying the backlash. If they were careless, they could easily die. Therefore, it was safer to preserve some of their strength. Then, Lin Ling began to analyze. In terms of boundary essence, the Mirror Monarch surpassed everyone. Even Lin Ling admitted that his boundary essence was inferior to the Mirror Monarch's. However, the Mirror King's realm essence seemed to be endless and could not be exhausted at all. The most important thing was that he could sense any attack, and that was the most terrifying thing, because it was like wearing a thick set of armor. Therefore, if they couldn't break the armor, they wouldn't be able to kill the Mirror Monarch. Lin Ling frowned. Although he had killed a Commandery Monarch, he saw that he had killed the other geniuses. Therefore, to be safe, he had to kill another Commandery Monarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the top 10, as for the ranking, he didn't care. It was fine as long as he could enter the top 10. There must be a loophole. While thinking, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the Mirror Monarch. He slapped out with his left hand and the underworld flame formed a circle and attacked the Mirror Monarch. Clang! Before it got close to the Mirror Monarch, a mirror appeared. This scene was the same as when the others attacked. Moreover, the mirror reflected the underworld flame's boundary essence. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, Fairy Xianxia and the others called out to him. However, Lin Ling didn't have the time to listen to their voices because the underworld flame reflected by the mirror had already swept towards him. Evasion Realm. Suddenly, Lin Ling had an idea. He released his soul power and formed a 100% evasion realm. This was a soul power martial art, not the boundary essence or the power of boundary essence. Even the Mirror Lord was taken aback by this turn of events. Then, Lin Ling actually dodged the attack. This surprised Lin Ling. The Mirror Monarch didn't seem to be invincible. Heavenly Tao. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't retreat. In a spurt of energy, he once again erupted with the power of boundary essence. Rumble, without a doubt, when the underworld flame hit the mysterious mirror, the mirror also reflected the underworld flame. However, Lin Ling dodged it again. Looking at the scene in front of them, the geniuses from all over the world were dumbfounded. Many of them even had their mouths wide open. Some were also rubbing their eyes. This was because this was the first time someone had attacked twice in a row. Moreover, not only did he not die, he didn't even suffer any injuries. Moreover, like Lin Ling, others had tried to avoid the mirror's boundary essence, but no boundary essence martial art had much effect. They would still be hit by the mirror's boundary essence. Now, the mysterious youth had dodged it. Could it be that he didn't use a boundary essence martial art? What are you? The Mirror Monarch's expression changed slightly. Boundary essence. Lin Ling didn't answer him. Instead, he slashed with his sword. Miracle Rumble, the mirror appeared again and blocked Lin Ling's boundary essence sword. Dodge domain. At the critical moment, Lin Ling unleashed his soul force and dodged again. He didn't know if it was because he dodged too quickly or if it was for some other reason, but this time, he used up a lot of soul force. However, the Mirror King was already in his eyes. Die. Seeing Lin Ling break his mirror, the Mirror King was furious. He had been wary of Falling Flower's flowing water sword and the others, but he didn't expect this ugly guy to be so strong. Pop pop pop, he punched out, causing the void to explode. Ripples spread out. His palm was filled with rhombus-shaped mirrors, forming a powerful world origin energy. This world origin energy was 20% of his strength. Lin Ling couldn't block it at all. Dodge domain. In a flash, Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He knew he couldn't be hit by the Mirror King's palm or he would die. At the critical moment, he dodged again and disappeared. He disappeared in a strange way. He dodged the boundary essence too? The Mirror King finally felt that something was wrong. Where did this evil kid come from? The geniuses in the distance also widened their eyes. This guy was so fierce. Your heaven-defying mirror boundary essence actually came from your eyes. Almost at the same time, a cold voice rang out above the Mirror Monarch's head. Then, a sword stabbed down fiercely. Ah! The sword came without any warning. It was as if it had appeared above the Mirror King's head. The Mirror King didn't have time to react. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. The sword smoothly stabbed into the eye on his forehead, causing the eye to scream. It turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared without a trace. You broke my mystic eye. Die for me. The Mirror King's voice became crazier and crazier. He attacked randomly, causing the prairie to shake. He never thought that this ant would be a dazzling dark horse. Lin Ling's face changed. He quickly used the 9 steps of the demonic god. Leaving the Mirror King was the right way. Rumble, terrifying spatial energy gushed out in all directions. Everyone could see that the Mirror Emperor seemed to have gone mad. In addition, he was chasing after Lin Ling. Clearly, among all the geniuses here, the one he wanted to kill the most was Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling had destroyed his eyes, without the eye, he could no longer use the mirror as he wished. The Mirror Emperor's invincibility seems to be gone. Falling Flower's flowing water sword and the others were also surprised by the miracle created by Lin Ling. Then, they all reacted and immediately attacked. The result was that they didn't use any more mirrors. Without the heaven-defying defensive mirror, no matter how strong the Mirror King was, he couldn't withstand the continuous battles. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he was covered in injuries. Kill. Protect the king. At this moment, the army had charged over as well because they'd noticed that something was wrong with the Mirror King. They'd never imagined that the mysterious young man would create such a miracle. The first military merit belongs to me. It's still too early to decide who will emerge victorious. Mirror Emperor, die. Now was the best time to kill the Mirror Emperor. Chess Boy and the others erupted with all their strength in an attempt to obtain the final military merit. The other geniuses were the same. As long as they dealt the final fatal blow, that person would be able to obtain the military merit. The Mirror Emperor ignored the attacks around him. Instead, he looked around for Lin Ling's figure. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. However, he was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, the most crucial moment arrived. All the geniuses' eyes lit up as they prepared for the most fatal blow. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded above the Mirror Emperor's head. You're looking for me? This voice appeared without warning. It wasn't a nomological martial art, nor was it a spatial energy martial art. Instead, it was a soul force martial art that could dodge a domain. Along with this voice, the sword ruthlessly stabbed down. Lin Ling had appeared once again and was about to use the most fatal sword strike. Seeing this, all the geniuses' hearts exploded. The mysterious young man was about to attack. He wanted to snatch the military merit. Bastard, he's taking advantage of the situation. It's fine. With his strength, he won't be able to kill the Mirror Emperor. The first military merit will be given to the few of us. That's right. Although the Mirror Emperor is injured, he's not someone an ordinary genius can kill. However, the top geniuses soon relaxed. If one wanted to kill the Mirror Emperor, then their spatial energy had to be extremely powerful. Poochie, however, as soon as their voices fell, the sword shot down like a meteor. Although Mirror Kings had appeared with boundary essence to block it, the heavily injured Mirror King was clearly unable to block the sword. His head was pierced through by the sword, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Seeing this, the entire battlefield fell silent, seizing the enemy's head with a single sword strike. Such a miraculous thing had happened. Moreover, the person who attacked had broken through the Mirror Emperor's powerful spatial energy. That's right, this was indeed a miracle. Put on, when the Mirror Emperor's tall body fell down, everyone finally reacted. Their gazes landed on a blue-robed youth. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his sword was dripping with blood. Another genius ranked in the top 10 had appeared. This. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were all stunned. Veins popped out on their foreheads. Their military merit had been stolen by the mysterious youth. Moreover, he had stolen it so quickly that they couldn't react at all. Goodbye. At this moment, Lin Ling calmly said. He used the 9 celestial demon steps and hurriedly ran towards the grassland. He knew very well that the reason he could kill the Mirror Emperor so easily was because of his left eye. His 10,000 demonic eyes allowed him to gradually see the flaws of the mirrors. The Mirror Emperor is dead? Kill. Seeing the Mirror Emperor fall, the warriors from the commanderies gradually reacted. Then, they were all furious. They charged forward fearlessly, wanting to slaughter everyone. Seeing the army charging towards them, the faces of all the geniuses turned ugly. They had worked so hard for half a day, but in the end, it was all for someone else. Most importantly, although the mysterious youth had stolen the military merit, without him, they wouldn't have been able to break the Mirror Emperor's mirror. Therefore, although the youth seemed to have stolen the military merit, he deserved it. Who the hell is that guy? DBIMO stood there in a daze. It was as if he had seen his beloved object being stolen by someone else. Then, he roared angrily. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Most importantly, he realized that the mysterious youth had acted on his orders. This was undoubtedly extremely ironic. If he had known that he had randomly summoned someone to steal his military merit, he wouldn't have let Lin Ling do it. He had shot himself in the foot. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations An Unimaginable Existence. Another genius has entered the top 10. Looks like there are more and more competitors. I'm really looking forward to the Battle of the Divine List in a year's time. I'd like to see who that guy is. Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword narrowed his eyes. He had been dreaming about the scene after he won the first military merit. In his mind, the first military merit belonged to none other than him, who knew that it was actually just a dream. On the contrary, another dark horse had entered the top 10. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had already killed 2 lords of commanderies, he would never be able to calm down. At the same time, the commanders in the martial gods' camp started shouting because they had also seen the lords of commanderies fall. It's Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword. I think he's a chess boy. Nonsense. Bullshit. He's the ruthless son in my camp. Those senior commanders were extremely excited, and once again began to fight fiercely. Among the commanders, Huang Qi frowned. He was not to be outdone and was about to say something. However, the old man next to him patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Huang, don't get involved in this. There are no experts in your camp. Hearing this, Huang Qi became depressed. Were the scouts in his camp really that bad? What are you doing? At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. It was louder than the war drums. Then, a white-haired old man in black armor walked into the camp angrily. General! General! Seeing this, all the commanders' faces changed dramatically and they quickly saluted. The old man was extremely powerful and was their superior. Laugh, laugh, laugh your ass. What time is it now? Why hasn't the army moved out? Don't you know that the lords of the 13 commanderies have moved out? Do you want all the scouts we just recruited to die on the prairie? The old man cursed loudly and his roar was as loud as thunder. Hearing this, all the grand commanders narrowed their eyes. They had been gambling and had forgotten to move out the army. This was a serious crime, because the army moved out slowly. If all the lords of the 13 commanderies moved out, the scouts on the prairie would be in danger. In fact, with their strength, the 13 commanderies were just meat in their mouths and could be eliminated at any time. That was why they were not in a hurry and just watched the new scouts create miracles. Move out now. General, after that, the Grand Commanders hurriedly shouted. Dong dong dong, in the camp, the drums sounded. The army had finally moved out. The old man was still exasperated at their failure to live up to his expectations. These guys had rebelled. However, when he looked at the sand table, a smile appeared on his dignified face. This group of scouts had many good seedlings. They had actually killed 5 lords of commanderies, especially the Mirror King, who was extremely difficult to kill. Not good. General, then, the old man shouted in a low voice. Through the sand table, he saw that the terrifying existence of the 13th commandery had made his move. Moreover, that powerful being was heading in a certain direction. It seemed like he wanted to avenge the Mirror Lord. This meant that the scout was in danger. This scout should be the one who killed the Mirror King. I have to protect him no matter what. He disappeared from where he was and pounced on the prairie like a lion. Wherever he went, no one could stop him. Countless enemy soldiers were killed. Even the siege chariots were not as scary as the old man. At this moment, Lin Ling was running wildly in the prairie, with an army chasing after him. However, after 2 hours, the army had disappeared. They had disappeared in a strange manner. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Black clouds had unknowingly appeared in the sky. A huge octopus-like beast was floating there. Upon closer inspection, a woman was quietly floating within the thick tentacles. The woman's hair was like a snake, and her cold and emotionless eyes were staring at Lin Ling. It's you who killed the Mirror King. A piercing voice came from the sky and Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. What a powerful force! He instantly guessed that it must be an extremely powerful force in the 13 commanderies. What Mirror King? Senior, what are you talking about? Lin Ling suddenly laughed. He was definitely not going to admit it now. You don't need to hide it. With my strength, it's not difficult to find out who the murderer is. The woman coldly said. So that's how it is. But let me tell you, the one who killed the Mirror King was not me, but him. Lin Ling nodded, seeming to admit it. He suddenly pointed to the other side of the sky, causing the woman to frown. At the same time, she turned her head to look, but there was nothing in the sky. When she turned back, she suddenly found that Lin Ling had disappeared. What a cunning junior. You actually used a diversion tactic. But can you escape? The queen-like existence knew that she had been tricked. Suddenly, countless tentacles shot out from her body and ran on the ground like spiders, chasing after Lin Ling with terrifying speed. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely solemn. With his strength, he had actually encountered such a terrifying existence. This should be a World King level powerhouse. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and ran away. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful martial artist since coming to the martial god world. Whoosh! At this time, a black beam of light shot out. The suppressive strength was terrifying, as if it were the strength of an entire world. This is bad. Shit. Lin Ling's complexion changed. He gathered all of his soul force and formed an evasion domain. Only then was he able to narrowly avoid the black beam of light. As the beam of light fell to the ground, it gradually vanished without a trace. However, Lin Ling could see with his left eye that this beam of light wasn't so simple. Thinking about it, this great prairie that was millions of miles underground had already been corroded away. Then, Lin Ling shook his head and stopped. He sat down and picked up a jug of wine to drink. This was because the Spider King powerhouse had already appeared behind him. Run! Why aren't you running? As he thought, the giant spider-like existence had already appeared behind him. Looking carefully, although this woman with snake-like hair seemed evil, her figure was also extremely good. Her twin peaks and between her legs were covered with a massive amount of spider silk, revealing an extremely alluring waist. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had come to kill him, Lin Ling, then Lin Ling might have slowly admired her. I'm tired, so I'm not running away. Lin Ling smiled as he poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. But as the woman saw Lin Ling's carefree appearance, she was a bit surprised. If an ordinary person encountered her, which one of them wouldn't be terrified? They would even kneel down and beg for mercy. But this boy was actually so carefree. He didn't even run away and directly drank. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The woman coldly said. If I was afraid, wouldn't you have killed me? Lin Ling still smiled. His words left the woman stunned once more. The arrival of a general instantly, he vaguely saw that the woman had a mysterious aura. It was as if she was a world of her own, and the pressure she gave off was extremely strong. A world. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If he had to give an example, then that was equivalent to the power of his world, the power of the entire world. Huh? However, although Lin Ling was secretly investigating, the woman's eyes flashed. She saw that the young man's left eye was different. There were a large number of Dao talismans in his pupil, like countless little tadpoles swimming in them. Of course, such an eye was not strange at all. However, she had seen those eyes before, because it was one of the 6 great god eyes of Huanyu. Most importantly, she knew the owner of those eyes. You are Li Xiaoyao. The woman exclaimed in shock. This time, it was Lin Ling's turn to be surprised. He never thought that a random expert he met in the martial god realm would actually know Li Xiaoyao. Who is Li Xiaoyao? But if you say so, then so be it. Lin Ling forced himself to calm down and smiled faintly. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be deceived by Lin Ling's appearance and think that they had guessed wrongly. However, the Spider Queen was very sure of her guess. She seemed to be very familiar with Li Xiaoyao. There's no need for you to hide anymore. You are Li Xiaoyao. Because of the myriad devil eyes, other than him, no one else has it. In addition, you also have the divine steel of time. That female coldly laughed, her words causing Lin Ling to smile bitterly in his heart. Most importantly, was that woman a friend or foe? However, no matter how he looked at it, the woman seemed to be the enemy. No matter what, are you going to kill me next? Lin Ling raised his head and said again. Ha ha ha, killing you would be letting you off too easily. I won't miss out on your 10,000 mammoths devil eyes. The woman seemed to be extremely excited. We lost the 13 commanderies, but we got the all-encompassing demonic eyes. This trip is quite rewarding. She seemed to want to take Lin Ling away, and the result of being taken away, Lin Ling could well imagine. Right now, Lin Ling only had one choice, and that was to flee. Unfortunately, he seemed to be unable to escape as well. Be my captive. The woman clearly didn't want to waste her breath. With a low shout, she shot a large amount of spider silk at Lin Ling. At the same time, she stared coldly at Lin Ling. However, she discovered that Lin Ling was still very calm, too calm. It had to be said that even if that young man wasn't Li Xiaoyao, with his calm temperament, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. 3 Realms Martial God Blade. However, just as the spider silk was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, a huge saber slashed down from the sky. That slash was earth-shattering. In fact, Lin Ling even saw that the saber actually drew upon the power of the 3 realms. It was so terrifying. Whoosh, the spider silk was forcefully severed by the saber, but the saber didn't stop there. It continued to slash at the queen like a raging storm. It's you. The queen seemed to know the person who attacked, and her expression changed drastically. Queen Xianxia, go to hell. A white-haired old man wearing dragon and tiger black armor appeared. He was like the emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His saber had the power of dragons and tigers, and it slashed the ground furiously. 1000 transformation. The queen kept waving her jade-like hands and formed a spider web. Only then did she manage to block the saber. The power of the saber cut the grassland into pieces. It was a shocking sight. As expected of the great general of the martial god battalion, Huangfu Dao. I will remember this saber today. See you again. The queen also spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes narrowed, and her body exploded. She turned into countless small spiders and escaped in all directions. Kid, I will come and find you again. The queen's voice echoed throughout the area. It was extremely seductive, but it was like a blood-stained rose that could only be seen from afar. The old man was wearing a black cloak and holding a saber in his hand. He looked majestically into the distance. I didn't kill her in one strike. This Queen Xianxia is stronger than I thought. Of course, I underestimated her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to block my saber either. His voice was like metal clashing, and it was extremely domineering. In fact, he thought that the leader of the 13 commanderies was only this strong. That was why he underestimated her. Otherwise, he would have killed the queen a long time ago. As for Lin Ling, as he watched the two World King-level powerhouses collide, his heart shook. When would he be able to possess such strength? Whoosh, the wind howled in the grassland, proving the terrifying battle that happened just now. She will come back to find you? Kid, did you take advantage of her? She actually came back to find you with her strength. Soon, the old man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Although Lin Ling was not weak in this group of scouts, he was still an ant compared to Queen Xianxia. He didn't have the qualifications to be found by her. That was why he was surprised by what she said before she ran away. Moreover, he looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was extremely calm throughout the whole process. He didn't panic, nor was he surprised. It was as if he was looking at the most ordinary thing. This little scout was really a freak. No, I don't know why she is looking for me. Lin Ling quickly replied. He also guessed that the domineering old man was not simple, so he didn't dare to be negligent. As for why the queen was looking for him, Lin Ling also guessed the reason. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. Strange, it's really strange. Is it because you are more handsome? Kid, I have to remind you, lust is a knife. She is a powerful queen, so she is just playing with you. The old man stroked his chin, which made Lin Ling speechless. Oh right, you killed Mirror King. TSK, TSK. You are only a stage 5 martial emperor. You are indeed powerful. Fortunately, I came here in time. Otherwise, you might have been eaten by Queen Xianxia. Then, the old man laughed again. Hearing this, Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. The old man was so powerful, but he came personally for him. Lin Ling would remember this kindness. However, this also meant that the old man treated his soldiers like his own children. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling quickly bowed. With that old man's seniority, even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would still have to call him senior. Therefore, Lin Ling was completely convinced by him. Haha, go back. Now that the army is out, the 13 commanderies will be destroyed. You scouts should be rewarded for your military exploits. Kid, you can face Queen Xianxia calmly. I have high hopes for you. The old man smiled and a few silk banners appeared in his right hand. You killed the ruler of a commandery, so you can be rewarded with a black token banner. Senior. Senior, can I be in the top 10? Lin Ling quickly asked. Absolutely. Senior. Hearing this, Lin Ling felt relieved. He stared at the black silk banners and asked, what's the use of this banner? Senior. White Order banner, it's that fierce? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The Martial God Battalion had countless powerhouses, they definitely had their own set of cultivation methods. If he could enter, then Lin Ling's strength would greatly increase. As for divine crystals, no one would complain about having too many of them. Then, he looked at the other banners in the old man's hands. These banners were of different colors, so they should have different effects. He asked, what is that white banner? White banner. A scout commander can summon all scouts to lead troops into battle. Moreover, they can enter a martial arts training ground and choose any martial arts they wish. Moreover, this banner is also an immortal weapon. It can withstand 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Every month, the reward is 300 divine crystals. The old man proudly said. Unfortunately, this banner has been in my hands for many years and I haven't conferred it. This is because the Scout Commander title I confer is different from the Scout Commander titles others confer. The significance is much greater. Unfortunately, in order for me to confer the Scout Commander title, their military merits must be even more dazzling. White banner. The old man shook his head again, a bit regretfully saying, over the years, not a single scout has been able to obtain this white banner. This is because a scout's mission is to investigate the enemy, not to exterminate them. Thus, those that can exterminate the leader of the enemy are mostly rewarded with a black banner. As for exterminating 2 enemy leaders, that is the only way to obtain a white banner. White banner. At this time, Lin Ling's pupils constantly flashed. A white banner was the symbol of a scout commander. It allowed him to lead troops into battle. This meant that he, Lin Ling, could lead troops back to his own world. Moreover, he could enter the martial god battalion at will to practice martial arts. This was a great advantage, and most importantly, it could withstand 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Every month, he would receive 300 divine crystals. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. Haha, are you jealous? White banner. The old man wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's excited appearance. This was because everyone knew the effects of a white banner. What a pity. This banner can only be sealed in ice with me. Go back. Go back. With the Black Order banner, you are also in existence, revered by people, a hero of the army. White banner. The old man waved his hand, already planning to leave. Wait. Lin Ling hurriedly shouted. What? Haven't you seen enough yet? You don't have to worry. With your talent, this banner will still belong to you within 500 years. The old man laughed and scolded. That scout boy is very anxious. No, I want to exchange it for a bearing banner. Lin Ling threw the black flag in his hand over and looked at the white flag with eager eyes. Seeing this, the old man immediately blew his beard. Did this guy not hear what I said before? Have you figured it out? If you want the banner, you have to kill 2 commandery lords. It would be a miracle if you scouts could kill 1 commandery lord. 2? Don't even think about it. The old man said solemnly. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the Mirror King appeared, all the scouts joined forces, but they still couldn't kill him. This explained everything. Take the banner and go back. Don't throw it around, it's a blasphemy against military might. The old man added. I want the white banner. However, Lin Ling seemed to be stubborn and threw the jade pendant hanging from his waist over. The jade pendant represented the identity of a scout and also recorded military merits. There is no joking in the military. Don't treat the military camp as your home. The old man's face was a little unhappy and impatient, but he still took the jade pendant and checked it. You killed a lot of enemy troops, but unfortunately, it's still not dazzling enough. You killed the Mirror King. Not bad, your military merits are enough to convince everyone, but that's all. The old man checked the jade pendant and said lightly. At the same time, he was about to throw the jade pendant back to Lin Ling. At this time, the jade pendant recorded that another commandery lord had died. This. The old man's pupils constricted instantly. He even rubbed his eyes to look at the jade pendant to see if he had misread it. However, according to the jade pendant's military merits, Lin Ling had indeed killed 2 commandery lords. This time, he was stunned. Which commandery lord is this? He exclaimed in surprise. 100,000 geniuses from all over the world as scouts had only killed 5 commandery lords, and 2 of them had been killed by the young man. He could not help but be shocked. The commandery lord called the 8-Gate Wicked King. Lin Ling said calmly, that guy jumped in front of me, and then I killed him. Killed him? Jumped out by himself? The old man's beard straightened. This was too simple, in fact, it was true. In the ancient city, the 8-Gate Wicked King appeared in front of Lin Ling by himself and was killed by Lin Ling. Good, good, good. The old man finally became excited. Was this still a scout? He could be called a great commander. This banner belongs to you. You will be the king of scouts and can summon all the scouts. At this moment, the old man seemed to see the birth of a general in the martial gods battalion, which made him extremely happy. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling received it with a smile and also became excited. Go back and let your military achievements shine in the martial gods battalion. The great commander above you will also be proud because of you. After the old man's excitement, he strode away. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. He was very satisfied. The banner was in his hands, although he did not know his ranking among the scouts, it was not important. What was important was that he had entered the top 10. This mission is finally completed, and my strength has greatly increased. After packing up, Lin Ling also left the prairie. He had entered the prairie as a rank 4 martial emperor. Now that his cultivation level had increased, and his control of realm essence had become more powerful, however, he still yearned for the old man's ability to extract the energy of a realm. He hoped that he could learn this martial art in the martial gods battalion. Along the way, Lin Ling finally saw what an army was like. A real army was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, the enemy would be terrified. Compared to the scouts, one was the sky and the other was the earth. Thinking about it, the 13 commanderies must have been completely destroyed. However, thinking about the Spider Queen, Lin Ling still had a headache. He hoped that the Spider Queen had also fallen. Otherwise, he, Lin Ling, would be in danger. On the way to the martial gods battalion, the geniuses from various realms held their heads high. This was because they had survived the mission of blood and killing and had become a member of the martial gods battalion. Only trash dies in the mission. Haha, I heard that many people ran away. Now, they can only look up to us. The geniuses from various realms laughed and said. This was the truth. On the martial gods battalion, the geniuses from various realms who had run away at the beginning looked extremely gloomy and looked at others with admiration. It is said that 5 commanderies have died this time. 3 of them were killed by the falling flower flowing water sword, Wu Qingzi, and Di Baimo. They are really amazing. Our mission is to investigate the military situation, but in the end, they annihilated the head of the commandery. Comparisons are odious. Translator, trans and editor, trans and I am his boss. I don't know. One of the Mirror Kings was killed by a mysterious young man. TSK, it was a miracle. Yeah, I was there too. That young man has 10% of his realm essence. He's extremely powerful. Many people were talking about the scene of the Mirror King's death. They were extremely curious about that mysterious young man. As for the martial god battalion, Luo Hua, Flowing Water and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. The glory that belonged to them had been stolen by someone else, so now, they were also curious about the person who stole the military merit. At this moment, on the way to the martial god battalion, several figures were walking forward with smiles. They were Fairy Xianxia and the others. Now, they had completed their mission, so they were very happy. Hey, isn't this Lu Chengfeng? Why aren't you dead? How surprising. At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the front. The few figures who were walking on the road stopped and looked at Lu Chengfeng and the others with faint smiles. It's you, Xiaoyi. Lu Chengfeng furrowed his brows. Lu Chengfeng, do you know them? Fairy Xianxia stared at the few people and sensed that they were up to no good. I know them. We had some conflicts on the way to the martial god realm. Lu Chengfeng said in a low voice. Yeah, that's not a small matter. I was thinking about how to find you but you appeared in front of me. However, it's good that you didn't die in this mission. We can settle our old scores. The few people walked over. Judging by their strength, they were all rank 7 martial emperors. Obviously, they were stronger than Lu Chengfeng and the others. Seeing them walk over, even Pan Luyu knew that things were going to be troublesome. Fellow allies, we have all completed our missions. We are all members of the martial gods camp. If you have any grievances, you can tell us. We can shake hands and be friends again. Fairy Xianxia also sensed that these people were not weak, so she tried to smooth things over. Most importantly, with her status, she sensed that these were local geniuses from the central county. Compared to them in the past, Lord Su was clearly not much weaker in terms of status and strength. Lu Chengfeng, I didn't expect you to know an expert. No wonder you're so confident. Unfortunately, Fairy Xianxia's attempt to smooth things over wasn't taken seriously by the youths. One of the youths with a face full of acne said, Alliance? Who is your alliance? You're not worthy. Lu Chengfeng, let me tell you, if you don't kneel down and kowtow today, this will not end. That's right. Back then, we were drinking in the restaurant. We only reprimanded you once, and you poured wine on our heads. If it wasn't for the fact that the restaurant's manager was strong enough to protect you, we would have crippled you. So, no matter what kind of teammates you have to kneel before me today. If you make me unhappy, your teammates will also suffer. The others also said coldly. They didn't give Fairy Xianxia any face. Don't go too far. Fairy Xianxia didn't expect that her kind words of advice would be exchanged for this kind of treatment. Hee, are you the leader of his team? You don't have the qualifications to speak. Of course, if you accompany me for a night, I might give you some face. The acne man laughed disdainfully. Haha, this is a good suggestion. Lu Chunfeng, ask your boss to accompany you to bed, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Laughter also drifted out, angering Fairy Danxia so much that her pretty face turned extremely ugly. Fairy Danxia, Pan Luyun, this has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Lu Chunfeng walked out, and stared coldly at the young men. He wanted to kneel down. If he was alone, he wouldn't kneel even if he was beaten to death. However, he had two teammates beside him, and he didn't want to bring trouble to his teammates. Haha, you're smart. Zhang Dazhuang, take off your shoes and slap his face. The acne man laughed mockingly. He could finally vent his anger. Lu Chunfeng, don't kneel. Fairy Danxia and Pan Luyun knew that Lu Chunfeng was arrogant. If it weren't for them, he would rather die than kneel. However, Lu Chunfeng only smiled at them and was about to kneel down. The young man named Zhang Dazhuang also walked out, swinging his sweaty shoes with a smile on his face. If the shoes hit Lu Chunfeng's face, it would be enough to make him suffer. Hee, if you have any grudges, just fight. Don't you find it embarrassing to use someone else's teammates to threaten them? At this moment, a smiling voice was heard. Then, a foot seemed to break through the void and came from afar. It landed on Zhang Dazhuang's face, leaving a deep footprint, and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Dong dong dong. In the eyes of the crowd, Zhang Dazhuang was rolling like a gourd. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Lu Chunfeng looked around, and when he saw who it was, he was delighted. He hadn't expected to meet Lin Ling again. When the acne man came to his senses, he was furious. Who the f***ck are you? He had never expected that someone would dare to attack them. After all, they had become members of the Martial God Battalion and were in high spirits. Moreover, the person who had come was unruly and had kicked them in the face. I'm their boss. Boss. The person who had come was Lin Ling, and he smiled faintly. Boss, you're their leader? Boss. Not only were the acne man not shocked, he was even more furious. No wonder this person was so arrogant. It turned out that he was standing up for Lu Chunfeng. So what if I'm the boss? I'll still fight you. Boss. The acne man shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a foot appeared in front of him. Along with the foot, a strong wind blew his hair up, fast. The foot was incomparably fast. It was Lin Ling's 9 celestial demon steps. Although these people were rank 7 martial emperors, they weren't top geniuses. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't take them seriously. Bang, with one foot, the acne man was stomped to the ground. Lin Ling stepped on his face and said, if you have any grudges, let's talk nicely and then fight. Threatening my teammates and attacking in private isn't a good habit. Bang, hearing this, the young man's teammates were all dumbfounded. This young man who had come out of nowhere spoke nicely, but he had stepped on their leader and even rubbed his face with the sole of his shoe. How could this be considered talking nicely? Lu Chunfeng's boss seemed to be a very protective person. The guy who was being stepped on by Lin Ling roared, let me go if you dare. Bang. Hearing this, Lin Ling took a step back and let the guy get up. The guy looked at Lin Ling cautiously. Although Lin Ling gave people the impression that he wasn't very powerful, the previous kick made him realize that this evil young man wasn't simple. Lu Chunfeng, you've got guts. Bang. Awarding military merits, Lin Ling smiled and said, save your words. How do you want to settle the grudge between you and Lu Chunfeng? Yes. His voice sounded kind, but it also carried a strong threat. The figures of those young men trembled, and they instinctively didn't dare speak any further. On the other hand, the young man with the acne shot through the air, and then he suddenly revealed a delighted expression. Because a large number of people were returning to the martial gods' camp in the distance, and he saw a familiar face amongst them, most importantly, that acquaintance was stronger than him. He was an extremely dazzling genius among the local martial artists. As far as he knew, that genius had followed the falling flower flowing water sword to kill the Mirror King. For geniuses from all over the world, those who could kill the Mirror King were all of high status. Senior brother Chen, help me. He shouted, which made his teammates beside him happy. It was senior brother Chen Yunzhong. Oh, it's you, Xiaoyi. Congratulations on becoming a member of the martial gods camp. Laughter came from afar. The leading young man looked over with a smile. Thank you for your praise, senior brother Chen. But please help me now. After the matter is settled, you can come to my commandery as a guest. I will treat you with respect. The young man with acne said. It's okay. You and I are both sons of the central commandery. I will help you with anything. The young man walked over with a few people. His face was extremely cold. Haha, are you afraid now? Senior brother Chen is with Dmo, the son of the great ancestor. He also participated in the Battle of the Mirror King. He is someone you need to look up to. Now, do you have anything to say? Do you think that you can do whatever you want because our team is not strong? Let me tell you, we know a lot of strong teams. Now you are regretting it. The young man with acne and the others were in high spirits. Even Xiaoyi looked at Lu Chengfeng proudly and said, Is it great that your boss is here? My boss is the powerful one. Lu Chengfeng and the others were silent. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He said lightly, Why can't you talk nicely? You have to ask for help. But in this case, you will kneel down later. Lu Chengfeng, take off your stinky shoes and give each of you 3 slaps. The young man with acne and the others were not angry. Instead, they laughed. Lu Chengfeng's boss was simply crazy. I don't even want to waste my breath on an idiot like you. Xiaoyi shook his head as he spoke. After senior brother Chen walked over with the others, he immediately flattered senior brother Chen. Senior brother Chen is mighty. You've finally arrived. These fellows actually said that they wanted senior brother Chen to kneel and slap your face with the soles of their shoes. How dare you? Senior brother Chen was immediately enraged. The people beside him also looked angrily at Lin Ling and the others. However, in the next moment, senior brother Chen fell silent, his originally cold face gradually frowned. Then, his eyes gradually widened. In the end, his mouth dropped open. Actually, he didn't even know the name of the smiling young man before him. However, the young man looked very familiar to him. If I remember correctly, the Mirror King's head was chopped off by that young man during the battle, and that young man was one of the top 10 scouts among the 100,000 scouts. To this day, all the scouts who had participated in the Battle of the Mirror King were discussing the young man. Their opinions of the battle were directly described as a miracle. That young man was also known as the Miracle Child. He was a fellow that was equally famous as Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and the others, so why would they offend such a fellow, unless they were tired of living? Kneel down. Senior brother Chen spoke hurriedly. Hear me? Kneel down. Xiaoyi grinned as he spoke. Moreover, he was rubbing his chin. He was thinking about which shoe to slap Lu Chengfeng and the others with. I'm talking about all of you. However, senior brother Chen's next words caused Xiaoyi's mouth to drop open. Senior brother Chen, are you sure? All of you. Senior brother Chen roared furiously and slapped Xiaoyi to the ground. On the other hand, the people by his side were furious as well, and they slapped the others to the ground. You actually asked me for help? Are you trying to get me killed? Senior brother Chen spoke with disappointment, and then he smiled obsequiously as he gazed at Lin Ling. Scout, this isn't related to us. I hope you won't make a fuss about it. Make a fuss about it? Xiaoyi was flabbergasted. The backer he'd invited actually asked his opponent not to make a fuss about it? All of you can leave. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. Thank you. Thank you. We'll repay your kindness in the future. Senior brother Chen and the others hurriedly bowed and revealed lucky expressions. On the other hand, Xiaoyi and the others felt like they were dreaming when they saw that senior brother Chen whom they looked up to had actually thanked their enemy. Moreover, it was just a casual sentence from their enemy, and it made senior brother Chen and the others feel as if they'd received an extraordinary gift. If this wasn't a dream, then what was it? Take care of yourselves. Moreover, this matter isn't over. Senior brother Chen paid no attention to Xiaoyi's flabbergasted expression, and he spoke coldly before he left with his group. Senior brother Chen, why did you do that? Xiaoyi was on the verge of being stunned. He killed the Mirror Emperor. Senior brother Chen spoke indifferently from afar. He killed the Mirror Emperor? In an instant, Xiaoyi and the others were flabbergasted. and it was even to the extent that their countenances turned ghastly pale. Killing the Mirror Emperor was undoubtedly one of the top 10, and it was an outstanding military merit. Never had they imagined that Lu Qingfeng's big brother's backer would be so formidable. Lu Qingfeng, speak nicely to them. Remember not to use force. If there's any enmity that you can't let go of, then let's fight. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't even spare a glance at Xiaoyi and the others, and he left with Fairy Danxia and the others. However, he'd left behind a single sentence: of course, if they're stubborn, then use your shoes to greet them. Alright, big brother. Lu Qingfeng had already started to remove his shoes, and he'd even sniffed both of them. The other one smelled worse, so he'd used it to slap their faces. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the others were heading towards the martial god's barracks, and the sound of drums shot into the sky as they approached. The surroundings were filled with armored soldiers with cold expressions and terrifying auras. Obviously, it was time to award the military merit. The battle hadn't started yet, but the entire square was filled with excited voices. As for the geniuses in the distance who'd been eliminated, they were looking at the scouts in the square with envy. After Lin Ling and the others arrived at the square, numerous gazes shot towards Lin Ling. Especially the geniuses who'd participated in the battle against the Mirror Emperor. Their expressions were extremely solemn, because they'd finally seen the mysterious miracle child once more. He's here. This fellow stole our military merit. Don't worry, no matter how strong he is, he's still inferior to us. Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and the others were staring at Lin Ling with eyes filled with rage. Because it was Lin Ling who'd stolen their military merit. However, even though they were furious, they relaxed when they thought about how Lin Ling was still inferior to them. Perhaps, this was the only consolation they had. As for Lin Ling, who was the center of attention, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he didn't know that he'd attracted the attention of all the scouts. Outstanding military exploits, that's right. No matter what kind of light you have, you will always be beneath me. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword also said, and then raised his thumb, and then pointed it down. This provocative attitude was undoubtedly extremely obvious. The crowd immediately began to discuss. They could see that the 10 strongest scouts were rejecting Lin Ling and disdaining Lin Ling. Of course, they could understand Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's feelings. After all, it would be strange if they were in a good mood when their military merits were stolen. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, waiting to see how Lin Ling would refute. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Instead, he was chatting with Fairy Danxia and the others. This type of disregard was clearly more infuriating than any rebuttal. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were stunned. Veins popped out on their foreheads. That young man was too arrogant. Wait, your ranking will definitely be below mine. I'm waiting to see how you'll face me. That's right. At that time, I wonder if you'll still have the face to be arrogant. Even the chess boy could not help but speak up. He also felt that Lin Ling's silence was too arrogant. Lin Ling, on the other hand, remained indifferent. He was even chatting and laughing with Lu Qingfeng. Their laughter was extremely loud. In fact, Lin Ling didn't care about his ranking at all. Even if he was ranked 10th, he wouldn't feel any dissatisfaction because his goal was to enter the top 10, that was all. Lin Ling, the top 10 scouts are ostracizing you. They're suppressing your momentum. You've gone too far. You killed the Mirror King, so you deserved it. What right do they have to be so arrogant? I don't believe that you'll be ranked below them. Neither Fairy Danxia nor Lu Qingfeng were afraid of trouble, so they frowned. It doesn't matter. Scholarly honors won't last long. As long as I can get into the top 10, that's enough. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His indifferent appearance made Fairy Danxia and the others secretly admire him. Lin Ling's heart was higher than the heavens. This undoubtedly made Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others furious again. They felt as if they had punched cotton, and they had nowhere to vent their anger. Haha, at least he knows his place. That's right. He entered the top 10 by luck. But in front of us, he doesn't dare to be arrogant. He directly admitted defeat. Trash. Soon after, the chess boy and the others laughed again. Although they were depressed, they also thought that Lin Ling had admitted defeat and did not dare to compete with them for the ranking. At the same time, 10 great commanders appeared in the distance. They strode over with majestic steps. The time to discuss merit had arrived. The entire square fell silent. Although the 10 commanders had solemn expressions on their faces, their hearts were filled with joy and excitement. They also wanted to see what level the scouts in the camp had reached. However, behind the commanders was a man with a gloomy expression who kept sighing softly. He was Commander Huang Qi. Don't sigh. Selecting soldiers is all about luck. This year, you, Huang Qi, are just unlucky. Next year, you'll definitely be able to do it all over again. An old man patted his shoulder and comforted him. Of course, you still have to treat us to the wine. Hearing this, Huang Qi's pupils constricted. Was this consolation? This was clearly ridicule. This was too much. Would he renege on the wine? Sigh, he could only say that the soldiers in his camp had failed to live up to expectations. If he had arrived earlier and seen the scene in the square, he would probably have jumped up in excitement. That was because the scouts in his camp were not completely worthless. After the 10 commanders sat down, the square became even more solemn. A murderous aura quietly filled the air. This was the true strength of the strong, and also the true iron-blooded aura of the military camp. Some of the weaker geniuses seemed to have stopped breathing when they were hit by this aura. Their faces turned pale. You have all done well in this mission. Finally, an old man spoke with a deafening voice. He was the Heavenly South Grand Commander of the 10 Grand Commanders. Thank you, sir. Orderly voices rang out. Everyone stood in an orderly manner with solemn expressions. The geniuses from all over the world who were watching from afar revealed envy. If they had not run away, they would also be members of the martial gods camp. The martial gods camp was extremely famous in the vast Qingzhou. To be able to become a member was undoubtedly an honor. Not only did you complete this mission perfectly, but you also created a miracle by eliminating several commandery lords. The martial gods camp is proud of you. The old man spoke again. What he said next was nothing more than words of praise, which made all the scouts feel extremely proud. After the old man spoke, he took a sip of tea. The other commanders were also drinking tea. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. They knew that the main event was about to begin. Next would be the time to award the military merits. The top 10 scouts should have appeared. In fact, they were not the only ones who were nervous. Even the 10 commanders were extremely nervous. Rumble. At this moment, a black stone tablet emerged from the ground at the center of the square. This was the military merit tablet. It was used to record military merits, and it was extremely fair. Seeing this, everyone was even more expectant. The falling flowers flowing water sword in my camp will definitely rank first and obtain the highest military merit. Hee, that might not be the case. It's too early to say who will be the winner. The other commanders spoke in low voices. They all wanted to drink the wine of the other party. The falling flowers flowing water sword and the others were naturally the same. They wanted to see what their ranking was. Therefore, all of them gave tit for tat. Look, a name has appeared. It's Kuan Yun. At this moment, someone exclaimed. A name appeared on the black stone tablet. Moreover, a moment later, a large amount of military merits appeared. This fellow called Kuan Yun had actually killed 3 million enemy soldiers and 200 enemy generals. How amazing! Is he going to enter the top 10? As expected of the top 10 scouts. All the scouts looked up at the name. The scout called Kuan Yun puffed out his chest with a face full of pride. Good. Among the commanders, someone shouted loudly. Obviously, Kuan Yun was a scout in his camp, and he was very proud of him. He laughed heartily and said, the reward is a dragon unicorn warhorse, 500 divine crystals, and the title of vice commander of the scouts. As soon as the announcement was made, Kuan Yun could not help but be overjoyed. He had become a vice commander. The crowd congratulated him one by one. However, the falling flowers flowing water sword and the others shook their heads with arrogance. Kuan Yun's military merits were less than theirs, but he was already so dazzling. What would happen when it was their turn? Humph, loser. DBIMO sneered directly. Buzz, almost at the same time, the black stone tablet lit up again. Everyone's breathing quickened. Who was the 9th person? Tianda. A moment later, a name appeared on the stone tablet. The young man called Tianda was stunned. Then, his fighting spirit rose and he looked at all the scouts with contempt. Unsurprisingly, the crowd cheered. Next, the 8th, the 7th, and the 6th. Who was the king of scouts? The grand commanders nodded in satisfaction. Of course, some were laughing proudly while others had gloomy expressions. Grand Commander Xianxia was one of them. Next up should be the top 5. Someone said in a low voice, but it made the square even more silent. Countless people stared at falling flowers, flowing water, Wu Qingzi, Chess Boy, Di Baimo, and the rest. These people would definitely enter the top 5. The main thing was to see who would be ranked higher, because if one's ranking was high, they would be the superior of the other party in the future. And with the arrogance of those geniuses from various worlds, none of them wanted to be ranked behind others and have to look at the other party's face, and this was indeed the case. Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword were already looking at each other. Their eyes were filled with intense battle intent, hoping to eliminate each other. Buzz, at the same time, a name appeared on the stone monument. It was Chess Boy. 5th? The Chess Boy immediately felt extremely depressed. He was actually ranked 5th. This was too embarrassing. However, compared to his gloominess, the other scouts were all excited and congratulated Chess Boy. After all, to them, being able to enter the top 5 was something they could only look up to. Shut up, you bunch of trash. Facing the scouts' congratulations, the Chess Boy felt that it was extremely ironic and could not help but curse. Wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to laugh. They could only stand there in a daze. However, the Chess Boy still felt that his anger had not been vented. He swept his gaze over again and discovered that Lin Ling still had a calm expression on his face, completely ignoring his anger. This made him even more furious. You piece of trash who doesn't even have any military merits, get the hell away from me. The Chess Boy was in a bad mood, so he subconsciously cursed. Moreover, although he was ranked 5th, he was definitely better than Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had killed a commandery lord, the others had killed more enemies and might surpass Lin Ling in terms of military merit. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling might not be able to enter the top 10. Otherwise, Lin Ling's name would have appeared on the military merit tablet earlier. Idiot. Lin Ling gave tit for tat. What did it have to do with the Chess Boy? You have guts. The Chess Boy muttered to himself. However, he did not dare to act rashly because many of the Grand Commanders were present. The 4th one has appeared. At this moment, the stone tablet flickered again. Countless people stared at the stone tablet, wanting to know who the next name was. Even the 10 great commanders were the same. Xianxia, who was holding his teacup, was also staring. Brother Xianxia, you don't have to look. Your camp has no share in this military merit. However, the old man patted him on the shoulder again. Xianxia's face darkened and he could only continue drinking his tea. Wu Qingzi, at the same time, a name appeared. This person had killed the lord of a commandery and killed 10 million enemy soldiers. His military exploits were extremely dazzling. Dong dong dong, even the military camps were beating their war drums, their glory shaking the heavens. All of the scouts sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with reverence. However, just like the Chess Boy, Wu Qingzi's expression was ugly. He was actually weaker than Di Baimo and the rest. This was too embarrassing. The Grand Commander behind him also had a look of unwillingness on his face. On the contrary, his comrade next to him was laughing at his misfortune, which made him feel even more displeased. Grand Commander Xianxia, drink your tea and stop staring at the military merit tablet. Perhaps the Grand Commander did not dare to be too arrogant because his military exploits were not as good as Di Baimo's. However, in front of Xianxia, he could still be a little proud. Old Kong, don't be too proud. Xianxia was instantly enraged. I'm sorry. I don't know how to speak. I forgot that your camp is at the bottom. Sorry. The Grand Commander smiled apologetically. However, although his words were apologetic, he looked extremely proud. Seeing this, Xianxia tolerated it. If not for his good relationship with his old comrade, he would have beaten him up. Of course, the most important thing was that in the military camp, military exploits were what mattered. If one's military exploits were not as good as others, he could only swallow his pride. Subconsciously, he looked at the scouts in his camp and sighed. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ling. Previously, he had also seen the chess boy being proud in front of Lin Ling. At that moment, he felt a sense of sympathy for him. Lin Ling also saw Huang Qi's pitiful gaze. He shook his head and continued to watch calmly. This infuriated Huang Qi. He was much calmer than he was under such circumstances. Buzz, the stone tablet shone again, as if someone had written on it. At this moment, everyone held their breaths, because there were only 2 people left. They were Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword and Dimo. Who was the first? Who was the Scout King? It must be me, Dimo said confidently. In fact, he was also very nervous. You have been fighting with me. Unfortunately, you have been defeated time and time again. This time, it will not be an accident. Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword pretended to be indifferent. However, in fact, he was more nervous than Dimo. Both of them stared at the stone tablet. The name on the stone tablet finally appeared. It was Dimo. The crowd was silent. After a moment, the war drums rose to the sky. The Scout King who ranked second appeared. Amazing! You actually killed the Lord of a Commandery, as well as 30 million enemy soldiers. You even killed 1,000 of the enemy's generals. We are all geniuses. Why is there such a big gap? No one was not envious because in the future, Dimo would be their boss. Good. Among the commanders, a burly man also shouted happily. Obviously, Dimo was from his camp. Although Dimo was not as good as Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword, at least he had surpassed all the commanders. My brethren, I'm going to drink your wine, he said. The commander said with a smile. The other commanders' faces turned ugly, especially Huang Qi. His face was darker than the bottom of his nest because he was the one who lost the most wine. The first should be Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword. After the war drum sounded, someone said. Dimo was ranked second, so the first was obvious. Among the 10 commanders, an old man stood up proudly. Although he knew that Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword would be the first, he was still very proud after seeing it with his own eyes. Yes, from now on, you will be the scout commander. The old man's majestic voice floated out, making Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword tremble. He quickly shouted, Yes, sir. Looking at his appearance, Dimo and the others gritted their teeth. They were extremely unwilling. Even the chess boy almost wanted to shout out that the military achievement tablet did not show his name. It was too early to confirm everything now. In the end, he held back, because he also thought that Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword was the first. Sure enough, the military achievement tablet began to shine. A dazzling name appeared. It was Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword. Dong dong dong. After the name appeared, the sound of the drums was even more shocking. Even the neighing of war horses in the distance made many people's blood boil, because this was the glory of the Scout King. The moment he sensed the brilliance, Falling Blossom Flowing Water Sword also straightened his chest and looked around indifferently. The whole army was silent. Clap clap clap, even the commanders and scouts were clapping. Lin Ling and the others were stunned. Lin Ling was surprised. Why wasn't his name on the military merit tablet? In fact, he didn't care about the ranking at all. He only needed to appear on the military merit tablet. But his name wasn't there. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't enter the military merit tablet? Lu Chengfeng was also very surprised. Impossible. Lin Ling should be in the top 10. Fairy Danxia also frowned. They were all puzzled. However, at that moment, the silent military achievement monument started glowing once again. Boom, this time, the whole army was in an uproar. Those who were clapping all stopped. Wasn't the top 10 military merit tablet finished? Why were there still names appearing? Even the 10 great commanders widened their eyes in shock. Only Commander Huang Qi was drinking tea and gloating. Haha, the military merit tablet is also stupid. It means that the military merit tablet is not accurate. Haha, since no one in his camp entered the military merit tablet, he didn't have any glory. So he was gloating. Oh right, the previous scout tablet only gave out 9 people. Haha. Suddenly, someone recalled, boom, the whole army was in an uproar again. Could it be that Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword wasn't first, but second? I counted before. There were indeed 9 people, someone said in horror. His words made the whole army burst into a sound like waves. In fact, they couldn't be blamed for being wrong, because in everyone's mind, falling flowers, flowing water, sword and DBMO were either first or second, and after they appeared, the awarding of military merits must have ended, so they didn't carefully count how many people had appeared. At this moment, the other Grand Commanders seemed to have come to their senses. They were all in disbelief. Only Grand Commander Huang Qi was still gloating. At this moment, the most dazzling name appeared on the military merit tablet. The new Scout King was born, Lin Ling. When the 2 dazzling names appeared, the whole army was silent. Not many people knew of this name. Many people even thought that there was a mistake in the rankings. They looked around for that so-called Lin Ling. Huang Qi was the only one who stood there in a daze. He was drinking tea, but the teacup in his hand was crushed by his grip. The tea spilled all over his hand, but he didn't seem to notice. It was as if he had been struck dumb. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Finally, he laughed foolishly, he even danced with joy. He had never imagined that someone from their camp would finally enter the military merit rankings. Moreover, it was the dazzling number 1. Lin Ling, he's from my camp. He roared, causing the hearts of all the Grand Commanders to tremble. It couldn't be, right? Huang Qi was so unlucky. Every year, he would only draw ordinary recruits. Did he hit the jackpot this year? Brother Huang, are you sure you're not mistaken? An old man said in disbelief. He was the boss of blossoming flowing water sword. Haha. Commander Huang Qi could be said to be elated. He patted the old man's shoulder. Brother, this Lin Ling is indeed from my camp. This year, our camp finally got number 1. Brother, don't sigh. Next year, we'll make a comeback. Of course, I'll definitely drink that wine. These comforting words undoubtedly caused the old man to blow his beard. Huang Qi's words seemed to be comforting, but no matter how you looked at it, he was proud. He is Lin Ling from my camp. Then, Commander Huang Qi suddenly pointed at Lin Ling. Countless eyes immediately looked at Lin Ling. Then, their faces changed greatly. It was actually him. Obviously, everyone knew Lin Ling, but they didn't expect Lin Ling to be number 1, blossoming flowing water sword, DBMO, and the others were all stunned. They naturally knew that Lin Ling had killed a commandery lord. But before, they thought that Lin Ling only had this military merit, so Lin Ling was surpassed by others. Who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't appear on the military merit list because he was the last to appear? He was number 1, furthermore, he was the king that stood above all of the scouts. The king of scouts. In the future, he will also be a scout commander? Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and the others were all muttering to themselves. They even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Impossible, although he killed a commandery lord, we also killed him. How can he be ranked above us? Blossoming flowing water sword was surprised and immediately shouted angrily. He stared at Lin Ling. Tell me, why are you ranked above us? In fact, his question was also in the minds of many people. Even the senior commanders were looking at Huang Qi. They wanted to ask Huang Qi why his scout was ranked first. However, Huang Qi obviously didn't know the inside story. He could only look at Lin Ling. I don't know, maybe the military merit tablet is wrong. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling shrugged. He still didn't care about being number 1, as long as he was in the top 10. However, his indifference undoubtedly made blossoming flowing water sword and the others furious. Even Huang Qi smiled bitterly. That guy was number 1, but he didn't care. This was really infuriating. However, at this time, Lin Ling's military merit finally appeared on the military merit tablet, and everyone was stunned. Lin Ling had killed 3,000 enemy soldiers and 1,200 generals. Amazing, we all underestimated him. With that, he's no weaker than any of the other scouts. Plus, he killed the Mirror King. No wonder he is number 1. All the scouts sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that the stubborn guy would have such a terrifying military merit. This time, blossoming flowing water sword and the others were speechless. However, the military merit tablet wasn't over yet. After Mirror King, a new name shot out like a dazzling sun, making everyone unable to open their eyes. 8 Gates Bandit King. Boom. The whole army was in an uproar again. No way, 2 commanderies? God, this guy is abnormal. So the 8 Gates bandit king was killed by him. This guy has created 2 miracles in a row. The astonishment of the crowd was like a tidal wave, wave after wave. Even the soldiers around the square forgot to beat the drums due to their astonishment. 2 commanderies? Huang Qi was dumbfounded. How could his scouts be so powerful? Blossoming Flowing Water Sword and the others were all gaping. At this moment, what could they say? Obviously, they couldn't say anything. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. They were speechless, hearing the shocked voices of the whole army. Lin Ling was finally relieved. He was finally sure that he was in the top 10. Lin Ling, congratulations! Fairy Xianxia and the others seemed to be happier than Lin Ling. They all said excitedly. Lin Ling spread his hands and said, in fact, I just wanted to be in the top 10. Who knew that I would become number 1? If I had known, I wouldn't have killed the 2 commanderies. He killed the 2 commanderies for insurance. If he had known that he could enter the top 10 by killing one, he wouldn't have risked his life in the battle against Mirror King. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Warm Yang Vital Jade in Hand. This guy only wanted to enter the top 10, so he killed 2 lords of commanderies. What if he wanted to be first? Was he going to kill all the lords of commanderies? As for Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others, they were all furious. If it weren't for the presence of the Grand Commander, they would have killed Lin Ling. They risked their lives to be first, but in the end, they were ranked behind others. Lin Ling only wanted to enter the top 10, but he was above them. Was this guy deliberately trying to anger them? Then, Dbimo suddenly remembered that Lin Ling didn't care about his previous provocation. It turned out that it was true disdain. Just to enter the top 10, you killed 2 lords of commanderies? I'm speechless. Yes. Huang Qi naturally believed Lin Ling. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling wanted to enter the top 10 because he wanted to save people. Good. 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 Lin Ling. You've broken the record for this mission and created a miracle for the Martial Gods Battalion. The Martial Gods Battalion has appointed you as the commander of the scouts and even the king of scouts. You'll be rewarded with 1,000 divine crystals, and you'll be able to walk freely within the Martial Gods Battalion. Huang Qi said seriously. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hearing this, Lin Ling was delighted. In fact, he had the white flag, so he didn't care about the title of Scout Commander. Because he was the Grand Commander, he could summon all the Scout Commanders. Therefore, he cared about that one request, and that request was the Warm Yang Vital Jade. Under the sounds of congratulations, the award ceremony finally came to an end. Huang Qi was clearly incomparably happy. His laughter soared into the sky as he left with Lin Ling. Of course, before he left, he did not forget to say, "My old comrades, you must remember that feast." Sigh, don't frown. You were just unlucky this year. Next year, you can start all over again. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Good, good. As for the other Grand Commanders, they were disgusted as if they had eaten flies. Huang Qi, this fellow, was in high spirits right now. Looking at Lin Ling's back, many of the scouts' eyes were filled with worship. Only Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others had ugly expressions. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. In the Battle of the Mirror Monarch, Lin Ling had stolen their military merits. Lin Ling had once again seized their glory, especially Falling Flowers' Flowing Water Sword. Not only was he angry, but he was also embarrassed. This was because he had previously thought that he was the king of scouts. Who would have thought that he was only the second? Haha, it doesn't matter to me. Anyway, the first place is not among us. That's good. That guy killed 2 lords of the commandery. I'm convinced. The chess boy and the others suddenly laughed. Anyway, their ranking was not high, so when they saw that the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and Dbimo were not first, they naturally gloated. Humph. Even though he's the king of scouts, he's merely the commander of scouts. His status is the same as ours. Let's see how formidable he is during the battle of the divine rankings. Dbimo snorted coldly and strode away. That guy is really pissed. Unfortunately, his words made the chess boy and the others laugh sarcastically. As for the falling flowers flowing water sword, he looked deeply into the distance. He was also looking forward to the battle of the divine rankings. He wanted to wash away his previous humiliation. Of course, the chess boy and the others also narrowed their eyes. They also had the same idea. On the other side, Lin Ling followed Commander Xianxia forward. Then Commander Xianxia left. When he returned, he had a fist-sized square fire jade in his hand. This jade looked like a ball of fire. Take it. Even our commander is jealous of this treasure. Xianxia handed the fire jade to Lin Ling with a smile. This was the warm yang vital jade. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly took it. Then, he realized that the fire jade was warm to the touch. It wasn't hot at all. Instead, it felt warm. Try not to let others see this treasure. Otherwise, it will cause trouble. Xianxia exhorted and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. The more he looked at him, the happier he was. Until now, he was still immersed in that moment of exhilaration. He had been recruiting soldiers for many years, and this was the first time he had surpassed his old comrade. Lin Ling, thank you. Back then, you said that relying on yourself is better than relying on others. Today, I believe that sentence. You deserve the title of Scout Commander and Scout King. Xianxia said again. It's all thanks to you, sir. Lin Ling bowed and said. He was wondering if he should announce the Bailing flag. He remembered that the powerful old man had said that the Bailing flag represented the commander and could summon all the commanders. However, after thinking about it, Lin Ling did not intend to announce it for the time being. He did not want to surprise Commander Xianxia again. Moreover, it was useless to say it now. By the way, you have obtained a lot of divine crystals. Use them to cultivate. They can increase your cultivation and also be used to convert boundary essence. However, converting boundary essence will be much more difficult. Xianxia explained. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. Back in his world, the ancient era's powerhouses had fought over divine crystals until their heads bled. The divine crystals were mostly used to increase one's cultivation. As for converting boundary essence, the divine crystals were not very effective. After all, boundary essence needed to be comprehended. Now that you are a commander, you can go to many places in the martial god barracks. However, it's better to increase your strength. Thank you, sir. I know that no matter where, strength is everything. Lin Ling nodded. Men, bring Commander Lin Ling to his residence. Xianxia shouted. Immediately, a soldier walked over. After saluting Lin Ling and Xianxia, the soldier led Lin Ling forward. Not long after, a camp appeared. This was Lin Ling's residence. Commander. There were many soldiers in the camp. At this moment, they looked at Lin Ling and greeted him. These soldiers were all scouts. However, they were not this year's scouts. No need to be so polite. Lin Ling smiled and said. He did not stop and entered the barracks. I heard that this sir is this year's king of scouts. He looks so young. Indeed, young people have great potential. Of course, I heard that this lord has killed 2 lords of the commandery. However, he seems to be very amiable. We will be lucky to follow him in the future. The scouts smiled and said. Not long after, a large number of scouts arrived. They were this year's scouts. A few of them were Lu Chunfeng and the others. Xianxia knew that Lu Chunfeng and the others knew Lin Ling, so they were assigned to the same barracks. Haha, we will continue to follow boss. After Lu Chunfeng entered the camp, he could not help but laugh. Following Lin Ling was undoubtedly better than following other scout commanders. As for Pan Luyun and Xianxia, they heaved a sigh of relief. With boss as their backer, they would not be bullied. After all, they knew that new recruits were not treated well in the martial god barracks. Do you know the new commander? As expected, the faces of the veterans changed and they immediately began to curry favor with them. Lin Ling naturally did not know what was happening outside the barracks. The fire jade appeared in his hand and he smiled faintly at this moment. His mission for this trip had finally been completed. Moreover, he could go back now. All-around improvement. Lin Ling had also gained a lot from this trip to the martial god barracks. In total, he had more than 2,000 deity crystals. No one would complain about having too many deity crystals. Next, Lin Ling was hesitating whether to increase his cultivation level or to comprehend the boundary essence. According to Commander Huang Qi, comprehending the boundary essence would be more difficult. Moreover, if the Martial Emperor realm could not convert all the boundary essence, then he would never be able to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Boundary essence, extract the power of a world. Lin Ling thought of the general of the martial god barracks who could cut a world with a single slash and his blood boiled. Let's see what happens. In the end, Lin Ling did not plan to strengthen that aspect. Instead, he chose to improve all aspects: physical body, cultivation, boundary essence, soul power. Deity crystals had such benefits because they did not come from any world but the boundary essence of the universe. Then, Lin Ling began to refine the deity crystals. Immediately, he felt as if he had come to the universe and could see thousands of worlds. Those worlds were like mirror worlds. Each world was a world. If he could control a world, he would be a world king. In fact, Lin Ling could even see his own world, a world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Suddenly, an ancient voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. It allowed him to see that a grain of sand was actually a world. His left eye emitted a mysterious light. In his pupil, those Tao talismans were swimming, 10,000 elephant demon eyes, one of the universal god eyes. It had no offensive power and only auxiliary power. This was a cultivation cheat. Boom! Lin Ling soon sensed that his godly devil body had improved and there were godly devils roaring behind him. His soul power had also increased, reaching level 550. Most importantly, his cultivation level had also improved. He had entered the 6th stage of the Martial Emperor realm and his laws had increased by 5 million. Moreover, his boundary essence had finally been converted to 20%. This shocking achievement caused huge waves to surge in Lin Ling's heart. The results of this cultivation were too great. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, a beam of green light shot out from his left eye. It was evil and bewitching, but it quickly returned to normal. When Lin Ling sensed the changes in his body, his jaw dropped. This was an all-round improvement. Could it be that with deity crystals, one's cultivation speed would be so fast? However, he noticed that all the divine crystals had been completely exhausted. The God-Devil body has actually reached the 8th grade of the divine rank immortal body, and the strength of the entire body has reached 1000 yu. Lin Ling was shocked again. The Fiend God body came from the Fiend God Overlord body of the Star-Picking Nation. It was something that he had been cultivating for a long time. He did not expect that he would go further and further on the path of cultivating his physical body. Now, it had reached a level that was beyond his imagination. After all, after the immortal body was the Xian body. Could it be that the Fiend God physique had reached the Xian physique? Lin Ling involuntarily shook his head. In this aspect of cultivation, nobody could guide him. He could only rely on himself to fumble about. As for soul force, that was Lin Ling's forte, and it had been slowly increasing. Most importantly, his realm essence had been converted to 20%. In the end, Lin Ling shook his head. Perhaps after obtaining the divine crystal, other people's cultivation speed would also be like this. He could only comfort himself in this way. After leaving the barracks, the sun shone brightly outside. Many experts were cultivating, and their realm essence constantly filled the air. The experts of the martial god realm were indeed powerful. Those people were probably existences that could not be underestimated in any realm. Lord Commander. When they saw Lin Ling, everyone stood up and saluted. Among them, Lu Chungfeng and the others were also present. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He knew that these scouts would listen to his orders in the future. You all continue to cultivate. If the Martial God Battalion has a mission, I will inform you all. After saying his goodbyes, Lin Ling left. In these 3 months, the Lord Commander has been cultivating diligently. As expected of this year's Scout King. Lord Commander, although the Lord Commander is a newcomer, I don't know why I feel pressured when I see him. Could it be because of his position? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Maybe it's his strength that gives you a sense of oppression. Yes. After Lin Ling left, the scouts said one after another. Lu Chungfeng and the others smiled proudly. It seemed that the process of Lin Ling taking charge of this battalion of scouts was very smooth. Lin Ling walked along the Martial God Battalion and found that it was very big. There were many barracks, and each barracks was under the control of a commander. The Grand Commander's position was even higher, and he was in charge of all the other commanders. Greetings, Lord. Along the way, many soldiers saluted Lin Ling. After all, in the barracks, the most important thing was one's status. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. At the same time, he found that there were many female soldiers in the Martial God Battalion. It seemed that the Martial God Battalion did not discriminate between men and women. Is that the Scout King from 3 months ago? It seems that his realm is not high. It doesn't matter if his realm is high or not. At least he created a miracle and killed 2 lords of commanderies. I really envy him. After Lin Ling left, the soldiers discussed animatedly. Of course, it was no wonder that they were surprised. After all, there were many veterans here who had been cultivating for many years. However, Lin Ling was a newcomer who had just arrived and was already above them. They had no choice but to respect him. On the other hand, Lin Ling went to find Grand Commander Huang Qi. He wanted to bid farewell and prepare to return to his own world. Grand Commander Huang Qi's barracks were even bigger. There were soldiers cultivating all around. Moreover, these soldiers were not weak. Many of them were even stronger than Lin Ling. However, when they saw Lin Ling, they saluted respectfully. This was because the Martial God Battalion also valued potential. In the future, Lin Ling might not be weaker than them. Lord. After entering the barracks, Lin Ling immediately saluted. Grand Commander Huang Qi was holding a jug of wine and looking at the sand table. Oh, Lin Ling is here. After a while, Grand Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. However, he was still looking at the sand table. Lin Ling could see that Grand Commander Huang Qi was preparing for a mission. However, as he was not familiar with the Martial God realm, Lin Ling did not ask. Lord, I would like to leave the Martial God Battalion and go home. I hope you can approve. Lin Ling said. You have just become the Scout Commander. There must be many people who are dissatisfied with you behind your back. You should focus on improving your strength first. Let's talk about going home later. You have to at least reach the LV6 Martial Emperor realm to convince the others. Huang Qi frowned. He stopped working and looked at Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of wine. You have reached the rank 6 Martial Emperor realm? A surprised voice came from the barracks. The soldiers outside were dumbfounded. They had not heard Huang Qi's strange voice for a long time. Did something terrifying happen? In fact, Huang Qi was terrified. If he remembered correctly, when he first met Lin Ling was a rank 4 Martial Emperor. Then, during the bandit suppression mission, Lin Ling was a rank 5 Martial Emperor realm. Now, in just 3 months, this guy had reached the rank 6 Martial Emperor realm. This cultivation speed was too fast. If Lin Ling was not in front of him, he would have slapped himself to see if he had seen a ghost. What about your boundary essence? Huang Qi asked in a trembling voice. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations making things difficult. Bang. The wine jug in Huang Qi's hand exploded. Not only did his cultivation level increase, he even changed his boundary essence. This guy was really a freak. For many people, boundary essence could be improved more than once cultivation level. Even if they succeeded, it would take decades or even thousands of years. You can go home now. Huang Qi said speechlessly. Lin Ling's strength had met his requirements. Lin Ling also noticed that not everyone improved as fast as him. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. However, before you go back, you'd better go to the Martial God Lake and find a suitable martial art for yourself. After all, the Martial God Barracks Divine List battle will begin when you return. The Divine List battle is also a battle between soldiers and commanders. If you lose, you might be trampled on by others. Huang Qi said. The barracks spoke based on strength. As a commander, it would be embarrassing if he was defeated by a soldier. Moreover, the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others would definitely want to trample on Lin Ling. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Lin Ling nodded. He was not a newbie and naturally knew that the competition in the barracks was even more intense. Go, Lin Ling. I have high hopes for you. Moreover, you can lead the troops to battle this time. Huang Qi wrote a military order and handed it to Lin Ling. It allowed Lin Ling to lead the troops to battle. However, Lin Ling had the white flag and could actually command all the scouts in the barracks. Even so, he still accepted it with a smile. In this way, Lin Ling could lead his men and leave the Martial God Barracks. Martial God Lake? After leaving the barracks, Lin Ling headed toward the Martial God Lake. Other than the commanders, no one else could get close to that place unless they had outstanding military achievements. Martial arts from all over the world were collected there. It was a place that every new commander had to go. You are Commander Lin Ling? At this moment, several figures suddenly blocked Lin Ling's path and smiled faintly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not know these people. Yes. However, Lin Ling still smiled. I've heard that you're the king of scouts. Oh, you're young, but you've made outstanding military exploits. Tell me, did you do something to become a scout? I've heard that there are no outstanding figures in Commander Huang Qi's camp. Could it be that Commander Huang Qi is secretly helping you? Hehe, it seems possible. Otherwise, how could he have killed the two lords of the commandery? The men in armor suddenly laughed, and their laughter was not soft. Immediately, many people started to gather around them. It was human nature to watch a show. Those are Commander Su Tian's men, they are all veterans. Is this the spark between a veteran and a new recruit? That must be the Scout King, Lin Ling. He looks even younger than I imagined. According to the rules of the army, no matter how dazzling the new recruits are, they still have to salute the veterans respectfully. Many voices rang out quietly. There were even many commanders watching from afar. They were the chess boy and the others. Naturally, they were here to watch a good show. Lin Ling frowned. He guessed that these people were here to make things difficult for him. However, he was puzzled. He did not provoke these people, so why were they making things difficult for him? If you have something to say, just say it. What kind of man are you to beat around the bush? Lin Ling did not hold back anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the men in armor turned ugly. Lin Ling was too arrogant. As a new recruit, shouldn't you have some awareness? One of the men said coldly. Awareness my ass. Lin Ling retorted. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. His big hand reached out to grab them. How dare you? The men did not expect Lin Ling to make a move. He was too arrogant. No matter what, they had been in the Martial God Barracks for 100 years. They were real veterans. However, Lin Ling did not use any law or realm essence. This made them laugh mockingly. It turned out that this guy was just putting on an act. At the same time, the man who had spoken at the beginning threw out a punch. He thought that Lin Ling, a new recruit, was only SOSO. That is Vice Commander Chen Chun from the Flame War world. He is a rank 7 martial emperor. He is not weak. The onlookers did not expect that the two sides would suddenly clash, crack. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling's palm, which seemed weak, blasted Vice Commander Chen Chun's fist away. Moreover, the palm landed on Vice Commander Chen Chun's chest, causing cracks to immediately appear on his armor. Puff, then, a mouthful of blood, which was like a beautiful firework, scattered in the air. Next, the vice commander fell to the ground. As a soldier, you should be straightforward. What kind of hero are you to beat around the bush? After Lin Ling sent the vice commander flying, he took a big step forward and chased after him. You are rebelling. The vice commander was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. This was because Lin Ling's palm did not have any law or realm essence. Why was it so strong? How could he know that Lin Ling's physical strength had greatly increased? With 1,000 universe force, he was comparable to a large number of law force attacks. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling arrived in front of the vice commander and stomped on him, shattering all of his armor with a single stomp. The entire process was overbearing and imposing. The crowd was silent. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling was more like an iron blood warrior. If there was a disagreement, he would directly use his strength. This thunderous method was shocking. You are courting death. When the rest of the people came to their senses, they all rushed towards Lin Ling. How dare you, as soldiers, not only did you not bow when you saw me, a commander, but you actually dared to offend your superior. Lin Ling stared at them and shouted angrily, dang dang dang. Hearing this, the soldiers all stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move again. Although Lin Ling was a recruit, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was also a commander. All of you kneel down and slap yourselves 3 times. Lin Ling shouted again. Bullshit, we are Commander Su Tian's men. We are not under your control. The vice commander's pupils constricted and he anxiously shouted. Unfortunately, Lin Ling sneered, then are you going to kneel or not? If I remember correctly, in the martial god camp, if you offend your superior and refuse to repent, you will be beheaded and placed outside the martial god camp. So, those who do not obey, kill. When the word kill fell, everyone's hearts jumped. Lin Ling was ruthless enough. Kneel, quickly kneel. The vice commander finally knew that although Lin Ling was a recruit, he was also someone who had seen the wind and waves. Moreover, he was a ruthless character. Lin Ling lifted the vice commander up with one hand and said with a smile, "Can you tell me now?" "Commander, in fact, we are just small soldiers. We were entrusted by someone. Please don't take it to heart." The vice commander's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he spoke. "Try spouting nonsense again." Lin Ling's smile became even more brilliant, but it was filled with a chill. I wouldn't dare. The vice commander hurriedly said, "It was Commander Su Tian who asked me to find you. He is inviting you over." The main character had finally appeared. Commander Su Tian is Lord Su's brother. However, the deputy commander's next sentence finally made Lin Ling understand the other party's intentions. Lord Su had been killed by Lin Ling, so Commander Su Tian would definitely not let him off. "Lead the way." Lin Ling threw the deputy commander aside and kicked the kneeling soldiers at the same time. Those people did not dare to say anything and quickly led the way. The onlookers also followed, looking forward to the clash between the new commander and the old commander. This guy seems low-key, but he's not someone to be trifled with. The chess boy and the others' faces changed drastically. All along, Lin Ling gave them the impression that he was a man of few words, as if he was a youth who had never left the house. But now, they felt that they were wrong. That guy's viciousness was obviously accumulated through many trials and tribulations. Not long after, Lin Ling came to a barracks, and there were even more soldiers here. Obviously, the commander called Su Tian had a deeper foundation than Lin Ling, and he had more soldiers under him. From afar, Lin Ling saw a man with long hair and red armor sitting there. There was a red sword beside him, and the red sword was like a giant ruler, majestic and awe-inspiring. "You must be Commander Su Tian. If you want to make things difficult for me, please send someone stronger. Don't embarrass yourself with trash like this." After Lin Ling arrived, he immediately shouted coldly and kicked the deputy commander and the others. Seeing that, the entire barracks fell silent. All of the soldiers were enraged, and they all grabbed their weapons. Too arrogant, he dared to be so arrogant in their barracks. Even the man in red armor was shocked. Without a doubt, he was completely enraged. He had specially sent someone to invite Lin Ling here. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually come, but he also gave him a show of strength. Most importantly, there were many people in the barracks watching, and there were also many commanders. If news of this spread, these people would definitely laugh at him, because if he could not even deal with a recruit, he, Su Tian, would lose face. "How dare you, you know who I am." Su Tian kicked the giant sword at his feet and shouted coldly after holding it. "Stop pretending in front of me. You are a commander, and I am also a commander. What are you pretending for?" Lin Ling was not afraid at all. For trouble that came to his door, he would use his strength to fight. Over the years, he had long been used to this kind of challenge. "You want to avenge your brother, right? Sure, why don't we have a battle? Victory or defeat will be decided in 10 moves. Lin Ling spoke again. This was turning the tables. Hearing this, Su Tian was stunned. Shouldn't he be the one to say those words? Who was the master? The crowd was also dumbfounded. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. "Do you dare or not?" Lin Ling asked calmly. "Audacious. What qualifications do you have to speak in front of Commander Su Tian? You're just a new recruit." From their point of view, this Scout King was simply courting death. "Do you dare or not?" Lin Ling did not look at the soldiers and said calmly. Su Tian stared at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Although Lin Ling was this year's king of scouts, he had been training in the martial god barracks for 100 years. Lin Ling was just a recruit to him. Whether it was prestige or strength, he was much better than Lin Ling. Commander Lin Ling, it's best if you don't act recklessly. An old commander looked at Lin Ling and advised him. He felt that Lin Ling was too impulsive. This was because they knew that Commander Su Tian was a rank 8 martial emperor. Moreover, he had converted 20% of his realm origin and cultivated the realm origin martial arts. He could explode 30% of his realm origin. No matter how outstanding Lin Ling was, he was no match for Commander Su Tian. Shut up, this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. However, Lin Ling did not give the commanders any face at all. It has nothing to do with us? We tried to persuade him with good intentions, but this guy did not know how to appreciate it. He will suffer. Arrogant people will kick an iron plate sooner or later. The commanders were stunned for a moment before they reprimanded Lin Ling one after another. As for the chess boy and the others, they sneered. Even they did not dare to provoke the old commanders. Lin Ling, this recruit, was really brave. The upcoming show would definitely be exciting. Do you really want to fight with me? Su Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. Some grudges, even if not settled now, will have to be settled in the future. Since that is the case, why not settle it directly? Lin Ling smiled and said, however, you're wasting my time as well. So, if we really want to fight, why don't we make a bet with 1,000 divine crystals? If I haven't lost after 10 moves, then you win, and vice versa. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire barracks fell silent. 1,000 divine crystals was a huge sum of money. After all, the martial god barracks had only rewarded Lin Ling with 1,000 divine crystals when he became the Scout King. This clearly showed how precious divine crystals were. Su Tian also sucked in a breath of cold air. The stakes were huge. He frowned and said, why should I bet? Actually, his entire wealth was only 1,000 divine crystals. Moreover, he had accumulated them for many years. So, it would definitely hurt his heart to bet with it. Didn't you understand what I said? Because you are wasting my time. So, do you think I will fight you without 1,000 divine crystals? However, you probably don't dare to fight me. Lin Ling shook his head and spoke with a tone filled with disdain. These words carried an element of provocation. As a commander, Su Tian was naturally experienced. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words? Unfortunately, so what if he understood it? Because if he did not gamble, it meant that he did not dare. An old commander being afraid of a new commander, if word got out, he would not be able to put down his face. Bet with him. We will also raise the stakes. At this moment, the old commanders on the side said coldly as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and said, sure, I will take as many divine crystals as you have. I was waiting for you to say that. The commanders laughed excitedly and took out their divine crystals in preparation for the next bet. At this moment, Su Tian clearly had no choice but to accept the challenge. He could only take out 1,000 divine crystals with heartache. Commander Su, you don't have to be afraid of him. He is only a rank 6 martial emperor. No matter how powerful he is, he can only convert 10% of his divine crystals. You have already converted 20% of your divine crystals. Moreover, your Red River sword is not weak. It can erupt with 30% of your divine crystals. That's right, you will definitely win. I will bet 100 divine crystals on you. The old commanders seemed to be targeting Lin Ling, but in reality, they also wanted to win money. When the surrounding people heard the analysis, they were all moved. This was a chance for them to get some change. We will also bet 10 divine crystals, 50 divine crystals. The camp suddenly became lively. Even Su Tian was stunned. However, he laughed heartily and said, everyone, place your bets. This is a sure win. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd became even more excited. Everyone bet that Lin Ling would lose. Even the chess boy and the others did so. Although the bets were small, they added up to 3,000 divine crystals. This made Lin Ling chuckle to himself. I will bet 1 divine crystal on you winning. Unable to draw his sword, this beautiful girl was the little princess of Square Commandery, Tang Yue. Lin Ling was somewhat stunned as he said, you trust me so much? That's not the case. I can't wait for you to lose because you snatched my military merits. However, I bet on you to win because I'm rewarding you with a divine crystal so that a slave like you won't have to run around naked after losing. Tang Yue said proudly. It was actually because she pitied Lin Ling that she bet on Lin Ling to win. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Haha. However, there was a great deal of laughter in the camp. Moreover, everyone was rubbing their hands as if they had already reaped a great harvest. Wait a moment. If I win, will you be able to give me that many divine crystals? You should know that we have 3,000 deity crystals now. That's a huge sum, said Su Tian indifferently. The crowd's eyes lit up. Su Tian was indeed an officer, he was very meticulous. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of fire jade appeared in his hand. If you're poor, then forget it. Don't treat me like you are. It's warm yang elemental jade. Looking at the fiery red jade, the old commanders narrowed their eyes. That treasure was extremely precious. On the other hand, Su Tian's face was a little ugly. He never thought that Lin Ling would be so rich and overbearing, directly giving him a ruthless slap. It was as if he was really down and out. Is that enough? Do you want to see if it's genuine? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Enough, enough. Those old commanders all said shamelessly, as if they were slaves. All right, let's begin. Lin Ling didn't want to talk too much nonsense and said directly. Everyone made way for them as they stared nervously at Lin Ling and Su Tian. They did not know which of the two commanders was more powerful. Of course, they continuously analyzed, but they all believed that Commander Su Tian would definitely win. At the same time, Su Tian's long hair fluttered as he raised the red sword in his hand. The sword scabbard was a fiery red color and was filled with a domineering aura. Before he even drew his sword, the entire camp was shaken. It was as if a world was pressing down from the sky. Lin Ling stared at Commander Su Tian, and realized that the other party's aura, realm, and boundary essence were all not weak. His left eye quietly appeared and analyzed in secret. Su Tian's realm was higher than his, but Lin Ling was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. Every major domain was extremely heaven-defying, and in terms of boundary essence, both of them had converted 20%, but Su Tian's sword was somewhat extraordinary. It seemed to be able to increase the power of boundary essence by 10%, therefore, if Lin Ling lost, it would be because of that sword. Lin Ling was amazed as he analyzed. His left eye's analytical ability was too strong. In other words, as long as he could seal that sword, Lin Ling would win. You're the king of scouts, so you shouldn't be weak. However, compared to me, you're still far behind. At this moment, Su Tian said indifferently. Not bad. Lin Ling directly admitted. These words surprised Su Tian, because Lin Ling admitted defeat so quickly. However, don't think that I will underestimate you just because you admit defeat. I, Su Tian, have fought with the martial god camp and have never underestimated my opponent. Therefore, I will use my full strength. Su Tian said again. As expected of Commander Su Tian, defeat him. Use the Red River sword. With one sword, the Red River will appear. Hearing Su Tian's words, a large number of cheers came from the camp. I also hope that you will use your full strength. Lin Ling slowly pulled out his sword, causing many people's eyes to light up. Because Lin Ling was also using a large sword, this was a large sword against a large sword, even Su Tian's eyes flashed. This was an ingenious confrontation. In the martial god camp, only I, Su Tian, use an ancient sword as a weapon, and you are the second. However, in the martial god camp, only one person can use an ancient sword. Your sword, break for me. Su Tian's aura became more and more ferocious. Unparalleled boundary essence also erupted. This was 20% of boundary essence. Seeing this, the chess boy and the others immediately shook their heads. Lin Ling, how could they fight? As for the old commanders, they had cold smiles on their faces. 20% of boundary essence was just the beginning. The moment Su Tian drew his sword, it was 30% of boundary essence. Boom, almost as soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the Red River sword began to tremble. The Red River realm's realm origin energy swept out in a mighty manner. Plop, before the sword was drawn, the weak soldiers were directly shocked to the point of sitting on the ground. However, at this moment, Lin Ling moved, the 9 steps of celestial and demon appeared, his sword was also drawn. Of course, compared to the Red River sword, his tyrannical song sword was clearly much dimmer. However, just as Su Tian was about to draw his sword, a sword stabbed towards him. Weak strength, weak sword, I don't know how you became a commander. Su Tian smiled disdainfully. With a glance, he could tell that the sword was very ordinary. Then, he wanted to break Lin Ling's sword and even cut off Lin Ling's head. However, at this moment, a sword light flashed over. It was not piercing towards him, but towards his Red River sword. At this moment, Su Tian's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was not aiming to defeat him, but to pierce his Red River sword. What a joke. His Red River sword was a 6-star immortal weapon. How could Lin Ling's broken sword pose a threat to his Red River sword? However, although that sword did not pose a threat, it was obvious that Su Tian could not draw his sword. If he wanted to draw his sword, then his right arm would be pierced by Lin Ling's sword. At the critical moment, he took a step back and his right hand reached for the Red River sword again. However, Lin Ling followed him like a shadow and stabbed his sword again. His goal was still his Red River sword. Bastard! Su Tian finally let out a roar. Lin Ling's attack was very fierce. He gave up on drawing his sword, and his right hand slapped out fiercely. 20% of his realm essence roared, and that power caused the entire camp to be swept away by a strong wind. In fact, the barracks were rolling in the sky like straw. However, Lin Ling still stabbed his sword. Rumble, the sword and palm collided, and the realm essence erupted, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. Moreover, they frantically retreated. That power was too terrifying. 20% of realm essence. The first collision caused Su Tian's expression to change drastically. He never expected that Lin Ling also had 20% of realm essence. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword looked ordinary, but it was extremely powerful, as if it had the power of 1,000 caddies. This guy's physical strength is very terrifying. It makes up for the gap between his realm and mine. It seems that I have to use my sword to kill him. Su Tian's attack failed, and the coldness in his heart became stronger. No wonder Lin Ling dared to fight. It turned out that he had converted 20% of his realm essence. However, he had 30% of his realm essence. Lin Ling couldn't cause any waves in front of him. Go to hell, Red River Realm Song. His right hand quickly drew his sword, but he was fast, but Lin Ling was faster. Before he even drew his sword, Lin Ling had already stabbed his sword towards his Red River sword. As a result, Su Tian failed again. He frantically retreated, and his expression became more and more unsightly. Suddenly, his pupils trembled fiercely. He suddenly understood Lin Ling's intention. Because Lin Ling didn't let him use his sword. Yes, his sword was indeed more powerful, but if he couldn't use his sword, then what was the use? You! Su Tian couldn't help but shout angrily. He never expected that Lin Ling actually knew his weakness. Commander Su Tian, you don't have many moves left. Going back on his words. You're despicable. Su Tian was infuriated. The crowd watched the battle between the two with their mouths wide open. Lin Ling hadn't been defeated yet? What was going on? Heavens, he broke Su Tian's Red River sword. Not allowing Commander Su Tian to use his sword is equivalent to crippling one of Su Tian's arms. Those old commanders were indeed powerful. They gradually saw through Lin Ling's intentions. As soon as they finished speaking, the entire camp exploded, especially the chess boy and the others. Every one of them had their mouths wide open. They never expected that Lin Ling would have such a move to defeat the enemy. Indeed, they knew that Su Tian had 30% of his realm essence and only needed one sword to defeat Lin Ling. However, they missed the point. If the sword couldn't be used, then what was the use of a sharp sword? Of course, it was easy to say. In fact, if it was any one of them, they couldn't do it. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed relaxed, but in fact, it was extremely dangerous. Because as long as Su Tian used his sword, Lin Ling would die. One thought to hell, one thought to heaven. Lin Ling was dancing between heaven and hell. This guy is crazy enough. None of the onlookers didn't admire him. The eighth move. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Su Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat and his teeth were chattering. Obviously, he was furious. He could have won, but he just couldn't draw his sword. Every time he wanted to draw his sword, Lin Ling's sword would be one step faster than his. Unless he didn't want his right arm anymore and risked having it cut off by Lin Ling, he would continue to draw his sword, but he couldn't use his sword. This depressed feeling almost made him vomit blood. As a commander, you should know yourself and know your enemy. You can't sweep away your enemy just because you have a powerful method. Sometimes, an insignificant soldier can decide the outcome of the battle. Commander Su Tian, you have lost. 10th move. At this moment, an ear-piercing and low voice drifted out, rumble. In the next moment, the two palms collided in the camp. Terrifying gales swept out, as if two worlds were colliding. Plop, a large number of people fell to the ground from the powerful impact, but they couldn't care less about the pain in their buttocks. Their eyes were fixed in front of him. Amidst the sharp wind, two figures stood there calmly. One of them slowly sheathed his sword, while the other finally drew his sword. The person who had sheathed the sword was Lin Ling. The person who pulled out the sword was Su Tian. He finally pulled out his sword, but 10 moves had already passed. He won. Lin Ling actually won. After a moment of silence, a horrified voice finally drifted out. However, it exploded and silenced the entire camp. Yes, Lin Ling won. Moreover, he had defeated the strong as the weak and won beautifully. The faces of the commanders and soldiers paled. They had lost a battle that they were sure to win. Their divine crystals had all been stolen by Lin Ling. They instinctively looked towards Commander Su Tian, and they noticed that the latter was holding his sword and gritting his teeth as he stood there. You finally drew your sword. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. This sentence was extremely sarcastic, and it made Commander Su Tian seem like a clown. He'd risked his life to draw his sword, and he'd only succeeded when he lost. This scene was like a play. Lin Ling shook his head and walked towards the other side. I'll say the same thing again. As a commander, you shouldn't underestimate any soldier on the battlefield. This time, it's just a spar. If a real battle arrives, then your carelessness will cause all your soldiers to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrived before the soldier who was in charge of guarding the divine crystals and stretched out his hand. The soldier had a reverent expression as he handed over all the divine crystals with both hands. Thank you. Lin Ling received it with a smile. He fished out 2 divine crystals and tossed them to Tang Yue. This is your reward. It's a pity that you bet too little on me. Otherwise, you could have made a huge profit. Tang Yue was stunned when she heard this. She'd only bet on Lin Ling because she pitied Lin Ling. Who knew that she'd become the only winner? She didn't want Lin Ling to win at all. As for the others, they all had bitter expressions and their bodies were trembling, especially Commander Su Tian. He lost so much that he went bankrupt. Wait. As he watched Lin Ling leave in a carefree manner, Su Tian finally roared, those divine crystals are the blood and sweat of all our commanders. You can't take them away. That's right, let's drop this matter. Leave the divine crystals behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of the camp. Guards. The other old commanders all shouted angrily and waved their hands. Clap, clap, clap. A large number of footsteps were heard and the entire camp was surrounded. One had to know that each commander was in charge of a barrack. There were more than 10 of them here, so naturally, there would be a lot of soldiers. Those commanders didn't want Lin Ling to leave with the divine crystals. They weren't willing to accept this. With someone helping him, Commander Su Tian sneered, you're still too inexperienced. Although you're a commander, you shouldn't have provoked so many commanders at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He didn't expect the other party to go back on their words. One had to know that if he lost this bet, he'd have to hand over the Warm Sun Origin Jade. What if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling frowned and said. Then let's ask them. Commander Su Tian laughed loudly and spread his arms. Hundreds responded to his call. Then you won't be able to walk out of the camp. The entire camp erupted in a loud voice. All the soldiers were shouting loudly. This kind of shouting undoubtedly made Commander Su Tian and the others laugh excitedly. Obviously, they were bullying him with numbers. Lin Ling probably had no way out. He couldn't go against everyone's wishes unless he didn't want to stay in the martial god's barracks. Are you going to hand it over or not? Commander Su Tian stroked his chin and said amidst the loud cheers. The chess boy and the others shook their heads. Although Lin Ling was a commander, compared to Su Tian and the others, a recruit like Lin Ling didn't have much prestige. It seemed that Lin Ling could only hand over the divine crystals in a depressed manner. Under countless mocking gazes, Lin Ling nodded and slowly fished out something from his chest. Many people thought that Lin Ling had given in. It seemed that no matter how arrogant a recruit was, he would still have to obediently bow his head in front of a veteran, but in the next moment, a white banner appeared in Lin Ling's hand and was waved by Lin Ling. I asked you to hand over the divine crystals. What are you doing with a broken banner? That's a white banner. Are you surrendering? Su Tian was stunned for a moment before he suddenly burst into laughter. He thought that Lin Ling had gone mad from anger. Haha, unfortunately, what's the use of surrendering? Stop waving it. No matter how you wave it, you still have to hand over the divine crystals. What a beautiful white flag. I bet a piece of divine crystal. I don't want that divine crystal. Give me that white flag. The crowd was also laughing loudly. There was even a soldier who wanted to gain the favor of the commander. He swaggered over to Lin Ling and snatched the banner from Lin Ling's hands. Yo, a small banner with good workmanship. You're waving it. Are you trying to call for reinforcements? Unfortunately, you should use a token instead of waving a white banner. You're so stupid. The soldier sized up the white banner and said with disdain, although the workmanship is good, it's a pity that the embroidery on it is too simple. A banner like this isn't worth much. Bai Ling flagged the soldier continued to gain the favor of the commander. He placed the white flag on his back and smiled proudly. Sir, do I look like an infantry commander? The moment he said that, the entire barracks burst into laughter. However, no one noticed that the white flag was emitting a faint light. Unfortunately, the light was too weak. On the other hand, the jade tokens on the waists of the chess boy and the others started to flicker. Even the jade tokens of all the scouts started to flicker, except for those who were in seclusion and those who weren't in the martial god barracks. It felt as if something was ordering them around. The chess boy and the others were shocked. Could it be that a great figure was summoning them? However, they didn't think too much about it. It was just a summoning and there was no mission, so there was no rush. Commander Lin Ling, hand over the divine crystal. At this moment, Su Tian stepped forward and pointed his sword at Lin Ling. Hand over the divine crystal. Under his voice, all the commanders shouted loudly. Even the soldiers in the barracks shouted loudly. Their voices were like the roar of war drums. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. The Bai Ling flag didn't have any effect. This was beyond his imagination. Do you regret it now? His appearance undoubtedly made Su Tian think that Lin Ling was scared silly. Since you're so stubborn, then stay here. Su Tian finally drew his sword. 30% of his realm origin was roaring. Although Lin Ling wasn't weak, they had so many commanders on their side. Why would they fear Lin Ling? However, at this moment, a terrifying aura pressed down. It was as if millions of soldiers were roaring. A fierce wind blew in the barracks. Su Tian's expression changed. It was as if he had seen the realm master. He almost couldn't hold his sword firmly. Footsteps sounded. A burly figure walked in like a war god. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took formed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was an illusion of thunder. What are all of you doing? Why are all of you indifferent when there is a mission from the barracks? The figure was an old man in black armor. His spine was straight, and his gaze was like lightning. He was like a thunder god. Commander Ling Hu. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That old man was the superior above Falling Flowers and Water Sword's head. It was said that he came from the Thunder World and could control the power of the Thunder World. Humph. Unfortunately, in the face of everyone's greetings, the old man coldly snorted. Previously, he had sensed that an order had been issued, and that order was actually to summon all the scouts. Therefore, he had rushed over to see what the mission was. However, who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he would see a large army gathered here. He didn't know what they were doing. Are you trying to rebel? The old man shouted again, causing all the soldiers to tremble in fear. Sir, it's not like that. That recruit cheated us of our divine crystals, so we called on our subordinates to stop him. Su Tian hurriedly saluted. No matter why this grand commander had come, he would definitely put a big hat on Lin Ling first. Not bad, this recruit is really ruthless. Yes, all of us have been cheated of our divine crystals by that recruit. The other commanders also spoke respectfully. In their opinion, that old man definitely didn't come for Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications. Sure enough, the old man's roar was like a thunderclap. Don't talk about such trivial matters. I'm asking you, who issued the mission? Hearing that, Su Tian and the others relaxed. It seemed that this Grand Commander really didn't come for Lin Ling. We don't know about that, but don't worry, Grand Commander. If there's a mission, we'll definitely be the first to go to the front lines. Su Tian flattered. The old man didn't pay attention to him at all. His gaze swept across the crowd, and then it fell on a soldier. That soldier was like a clown, and there was a flag on his body. Was he dancing, huh? That flag looked familiar. It seemed to be the military command flag that only Lord Huangfu Yidao had. Was that the white command flag? However, why would such a flag appear on a clown? Where did the flag on your body come from? The old man's expression clearly turned solemn, and even his voice sounded nervous. However, the soldier was even more nervous than him. He couldn't have provoked the thunder god, right? He said nervously, "This flag isn't mine. I saw that it was exquisite, so I wore it for fun. This silly flag belongs to Lin Ling." Su Tian also sensed that something was wrong with the old man, so he hurriedly said. In his opinion, this flag must have violated a great taboo by provoking the old man, so he naturally distanced himself from it. That's right, it belongs to that recruit. This guy is a man, but he actually embroidered the flag. However, the embroidery on the flag isn't bad. Unfortunately, the pattern is too simple, so it's not worth much. Grand Commander, if you don't like this flag, I'll destroy it for you. As a soldier, he embroidered the flag. How shameful. It looks like the owner of this flag is also a woman. The other commanders flattered one after another. The old man's eyes widened as he finally looked at Lin Ling. You're saying that this flag belongs to him? That's right. Other than an idiot like him, who else in the army would play with flags? Su Tian nodded immediately. It's his. The old man's voice was trembling. Of course, he knew that this was the white command flag. It was personally issued by Lord Huangfu. In the entire military camp, not many people were qualified to own it, and to own a white command flag meant that one was a Grand Commander. Their status was the same as theirs. In fact, their status was even higher than that of ordinary Grand Commanders. Grand Commander, if you don't like this flag, I'll destroy it for you. Su Tian saw the old man's body trembling, so he hurriedly flattered him. Furthermore, he came in front of the soldier, snatched the flag, and threw it on the ground. Most importantly, he stomped on it a few times. All right. The other commanders all laughed. This action should be able to make the old man happy. You stomped on this flag? The old man's eyes widened as his body trembled even more. That's right. For Grand Commander, I'm willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Tian puffed out his chest and said. Unfortunately, he didn't know that what followed next was not to ask for praise, but to be greeted with anger. I'll stomp on your whole family. The old man was like a furious thunder god. He took a big step forward, arrived in front of Su Tian, and slapped him. Rumble, the Thunder Realm energy exploded as if a world had exploded. Su Tian was directly smashed into the ground, leaving only his head outside. He kept vomiting blood. Seeing this, the entire barracks fell silent. What happened, however, in their eyes, the old man carefully picked up the white flag and wiped away the footprints on it. Only then did he turn around and walk toward Lin Ling. The entire process was done carefully, as if he was afraid of damaging the flag. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Commander Lin Ling. He handed the flag to Lin Ling with both hands, his voice extremely polite, because he knew that Lin Ling's status was actually higher than his, because Lin Ling was personally awarded the military merit by General Huangfu. This. Everyone's eyes widened. Some even rubbed their eyes, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Was that stupid white flag worth the old man personally wiping it? From today onwards, we are allies. My name is Ling Hu Lei. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Ling Hu. The old man's next sentence almost caused everyone to vomit blood. What the hell was going on? The commander actually took the initiative to befriend Lin Ling. Unfortunately, what surprised them was yet to come. The old man smiled and bowed. In the future, I hope you can take care of me. In the old man's heart, Lin Ling was obviously valued by General Huangfu. He would be a fool if he did not curry favor with such a promising junior. Take care of him? All the soldiers felt that the world was in chaos. Many of them even bit their lips until they bled. Only then did they realize that this was not a dream. Sir, why? Su Tian was buried in the ground, leaving only his head exposed. At this moment, he shouted unwillingly. However, the old man ignored him and continued to smile at Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling, you don't know how to use the white flag, right? Try activating it with your boundary energy. In reality, Lin Ling did not know how to use it. Therefore, after hearing the old man's words, he immediately channeled his boundary energy into the flag. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly and the flag in Lin Ling's hand became huge. It made him look like a charging soldier, holding the flag with one hand and shouting, "This was the king of the army. All scouts, listen to my orders. Come immediately." A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, bang bang bang. In the military camp, some of the soldiers who were scouts felt their military badges vibrate at this moment. A voice that sounded like the mandate of heaven rang out. Even the chess boy was no exception. What was even more terrifying was that not only this camp, but all the scouts in the martial gods battalion rushed over. Other than those who were in seclusion or in the secret realm, all the other scouts rushed over. In just a short period of time, the barracks was surrounded. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 100,000 scouts. This terrifying scene made Su Tian and the rest of them were ashen. They still did not understand what was going on. However, being surrounded by people made them panicked. Lin Ling was also surprised by the power of the white flag. He quickly looked at the old man. The old man suddenly smiled. I don't know what happened before, and I don't want to know. Brother Lin Ling, I won't help you with this. As soon as he said that, Lin was shocked. Lin Ling was? Everyone was was? However, the old man suddenly said seriously, because you can solve it yourself. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally laughed. Yes, he could handle it himself because he was the great commander. He immediately said in a cold voice, brothers, someone is trying to slander me. What do you think? Kill. Their loud and orderly shouts resounded outside the camp like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It was like an army was pressing down on them. Su Tian's body was trembling while the other commanders were scared to the point they fell to the ground. Up until now, they still did not know what was going on. They only knew that Lin Ling was like the king of the army. Earlier, these commanders had joined forces and used the soldiers in the camp to force Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling had returned the favor and made even more soldiers surround the barracks. Lin Ling was telling them that they were not qualified to compete in numbers. Amidst the crowd, the chess boy, Tang Yue, and the others were flabbergasted because they had been summoned by the order as well. Their status was that of a commander. Even with this status, they were summoned. Did this mean that Lin Ling was a commander? Defying your superiors, refusing to mend your ways, and secretly gathering soldiers is a serious crime. However, since you have contributed meritorious service to the martial god camp, I'll spare you the death penalty today. However, you can't escape punishment. Every one of you will be whipped 3,000 times and stripped of your commander's position. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out amidst the deafening noise. Thump, the hearts of the commanders pounded violently. One had to know that the position of commander was not something that could be obtained easily. Moreover, they had long been accustomed to the status of a superior. However, from today onwards, they would be reduced to a small soldier. This was more painful than being killed. Sir, I can't accept this. Lin Ling is just a new recruit. What right does he have to strip us of our positions? Su Tian roared loudly, causing the commander beside him to roar furiously as well. Haha. Lin Ling laughed and raised the flag in his hand. Based on everyone's voices. Strip us of our commander's position. Under his flag, all the scouts shouted loudly. In fact, they didn't know why they had to listen to Lin Ling's words. However, their military tokens told them that they had to listen to the orders of their superior. Otherwise, they would be punished according to the military rules. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Sometimes, they didn't need to understand why their superior was doing this. They only needed to know the order. As for the soldiers under Su Tian's banner, their faces were pale. They glanced at Su Tian, then stared at Lin Ling, and finally followed suit. Strip us of our commander's position. Now, Su Tian's soldiers had become Lin Ling's soldiers. Su Tian and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. If you don't mend your ways, every one of you will be whipped 10,000 times and sent to raise horses. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. No. I can't accept this. Sir Linghu, please uphold justice for us. Su Tian and the others roared angrily again. They were going to raise horses? They were even inferior to small soldiers? Sigh. Hearing those words, the old man shook his head. In fact, you have contributed to the martial god barracks, so the previous punishment was indeed a little heavy. As soon as he said this, hope rose in Su Tian and the others' hearts. However, he's not someone you can provoke. Even I can't provoke him. However, the old man's next sentence directly sent them to prison, never to be free. You are the commanders of the martial god barracks, so you don't know about the black flag, white flag, and so on. The white flag is a title personally conferred by Sir Huangfu. In the entire martial god barracks, only a few people are qualified, and the one who holds the flag is the Grand Commander. Boom! Following the old man's last sentence, the entire barracks exploded. Everyone finally knew how terrifying that flag was. The white flag was conferred by the general himself and represented the position of the Grand Commander. This meant that Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, yet they actually besieged the Grand Commander. Did they have a death wish? Plop! The chess boy and the others were stunned and fell to the ground in fright. No wonder they were also summoned. Lin Ling was their superior. Valkyrie Lake. This was especially true for the soldier who had stuck the white flag behind his back. He was so frightened that he sat down. Furthermore, the smell of urine wafted out from his pants. Had he been toying with Bai Lingji? Did he just mock Bai Lingji? This was a violation of military rules. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to kill him. Everyone involved in this matter will be whipped 5,000 times. Lin Ling issued another order. He would not show mercy to his enemies. In fact, if it wasn't for the old man beside him, he would have killed them long ago. He still had to give some face to that old man. However, to be stripped of their commander status and to raise horses, this punishment was actually more painful than killing them. After all, Su Tian and the rest must have offended a lot of people, and now that they were in dire straits, those soldiers who were bullied in the past would definitely become the masters. Plop! Following his voice, more people fell to the ground in fright. The other soldiers looked at Lin Ling with reverence, as if they were looking at the true king of scouts, the rising star of the martial god battalion. Many commanders in the other areas of the martial gods battalion were flabbergasted as well. After all, not just anyone could summon so many soldiers. Lin Ling's harvest this time was quite good, so he didn't stay for long and left the barracks. That man by the name of Ling Hulei also followed with a smile on his face. Of course, while he appeared to be very amiable on the surface, his heart was still rumbling. Of course he recognized Lin Ling. He knew that he was one of Huang Qi's soldiers. Who would have thought that this Lin Ling would actually be valued by Lord Huangfu, and was now on equal footing with him? Congratulations. From today onwards, Brother Huang Qi will have to call you brother. After all, not just anyone can possess a white command flag. Ling Hulei said with a smile. There was no trace of arrogance in his tone. Thank you for your reminder, old brother Linghu. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to use this white flag. Lin Ling said politely. No, you're too polite. Ling Hulei hurriedly waved his hand. How could he dare to claim credit for himself? He smiled and said, Brother Lin Ling, you've soared to the heavens in one fell swoop. However, you still have to go to the martial god lake. That's where we should be going this time, right? Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Hee, every new member of the martial god battalion will have the opportunity to go to the martial god lake. The martial god lake has a collection of martial arts from 10,000 worlds. It's vast, boundless, and profound. However, it's not easy to obtain the martial arts of the martial god lake. Ling Hulei narrowed his old eyes and said meaningfully. Lin Ling immediately sensed something and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I hope elder brother can give me some pointers. Haha, there's no need to talk about pointers. That's because the martial god lake has accumulated too many boundary origin martial arts. Therefore, the boundary origin is extremely vast. Those who aren't strong can only obtain ordinary boundary origin martial arts. If you want better boundary origin martial arts, you'll need the help of the chief guard of the martial god lake. Ling Hulei laughed and said. What elder brother Ling Hu means is that if I take a fancy to a good boundary origin martial art, I only need the chief guard to help me? Lin Ling asked. However, Ling Hulei shook his head. That's not true, that's not true. Others can do that, but old brother Lin Ling doesn't need to. This is because the white flag is able to withstand 5 world essence attacks at the martial god lake. This flag is extremely fierce. Lord Huangfu should have told you that this flag can withstand 3 world king attacks. Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder brother Ling Hu, are you saying that as long as I take a fancy to a martial art, I can take it? Younger brother Lin Ling is truly intelligent. Ling Hulei smiled and nodded. Then, he said, I hope that younger brother Lin Ling won't tell Lord Huangfu about what happened in the barracks. Before, Bai Lingqi had been ignored by everyone. If Huangfu Yidao were to learn of this, then Ling Hulei would be whipped. What happened before? What happened? I forgot. Lin Ling blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Haha. Ling Hulei immediately laughed. This Lin Ling really knew how to conduct himself. This meant that Lin Ling wouldn't tell Lord Huangfu about what happened before. Ling Hulei couldn't help but sigh. This was because when he saw Lin Ling's youth, he thought that Lin Ling was frivolous and arrogant. But who knew that Lin Ling was also a shrewd person? This meant that Lin Ling had experienced many trials and tribulations. He was much calmer and more reserved than the geniuses of the various worlds. After the two exchanged a few words, Lin Ling headed towards the martial god lake. As long as he could find the boundary origin martial arts he needed, Lin Ling could return to his hometown. Lin Ling, are you also going to the martial god lake? On the way, Lin Ling met 3 familiar faces. They were Fairy Xianxia and the others. After chatting for a while, they also moved forward together. After all, they were this year's new recruits. Going to the martial god lake was their primary goal. The martial god lake was at the center of the martial god barracks. Looking at it, the lake was extremely majestic. There was a huge black hole in the sky, and lake water was constantly flowing out, forming a mysterious secret realm. Being in the martial god lake was like being in a secret realm. At this moment, a large number of young people were standing around the martial god lake, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. These young people were clearly this year's new recruits. In addition to the scouts, there were also cavalry, spearmen, shieldmen, sword-shield soldiers, archers, and soldiers. If these soldiers were placed in any other world, they would be extremely powerful existences. However, in the martial god world, they were merely fledgling cultivators. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect there to be so many people. Before our scout mission, the cavalry also had a mission, as did the archers and shieldmen. Fairy Xianxia said from the side. It seems like the martial god lake's martial arts are really amazing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come. Lu Chungfeng stared at the huge ancient lake in front of him. At this moment, the ancient lake was extremely quiet. Only a large number of voices could be heard from the shore. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, the black hole in the sky seemed to have burst a dam, and a large amount of lake water flowed out. Moreover, in the lake water, an extremely dazzling light was flowing with the waves. It's mine! Someone shouted angrily and pounced towards the lake water. With a grab of his right hand, the light fell into his hand. First grade low-tier boundary origin martial art, Rushing Bull Realm's boundary origin bull palm. That person shouted excitedly. On the shore, some people were envious, some people were disdainful. A first-grade low-tier boundary origin martial art was obviously not something that everyone valued. What many people wanted was a higher-grade boundary origin martial art. Whoosh! At this moment, more lake water flowed down from the sky. Within it, there was a purple light that flowed like a pearl. Moreover, it was even more dazzling than the previous light. It's mine! someone with sharp eyes immediately made a move, rumble. However, before he could get close, he was hit by the lake water and spat out blood, smashing into the lake water. Haha. Instantly, a large number of mocking laughter came from the shore. How can this be? Pan Luyun was puzzled. Lin Ling explained with a smile, the higher the grade of the boundary origin martial art, the stronger the boundary origin of the lake water that activates the martial art. Therefore, without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to obtain the martial art. I see. Lin Ling again. At this moment, the lake water in the sky gushed out again. Seeing this, Lu Chengfeng suddenly became excited. That martial art seems to be very suitable for me. His talent allowed him to detect that the martial art was of the wind attribute. It should be a martial art that came from Western Jia. After his voice, someone shouted, "It's the heavenly wind divine technique of the heavenly wind realm." Hearing this, many people were tempted, but they also knew that the stronger the martial arts, the harder it was to obtain. Therefore, those who were not strong could only watch helplessly. I'll help you. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly said something. After he finished speaking, he shot forward. Lin Ling. Lu Chengfeng was startled, but soon after, he felt warmth in his heart. Meeting Lin Ling was his greatest fortune in the martial god realm. Pan Luyun and Fairy Danxia also showed a grateful expression. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would definitely be miserable right now. And Lin Ling had the opportunity to help them. Every time he helped them, he didn't ask for anything in return. This kind of friend was worth having. Who is that idiot? Seeing Lin Ling rush out, a large amount of mocking laughter came from the shore, thinking that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. It's him. It was Luo Hua, Lu Shui and the others. Then, they sneered. Dibayamo shook his head in disdain. Idiot, it's obvious that you don't know the rules of the martial god lake. Let's wait and see. Wu Qingzi said. Not far away from them, the chess boy and the others had also arrived. When the chess boy saw the mocking smiles of Dibayamo and the others, he immediately wanted to tell them that the current Lin Ling was not simple. Why should we tell them? In any case, they don't know that Lin Ling is the great commander. It's good to let them suffer a little. However, Tang Yue, who was beside him, revealed a devilish smile. The chess boy was taken aback and immediately nodded with a smile. Previously, Lin Ling had summoned all the scouts, but the martial god lake was a secret realm, so falling flowers, flowing water, and the others had not received any orders. And Lin Ling was not a pushover. Letting falling flowers, flowing water sword and the others provoke Lin Ling was not a bad idea. 200 deity crystals. At this moment, Wu Qingzi shouted. At this moment, boundary essence appeared around Lin Ling's body, blocking the impact of the lake's boundary essence. However, just as he was about to grab the light, an old hand was faster than him and snatched the light first. Then, the mysterious person held the light and floated above the lake. This time, Lin Ling was stunned. Did someone beat him to it and snatch his harvest? 200 deity crystals, and this heavenly wind divine technique is yours. Floating above the lake was an old man in brown armor. He did not even look at Lin Ling. After a faint smile, he threw the light at Wu Qingzi. Lin Ling frowned and looked at him. Haha, idiot. Lin Ling's reaction made the crowd burst into laughter. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but I want this boundary essence martial art. After Wu Qingzi caught the light, he shook his finger at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes turned icy cold when he saw this, and he looked at the old man and said, I was the one who used this martial technique first. As the supervisor of the martial god lake, aren't you being too overbearing by forcefully taking it from me? Although you made the first move, you did not get the martial art, so it does not count. Moreover, there is an unwritten rule in the martial god lake. If someone makes a bid, I will snatch the martial art for him. You are a new recruit, so you don't know about this rule. The old man said flatly. Of course, Lin Ling knew about the rule. However, he thought that the old man would only snatch the martial art if others could not snatch it. Who knew that the old man would break the rule and snatch the martial art from others for the sake of deity crystals? Although it is an unwritten rule, it is better to keep a low profile. Lin Ling said coldly. Are you lecturing me? Get lost. The old man shouted angrily and his attitude was ferocious. Lin Ling, the martial art that I want belongs to me. When Wu Qingzi saw that Lin Ling was in dire straits, he shook his finger and said arrogantly. Haha. Falling flowers, flowing water and the rest laughed crazily. Especially when they saw Lin Ling nodding his head and returning to the shore, they laughed even louder. Lin Ling, a new recruit, dared to be so arrogant? That new recruit is so stupid. He dared to go against the supervisor of the martial god lake. He might be killed by the supervisor. Who cares about him? Every year, there are some new recruits who are killed. However, after this incident, that new recruit should know the rules and won't dare to be arrogant anymore. The new recruits on the shore started to discuss. Splash. At this moment, the lake water in the sky surged down again and an extremely cold light appeared. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the lake water froze in the sky for a long time. This meant that the martial art was not of a low grade. It is definitely a high-grade boundary origin martial art. The crowd was excited, however, that martial art was not something that an ordinary person could obtain. Only the supervisor could snatch it. 300 deity crystals. At this moment, someone shouted. It was Dimo. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to that martial art and was using the price to get the supervisor to snatch it. 320 deity crystals. However, he was not the only one who had taken a fancy to it. Tang Yue had also taken a fancy to it because she sensed that it was an ice-based boundary origin martial art. 350 deity crystals. Dimo continued to bid, causing Tang Yue to snort. In the end, she became silent. Obviously, she did not have so many deity crystals on her. At this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the light and his eyes were flickering. Lin Ling, have you taken a fancy to that martial art? We have deity crystals here. Take as many as you want. Lu Chengfeng immediately said. Previously, because of him, Lin Ling had been ridiculed by others. Therefore, he felt very guilty. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, I have indeed taken a fancy to it. How many deity crystals do you want? Lu Chengfeng and Pan Luyun both said. No need. I don't want a single deity crystal. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and his eyes became extremely cold. After saying this, he rushed forward. I have taken a fancy to this martial art. At this moment, the crowd was still bidding. In the end, the martial art was obtained by Dimo. However, Lin Ling's voice drifted out like thunder, causing the ancient lake to become silent. Him again? Is he crazy? He wants to snatch the martial art again. He is courting death. Humph, do you think he can get such a martial art? The crowd did not expect Lin Ling to dare to come out. They immediately laughed at him. However, Dimo, Wu Qingzi, and the rest sneered. Lin Ling was infuriated. Therefore, he had overestimated himself and wanted to snatch the martial art. Even the general manager of the martial god lake did not make a move. In his opinion, there was no need for him to make a move. The boundary essence in the lake was enough to tear Lin Ling apart. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Ling's body shone brightly as if he was protected by a water curtain. He reached out his hand and grabbed the martial art from the lake. He had prepared this martial art for Anuer because it was very suitable for Anuer's talent. When the martial art was in his hand, the ancient lake was in complete silence. Translator, Transin editor, Transin earth-shattering. How is this possible? Unless you have converted 40% of your boundary essence, it is impossible to withstand the impact of the lake water. The manager looked as if he had seen a ghost. He even rubbed his eyes to see what cultivation level Lin Ling was at. However, the truth was that Lin Ling was only at rank 6 Martial Emperor realm. He did not know that Lin Ling had the white token flag and could withstand the impact of the ancient lake 5 times. It could be said that while others needed to use divine crystals to purchase martial arts, Lin Ling did not need to do so. If he wanted any martial arts, he could just take it. At that moment, Dimo and the others were also staring at Lin Ling. They were roaring furiously in their hearts. However, at that moment, they realized that Lin Ling was also looking at them. This guy is courting death. Dimo shouted. He wanted to see what Lin Ling was going to say. Could it be that he was going to apologize? However, Lin Ling was expressionless. He slowly stretched out his right hand. This action confused many people. However, in the next moment, they finally knew what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and shook his finger. I'm sorry, but I'm interested in this martial art. Yes. Wasn't that shaking action what Wu Qingzi had done earlier? Instantly, Wu Qingzi and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. They still did not understand how Lin Ling had succeeded. Hence, they thought that Lin Ling was just lucky. As for the others, their mouths were wide open. This guy was crazy. Everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Ling. Lin Ling also turned around and looked at the manager. Sorry, I did not spend a single cent. This martial arts is mine. Yes. After saying that, he flew back to the shore. The manager's old face turned green with anger. Lin Ling had obtained the martial arts without spending a single cent. If he had taken action earlier, he would have gotten close to 400 divine crystals. This young man was so hateful. If he did not have to continue hosting, he would have killed Lin Ling. Wow, amazing. Yes. You are indeed the boss. After Lin Ling's return, Lu Chengfeng and the rest started cheering loudly. Their excited voices made the people who were gloating on the shore feel like ducks that had been grabbed by their necks. They couldn't say a word. Crash. After that, the lake water continued to flow down from the sky. However, most of them were first-grade low-tier martial arts, so many people tried to snatch them. Even Pan Luyun made a move. As for the manager, he didn't make a move because a martial art that was too cheap couldn't be sold for much. Moreover, he was secretly collecting money. This was against the rules, so it was impossible for him to collect money for any martial art, unless it was a high-level martial art. Not long after, the black hole in the sky suddenly fell silent. This silence lasted for a full 15 minutes, on the shore. Everyone stopped breathing. The reason for that was because they sensed that the following world origin martial arts were likely to be extremely extraordinary. Mine. I must get this martial art. Let's see who has more money. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were also extremely nervous. Boom. At this moment, the lake water erupted from the black hole. The lake water was directly blasted out. In the lake water, a white light shot out like a shooting star. This light was currently the most dazzling. The martial art and the light was likely to be a second-grade world origin martial art. In that short moment, everyone's eyes turned red. If they could get that martial art, then they could shine in the upcoming divine list battle. 500 divine crystals. Wu Qing roared directly. His voice was very fast, as if he was afraid that the martial art would be snatched away by others. 600 divine crystals. However, Mo followed closely behind. 1,000. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword was unwilling to give up. The manager smiled as he listened to their bids. For the time being, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move because if he wanted to get that martial art, unless he was a world king, ordinary people couldn't resist the world origin in the lake water. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. 1,500. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. In the end, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword roared and shouted out the final price with a red face. 1,500 divine crystals. This Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword is really rich. He is the successor of the 10 great sword immortals of Qingzhou. His foundation must be rich. What a pity that martial art. Sigh. Alas, we can only look up. Sigh. Many people shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't shout such a price. Moreover, they couldn't afford to offend the successor of the 10 great sword immortals of Qingzhou. This martial art is the sword world's profound sword record. 30,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor practiced it and shook the sword world. Later, the Sword Emperor fell, and this world origin martial art was passed down. The manager said lightly. His voice directly made everyone's breathing quicken, especially Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. He was so excited that his body trembled. Moreover, he stared at Lin Ling mockingly. Lin Ling was lucky to get a martial art before, but that was just luck. The profound sword record was obviously not something that Lin Ling could get. Moreover, in the divine list battle, he had to rely on the profound sword record to defeat Lin Ling. Your complacency has come to an end. Sigh. Falling flowers flowing water sword directly shook his finger at Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling shook his finger at him. Now, he was returning the favor. At the same time, the manager made his move. As if he was moving forward in a monstrous wave, his big hand grabbed at the profound sword record, but at this time, Lin Ling also moved, following closely behind the manager. The manager didn't know that someone dared to snatch the martial art. Just as his hand was about to grab the light, an arm was faster than him and grabbed the light. "This martial art belongs to me." In the next moment, a voice that shocked the martial god lake floated out. Under countless gazes, the blue-robed youth held the profound sword record in his hand and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, and it was like an earth-shattering earthquake, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Him again, one had to know that the lake water that enveloped the profound sword record, the power of the boundary essence had probably reached 80%. However, Lin Ling had succeeded again. "It's you again." The manager was stunned, but soon, he hysterically roared, "I was the one who sold this profound sword record first. You snatched the martial art from me, aren't you too overbearing?" Everyone could hear that he seemed to have gone crazy. Of course, no one would be in a good mood because the martial art was sold for 15 million divine crystals. Now that the shining silver had disappeared, who wouldn't be angry? "Although you sold it first, it doesn't count if you don't get it." Lin Ling smiled and said faintly. This was what the general manager had said before, and now, he was returning the words back to him. The previous manager didn't care about the rules, so why should he, Lin Ling, care about the rules? After saying that, Lin Ling turned around and left. However, on the way, he paused, stretched out his right hand again, and shook it in an extremely arrogant manner. "No one can snatch the martial art that I want." His voice and actions were undoubtedly enough to drive people mad, because this was the second time he shook his finger. Sure enough, the flowing water sword and the others on the shore were all stunned, and veins appeared on their foreheads. The steward makes a move. "You've got guts. Alright, I'll play with you. Let's see if you can shake your finger a third time." "That's a very arrogant move, but you can't do it more than 3 times. Try shaking it again." The falling flowers flowing water sword, Di Baimo, and Wu Qingzi all shouted coldly. A bone-chilling aura was emitted from their bodies, causing the crowd to squint their eyes. The 3 of them had powerful backgrounds. One of them was the descendant of the 10-sword celestials in Qingzhou, the other was the son of Taizu, and Wu Qingzi was said to be from a certain dynasty. He was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling actually provoked such people, and 3 of them at once. Lin Ling's guts were not small. "Don't do it more than 3 times, I agree." If not for the fact that auctioning martial arts was against the rules, he would have already killed Lin Ling. However, he would endure it one last time. Of course, while he was furious, he was also puzzled. Why was Lin Ling not afraid of the martial god lake's boundary essence? This was too strange. Crash, the lake water gushed out again, but this time, it was clearly not a powerful martial art. However, the crowd subconsciously wanted to see if Lin Ling was interested. If Lin Ling made a move, they wouldn't want that martial art anymore. However, Lin Ling had a calm look on his face. He was clearly not interested in that martial art. This guy actually made all the rookies respect him. On the shore, the chessboy was speechless. Moreover, he was very jealous. They were both recruits, so why was Lin Ling so much more dazzling than him? "It's just temporary arrogance," Tang Yue said with extreme dissatisfaction. Crash, and at this moment, the black hole in the sky spewed out lake water. The pressure of the boundary essence was extremely strong, but what was surprising was that the lake water flowed out continuously, but no martial arts could be seen flowing out. This was another anomaly. The martial arts brought by this wave of lake water were definitely not weak. "This martial art, we want it." "That's right. It can only be taken by the 3 of us. Anyone who dares to take it is going against the 3 of us." At this time a low voice floated out. It was falling flowers, flowing water, and sword talking. They were threatening everyone. In fact, their words were more for Lin Ling to hear. They were telling Lin Ling to come and snatch it. "Let's see how you snatch it." They're at each other's throats. However, this time, manager Lin Ling will definitely pay attention to Lin Ling. He definitely won't let Lin Ling succeed. That must be it. Without a doubt, everyone wanted to see if Lin Ling could still be so arrogant. You're Lin Ling, right? I can tell you that it's the Wui divine tree art from the tree world. It's a 5 elements origin martial art. However, this martial art now belongs to the 3 of them. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The general manager also coldly said. His tone was filled with an extremely thick, murderous aura. In reality, he also wanted to see if Lin Ling would dare to attack. Haha, he definitely wouldn't dare. I've said before that anyone can only wag their fingers twice in front of us. It's impossible for them to do it a 3rd time. Falling Blossom Flowing Water sneered as he shook his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at DBMO and the other man. That martial art, I'll bid 1,000, 200 divine gems, 500 divine gems. The 3 of them started bidding arrogantly. They looked extremely rampant. Suddenly, there was a lot of laughter from the shore. The crowd seemed to know that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to attack again, so they all started laughing at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's face was still calm. After Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others started bidding, he finally said lightly, I'm interested in this martial art. His words undoubtedly made all the laughter disappear. Oh, I wonder how much you'll bid. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the other 2 immediately looked at Lin Ling and smiled. I won't pay a single cent. Lin Ling also smiled. His smile was a little cold. Then you can try it. The other 3 people on the other side also revealed cold smiles. Their gazes collided in midair, and intense sparks bloomed. Boom, at that moment, the lake water finally erupted. A colorful ancient tree surged out along with the waves. Seeing this, countless people sucked in cold air. This was definitely a 2nd-grade boundary origin martial art. Wui divine tree technique. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He moved and rushed forward. This set of boundary origin martial art was prepared for Yu Yu because it was very suitable for Yu Yu's talent. This guy is really courting death. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack. The corner of the general manager's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. His hands were behind his back. There was already 50% boundary origin there. It was enough to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, just as he was about to move, the jade pendant on his waist rang. Old he, did a great commander called Lin Ling come to your place? The voice from the jade pendant came from Great Commander Linghu. In terms of status, Great Commander Linghu was obviously higher than the general manager. It's old brother Linghu. However, I only have new recruits here. Where did the Great Commander come from? The general manager said suspiciously. It's a new recruit. His name is Lin Ling. Pay more attention to him. If you see him, take care of him. Let me remind you, don't provoke him. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you. The voice from the jade pendant became serious. The general manager's heart trembled. To be able to make Great Commander Linghu say this, that guy called Lin Ling obviously had a powerful background. However, who was Lin Ling? Why had he never heard of this great commander? Old he, are you there? However, at that moment, the voice from the jade pendant came again. It was Great Commander Huang Qi. The general manager was stunned. Why were there so many senior commanders looking for him today? It made him feel like his face had been enhanced. I have a brother here called Lin Ling. Help him. This will only benefit you. There are no disadvantages. Don't provoke him. Otherwise, prepare to lose your head. Great Commander Huang Qi's voice was polite at first, but it became threatening later on. Cold sweat broke out on the general manager's forehead. For Lin Ling again, his eyes wandered and suddenly fixed on Lin Ling. He seemed to have heard that the arrogant new recruit was called Lin Ling. Boom, his heart instantly exploded. Without another word, he pounced on Lin Ling. The general manager finally made a move. That new recruit is dead meat. Many people who had been staring at the general manager all this time finally laughed. As for Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword, they were also shaking their heads. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stupid. He knew it was a dead end, but he still dared to charge in. They could even imagine the scene of Lin Ling being obliterated alive. Do you think he will be dismembered by 5 horses? Although the general manager's position isn't high, he is guarding the martial god lake. His strength can't be underestimated. Lin Ling is just a new recruit. How can he block the general manager's attack? I think he can kill Lin Ling in one move. However, before killing Lin Ling, the general manager will definitely teach him a lesson. The three of them spoke in a carefree manner. The fourth time, the fifth time, although it was Lin Ling who made the first move, the manager seemed to have sped up. Before Lin Ling could get his hands on the martial arts, the manager had already taken the martial arts in his hands. What happened next didn't need to be guessed. As for Lin Ling, he frowned. Why did this old man have to go against him? However, what happened next made everyone confused. The manager smiled respectfully and handed the martial arts to Lin Ling with both hands. How could I trouble you to take the martial arts personally? If you have any martial arts that you like, you can just ask me for help. After he said that, the ancient lake was once again shaken. It even had the power to shake the mountains. Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword were stunned. The surrounding soldiers were also stunned. They wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling being taught a lesson. Who knew that the manager would personally hand over the martial arts? Moreover, his attitude was extremely respectful. Of course, it wasn't just them. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, he knew that the manager had guessed his identity. Thank you so much. Lin Ling waved his hand and kept the martial arts without hesitation. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Although Lin Ling's attitude was very cold, the manager had a smile on his face. At this point, if people still couldn't detect a trace of strangeness, then they would be fools. Could it be that Lin Ling's identity was extraordinary? Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword stared at Lin Ling. They were also guessing Lin Ling's identity. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had already turned around. Moreover, he extended his right hand and pointed his finger at the sky. He shook it lightly. The martial arts that I like, it belongs to me. This action of shaking his finger caused the ancient lake to become silent. Previously, falling flowers, flowing water and sword had said that Lin Ling wouldn't shake his finger a third time. However, now, Lin Ling told them that nothing was impossible. Are you guys angry? I shook my finger again. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. However, his eyes were extremely cold as he said, let alone the third time, even if it's the fourth or fifth time, I will still shake it. After he finished speaking, he strode forward, but his finger was still wagging. He didn't even look at falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. His carefree and unrestrained appearance was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Of course, to falling flowers flowing water swords group, this was incomparably hateful. The more they threatened Lin Ling, the more Lin Ling shook his finger. His finger was like a silent mockery, challenging their bottom line. He even shook his finger until they cried. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. It was Wu Qingzi and the rest who provoked Lin Ling first. In that case, Lin Ling would play along with them. Die. The three of them were furious. They flew out from the shore and attacked Lin Ling. They are crazy. How dare they attack at the martial god lake? They have a strong background, and that Lin Ling recruit seems to have a strong background as well. However, he shouldn't be comparable to falling flowers flowing water sword and the rest. Seeing this, many people were looking forward to seeing who was more powerful among this year's genius scouts. However, their gazes wandered. In the sky, the youth in the blue robe was still strolling forward with the ancient sword on his back. His long hair was fluttering, and his finger was still wagging gently. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't even look at falling flowers flowing water sword and the rest. What an arrogant scout. I heard that Lin Ling is the king of scouts. Today, I see that in terms of boldness and calmness, he is indeed much more powerful than falling flowers flowing water sword and the rest. Many soldiers couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down on falling flowers flowing water sword and the rest. It was the director who had attacked. Director, I am the successor of the Qingzhou top 10 sword celestials. You dare to touch the people of the great ancestor? Sensing the terrifying aura, falling flowers flowing water sword and the rest shouted coldly. They were obviously using their status to oppress the director. They didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could be more noble than the three of them. Sure enough, the hand in the sky paused slightly, as if it was afraid. This made Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the rest sneer. However, their smiles didn't last long. In my territory, even if the martial god is here, you will still have to kneel down. Rumble, the huge hand slammed down again. You're crazy. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the rest's faces were distorted, and they were so angry that they lost their minds. For the sake of Lin Ling, the general manager actually attacked them. Boom. Unfortunately, the answer they got was a huge hand that directly suppressed them into the martial god lake, and all of them became drowned rats. Looking at the director in the sky again, at this moment, his body was emitting a dazzling light. Above his head, an ancient huge tower also appeared. His talent seemed to be that tower. Wake up and get out of here. If you continue to be arrogant, don't blame me for killing you. A voice filled with murderous intent drifted out. In the martial god lake, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the rest's faces were ashen. They had lost face today, and they had lost face in front of all the new recruits. As for the people on the shore, their faces were pale. They vaguely knew that Lin Ling's background was more ferocious than the three of them. Lin Ling, if you like any martial arts, I'll get it for you. Let's see who dares to snatch it from you. Then, the director shouted domineeringly. At this moment, he was openly standing on Lin Ling's side. Thanks. Lin Ling said calmly. Originally, he was angry with the director, but this guy knew how to behave, so he let him go. Then, Lin Ling looked at Lu Chunfeng and the rest and said, if you like any martial arts, just take it. Let's see who dares to snatch it from you. Lu Chunfeng and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. But soon, they all smiled and nodded. I envy them. Many of the new recruits stared at Lu Chunfeng and the others. Some even licked their lips. With the help of the head steward, Lin Ling was now the ruler of the martial god lake. Moreover, he didn't need to pay a single cent to obtain the martial arts. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. As for Qi Tong and Tang Yue, although they looked at Lin Ling with disdain, they were extremely envious. Of course, they were also a little excited because it felt good to see Dmo and the rest being humiliated. In fact, they already knew that if they dared to provoke a ruthless person like Lin Ling, the consequences would be obvious. Lin Ling, see you at the divine list. At this moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the rest climbed out from the shore and roared unwillingly. Stray dogs. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Let's see who's the stray dog then. After saying this, the three of them snorted and left. Regardless of Lin Ling's identity, they firmly believed that they were definitely stronger than Lin Ling in terms of strength. The divine list, huh? Lin Ling was looking forward to it, but the most important thing now was to return to his hometown. End of chapter 22:14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.